Were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
'49ers have run the ball every play to open the game. Purdy now under center on 2nd and 10. First pass, play action, shovel forward to McCaffrey. Good block by Brendel. McCaffrey 5, touchdown! CMC! 15 consecutive games with a touchdown for McCaffrey.
What an absolute beast with his vision and burst and letting the play develop. Little shovel pass, they get the rush sucked up. Anthony Walker, the linebacker, thought he had him, playing off a block from Jake Brendel. Christian faked in there. Walker took the bait, and then CMC back out to the outside, detonated for the touchdown.
2nd down, 8, Purdy in the gun. Purdy going to take the shotgun snap and now get pressured out, going to step up in the pocket, run away from a sack, and Purdy will pick up yardage. He's pushed out of bounds by Delpit, who hit him on the white, but no flag. And the corner, Emerson.
We got an injury for the 49ers.
Trent Williams
grabbing his right leg in a lot of pain.
Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is no good! It's no good! And the Browns will beat the 49ers 19-17. He pushed it wide to the right.
Wide right. Jake Moody misses his first 2 NFL field goals. Brock Purdy loses his first regular season game, and the 49ers are no longer undefeated. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning, or maybe it's not too happy of a morning, coming off that 49er loss, which we're going to be talking about for the next hour here on the leadoff spot. Of course, it is yours truly, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back with Franco on the 1s and 2s again today, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, where we're going to break down all of this game tape with Murph and Mac this morning. But boy, oh boy, what a bad game that was yesterday out in Cleveland against the Browns, which saw the 49ers end up losing 19-17. And just all around from the start, hell, even before the game started yesterday, it was just a weird one. Whether it was the pregame scuffle of Debo and Brandon Ayuk bumping into some wide receivers and DBs from the Cleveland Browns, then Trent Williams coming in and clearing out shop like he was a bouncer at 2 a.m. at your local club. Next thing you know, Trent Williams, Debo Samuel are getting bounced out of the game, going down with injuries in the first quarter. Trent Williams ends the game with a walking boot. Now, luckily, he was actually able to play the entire game. Shout out to Trent for really holding his own with a bad ankle with those one-on-one matchups with Myles Garrett. But unfortunately, there was plenty of other injury news. Debo Samuel left the game, did not come back with that shoulder injury. Christian McCaffrey left the game with an oblique/rib injury. And we really still don't have any updates from Kyle Shanahan at the moment. I'm sure we'll get him today when he does have his conference call. But now we're going to start talking about this 49ers team that did not look anything like the 49er offense, especially, hell, even the 49er defense that we saw the first 5 weeks of the season. And we knew this was going to be a tough test for the 49ers offense going against the Cleveland Browns defense that is ranked number 1 in the NFL right now. But boy, oh boy, I didn't see this coming. I didn't see the 49ers going out and losing to a third-string quarterback, P.J. Walker. Hell, I didn't see the 49ers going out there and committing 12 different penalties for over 100 yards. But it wasn't just the 49ers who were committing penalties. The Cleveland Browns got 13 penalties of their own for over 100 yards. There was 25 total penalties this weekend. I heard driving in on the radio that it was the most penalties and most penalty yardage out of any NFL game this season. It was just straight up sloppy. You want to talk about the mistake by the lake? There were multiple mistakes by the referees this game. And I don't want to come here this morning and point fingers and say, oh, it's just the referees. oh, it's just Jake Moody's fault he missed a field goal. No, there were plenty of other things that went bad in between those lines. But man, oh man, this was some of the worst officiating I ever seen. From these guys not figuring out who to call penalties on and spotting the ball in wrong places, to, of course, the highly controversial play that maybe extended the game and maybe handed the Browns the win with the Tashawn Gibson unnecessary roughness call over the middle on 3rd and 10, a play that I thought was complete BS, and a play that I think represents football perfectly in 2023. Shout out to flag football being in the Olympics. I just heard him talking about it on NFL Network. That's where we're heading to, because you're not even allowed to hit guys anymore. And Tashawn Gibson comes flying across the middle. And oh, by the way, he's trying to stop the Cleveland Browns from getting a first down. Ball tips off the hands of the wide receiver. He lowers his shoulder. Doesn't even hit him in the head, but they're throwing flags. That, of course, extends the drive. That would have been a 4th and 10 scenario. And I would have felt pretty good betting on the 49ers in a 4th and 10 scenario, but now I'm feeling bad because I did bet on the 49ers this weekend. And, of course, we all know the results. Dustin Hopkins going down there, kicking another field goal, his 4th of the day. But, man, oh, man, I got to say, going back to that first quarter, going back to the first drive of the game, I was feeling good. Christian McCaffrey gets his 15th straight game with a touchdown. I thought Kyle Shanahan did a great job scripting that first series, which he always does. Started off the game with an end around to Deebo Samuel. That's always great for slowing down the pass rush, especially guys like Myles Garrett. And then just straight up attacking number 95 with that shovel pass, screen pass to Christian McCaffrey to get to the end zone. And the 49ers were running the ball fantastic that first drive. I said, oh, here we go. I guess this Cleveland Browns defense might be a little overrated, just like the Dallas Cowboys defense last week. But boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Because outside of that first drive, 49ers offensively really didn't do anything. They put up 17 points. This was a team that was averaging 30 points per game. But that's why last Friday when I was filling in for Paulie Mack, I asked Murph the question straight up. Is this the game where the 49ers end the consecutive 30-point streak? And I said it on my show. I said, I do think it's the week. I do think this Cleveland Browns defense is good enough. But I also thought the 49ers were going to go out there and win like 20-3 or 20-6. I didn't think this Cleveland Browns offense was able to do anything against what's known as one of the best defenses in the league. And even with Fred Warner getting INTs, even with De'Amon Lenore getting an interception to set up that last touchdown by J.P. Mason, it still wasn't enough because of those penalties, because of the mistakes, because the 49ers kept shooting themselves in the foot. Those 12 penalties kept on backing them up every single drive. And I will give credit to that front seven from the Cleveland Browns because they were getting pressure all day. Whether it was straight up the middle against that offensive line with someone like Dalvin Thomason, who we didn't even talk about last week, number 94, was dominating against Spencer Burford and Aaron Banks and Jake Brendel. Whether it was Myles Garrett, who didn't show up too big in the box score, but you can see the pressure he was putting on Purdy damn near every play. This was the highest amount of pressure that Brock Purdy faced this season. We talked a lot about the New York Giants setting a lot of blitz. We talked about week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers where he faced pressure on 41% of his dropbacks. This past weekend, 47% of his dropbacks he was pressured. Myles Garrett almost stripped him on the ball that he did throw an interception. But overall, it was just a bad throw. He threw it behind Brandon Ayuk, and that's where I think we got to talk about this morning with Brock Purdy. This was his worst game in the NFL. Hell, it's the first time he's ever lost a regular season game. He's now 10-1 in his career. And yes, we can get into the debate over the weather, how much that might have played a factor, whether we're talking about the 17 to 18 mile per hour winds that blew away the Jake Moody field goal, or if we're talking about the rain that they had to deal with in the first half. Because Brock Purdy was struggling with those wet balls. There he was damn near fumbling and just trying to throw the ball to a wide receiver. There he was missing throws left and right. There was Brandon Ayuk dropping balls. Like, this was just all around a sloppy performance from this 49er offense. They went 3 for 12 on 3rd down yesterday. 3 for 12. And that's because of the penalties. That's because they were getting stuffed on run plays on 1st and 2nd down and finding themselves in 3rd and long situations. Now, again, I don't think the sky is falling, even though the regular season win streak has ended, even though the Brock Purdy perfect regular season stat has ended, even though Jake Moody's perfect field goal percentage has ended. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the 49er season ended this morning, but this was a little bit of a reality check. It was a little bit of a wake-up call for the 49ers, that they just can't show up, roll out of bed, and win ball games. Cleveland put on a great performance this weekend with their defense. Hell, even offensively, without Nick Chubb, without Deshaun Watson. with Amari Cooper, Moss, and Charvarius Ward down the sideline. I mean, shout out to the Fantasize This podcast. We were talking last week about Amari Cooper, about the Cleveland Browns offense, and which guys you're starting and sitting against the 49ers defense. I should have said, I'll start Amari Cooper. And there he was with 4 catches for 108 yards. Really was the catalyst of this offense for the Cleveland Browns. Whether it was the 58-yard catch and run that set up the touchdown for Kareem Hunt, the only touchdown on the day for the Cleveland Browns. I thought that was great play call, by the way, to go with the fake quarterback sneak, pitch it out to Kareem Hunt on the outside. But even after that, when he did Moss Charvarius Ward, that set up a game-tying field goal 10-10. And Dustin Hopkins, got to give credit where credit's due. Perfect on the day, 4 for 4. And when you're talking about a 2-point ball game, of course, you're going to look at those kicks from Hopkins, and of course, you're going to look at those kicks from Jake Moody, who not only missed the game winner at the end of regulation, but also missed his first field goal attempt in a day in the first quarter. And I know it's going to be easy pickings to kind of pick on the kicker this morning. Oh, my God, why'd you spend a third-round draft pick on a kicker? Look, this was the 49ers' decision. They decided to go with a young Jake Moody over Robbie Gould. And I'll be sitting here lying to you if I wasn't sitting on my couch yesterday saying, damn, I think Robbie Gould probably would have hit that field goal. And then I started thinking about the fact that Robbie Gould's still sitting on his couch right now, not playing for any team in the NFL. And going back to those preseason injuries when Jake Moody was missing field goals, when he was getting iced by the Raiders out in Las Vegas in the preseason. And then there he was again getting iced by the Cleveland Browns before pushing it to the right and missing the game-winning field goal. That's kind of what's going to happen when you sacrifice accuracy for power. Jake Moody with the bigger leg. Robbie Gould, one of the most accurate kickers in 49er franchise history. And yeah, man, it feels bad when you lose a game like that, but it's a game where I don't know if the 49ers deserve to win. That was kind of the sentiment from guys like Trent Williams, from Nick Bosa, who had a nice sack on the day. Probably should have had a fumble recovery, too, on that BS missed call by the refs, where P.J. Walker threw like an underhand softball pitch, and you can literally see the ball squeeze out of his hand. I don't know how you throw a ball with a closed fist, but then again, I'm the same guy that's still having nightmares about the tuck rule from 20-something years ago.
Oh, my God.
So we'll just throw that on a pile of missed calls by the refs, more mistakes by the Lakes, and overall just a really, really sloppy game on both sides of the ball. 25 total penalties. Man, oh man, it was a mess. And after all that, the 49ers still had a chance to win. After Brock Purdy went out there and had his worst game of his career. After, for the majority of the second half, he had like 1 passing yard on 1 of 5 passing and an interception. There it was. A potential game-winning drive for Brock Purdy. They drive down the field. I know there's probably going to be some Monday morning quarterback / Monday morning coaching talking about Kyle Shanahan's decision to kick the field goal on 3rd down with 8 seconds left, whether or not he should have taken another play to maybe get closer, but it was only a 40-yard field goal. Jake Moody's got plenty of power to hit that. And, of course, worst case scenario, if there's a bad snap, they got to spike it. They got to stop it. That way they can reset and try again. Well, there were no second chances. There were no second opportunities. It is what it is. And the 49ers lose their first game of the season to the Cleveland Browns, which means they're no longer undefeated. But here's the thing. There's no more undefeated teams left in the NFL. The Philadelphia Eagles lost yesterday for the first time in their franchise history to the New York Jets. Yes, we talked about it last Friday during Bobby Boucher's Best Bets. We talked about the fact how the Philadelphia Eagles were 12-0 against the New York Jets. Well, that all changed yesterday as the Eagles and Jalen Hurts turned the ball over 4 times. Shout out to their injury news. I know Lane Johnson left the game early. Jalen Carter did not play in this game. But I still did not expect Zach Wilson and the New York Jets to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. But I guess that means that the 1972 Dolphins are popping champagne this morning. We usually start drinking early at noon on a Thursday. I'm sure the Dolphins are drinking already. Probably started drinking last night. Hell, especially after the Miami Dolphins came back and covered the spread against the Carolina Panthers yesterday. That was one of Bobby Boucher's best bets from Friday. We told you to take the Dolphins minus 13.5, and I got to say, I was kind of sweating it out a little bit when I saw the Dolphins go down 14-0 to the Carolina Panthers. But then I thought about it a little bit more. And I said, there's no way the Panthers are beating the Dolphins. So I took a live bet, doubled down, ended up cashing out on the Dolphins minus 3 and on minus 13.5. Covered both those spreads as they won by 3 touchdowns. And then we also covered the spread on the Las Vegas Raiders. That's another Bobby Boucher best bet we got to give a shout out to because my guy Max Crosby actually showed up in a Bobby Boucher jersey. No BS. You can look up the footage yourself, and that's why this morning I'm wearing my Max Crosby shirt because for the first time this season, the Las Vegas Raiders have scored more than 20 points. They ended up winning yesterday. They scored 21 against the New England Patriots, but the only reason why they got over 20 was because Max Crosby got a safety on the final play of the game, which not only gave the Raiders the win over the New England Patriots, but also covered that spread for guys like Paulie Mack, who picked the Raiders as one of his fearless football forecast Friday blanket picks. Raiders and Josh McDaniels without Jimmy Garoppolo, who got sent to the hospital with a back injury at halftime. Brian Hoyer comes in, completes the longest pass of the season for the Raiders, and they open up winning against the Patriots. So we hit 2 out of 3 winners on our Bobby Boucher's best bets. The only game we didn't hit on was the San Francisco 49ers, and I guess it doesn't really matter where you got the spread at. 6, 9, if you tease it down to 3, if you bet on the 49ers money line like me, I had action all over the 49ers, and I lost all those bets. So now we're officially 12, 6, and 1 with our Bobby Boucher's best bets. Pretty damn good if you ask me. And that's why we'll continue betting on games this entire season. And that's why we threw out a couple extra bets for you this weekend, too. Shout out to Cincinnati Bengals taking care of the Seattle Seahawks as 2.5-point favorites. That was a great back-and-forth game. Geno Smith with a couple costly turnovers in the red zone. The Rams took care of business against the Arizona Cardinals. Covered that 7-point spread pretty easily. Cooper Kupp is back in action, had 100 yards in the first half. This NFC West is going to be interesting to see how this all folds out. But the entire NFC now, since there are no longer any undefeated teams. Detroit Lions won this weekend, so they're 5-1. So it's basically the 49ers, Lions, and Eagles at the top of the NFC. One more game tonight between the Dallas Cowboys and the LA Chargers. Maybe we'll give you a Monday night pick coming up later. But we still got to continue to break down this 49er loss with plenty of sound from guys like Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, and, of course, Kyle Shanahan. Hell, we'll even sneak in a little Jake Moody sound. Talking about this first loss of the season. 49ers lose in Cleveland. It's the mistake by the lake. Hell, the multiple mistakes by the lake. 49ers go down for the first time this season. We'll play some post-game sound for you on the other time and get your reaction if you want to check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold, Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
Wow is right. 49ers go out to Cleveland and commit multiple mistakes by the lake. One of them being Jake Moody missing 2 field goals. The first 2 field goals he's missed in his NFL career. Came into this game 9 for 9, but there he was, back out in the same kind of environment that he kicked in out in Michigan, missing the final kick of the game. 49ers lose 19-17 to the Cleveland Browns, and they are no longer undefeated. Really get their first reality check of the season, and honestly, really get their first injury check of the season. Because that's the one thing about this 49ers team 5 games through the season. They have been relatively healthy. Now, there's been a few injuries. Guys like Elijah Mitchell, a couple like heel injuries will pop up for like a Travarius Ward, but nothing too serious. Well, this weekend, we saw this 49ers defense out there without Dre Greenlaw. Maybe that was a big reason why the Browns ran for over 100 yards. But we also saw multiple injuries on the offensive side of the ball. Whether it was Trent Williams in the first quarter, getting his ankle rolled up on. Now, the good news is Trent Williams was able to complete the game. The bad news is he was at the podium yesterday in the walking boot. So we'll have to wait for Kyle Shanahan to speak today on his conference call to get an update on Trent Williams. But we're also waiting on 2 guys that did not return to the game. One being Deebo Samuel in that first quarter with a shoulder injury. And, of course, the other one being Christian McCaffrey with what they're describing as a oblique/rib injury, which, I got to be honest with you, doesn't sound like it's going to be a great injury to deal with, because we know, especially in baseball, these oblique injuries linger all the time. Now, football's a little different, but this might just be a pain tolerance thing for Christian McCaffrey. After we saw him stretching out on the sideline, he re-enters the game, takes a hit, and then goes jogging off into the locker room. So maybe it's a good sign that he was jogging off. Maybe they can wrap him up with some extra QB padding around the ribs, and maybe he'll be good to go. But if we're in a situation where Deebo and Christian McCaffrey are not available, maybe that is a problem for this 49ers offense, because we talk about the versatility of the two so much. But what happens when neither of them are available? What happens when you can't just put Christian McCaffrey out in the slot? You can't just put Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Well, we saw that yesterday with this 49ers offense. After having discussions for the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season about the Kyle Shanahan system. It's a system that was shut down yesterday by Jim Schwartz. And this was a storyline we got into last week of the dominance that Jim Schwartz has over Kyle Shanahan. Now 8-1 in his career head-to-head matchups. I saw some people out there throwing 9-1. The stat I'm going with last week for Matt Mayoka was 7-1 going into this matchup. And now with another win this weekend, Jim Schwartz has once again stifled this Kyle Shanahan offense. Because outside of the opening drive, outside of Christian McCaffrey extending his touchdown streak to 15 games, nice little shovel pass, great design by Kyle Shanahan, I don't know what happened for the rest of the game. Because the running game disappeared. Brock Purdy had his worst game in his NFL career. Yes, the rain was a factor into all of this. But from what I saw on TV, it seemed like in the second half, the rain died down and Brock Purdy was still making bad passes. Whether he was missing Brandon Ayuk, whether he was missing George Kittle, whether he just wasn't targeting George Kittle at all. He had one target on the day, I think like one catch. Seems kind of interesting how they don't use number 85, especially coming off his game last week, having 3 touchdowns. When you are missing Deebo and Christian McCaffrey, you would think you would try to get the ball into the hands of George Kittle, but they needed him to help block too. With those chip blocks on Myles Garrett, on Zadarius Smith on the outside. So he really wasn't a factor in the pass game, but the passing game overall just wasn't really a factor for the 49ers. I mean, look at Brock Purdy's stats yesterday. 12 for 27, 125 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And if you take away the touchdown on the first drive, which obviously you're not going to do, but I'm just trying to focus on the stats outside of that. The remainder of the first half, he struggled bad. Was 7 for 12 for only 72 yards. That was the lowest output of his career in the first half. And the second half really didn't get any better. You want to talk about going through the entire third quarter, 1 for 5 for 1 yard and an interception. The missed ball that he threw behind Brandon Ayuk. That was terrible. He missed a lot of throws. Let's just be honest with you. And that's why the 49ers, I'm not saying this is the only reason why the 49ers lost the game. The penalties sure didn't help. But there were some mental errors by Brock Purdy, too. Delay of games, intentional groundings. And yeah, we'll get into the intentional grounding call from P.J. Walker and that fumble. That wasn't called before the first half, a little bit later also. But even after all that, even after the 12 penalties, here were the 49ers with a chance to win the game at the end. And I thought Brock Purdy actually showed a lot of good things in that final drive, moving the ball down, getting it into field goal range for Jake Moody. But then he gets iced, and then he misses the kick 2 times yesterday, and the 49ers lose by 2 points. So here was Kyle Shanahan at the podium talking about that missed field goal, but overall, big picture, how the 49ers maybe just didn't even deserve to win this ball game.
I didn't get a chance to talk to anyone individually, just the whole team, but, I mean, it's always tough to miss that last kick, but that happens in football. You know, they played better than us today, and, you know, that was the last play, but there was a lot more today than just that.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch more than that. We just spent 10, 12, 15 minutes talking about it in the first segment. Whether it was the 12 penalties, whether it was the costly mistakes, whether it was the refs back on their Browns BS, it just was overall a bad day for the 49ers, and they still had a chance to win against one of the best defenses in the NFL. So maybe that's a positive takeaway, but it's hard to be positive when you just lost to a third-string quarterback, a backup running back, and an offensive line that was missing probably one of their best linemen. So again, it was bad for Brock Purdy, bad for Jake Moody, and bad for the injury report with Trent Williams going down, Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about those injuries and how much of a factor it played into their offense struggling yesterday.
We went in thinking it was going to be a grimy game like it was. But it's, you know, we would have felt really good initially, like coming in, if we made that on the last play. But my message to them was regardless of whether we hit that or not, there's a lot of stuff from this game that we got to improve on. I thought we made way too many mistakes on offense, you know, just losing a couple guys in the game. We had to switch a couple guys around, and we weren't quite ready for that, which starts with me with too many mistakes. And this is our first time having to come in after a loss in a long time. And it's time to get back in, go to work, and make sure we come back next week stronger.
Yeah, it was a whole weekend of first. Whether we're talking about Brock Purdy's first regular season loss, Jake Moody missing his first field goals. You want to talk about the first time that the 49ers haven't put up 30 points this season? I guess what the saying is true. You never forget your first, Franco. I don't think Jake Moody's going to forget this. I don't think Brock Purdy's going to forget this either. I don't think Jim Schwartz forget about the secret keys he's got to Kyle Shanahan's offense and the other way he shut it down. But maybe this is a good learning experience for Brock Purdy, going through the adversity, struggling in the elements. After, again, I've said it 3 or 4 times this morning, I think it was his worst game as a professional. Now, it's not going to say, oh, Brock Purdy's a bust. Maybe Dan Orlovsky was right. Maybe Mac Jones can have success in his offense. I don't think Mac Jones would have had success yesterday against the Browns. Mac Jones didn't even have success against the Raiders. So, again, I know there's going to be a lot of overreactions this morning to the performances of guys like Brock Purdy and Jake Moody. But you got to remember, these are still the kids on the roster. This is a second-year quarterback that hasn't played a full season. It's a rookie kicker. But I do like the fact that Brock Purdy and Jake Moody both took responsibility after the game. Here's Brock Purdy talking about the missed opportunities and, of course, the missed field goal after putting the 49ers in a position to still win that game yesterday.
Man, like, it's the NFL. You get opportunities. You gotta take advantage of them. And so there was definitely some throws and opportunities that I feel like that were there for me, and I missed on them. And that, you know, made us be behind the sticks, and then you have to get a third down, which is tough on the road here, man. And that's something I got to learn from, man. So definitely gonna be real about it, and we all gotta, you know, look ourselves in the mirror and see the flaws and stuff, and get better from it. But it starts with me. So
yeah, and I like that responsibility. And Brock's gonna have to look at himself in the mirror. Yesterday was his worst completion percentage, worst passing yards total, worst passer rating. It's the lowest amount of points the 49ers have scored with Brock Purdy at quarterback. Now, again, shout out to Myles Garrett, that front seven. Had 3 sacks yesterday. Myles Garrett did not get one, but they were putting pressure on Purdy all day, making it disruptive and putting him in bad situations. 2nd and long, 3rd and long. Again, the 49ers went 3 for 12 on 3rd down conversion. That usually doesn't happen in this Kyle Shanahan system, not with all the playmakers. But we saw yesterday, without the playmakers, this offense struggle. But then they were still with the opportunity, with a game-winning field goal. 8 seconds left on the clock. Maybe Kyle Shanahan should have ran another play to get closer, but 40 yards is the distance you're looking for Jake Moody. He's got the leg. He's kicked in these elements before. But yesterday, he missed early. He missed late. And ultimately, he's going to get a lot of finger pointing and blame this morning for the 49ers not winning that game yesterday. Here was Jake Moody talking about that missed field goal and how the 49ers players still had his back even after blowing that opportunity.
I mean, we work really hard together. We've hit a million kicks. It's not like we're not practicing it or, obviously we trust each other and have each other's backs. And, for a guy that just got here, having, all my teammates, tell me to keep my head up, come give me a high five, pat on the back, like that was pretty cool. So I really appreciate all that, especially them putting their trust in me to make a kick and just not execute. But, having everybody have my back, even for a guy that just got here, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not pretty cool missing the game-winning field goal. But there he is taking some accountability. And hey, listen, Jake Moody is probably going to be in the situation again. We talked about this potential situation last week against the Dallas Cowboys. I said, I think this might be a close game. It could come down to a Jake Moody field goal. Well, I was wrong about the Cowboys. I was also wrong picking the 49ers to cover the spread against the Cleveland Browns. But there he was with the opportunity to be the hero. But the Cleveland Browns, Kevin Stefanski iced him out again. He got iced twice previous preseason against the Las Vegas Raiders. Missed both of those kicks. Really struggled during the preseason, but he was perfect coming into this game. 9 for 9. No longer perfect. Now 9 for 11 on the season. And I know there's going to be plenty of discourse about the 49ers using a third-round draft pick. But hey, the other two guys they took in the third round aren't even on the field right now. Whether it is Cameron Latu, the backup tight end that they drafted for some reason, even though it wasn't a position need, or even a guy like Jair Brown. But maybe the game would have been different yesterday if Jair Brown was on the field. Maybe he wouldn't have committed that same penalty that Tashaun Gibson committed. Because I think that was the play of the game. 3rd and 10, Elijah Moore running a slant. The ball tips off his hands, folks. Tips off his hands. So if he catches it, he's like 1 or 2 yards away from getting the first down. So what does Gibson do? Come across the middle, lower his shoulder like you're supposed to do, hit Elijah Moore in the shoulder, and next thing you know, the refs are throwing a flag for unnecessary roughness. Unnecessary how? It looked pretty damn necessary to me. You're trying to stop the guy from getting a first down. And that's why I said in the first segment, I hate the way that the direction of football is going, whether it's these rules to protect the quarterback, how you can't land on top of a guy, or these wide receivers who are quote-unquote defensiveless. What is the defense supposed to do? It makes no sense to me. I thought this was an egregious call, and it would have set up a situation where the 49ers would have had Cleveland Browns in a 4th and 10 situation, but no. Next thing you know, here's Jerome Ford ripping off a chunk of yards, Dustin Hopkins going out, kicking a field goal, and the Cleveland Browns taking the lead 19-17. But man, oh man, I think everybody's going to circle back to that. 1 of 12 penalties for the San Francisco 49ers. Just a sloppy games from the refs from start to finish. And here was Kyle Shanahan breaking down that play on whether or not he did think that it was unnecessary for Tashaun Gibson to lay the wood over the middle.
My view was his intent wasn't at all to do that. It looked like the receiver was coming in there, jumping too, and it looked like they touched helmets from where I was. So, I don't have much of an opinion. I just didn't look that violent, but I'll see when I watch the film. I know what the rules are. So,
didn't look that violent. I didn't think so either. Like growing up, that just would have been a usual hit on NFL Jacked Up, but now they can't even have that segment anymore because they don't want to encourage violence. This is where I need Dante Whitney to check in. S-O-F-T, soft. And shout out to Dante. I think he's probably going to come on with Papa Lund today. I think that's his usual Monday hit. Get his opinion on that. By the way, if you missed the interview that me and Murph did on Friday with Dante, talking about meditation, it's must listen. Go check it out on the KNBR app. But maybe the 49ers will need to meditate and clear their mind after committing 12 penalties this weekend. Hell, even the Cleveland Browns committed 13 of them, 25 total penalties this weekend. That's not football. That's when the refs got to put it in their pocket and just stop having so much influence on the game. But there they were, throwing flags left and right, not just on the Gibson play. There was a bunch of terrible other calls, whether it was the incomplete pass that P.J. Walker threw before the half, which should have been a fumble, which maybe could have been a scoop and score opportunity for Nick Bosa, would at least had the 49ers in field goal range to put 3 more points on the board. They screwed up that call. They screwed up a ton of calls, but the 49ers also screwed up themselves. Whether it was delay a game, Brock Purdy got called for a couple intentional groundings. It was just a bad day of 49er football, and it's hard to win games when you're 3 for 12 on third down and when you commit 12 penalties. George Kittle had the same thoughts after showing up to Cleveland this week with a I Like Dogs t-shirt, kind of, trolling the NFL after getting fined last week for his F'd out t-shirt. But hey, I'm saying F the refs this weekend and F all those flags. Here was George Kittle talking about those penalties and how the 49ers kept on shooting themselves in the foot.
Just sloppy. At the end of the day, it's not Niner football. We've been playing pretty clean as it is, and false start holding, hands to the face, whatever you want to call it is. We put I think too much pressure on guys having to make plays in bad situations, and we did make some of those plays late in the game, which was awesome to see. And our guys fought throughout the entire game, but when you have a ton of 3-and-outs and penalties, it's hard to win a football game.
Yeah, extremely hard, and that's why the 49ers lost yesterday. But it's also interesting seeing the Cleveland Browns being able to go and put up 300 total yards of offense. So that's my question this morning. Are you more disappointed by the lack of performance by the offense, of the missed field goals by Jake Moody, or are you surprised that this Cleveland Browns offense was able to put up 19 points and over 300 yards with a third-string quarterback, with a backup running back, and a couple of backup offensive linemen? We'll dive into that discussion on the other side and let you hear some sound from Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and what they thought of the 49ers' defensive performance, and also touch a little bit on the MLB and college football and even the fights this week. And there's a whole lot going on, so we'll jump into all that and more on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I wouldn't say shocked. We bombed out. We didn't get it at the end. Honestly, we probably didn't deserve to win that game, but it's a good learning experience. we played a really good defense. It was a dogfight, and obviously we didn't come out on the side that we wanted to. But I think this team can draw a lot from this game today, and like I said, we had a rough start of the offense, but when we needed the plays, we made them down at the end during the 2-minute drive, and we just came up a little bit short.
It was a dog fight out in Cleveland in front of the dog pound, and the Dogs came out on top as the Browns get the win 19-17. That, of course, was the voice of Trent Williams, and this is the voice of Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, breaking down a 49er loss, our first loss of the season. The regular season win streak ends. Brock Purdy's perfect record in the regular season ends. And Jake Moody's perfect field goal percentage also ends this weekend. And shout out to the 1972 Dolphins popping champagne after seeing both the 49ers and the Eagles lose this past weekend. Maybe the one silver lining for the 49ers is seeing the Eagles lose. They're still at the top of the NFC, tied with the Detroit Lions and the Eagles with a 5-1 record. And now next week they take on the Minnesota Vikings team that is struggling, got the win this weekend, but do not have Justin Jefferson. Of course, we'll break down that game all week, but we got to finish wrapping up our post-game recap of the 49ers loss against the Cleveland Browns. And I asked on the prior segment if you were more disappointed by the offense, more disappointed by Jake Moody, maybe Kyle Shanahan's play calling after that first drive, or if you're disappointed to see this 49ers defense allow 19 points to the Cleveland Browns. Now, you do got to put a little bit of a caveat because they only allowed one touchdown on a play that I thought was brilliantly designed by Kevin Stefanski. Did like a kind of fake quarterback sneak with the tight end, I think, came in motion. They flipped it out to Kareem Hunt. Good execution, got into the end zone. But outside of that, it was all field goal. They made 4 field goals. 49ers missed 2 of them, and they ended up losing by 2 points. But the fact that the 49ers were still in this game, I think, is in large part due to this defense. Whether it was Fred Warner getting an INT in back-to-back games, whether it was Randy Gregory making his debut and putting P.J. Walker on his back. He got a sack. Shout out Nick Bosa. He had a sack also. Probably should have also had a fumble recovery before the first half, but hey, that's neither here or there. Also got to give some love to Deommodore Lenoir. I think without his big play at the end, the 49ers do not have a chance to take the lead because the offense was so stagnant. But we can also talk about this defense allowing over 130 total yards rushing against a Cleveland Browns team that did not have Nick Chubb. Final numbers are 34 carries for 160 yards. Jerome Ford had 84, Kareem Hunt 47. Marquise Goodwin even ripped one off for 20 yards, almost took it to the house. But here's a Cleveland offense that I didn't think would be able to do anything against the 49ers. And P.J. Walker was moving the ball, whether it was taking shots down the field to Amari Cooper. Shout out to Charvarius Ward. You're going to see him next Sunday on the You Got Moss segment because Amari Cooper went up, climbed the ladder, and absolutely made a beautiful play on the ball down the sideline. Amari really was the catalyst for this Cleveland Browns offense. But I think it's a 49er defense that we saw struggle a little bit this week, especially without Dre Greenlaw. That was a huge impact on this run game, but still, I thought the 49ers defense should have performed better than they did. And that's why you're getting that message from the locker room from guys like Trent Williams, who you just heard, saying that the 49ers did not deserve to win yesterday. Nick Bosa said the same thing, and so did Fred Warner. So I wanted to play some sound from the 49ers captains, from the 2, maybe top 5 defensive players in the NFL, talking about their loss against the Cleveland Browns. First, here's Fred Warner, a.k.a. Frederico, taking the podium, talking about this game, talking about Jake Moody, and talking about the overall results of their first loss of the season.
The main thing is that, I think they earned it, and we did in this game. That's what it came down to. I would never put it on Moody at the end there to say, it's great that we had an opportunity to win that, in that fashion, but we didn't earn it. They earned it today. I said that win or loss, I felt like we needed this game. We knew what type of game it was going to be. In order for us to be the team that we want to be moving forward, we need to get battle tested. That's exactly what today was. We learned from it, watch the tape, look at it hard internally, and be better from it.
And it was a battle. And this 49ers offense was tested, going against that front 7, going against Denzel Ward and all the DBs, going against what was the number 1 defense in the league. And they showed it this weekend. But it was also a little bit of a test for that 49er defense, like I said, without Dre Greenlaw. So now they're going to have to get their head on straight. Hell, I thought maybe they played good enough to keep them in the game. I mean, anytime you let up less than 21 points in the NFL, especially when you have an offense putting up 30 points per game, you got a chance to win. But for the first time this season, the 49ers did not put up 30. And hell, for the first time this season, the 49ers are allowing more than 14 points. They're only allowing 13 points per game this season. I know the Rams put up more than that, actually. Close enough, whatever. Doesn't really matter. What does matter is Nick Bosa got a sack. Also should have got a fumble recovery, but he didn't. But he also had kind of the same message as Fred Warner, talking about how the Browns outplayed the 49ers yesterday and how this might be a wake-up call for the remainder of the season.
I think it's a learning experience for us. We had a good idea that it was going to be that type of game, just scrappy till the end. It's an unbelievable defense, and we needed to match their intensity, and we let up too much. So definitely a learning experience of how teams are going to attack us, especially teams who know our scheme because they run a similar scheme. But yeah, you just got to take it as a learning experience. I don't think we deserve to win today.
I don't think we deserve to win today. We've now heard that from Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, and I'm sure there's other people in the locker room that we don't have post-game sound that are saying the same thing. And maybe this will be a great learning experience for the 49ers. I mean, hell, I keep on referencing the 1972 Dolphins this morning. There's a reason why no one's gone undefeated since 1972. It's pretty damn hard in the NFL, especially after coming off a big win last week against the Dallas Cowboys Sunday Night Football. You travel out to the East Coast. You play at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Your body clock's off a little bit. And I don't want to sound like I'm listing off a bunch of excuses, but they all contribute to the 49ers not showing up. And the Browns coming off a bye week looking like the fresher team, looking like the better team yesterday overall. Again, not that hard to do when Brock Purdy has his worst performance. Jake Moody gets out-kicked by Dustin Hopkins. And really, it's this Cleveland Browns defense putting the clamps down on this 49ers offense. And Jim Schwartz, once again, coming out on top. I mean, how does this guy do it? Kyle Shanahan is one of the best offensive minds in the league. Jim Schwartz is now 8-1 against some head-to-head matchups, whether it's as an offensive coordinator versus defense coordinator, just DC versus head coach. Jim Schwartz has the number of Kyle Shanahan. Hell, thank God the Philadelphia Eagles don't have the number to Jim Schwartz anymore. Shout out to their defense losing against the Jets this weekend. But here's our final cut from Kyle Shanahan talking about the defense, the overall performance, and how the 49ers still had an opportunity to win this game despite nearly everything going wrong for 3 and 99% of the fourth quarter.
No, they're the reason we had a chance. I mean, getting that turnover at the end with Demo, helping us win the turnover battle. They're the reasons that we were in it at the end and had a chance to win. But I also still think that they can do better than that too, giving up over 300 yards to there and not finishing it there at the end. But they were the side of the ball that gave us a chance today.
Yeah, 49ers defense gave them a chance. They also, kind of biffed it at the end, whether it was because of the penalties to Sean Gibson, whether it was the fact that the Cleveland Browns ran for over 160 yards against a defense that was allowing over 63 yards per game prior to this game. Without Nick Chubb, I'll remind you, Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt getting the job done. Dominated time of possession, 33-26. Again, it's just a sloppy game for the 49ers, but now it's time to flush it and move on to the Minnesota Vikings. You're still in first place in the NFC. And with the Eagles losing this weekend, shout out to Detroit Lions covering for Paulie Mack. They got the win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Those three teams are 5-1. You got a matchup next week against the Vikings. The Seattle Seahawks lost this weekend to the Cincinnati Bengals, so you still have a little bit of a cushion in the NFC West. Rams took care of the Cardinals. But man, oh man, what a weekend it was in the NFL, whether it was Sunday Night Football last night and the Bills coming back against the New York Giants. What a sloppy game that was. Or whether it was the Miami Dolphins coming back down 14 points against the Carolina Panthers to cover that 13.5-point spread for Bobby Boucher's best bets. And even my guy Max Crosby, who I want to give a shout-out to this morning, as the Raiders took down the Patriots, even with Jimmy Garoppolo getting hurt at halftime. Brian Hoyer came in, got the Raiders to 19 points, and for the first time this season, he clipped that 20-point mark. Max Crosby gets the safety to end the game, cover the spread, and also gets the under to hit. We cashed out on 2 of our 3 Bobby Boucher's best bets this weekend. The only bet we didn't hit on was, of course, the San Francisco 49ers. So the spread controversy doesn't even matter. But I will give an extra shout-out to Bruce Bochy and the Rangers last night, who I bet on to beat the Astros in Game 1. Jordan Montgomery out-pitching Justin Verlander Verlander only allowed 2 runs, but man, oh man, this Bruce Bochy Rangers team is fun to watch. NLCS action starting off today between the Braves and the Diamondbacks. The Phillies and the Diamondbacks. After Philly was out here saying F the Bravos last week. Can't wait to see what that environment looks like in Philadelphia today. Baseball is back in our life. The Warriors were back in our life this weekend with some preseason performances of guys like Jonathan Kuminga. We'll start talking some dubs soon as we get closer and closer to the NBA season. Shout out to college football weekend. Whether it was Stanford with the 29-0 comeback against Colorado. Prime time. Stanford made it personal with one of the biggest comebacks in Pac-12 history. And shout out to some Pac-12 football between Washington and Oregon this weekend. What a scene that was up in Washington. Oregon misses the game-winning field goal, kind of like Jake Moody did. Washington storms the field. That was awesome to see. And now we're talking about Michael Penix being the Heisman winner, especially after Caleb Williams struggled this weekend against Notre Dame. USC loses. Their undefeated record is gone, and so is the San Francisco 49ers. Something that we'll talk about on the other side with Murph and Mac. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Fun show today on the leadoff spot, talking a lot of 49er football. Not fun watching the Niners lose yesterday, and Jake Moody missed a potential game-winning kick, but overall a sloppy game in Cleveland. Something I referred to as the Twilight Zone yesterday, whether we're talking about the pregame scuffle, Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk with the DBs from the Cleveland Browns, Trent Williams coming in as a bodyguard to clear it all up, and then Trent Williams, Deebo, and Christian McCaffrey going down with injuries. We'll get a big injury update today from Kyle Shanahan, but maybe Kyle Shanahan's got some explaining to do about maybe that final drive of the game, Murph. Man, oh man, you had everything. You had penalties, you had turnovers, you had a little bit of poor clock management from Kyle Shanahan. Overall, just a bad day in Cleveland. Multiple mistakes by the Lake, multiple mistakes by the 49ers, and they end up losing their first game of the year. Murph, I know this is a little bit of an oxymoron today, but good morning. How we doing?
Mistakes by the lakes.
Multiple, 25 of them.
They need to build more lakes so we can't just say mistake by the lake. We have to say mistakes by the lakes.
Dude, 12 penalties for the Niners, 13 for the Browns.
Heard a guy
mistakes everywhere.
Heard a guy calling into a national show on the way and said, "You guys see George Kittle lift up his jersey and revealed his shirt and said, 'We just lost to the Browns.'" Yeah. That's what it said.
That made me laugh. I knew that.
I gave the guy credit. Some guy named John from Ohio called into the national show.
Really?
You guys see George Kittle lifting up his jersey?
Well, I think that's one of the
jerseys that really monkey blanked that one.
And that's one of the storylines this morning, too, is George Kittle walked into Cleveland Browns Stadium with a T-shirt that said, "I like dogs," which, of course, is trolling the NFL a little bit. But, is that, George Kittle and the 49ers still having too much focus on last week against the Dallas Cowboys? Shout out to our guy, Paul Tonelli, down the hallway. He's been calling it a trap game all week.
He called it a loss last Monday. He was matter of fact about it. He goes, "No, Niners lose in Cleveland. They're going to lose that one." I go, what?
I saw him in the hallway. I was like, "You hear
a week ago?"
I was like, "You hear Deshaun Watson's eyes?" Like, "Yeah, no big deal. All right, I got the bet in."
He goes, "No, it's an L." I go, "Oh."
Well, George Kittle had one catch for 1 yard, so there was that too.
Well, it's one of those days. Yeah.
Oh man. Hey, listen. All right. Are we going to?
Tell him how it is.
Spend the next 4 hours. We're going to bury the franchise. It's over.
Come on.
The season's over.
How about 3 hours later getting the news that the Jets beat the Eagles?
Dude.
How about that?
What a great ball game. Shout out to Bob Sala. What a great win for Bob. And Blake Sirianni, dude, I'm tired of his whole act, the marching around, the high five. Cut the crap. You're not a player.
Who has a bigger, I suppose other teams feel that way about Kyle and his scruff and his frown and all that. But how about the Jim Schwartz smirk at the end of the game?
Well, listen, Schwartz.
That smirk is legit now.
Schwartzy's got some scoreboard now. Schwartzy's going broke.
And that smirk is really high level. It's like, I can't even approximate it.
You know what else, too, Murph?
It's like this, I
told you.
Got him again.
Got him again for the ass kicking. And it's it just goes to reinforce that old cliche that is very true in the NFL. A great defense 9 out of 10 times will shut down a great offense. And we saw that yesterday. The Cleveland D was really good. Yeah, they deserve a lot of credit.
Really
good.
They
really do.
I'm reassessing my AFC power rankings. Can those guys make a move?
Well, that's the thing. Before the season started, I was like, "Oh, this is a potential playoff team." But with all those injuries, they're down to PJ Walker, they're down to Chubb. They're missing Joe Batonio this weekend, and one of their best offensive linemen.
It shows you how good that D is.
They ran for 160, Waterboy.
Yeah, no
your Niners couldn't find any daylight in the ground game. They had nowhere to go.
No, the O-line got destroyed in this game in general. And by the way, Jerome Ford, 17 carries, 84 yards.
Dude, Kareem Hunt's out here scoring touchdowns on fake quarterback sneak pitches.
Kareem Hunt, 47 yards. So, those two guys rushed for 130.
They had 160 total on the day, Murph. That's bad football from the 49ers. Bad officiating and everything.
After all that,
they had the chance.
There it was.
Yeah. No,
Jake Moody missed it.
I know.
Sitting right there.
Sitting right there.
What's Rob Gold saying? What's Bob Gold saying?
He's going to make that with my eyes closed. That's what he's saying while he's eating his popcorn.
He's like, literally, I would shut my eyes just to make
while he's stuffing his face on his couch.
I'm guessing Robbie Gold was on his couch with that same smirk that Jim Schwartz had.
Yes. He had a lot of smirking.
A lot of smirking. That's as simple as that. No one's smirking this morning except for my guy, Paulie Mack, who went 2-0 on the Friday football forecast from the cloud. Shout out to my guy, Max Crosby, getting the safety at the end of the game to cover the spread for the Raiders taking down the Patriots. We'll talk plenty of 49er football and NFL action today, and also give some love to Bruce Bochy and the Rangers before the NLCS starts off today. A big day on the Murph and Mac Show. We'll break it all down for you because you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Ball, bro. Me and you. Let's go, Paul, man. That's 2 in a row, man. Who's next?
Oh, the 49ers just lost to the Browns. Did that happen? It happened. Cleveland, no call to Roger Goodell, no call to the overpaid mannequin.
Not today.
Just smirks from Schwartz and misses from Moody and some brutal clock management from Kyle Shanahan.
Boy, well, see.
What is he doing?
Well, you tell me, buddy. I was going to ask you the same question.
3 minutes and 20 seconds ago, you're up 17-16. You're running the ball. No, you're not. Kyle passed it 3 straight times, gave the ball right back to Cleveland. That was a brutal stretch in the game.
I mean,
right there,
how much clock was burned off in that sequence? Like 20 seconds?
Yeah,
like it was crazy.
Plus, it threw in an intentional grounding too. And Kyle will do this.
Well, see,
shout out the Falcons Patriots Super Bowl, right?
It really is at odds with like everything else he does too, because you hear that other stat where the Niners have scored on their 6 opening drives of the season 5 touchdowns and a field goal. So they're masterful on their first drive when everything is scripted. But you're right. In the heat of the battle, late in the game, in fourth quarters, when things get crazy, like a lot of times on Mondays, you and I are looking at each other going, what was that about? Like,
very much
crisis
so.
management, it's a thing. It's a thing.
This team going into January, which you think they will. I mean, even with the loss like
they're going to January.
Well, 925 sent it in. The internet does have the meme. He's hiked up his jersey and it says, "We just lost to the Browns," and there's Kittle with a T-shirt. Pretty good, 925.
That's not bad at all.
There. So,
somebody had to do it.
So man, no good, no bueno, and yet they had a chance to win the damn thing on the Jake Moody kick. And what were you thinking going into that kick?
I thought he was going to hit the kick. I go, good. He's going to make up for the one he missed earlier. We'll go, not pretty. We'll take the W. We'll go back to the Bay when it was not to be. Now, Murph, what if I offered this to you as kind of like a peace pipe moment where I'll go like, all right, look, Niners not their best game. A lot of things, and we'll talk about it for the rest of the day today, all week long, in fact. Meanwhile, there's Brian Murphy's Eagles dropping a 1 to Bob Saleh's Jets. So my point is, when the smoke clears, you got 2 5-1 teams. Really, nothing significant lost outside of the L itself.
Did you say 2 5-1 teams, Polymac?
Well, make that 3. I forgot about your Lions.
Forgetting about
Polymac
Lions?
My Lions. Yes. I know, dude. My baby blue Lions. They're out here winning.
Honolulu Blue, baby. Don't forget it.
See, Brian Murphy, though, calling NFC title games, you also had a little Lions thing.
I did.
You go, watch out.
I hope it's not Lions-Eagles.
Well, they can put points on aboard this Eagles team. Or this Lions team, rather.
What did they do yesterday? 20-6 over Tampa Bay?
Nice little win on the road. Go down to Florida.
Their only loss was an overtime loss to Seattle.
The Lions don't care what you're saying.
Baby.
They don't care.
And the Eagles, by the way, are about to go into that gauntlet. They start with the Dolphins, and it gets brutal for the Eagles.
The Lions don't care what kind of T-shirt Kittle's wearing. They don't.
Seriously. Yeah. We may have to go back to 1983 when the Niners played the Lions in the playoffs and would have lost, but speaking of missed field goals.
Once again.
Eddie Murray of the Detroit Lions missed a makeable field goal that allowed the Niners to go to Washington, D.C., where they then lost.
Probably guess
penalty-laden game, which we need to get into also on the penalties yesterday.
I'm also going to guess, Murph, probably the only kicker in football history who also has the same name as a baseball Hall of Famer. Shout out Eddie Murray.
Absolutely.
Eddie Murray.
Totally bizarre.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is there a Dave Parker? Is there a Willie Stargell kicking field goals?
Very strange. Shout out NFL kickers who have the same name as African-American baseball stars of the 70s and 80s.
Jacksonville Jaguar field goal unit comes on, led by Pete Rose. You know what I mean? Like,
it was crazy, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, Moody misses the kick. Shanahan blows the clock. Purdy, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Absolutely overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Right? He was overwhelmed. Listen, he came under duress against the New York Giants. We thought he looked a little rattled there, but he steadied the boat, did his thing.
Mm-hmm.
He never got comfortable.
No.
He was under heavy duress all day yesterday. And that led to some he flat out, there were times when he did have looks, and he was missing guys.
He missed a lot of guys yesterday. He threw some bad balls yesterday. Let's be honest. He missed I can think of a bunch off the top of my head. He missed Ayuk a couple of times. He just didn't. He was not accurate yesterday. He was overthrowing fools.
And his whole thing is his accuracy.
Yeah.
Like that's the calling card of Brock Purdy.
Deliver the mail, boys.
Exactly. That was our whole big thing. He will hit the pinpoint.
Deliver the mail.
He will pinpoint. And for whatever reason, was it Myles Garrett coming at him? Was that what it was? Was it?
They do deserve a lot of credit. I want to make sure.
Jim Schwartz's smirk that was
it has something to do with it. That's in the recipe.
But he definitely this will be a good test for this kid. You know, he's been riding high. By the way, debuted as Alaska. Did I see him in an Alaska Airlines ad in the middle of that? In the first, you guys see that?
I can't confirm that.
Red Zone or
I can't confirm.
No, he did a. He has a brand new ad.
Is he flying away now? Yeah.
And it looked to me like it was, hey, texters, help me out. It looked to me like it was filmed at Spartan Stadium.
Nice.
I'm going to go ahead and say that was San Jose State Spartan Stadium.
Fly the Purdy skies.
But they put all sorts of Alaska Airlines graphics all over everything.
I just flew Alaska yesterday, and check this out. When I got off the plane, I go to the garage at SFO.
Brock Purdy greet you?
Oh, interesting little moment, though. The doors of the elevator open to go to the parking garage. First thing I see is just one guy in the elevator, one dude, Eagle ski hat on. And I go, okay, buddy, I'll see you in December.
Yeah.
And he kind of laughed.
You
and he
said
goes,
that too?
I did. I go, see you in December. Because I had my Niner jacket
Niner
on.
gear?
Yeah. And he looked at me and he goes, okay, we'll see you at my place. I go, you got it. And then he left the elevator and I got on. That was my brush with Eagles fan
Alaska
base.
Airlines was humming yesterday.
No, it was. That's
we
my
had
point.
showdowns. We had Brock Purdy.
I had Brock. I had Eagles
But already,
fans.
here's the immediate take right now. Brock's spreading himself too thin. Doing ads for Alaska Airlines, going and having a bad game.
If he's spreading himself too thin, what's Travis Kelce doing? SNL, he's at Jets games. Bro, he's wearing green jackets. What?
I did go SNL Saturday
I saw the
night,
whole thing. I watched it
and
too.
there she was again.
No, you can't stop her.
There she was.
She might be on the show today, as a matter of fact.
She might show up on our show
Yeah, a lot of
today.
people don't know that. She's filling in for Overnight Dave.
But this will be an interesting time for Brock to deal with. Because, man, you've been told for 10 weeks that you are the second coming and you have not lost
Murph,
a game.
But,
and
you know,
everything.
you and I have sat here multiple times going, guys, get ready. He is going to have a bad game. He is going to throw picks. I mean, Joe Montana threw a lot of picks. He took a lot of chances, and that's part of being a quarterback in the NFL. So you got to understand, you got to remember the sky is not falling. This is not nuclear devastation. This is a loss.
But
this is all part of a season in the league.
Right. Point being is, how will he handle it?
Yeah.
Like, will he handle it the way you're saying he will handle it? That's the question. I'm already looking forward to his next outing.
Me too. I am too.
First of all, he won't be facing the Browns defense.
Wow.
That's why I'm looking forward to his next outing.
Respect
They are
to that
legit.
unit. Yeah, they are.
They are.
Yes,
That was not a Fugazi D he was going against.
It's the first time all year that we saw an opposing defense clog up all the running lanes. I mean, after that first drive, there was really nowhere to go on the ground. And that's, again, a credit to their defense.
And what are you going to do about the fact that McCaffrey and Debo are out of the freaking game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, now you got... So then...
They throw a hobbled Trent Williams in the mix, too.
What a stud that guy is, going back out there and playing, too. And playing well down the stretch. But, man, you know, the criticism is he's a product of a system and great weapons, which is, you know, we've addressed it all last week. It's it's absurd.
I know,
Everybody's a product of a system and great weapons, right? Every single person.
I'm a product of Mike Holler's system.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Waterboy's a product of Overnight Dave's system.
That's what Tim Ryan said to me. Paulie Mack, deliver the riffs. Deliver the riffs. I go, okay.
So, you know, the if you want to rip Purdy, you would say, well, look what he does without Debo and McCaffrey. Okay, fine. Let's just, let's go see what happens next week.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, if McCaffrey's out, now this was the haunt on McCaffrey when they traded for him. They said, oh, he's injury prone.
Well,
and then he was on a roll with us, and now rib, oblique. I don't know what it is, but dude, oblique is never something that goes away fast.
No, it's not good at all. And, the other thing, there was an interesting little, kind of thread running through last week, which was that our team's targeting Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
We saw the Cowboys ganging up on him. He's gotten face masked 4 times so far this year. That's a lot of face masks on one running back.
Yes, yeah.
So he's taking a beating, Murph. I mean, and you actually, the funny thing, it's not funny at all, but the ironic thing, rather, is that after opening day, you were like, I think they left McCaffrey on the field too long. Like, it was a concern, right away.
Yeah.
And now he's got something, he's dragging an injury.
Realistically, you have to start thinking about going into Minnesota without him.
Well, you got Jordan and Mitchell now,
Yeah, Mitchell needs to...
Jordan Mason...
Mitchell, I need a little more I would Elijah for you, buddy.
Yeah. Right now, Jordan Mason looks like he's going to get some carries, too.
Who knows what's up with Debo's shoulder, but all of a sudden, the trade deadline's coming up. Now maybe you have to go get an offensive piece. I don't know.
That's interesting.
I mean, I'm not panicking here at all. I'm just saying, injuries are real. And behind McCaffrey, are you comfortable with Mason and Mitchell?
Well, if Debo can't go and the Niners need to add an offensive piece like an explosive playmaker, is Jonathan Kuminga available? And I'm only kind of half kidding.
No joke.
Let him run a few routes.
The final debate on the last
out here
Hum Baby
finally
was
going-
Kuminga or Stanford football, and I had to go Kuminga.
Bro, that
Here I am
Stanford
revealing
game's
the Hum
crazy,
Baby.
too.
Yeah, I know, right? Late into the
Crazy.
night. 925 points out. What about Ayuk hitting or Purdy hitting Ayuk on the deep ball that Ayuk missed in the first half?
That's another one.
Another
it was
one,
just not a. It was not a cohesive game. Yeah.
As Blink 182 once saying, all the small things. And what did you think when he finally threw his first pick? It was kind of like, I was almost like relieved. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly. It was a long time coming.
Just take the pick, and now
there
we
it
can
is.
move on with this
Yeah.
stretch. You could see it coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was bad.
He was
That
getting
not a good
closer
throw.
and
Yeah.
closer and
Yeah.
closer. And so anyway, Niners lose. I'll give you one positive. Randy Gregory. Dude, play.
Wow, come on down, Randy. What you wearing, number 5 out here again? What the hell? Bro, I can't get over these linemen wearing like single-digit numbers. I got Josh Jacobs wearing 8 in a Raider game. I don't know what's going on anymore. But you're right. He had a nice ball game yesterday. It was a nice ad right there.
Famous pass rushers who wear number 5, 808 KNBR. Give us a call.
I can't.
I think the list is
short
one.
list.
Randy
Yeah,
Gregory.
pretty short.
There it is there. So anyway, but relief came when the Eagles lost later in the day.
Boy.
And then relief
Speaking of
really
picks,
came
Jalen
later.
Hurts,
Yeah, I
dude.
know, right?
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
I texted Schmitty about it. I wrote, any given Sunday, ? And he wrote back, that was effing horrible, man. So he's like, Eagles fans are pissed.
Well, again, like the Browns, you got to give this Jets team a ton of credit for their defensive performance. They were great.
Those are two really good defenses, Jets and the Browns there, too. So, and then finally, I say relief came when the Eagles lost, and then relief came even a little bit later than that when your boys said, well, let's go take game 1.
Well, Murph, I'm halfway. I might as well win a few more games. I'm already here.
And I can see somebody saying, hey, Boats, you guys are 6-0 in the postseason. Are we?
Yeah.
Jeez, I didn't realize that. I was thinking about game 2. You know?
Well, Verlander's tough now. He's tough.
Evan Carter, 21-year-old rookie. He's got a Bumgarner figure. Guy got called up on September 8th. He's out here starting in October and doing everything, making catches, hitting doubles.
Guy's just performing for old Boats, too. Montgomery out there with his little belly and his beard.
Who's starting to lift? Well, I'm going to start the kid, Carter.
Totally.
So anyway, that was really fun, man. And hey, some names cropped up on the Giants manager search, including Alyssa Nacken. You know what? Give me Alyssa Nacken. You know what I mean? I don't know if she's ready to be a big league manager. I don't know if that's in her game plan or her deal. And she is having a baby in February, which complicates matters. But that one surprised me. You saw Mark Hallberg, guys. I'm just warning you guys. He's pretty dry, pretty vanilla dude, but he's Buster's best pal.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That could play.
Well, so far it's been all in-house. I really haven't talked to anybody outside of the organization.
So, although Susan Slusser reports Stephen Vogt comes in this week.
Good.
With his NBA ref.
Let's talk to Vogt a little.
Does he come into the interview room doing the charges? Doing the charges?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good to have you back, buddy. Hope your trip was good.
Oh, fun time. Yeah, very fun. Yes.
All right, good. And in the meantime, we got Marcus behind the glass.
Look at him.
We got Tripoli busting A back there, over there in the cubicle.
Oh, yeah.
And we got the guest list coming your way. And then we talked to all y'all about the 49ers. How do you feel about the tragic loss? The mistakes by the lakes. I'm adding multiple lakes. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Yesterday's 49ers and Browns game started with a pregame scuffle between Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, and the Cleveland Browns defense. So to see the pregame footage of the back-and-forth interaction, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold, Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
I didn't get a chance to talk to anyone individually, just the whole team, but I mean, it's always tough to miss that last kick, but that happens in football. You know, they played better than us today, and you know, that was the last play, but there was a lot more today than just that.
That is a high-level
Marcus.
rejoin. Marcus, the song started,
You
and
made me
Paulie
laugh.
kind of put his eyes up and said, wait, what?
I go, hold on. Because you know,
Marcus
Murph,
goes,
you know me.
Yeah, Marcus says, well, this is not Paulie's favorite Aerosmith song.
Which is like the Secret Garden of Aerosmith's catalog.
Which, by the way, I ride with Secret Garden.
I hate both of them. I hate that one. I hate this one. Terrible.
Well, I've fallen for the love story of Cruz and Zellweger. Classic. I don't want to miss a thing. Jake Moody.
Strong, Marcus.
Missed one big thing right there.
I dig Marcus's vibe. He's always putting together these art projects. These rejoins are like art statements. I love it.
Very funny. You could have gone, for Paulie and mine's generation, you could have gone John Waite's Missing You.
How about the Rolling Stones Miss You?
Yeah,
no, I miss you.
Yeah. So we got Waite, we got Stones, we got Aerosmith, and Moody. Mount Missmore.
Yeah. How about Missing Persons? Shout out Terry Bozzio while we're at it.
Marcus, he missed the kick.
Yeah,
He missed the kick.
and
Missed two kicks
here's the
yesterday.
thing, boys. You guys are giving me some great Miss theme rejoins. It might be a Jake Miss Moody Monday.
A Jake Miss Moody Monday.
Yeah, that's a lot of alliteration. I was confused myself there.
And
how
like when you
ironic.
said bye-bye Baltimore, Bochy got out brooms. Remember that the other day? You
Bochy
said,
breaks out the brooms to sweep the Baltimore Orioles.
You said bye-bye Baltimore.
And
Bye-bye,
then,
baby.
then there's the cruel irony of Brian Murphy's first ever Grateful Dead tribute band we saw together in St. Louis. The name of the band? Jake's Leg.
You're a real deadhead.
Think about that. Jake's Leg. Well, Jake's Leg did not come through yesterday.
Hey, my theory that kickers write history, man. I said to
They do indeed.
My
Yes,
kid's
they
so
do.
upset, and I said, hey, if Adam Vinatieri did what Jake Moody did, there'd be no Tom Brady. I mean, he won all his Super Bowl. He won his first two Super Bowls on Vinatieri kicks.
Yeah, and those New York Giant teams that I hate their guts so much now and
Matt
forever.
Barr.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Scott
Did he have like
Norwood.
an H in his last name too? Like B-A-H-R? Just pissed me off even more.
What if Norwood just slipped that thing in? What if that thing just slipped inside the upright?
I wish
You
he
know
would
what
have
I mean?
slipped it in. Slip
I
it on
agree.
in. Shout out Black Flag.
I agree. So, I mean, kickers write blanking history. And Moody makes it yesterday. We're like, wow, what a gutty win. Purdy threw the passes he had to throw down the stretch, which he kind of did, by the way, although saved by a flag on 3rd and 10 on that first one, which I think actually was a legit
Wait,
flag.
hold on. What was the 3rd and 10?
So first, when the Niners
the
got the ball
Ayuk
down,
play?
no. Remember, the Niners get the ball down 19-17 with a minute 25 to go, and it's like, weren't you kind of excited?
Yes.
That this
Yeah,
is
we had
Purdy's
time.
chance?
Absolutely.
He went incomplete. They were going to be done, but on the 3rd and 10, it was Jawan Jennings had been
That's
held.
what it was. That's right.
That was actually a legit hold because it looked like the pass would have been right where Jennings.
he
looked
got
like the
held.
hold
He-
literally stopped him from getting to his stop,
Yeah.
as opposed to the Mooney Ward hold, which was more of a hand running down the back. But that was on first down, the Gibson penalty, all that stuff. But anyway, back to Purdy. He threw after that flag. He finds Ayuk in space for the plus 25, and then he finds Ayuk for plus 8. And then the one I really liked was Jennings for plus 9 on the sideline. That was actually I thought maybe his best throw of the day.
Yeah.
That one, because that got him down to the 21-yard line, or 22. Should they have run one more play
Well, here we go.
just to get that much closer?
Maybe.
Then you risk the fumble.
You do. You risk a turnover. That's a real
you
risk.
fumble, and now you get destroyed. by everybody.
Destroy. Why are you running a play right there?
And
Yeah.
the reason why they spent a 3rd-round draft pick on Jake Moody was because of his big legs. So from 40 yards, that's in his distance, but that's what happens when you sacrifice the accuracy of a Robbie Gould for the power of a Jake Moody.
He's been great. Jake Moody's been really great, but he's young. He's a kid, and this is going to happen. He is going to miss some kicks. I'd rather they come now as instead of January.
But the problem is how does this one sit in his noggin?
Well,
You know
we're
what
going
I
to
mean?
find out. Great
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
We don't know yet. That's a good point.
I mean, that's in Mike Silver's column this morning in the Chronicle. He goes back to the time that I was there in Indianapolis, 1995. Doug Bryan missed one of these, and the team lost faith in him, and they cut his A the next day.
Oh, yeah, they could do that.
See the quote from Harris Barton?
No.
Silver drug up this quote. It happened in 95.
Oh, no.
So Doug Bryan was also drafted in the 3rd or 4th round by the Niners in 94 out of De La Salle and Cal, and he skated through the first year they won the Super Bowl. Poor Doug. He's driving to work right now going, Murph, why are you bringing
Sorry, DB. We're just
I know,
talking.
He's
We're just
a really
talking.
nice guy,
I know.
too.
But this is Niner history.
He was incredibly cool with the media and everything. But
you missed a few.
Then in 95, he started missing a couple.
Yeah.
And then he missed one to win a game in Indy, Marcus. 18-17 game, hard-fought game, a lot like yesterday, on the road, weird, but they got a chance to sneak out of there with a win, and he missed like a 43, 44-yarder. Dude,
tough kick.
Harris Barton told Silver after the game, he goes, you got 100 guys out there running into each other, killing each other to win the game. And then some guy who wears Birkenstocks goes out there and misses it.
No, it's a tough gig, dude. Beat a kicker.
And then some guy who wears Birkenstocks goes out there.
Sounds like he's talking about me. Yeah, you think I'm not kicking.
Do you got Birkenstocks, Paulie, man?
No, but I'm kind of a hippie. Yeah.
Hey, Murph, I think that's a big question because we always talk about the mentality of kickers, how you got to be locked in, you got to block out all the noise and stuff. And here we were watching Jake Moody get iced again yesterday. That was a big storyline preseason when the Raiders iced him in the preseason. And he was out there thinking about the kick and missing him.
Marcus, right now, I'm just telling you, Robbie Gold is on his couch stuffing his face. He's like, you guys have my number.
Well, that's on Lynch and Shanahan. As Silver wrote, this one's on Lynch and Shanahan for saying we don't need Gold. We want to go with Moody.
Yeah, it's a price tag, I think.
So, and by the way, according to Triple E, Gold missed a game winner against the Raiders last season. Bro, I saw that stat. You know what else he did? He made 68 out of 68 freaking kicks in his postseason career. Take that miss against the Raiders and flush it down the freaking toilet.
You know what I really
like?
like?
Went 68 for 68 in his postseason career. You're going to bring that up? They won the game. Besides, it was an overtime game. It wasn't to lose the game, dude. The game was for overtime. That's ridiculous to bring up Robbie Gold slander.
You just chased Triple E right out of the room.
Don't bring up Robbie Gold slander right now.
Yeah, no slander.
The guy's 68 for 68 in his career in the postseason.
You're better than that, Triple E.
He's 68 for 68.
Yeah.
And that was a freaking tie game that they wound up winning. So?
Yeah, and, this is all setting up like the Paul Simon moment.
You missed with that take is what you missed. He just wrote, everybody misses sometimes. You missed with that take.
This is basically setting up his Paul Simon moment.
Coming in with the anti-Robbie Gold take. That's a strong take. Right?
He is getting set up where he can just look over and go, oh, Kyle, John, you've come crawling back. He's going to have one of those, yeah.
I don't know if he would. Would he come back?
I don't know. If the price was right.
Are you kidding me? Robbie Gold never missed a postseason
No, he was
kick,
money, dude.
One,
he was a gangster. I know.
But apparently,
remember what he did in Green Bay in the snow and stuff? Boom, what do you guys need? Here's one for you, yeah.
According to Silver's column, that there was some contentiousness with Lynch and Shanahan and Gold. Because he was always barking about his contract.
He really was. Remember the one year he held out, this guy. It's like, hey, you're a kicker,
And I think they were like, we've had enough of you.
Yeah, I get that.
And he wanted too much money for their quote-unquote cap space. And there he is eating his bonbon saying, how do you like me now?
This is what we always say about Triple E, too, but he doesn't demand a high salary. But we're always like, dude, we're getting sick of you. But he doesn't ask for the big bucks, so we keep him. I'm kidding. I love you,
Well, he's
Trips.
coming in with anti-Robbie Gold takes.
I know. See, I got to push back. I know.
How about that? He's like the guys out of the anti-Bruce Bochy takes about him going to the ALCS. But what has Bochy done? He took over an all-star team.
What's he done?
That's what Triple E
I'll tell you what
sounds
he's done. Here's what he hasn't done. He hasn't lost a game yet in the postseason. That's what he hasn't
I actually
done.
had seen what Triple E sent. I saw that on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, that's the all-time bro. Bro, really? Really? You're honestly coming to me with that right now. Don't... SE takes not allowed, buddy. All right, dude? So, all right, man. Here he's coming with more. He's
got more now. Look at this
He ran
kid.
into, Robbie Gold also hit the game winner in that game, too. He's undermining his own argument.
Great take, Trips. Great take.
He just ran in to undermine his own argument. Oh, man, that's funny. All right. Well, listen, everybody's on edge because the Niners lost. But I'm telling you guys, I'm not joking. The Eagles loss changes my outlook on the Niners loss.
It's huge, dude. It's huge.
Because we're all about getting that one seed, right?
And now we're just trying to keep up with the Lions for home field.
Dude,
and I'm only kind of half kidding at this point, Marcus.
Marcus, look at this. Paulie Mack. Here's where the Eagles go in the next 8 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Miami, Sunday night. Well, they're in Philly, okay?
It's a tough game. Either
Then
way.
At Washington, whatever. Then Dallas comes to Philly, although I don't know how good
That's
Dallas
a win
is.
for Philly is what that is.
At Kansas City.
They might win that one. They might beat the Chiefs.
Buffalo comes to Philly.
I don't know about Buffalo. I can't make that. I don't know.
49ers come to Philly. Then they go to at Dallas, at Seattle.
Yeah, nice little stretch of ball games for the Eagles. We'll see what they're made of.
They could lose
easily 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah.
Probably a couple, realistically.
Yeah, like even those Washington games thrown
I
in
know.
there.
Don't sleep on
their
do
first
not
matchup.
sleep on the Commanders. They frustrate teams. They're kind of mucky, but they muck games
they
up.
got a good front seven.
Yes.
And of course, Philly wants to run the ball, so they can create problems too.
I agree.
By the way, guys, do I have to start looking at the Lions' upcoming schedule? Is that
A
what I
little
have to
bit.
start
Yeah, you
doing?
do. You do.
Is today the day we're officially welcoming the Lions to the conversation?
By the way, their division, too. They're going to just mop the floor with those teams.
Here's where they're going.
The Vikings, the Bears, come on.
They're going to Baltimore,
Tough game.
That's a tough game.
Tough game.
Ready for this, dude? They got to take out. They're going to welcome, if he's healthy, James Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer at Detroit. That's a win for the Lions, right?
That's a big if, Murph.
Then they go to L.A. to the Chargers. Then they host the Bears. They host the Packers.
Win-win.
They go to the Saints.
That's probably a win.
They go to the Bears.
That's another win.
They host the Broncos.
That's a win.
They go to the Vikings.
That's a win.
They go to the Cowboys.
Probably another win.
And then they host the Vikings.
The Lions are going to win a lot of games. They're going to win 12 games.
We got problems.
Yeah.
We got real problems.
Yeah, well, that's
here.
why the Niners need to keep pace.
How do you
with
feel
Murph's
about
Lions.
the road going through Detroit?
Hey, at least there's no cold weather conditions.
How you feeling about the road to the Super Bowl goes through
I
Ford
know.
Field?
Yeah,
well, at
I'm
least
getting
it won't-
16 flashbacks
Yeah,
now.
Paulie Mack, at least it won't rain in Detroit. They got a
No,
dome.
it will
yeah.
not.
Luckily for the Niners.
How about that, man? You don't want to go through Motor City. All right, let's get the guest list on a Monday, October 16, 2023. How about 1 week from tomorrow is Warriors basketball?
Will Kuminga be in the starting five? That's my question.
Whatever he's going to do.
I just want him flying to the rim like that more.
A high-flying machine, too. Yeah. All right, Marcus, what do you got, buddy?
Well, we got a lot going on this morning because, as you mentioned, we're approaching the sports equinox where we're going to get football, baseball, and basketball. So maybe all three of those sports will pop up today in our hums and bums, Paulie Mack.
Can I throw hockey in the mix, too? Can we go four?
We're going big
Let's
four,
expand
Paulie
it.
Mack?
Yeah, include the Sharks.
Why
We just
not?
had Dan Quinn on.
Come on, in San Jose Sharks. You got everything going on in the sports equinox. So we'll see what your hums and bums are, your total weekend recall from this
I
weekend.
want to make sure we got it right. David Quinn. I've said David Quinn, the man who said, quote, yeah, I heard it all. We suck.
Yeah, we suck. We suck.
They took Colorado to OT?
Yeah, stay tuned. We'll see if the Sharks are hums or bum babies this week at 6:50 a.m. Plenty of 49er football and plenty of NFL storylines to get into. And then 7:35 today, it's our Power Hour with Tim Ryan kicking us off. Full hour, actually half an hour of Tim Ryan, but that starts off at 7:35 today.
That'll be good.
I saw the tarmac with, you see the Holler does his tarmac with Timmy.
How was it?
It was in the wind and the rain.
Yeah, it's
So it was
windy,
like,
bro.
It was like, he's like, yeah, the Browns want some physicality. It was pretty funny, man.
All right, we'll talk to Timmy at 7:35. Hop into our big hit, talking more 49er fallout from their first loss of the season, our cooler of content, and then wrap it up today at 9:35 with Mike Sando from The Athletic, giving a national perspective on the 49ers and the Eagles losing their first game also.
The speaking of Friday late guests, I was telling Paulie about our Friday late guest. I mean, speaking of show late guests, I was telling Paulie about our Friday late guest, Dante Whitner on meditation.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Dante Whitner on meditation.
Oh, dude. Unbelievable, Paulie Mack. And luckily for
Does
you...
he light incense? Like, I want to hear everything.
It's going to be on the Murph and Mack ballot, so stay tuned. You'll probably hear it in about 2 months.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Okay, we got to do the calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and we read your texts at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Power rank your reasons for yesterday. Was it 1, Brock Purdy coming back to earth? 2, Jake Moody missing a kick that would have won the game? Or 3, Kyle Shanahan making some bad decisions along the way? Or 4, injuries, 5, referees? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Trent's got him one-on-one. Zadarius Smith lines up inside. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40. He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. His first pick since New Year's Day in Vegas.
Man, like, it's the NFL. You get opportunities. You gotta take advantage of them. And so there was definitely some throws and opportunities that I feel like that were there for me, and I missed on them. And that, made us be behind the sticks, and then you have to get a third down, which is tough on the road here, man. And that's something I got to learn from, man. So definitely gonna be real about it, and we all gotta look ourselves in the mirror and see the flaws and stuff, and get better from it. But it starts with me. So.
That's Brock Purdy, man, talking about easily the worst game of his NFL career. And if you are a Brock Purdy skeptic, doubter, cynic, hater, whatever you want to call it, you got fuel, baby. You got fuel. That he looked overmatched. He looked bad. He was missing guys. There's no question. It was an absolute stinker. Now the question is, how do you respond?
That's what I'm eager to see. I'm eager to see how we respond to this.
And was there something that was shown on film that defenses can use to continue to intimidate him? Or was it just that Browns defense is really, really good, is going to do that to a lot of quarterbacks this year?
Schwartz will game plan, dude. He will game plan against Kyle, and he will frustrate the day. Like the only guy that can slow down Kyle's offense. It's really interesting.
Kyle's only scored 20 points on him once.
Isn't that wild?
In 9 meetings.
Not just putting up 30 points in their sleep this year, and then all of a sudden here comes Schwartz. He's like, not on my watch.
Dude, what do you give me for Jim Schwartz and Frankie Pentangeli's brother in the back of the courtroom?
About a 10. I'll give you about a 10.
Right, yep. So, honestly, ownage is... we talked to John Lynch about it on Friday. I said, you're a baseball player. Do you believe in ownage?
Yeah.
Ownage,
How was John?
He was great. Typical,
Yeah.
Marcus, you enjoyed the gentlemanly ways of a John Lynch.
Oh, he's always great, but how about the fact that John Lynch was not aware of that stat of the ownage of Jim Schwartz versus Kyle Shanahan?
When we threw it at him, he goes, I had not heard that stat.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you guys should have heard that stat.
Yeah, where's the analytical department? Yeah. Call it Farhan.
All right, let's get a little sampling of the phones, what you guys have to say out there at 808 KNBR. Leland is in Sacramento, where, by the way, there was a barn burner between the Warriors and the Kings preseason last night. I saw some of the highlights, Paulie. Golden One was going bananas.
No, they're treating it like it's Game 7 of the finals up there. I know.
Last time they had a Game 7 there, Steph scored 50.
Well, listen.
All right, Leland, good morning. How are you, man?
It ain't their time yet.
Good morning, guys. Love the show.
Love you. Yeah.
Hey, a lot of dominoes, fell yesterday. O-line, D-line, penalties. And there's one domino, you guys are touching on it, but I haven't really heard it a lot, in the talk the last hour and before you, the show before you. John Lynch, I just got to call him out. And Robbie Gould. If we could just have one premise, then I'll take your response off the air.
Yeah.
But the GM, his job is to get the best talent on the field. Mm-hmm. We are the faithful. We deserve the best.
Well, Leland, I hear you. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, man. There was something going on with Robbie Gould there, man. It was there was a contentiousness between Kyle and John. They didn't want to pay him that much money.
No,
they didn't, and so they almost drew a line in the sand. And their belief was, we're going to go get. I think he called Moody a quote foundational player. Didn't he call him that? A foundational player?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
They believe this guy's going to be like the kicker for the next 15 years.
And they also paid guys like Hargrave. They made other moves where they had to spend their money, to make this team better.
Yeah.
Rather than dump it all on Robbie Gould.
Yeah. So, Leland, right now, you are correct. The move looks bad. I would suggest, Mike Silver wrote a good column about it in the Chronicle this morning saying, you got to be careful with these decisions. I was highly dubious on turning everything over to a rookie kicker, particularly in the third round.
He has been really
because
good.
That brings with it a pressure.
It's a huge pressure. And for such a young kid like that, too, who's got no NFL experience.
I almost feel like an undrafted free agent, would make that kick because he wouldn't feel the same kind of pressure Moody makes.
I'm not going to write him off. I mean, it's a bad day for him, and he missed that one early. That's why I was pretty confident he would make the game winner. I'm like, okay, he's going to atone for that.
Hopkins missed one for Cleveland.
He did. Well, the conditions too, Marcus. Let's be honest. Like Brock Purdy was having a hard time, like you said on your show today, just holding on to the football. Went flying out of his hand a couple times. So you can throw that in the mix, too. It's just a recipe. It was a bad day in Cleveland, man.
831 says, on the regular season, the Niners are 15-1 their last 16.
Yeah,
I think we're okay.
That's what I'm kind of saying. Overall, take a big, the long view, as Billy Joe would say. Yeah.
512 says, sometimes in life, you're just going to get screwed.
No question.
Or boned. He says, the perfect confluence of injuries, refs, weather, Brock having an off day, and Niners still could have won the game. If that's the recipe to beat us, I like our chances.
You know, it's ironic, too, as I watched that Niner game with the crazy call on Gibson where they threw the 15-yarder on him, extended the drive, Browns hit the field goal. I went over to the Jets-Philly game after that, and the exact same call. Did you guys catch that? The refs called the exact same 15-yarder on the Jets on a third down, extended Philly. They scored. Now, the Jets wound up winning that game, but it was just kind of ironic that it was another drive extending call of the same exact play. And I didn't like it in either game. I thought it was a bad call in both games. And in both games, those teams benefited and put points up.
Zebras, baby.
Yeah.
415 says, I would add number 6, offensive line, worst O-line performance from the Niners as long as I can remember.
It was a bad day for the O-line.
He was under heavy duress.
Yes, he had no time.
Heavy duress, Marcus.
I mean, whether it was Myles Garrett, he didn't record any sacks in the box score, but he almost stripped him right before Brock Purdy threw that interception. He had pressure all day long. Even Thomason up the middle, number 94, was eating against Brendel, Banks, and Burford.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I would also say that I'm very upset at Kyle's clock management. When it was 17-16, 3:20 to go, ball on the 25-yard line, there's no world where you throw the ball there. No world. And he threw it not just once, but 3 times in a row. It brought on the intentional grounding, too.
I'm not sure what to say about that.
It was just terrible. It was hubris or choking or brain freeze or whatever you want to call it.
But the idea of throwing it 3 times, I don't get it.
It was awful.
I don't get it.
And
you
also probably had a better chance to get 10 yards running it 3 times than you did throwing it against that pass rush.
And you're burning clock.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was really bad by Kyle. Matt in Middletown, a semi-regular caller. Matt, good morning. How are you, Matt? What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I'll just make this one point. When we had the ball back, all we had to do was run that ball and chew up those 2 last timeouts the Browns had.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And all we had to do was get a first down. Game over.
Yep.
But I will say this. Me and my buddy, best friend, were watching the game, and we saw glimpses of Montana with Purdy at the end of that game, the way he handled himself. He did the 2-minute drill. He did his job to get us in field goal range.
He did.
And I'm proud of the kid.
Yeah.
And I love the Niners. Red and gold till I'm dead and cold, boys.
Okay. I like that,
Thanks
Matt.
for the call.
Thanks,
Appreciate
bro.
it. He did throw 3 nice balls down the stretch. Appreciate it, Matt. He did. The first 2 were not, and he got saved on the 3rd and 10 flag.
Yeah, the flag. That's a good call right there. He had the one nice throw to Ayuk, and then Ayuk had a nice gain on that final possession. But I agree with him. He did. Brock got him in field goal range. I mean, he did that much.
That's the kind of stuff Tom Brady did forever.
Yes.
Tom Brady won a lot of big games on field goals. Trust me, as a Montana.
And they're calling him the GOAT. Set up his field goal kicker.
In my ongoing Montana Brady debates, I was like, do you know how many games Vinatieri has won for him? And he won a lot for him. Tom Brady had very few game-winning touchdown drives. He had a lot of game-winning field goal drives.
Murph knows what he's talking about.
Including Waterboy.
Well, sorry, Marcus.
That game you talked about.
Hey, let Marcus enjoy his Raider win, dude. Watch it.
That game ended on a field goal.
Hey, Marcus is over here going, you know what? The Raiders have something the Niners don't have, a 2-game win streak. That's what Marcus is saying.
The Raiders with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer taking down the Patriots, getting revenge for the Tuck game.
Yeah,
Murph.
true. By the way, I always consider that Vinatieri kick in the snow one of the great kicks I've ever seen in NFL history.
Crazy kick.
That thing was going through like a tornado and a snowstorm.
Well, he hit 2 of them. He hit one at the end of regulation, then he hit the OT. He did it twice.
And that's the grounds crew.
And exactly. That's why Lawrence Taylor last year coming out saying, you know who the best of all time is Joe Montana. That's why LT and I have now, we're on the same page.
How many times did Montana win on a...
No, he's going up for the glory. Joe's going to punch it in.
By the way, I heard somebody call into the postgame show afterwards to bring him back. Because, Niner kickers throughout history have missed. I remember Mike Kofor letting Steve Young down a lot.
Oh, for Kofor, bro. Oh, for Kofor, yeah. Me and Mikey V.
Dude.
Yeah, Mikey V and I.
And a guy brought up, he remembers Wershing in 82 in the terrible season. They still
the Falcon game?
They would have gone to...
leave him alone. I hate that Falcon game.
They would have gone to the playoffs in 82, but he missed a kick.
At Fulton County Stadium, it was a mess down there.
Missed kicks.
Yeah, I remember that. That sucked.
All right, hey, guys. Hey, callers, you guys can take a break because what we're going to do right now is do hums and bums. And you guys will enjoy it because we'll get into it. We'll place some blame, and we'll place some crowns on winners, too. And then we got Tim Ryan, and then we got the Cooler of the Big Hit, where we can get back to you guys at 8 a.m. So calls will probably come at 8 a.m., but right now, it is time to tell you 2 things. 1, Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lunch today at 12:30. That'll be good because Dante was supremely confident. We'll see how that goes. 2, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Hum babies and bum babies. A lot of bums. Next on the Sports Leader.
We bombed out. We didn't get it at the end. Honestly, we probably didn't deserve to win that game.
Oh, baby. Yep, it's hum babies and bum babies, and I know you're probably thinking a lot more bum than hum after the 49ers losing Cleveland 19-17.
Damn it.
To the Browns, they fall to 5-1. Here's the good news. So did the Philadelphia Eagles. Here's the scary news. So did the Detroit Lions improve to 5-1. Today's the day we welcome the Lions to our lives, by the way.
They really are.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, Paulie Mack.
What do you got for me, buddy? I do.
We spin the wheel.
Yeah.
And the wheel fell.
Big wheel keep on turning.
Big wheel keep on bumming. Because you are the bum babies, and I know you have a lot of candidates over there.
I do.
So who do you got?
Let's proceed. And if I may, I'd like to write in a bum baby candidate to get the procession started today. And I'm really sad about this news yesterday. I would like to pay my respects and say rest in peace to the great Suzanne Summers. That's a bum baby story if I ever saw one, Murph. I can't tell you how Three's Company kind of raised me as a teenage kid living on the East Coast. I mean, I never missed an episode, and a lot of Hollywood coming out and paying respect to Suzanne Summers. Today was her birthday. She actually would have turned 77 today, but she passed away yesterday at the age of 76, so I was just telling our buddy Stefan, I think she's up at the Regal Beagle in heaven now with Jack Tripper.
Yeah.
Happy hour, yeah.
Well, yeah, definitely worth mentioning an iconic name from...
And American Graffiti. She's the blonde in American Graffiti, buddy. Dreyfuss is chasing her all night.
Brings us Wolfman Jack into our lives.
Man.
Yeah, but I think...
Any thoughts real quick?
Was it breast cancer? Was that it? I think I read.
Yes, she's been fighting breast cancer for a long time.
Well, first of all, iconic as heck. You can make an argument in terms of sex symbols on network TV. Farrah Fawcett was so famous. You can make an argument Suzanne Summers might have had a
She was with the people. Yeah, Suzanne Summers was with the people.
Just an iconic show. And she, by the way, major Bay Area ties. She spent a lot of time here. And I remember I think she was a Playmate, wasn't she?
I'm not sure.
I think she was.
Yeah.
And in her Playmate interview, she mentioned that she liked to go hiking on Mount Tamalpais.
That a girl.
So she has ties to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was sweet. She wound up being a fitness instructor later on.
Shout out Thigh Master. That was her little contraption.
I would say that if you had to kind of come up with the stereotypical California girl, if you were from outside of California, it would be her. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed, bubbly, fit, happy,
I really
sexy,
was. I really was a fan of the show, too. I grew up watching that show, so rest in peace.
Thank her for her run. And there's one last little bit of trivia. In the opening sequence, famously, when Jack Tripper wipes out on the bike.
I know where you're going, and it's a great, yes, say it.
It's a brunette woman walking, and we only see her back. It's actually Suzanne Summers in a brunette wig.
Great trivia. And the beautiful thing about that is Tripper is so overwhelmed on his 10-speed, he just wipes out into the sand. He falls over.
Buddies and I, all through the 80s and 90s, if you got caught walking into a wall or almost walking into a door because of a girl, we'd say, did you just get rittered? We would say that.
Well, they're together again in heaven.
Yeah, so
bless
anyway.
them both.
Yeah, rest in peace, Suzanne.
Okay.
And thanks for the... Thanks. She died in Palm Springs. And you're right, she invented the Thigh Master.
Yeah, for sure. She was a Thigh Master girl. She was...
Three's Company, Chrissy Snow.
Chrissy Snow, rest in peace. Now, Murph, that was a bum baby write-in, but for the sporting life, as our friend Mark Ibanez would say,
Nice.
And that's the sporting life. That's our buddy Mark Ibanez, one of my favorite guys. Murph, yesterday, though, to start the bum baby procession, you got to look at that Niner game, and you got to look at who was under center. It finally happened. Brock Purdy looked human. It was his worst day in the NFL, so he's my first bum baby, and it was his worst day by far. Let's give you some numbers. First of all, Murph, he was 12 of 27 in the rain on the road in Cleveland. Now, this is for a guy who came in with a 72% completion percentage. His first pick of the year was thrown yesterday.
Oof.
Yeah, and a 55 passer rating for a guy who actually led the NFL with a 123 mark entering the game. So misfires kind of dotted his day. His effort gave life to those who like to say he's nothing without his weapons. Debo got hurt. McCaffrey got hurt. They both left the game with injuries. It was a bum baby day for a kid who I think we all love. He had never lost a regular season start, but yesterday he looked human. Did not have a good game on the road. Brock, I hate to say it, bud, you're a bum baby.
Purdy out of the gun, licks, let the ball slip out of his hands. He's back on it. He's back to recovery. The ball slipped out of his hands. It's 49er ball, but they're going to be too far away for a field goal. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40. He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. his first pick since New Year's Day in Vegas.
Yeah, and that was not a good throw, trying to get it to Brandon Ayuk.
Here's Brock Purdy going to ride the mesh point, get tripped up, and before he goes down, he throws the ball away to avoid a sack. Cloud goes in motion out left. They're going to throw. Pressure right away. Purdy throws to avoid the sack. He got hit right away. Owusu Koromoa got him. Did he ground the ball?
They got a flag down. Koromoa saying grounding.
Koromoa.
Oh, no.
Third down and 11 right now. Purdy back. Purdy steps up. Purdy under pressure. Purdy throws it away. They got to punt the ball back to Cleveland. They're all over.
Man, like it's the NFL. You get opportunities. You gotta take advantage of them. And so there was definitely some throws and opportunities that I feel like that were there for me, and I missed on them, and that made us be behind the sticks. And then you have to get a third down, which is tough on the road here, man, and that's something I got to learn from, man. So definitely gonna be real about it, and we all gotta look ourselves in the mirror and see the flaws and stuff, and get better from it, but it starts with me.
All right, Brock. Well, listen, I never thought it would come to this, but I got to do what I got to do, man. You had a bad game out there. You were dropping balls. You were overthrowing fools, and not your best effort, hence your status on the leadoff bum baby today.
What do you want to do about this? Are you? Are we?
What's to be done? Yes.
Are we going to roll up our sleeves and furrow our brows and rub our chins about this? Or are we just going to say, well, that's the NFL, kids, on to Minnesota?
That's kind of where I'm at, and I am like that, and I also want to build on
Is that being too cavalier?
No, because I'll tell you why, because you said this earlier in the show, and I'm with this as well, which is, yes, that is life in the NFL. That's life when you're up against a really good defense with a guy who kind of has your coach's number. But like you said, I want to see how he responds.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does with this. Like, let's see what he looks like next week. I think he's going to have a nice game next week.
And I think that is the positive, is seeing him lead that drive to set up that Jake Moody game-winning attempt. Of course, Moody missed it, but there were still some positives in his worst game in the NFL, and I think this is something that teams are going to focus on moving forward.
See, by the way, I got distracted. I saw Dante Whitner up there talking about the game, but now I'm thinking about his meditation.
Yeah. I'm actually just thinking, so is the game plan now just pressure the kid? Throw the kitchen sink at the kid.
Sure, and that's going to require some help from his O-line, which he did not get yesterday.
Well, I think if anything, people can learn from Jim Schwartz. It stopped the 49ers on first down because there were so many second and long situations, third and long situations.
All day, third and long.
The 49ers were 3 for 12 on third down conversions yesterday.
And we cannot underrate the fact that Debo and CMC weren't there. I mean, if you get the ball to a healthy Debo and a healthy CMC, think about that yak. So, I mean, any team without two of their top three weapons is going to be a damaged team.
It's so funny with the NFL, like how the aftermath and all the pieces fall, and you got to pick everything up and look at it all, because the irony of this whole conversation and Brock Purdy being a bum baby, which he should be, is that he did get them in field goal range at the end of the game, and if Moody hits that shot,
he's not a bum baby.
We're not even talking about. We're saying he had a bad game.
He might be a hum baby for leading the game-winning drive.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? So that's my point.
To kickers writing history, which I know you're going to get to, but I also wanted to follow up on this because I did do the research, dude. Not only Suzanne Summers. Cappuccino High School, San Bruno, California.
Yeah, see?
She's our babe. She's our own. And she went to USF. What? That's where she got pregnant and married Bruce Summers and took his name, and then they wound up getting divorced. She kept his name the rest of the way.
She went to USF.
Well, it was called Lone Mountain College for the women.
I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So there you go.
All right, Suzanne. Well, rest in peace.
San Bruno House. She was kicked out of a Catholic school because they found love letters she had written.
Nice. Yeah, that a girl. You go live your life. I got your back on that. Hey, Murph, we got to move on with bum babies. There's more on location in Cleveland. We just talked about it. He's a kid. He's got the weight of the world on him. He's trotting out there with the game on the line. His name is Jake Moody.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Finds himself on the bum baby list today, right alongside the starting QB. Let's talk about it. Murph said it. Kickers write history. Marcus knows it, whether it's Adam Vinatieri or Scott Norwood. These are the guys that everyone's hopes are on their little shoulders. But again, this ain't January. But the Niner rookie kicker, Jake Moody, he had a 41-yarder in front of him to try to save the day in Cleveland, get the hell out of there with a win. He didn't convert. He missed it. He also missed from 54 yards earlier in the game, which is why I thought he would hit that one. He's been pretty damn reliable this year, but he missed a couple yesterday with the game winner. By the way, he had his whole family there, too. That's tough. You guys see him before the game? There was 12 family members all wearing his jersey. They're doing group photos. Poor kid. That's a tough night at dinner last night after the game.
You go out to the dinner. You know what I mean?
I don't even think I'm coming. Why don't you guys go eat without me? I don't even think I'd show up.
They'd say, I don't know, there's a joke there somewhere about him at the dinner missing something. What is he like? Missing the salt shake? I don't know. What does he do? What does he miss?
Yeah, pass the butter, Murph. Oh, I don't know.
Much like Paulie Mack in chemistry class, you can look at it this way in high school. The potential game winner was Moody's first big test. And like Paulie Mack, he didn't pass.
Moody will try a 50, 54-yard field goal. Good snap, ball is down, and the kick is away, and Jake Moody has missed his first kick in the NFL. After making 9, he tries a 54-yarder here, and it's wide to the left for Jake Moody. Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold, Jake has it away, he has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
We work really hard together. We've hit a million kicks. You know, it's not like we're not practicing it, or obviously we trust each other and have each other's backs. And, you know, for a guy that just got here, having, you know, all my teammates, you know, tell me to keep my head up, come give me a high five, pat on the back, like that was pretty cool. So I really appreciate all that, you know, especially them putting their trust in me to make a kick and just not execute, but you know, having everybody have my back, even for a guy that just got here, that was pretty cool.
It's always tough to miss that last kick, but that happens in football. You know, they played better than us today, and you know that was the last play, but there was a lot more today than just that.
Is there some way to like eliminate the kicker from just the football?
No, you need those kickers to hit those big kicks, and that's why I think, like you said at the beginning of the show, Murph, like I think a lot of Niner fans yesterday looking around saying, Robbie Gould, where are you? Thank you, man. Zaza. Where is he?
But I mean, like, it's the Harris Barton line. You got 100 guys running into each other in a violent manner, and then some guy runs out in Birkenstocks, tries to kick it.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough day out there for him. He missed a couple of kicks, including the potential game winner. He's a bum baby. It's littered with Niners today, the bum baby list.
That was pretty cool.
Wait, what was that?
That was pretty cool.
That's him talking about his roommates, his teammates having his back?
That was pretty cool.
Well, Fred Warner said a few things to support him after the game. And again, Brock had him in position. Brock did what he had to do.
That's, in the real world, that support has a shelf life. Okay, you know what I mean? That's like, okay, we got you.
Don't miss one next week. Yeah, don't make this a thing. Don't make this a thing.
When we're in Detroit for the NFC Championship, you know, we're going to need you, buddy.
Murph's not even kidding anymore about this whole Detroit thing. They're 5-1, just like your Niners.
And their schedule is quite favorable down the stretch.
Well, they're going to mop the floor with all the teams in their division, the Packers, the Bears, and the Vikings.
They don't really have any tough games.
No. It'll make me a little, I know. Better handle your business, Niners. Yeah. Hey, one more bum baby list. I know a lot of you thinking, will Paulie Mack make it a perfect 3 for 3, which is rare as hell on the bum baby list that we do this. But yeah, Murph, I'm going for a clean sweep. I'm going an all-Niner bum baby list. And I got to put the head coach on there, if you guys are okay with that. I do. I got to put Kyle on there. Listen, you guys remember that Mel Brooks movie, Spaceballs? They were like lampooning Star Wars. He had that big catchphrase. He goes, "May the Schwartz be with you."
Did I hear Greg Papa say it on the broadcast?
Oh, did he?
I did.
Oh, I thought I would. Okay,
no,
he got me on that
one. You know that you're in with you're in with greatness.
May the Schwartz be with you, John.
He did literally. I was listening to the pregame. Yeah. When I come back and interview about the defensive coordinator, may the Schwartz be with you.
Never forget Blazing Saddles, John. Anyway, listen, Mel Brooks was out there. He wasn't laughing yesterday. Kyle Shanahan. Why am I talking Schwartzy? I'll tell you why. Because it's time for Kyle to call the Browns D coordinator, Jim Schwartz. Maybe start calling him his daddy. Shout out Pedro back in the day, Yankee Stadium. Who's your daddy? Schwartz, he entered the game, how about this, Murph, with 6 straight wins in matchups against the Kyle Shanahan offense and 7 out of 8 overall. It's really impressive. Schwartz has his number. Moreover, how about this? Schwartz's defense, they don't just win. Schwartz's defenses, they shut Kyle's high-scoring offenses down. Schwartz's Ds have held Kyle's teams to an average of 15 points per game. They only let him reach 21 time. And for a team averaging 30 points a game, seemingly like in their sleep, they can put
33. My bad. They were averaging 33 going into that game.
We'll boost it up a little. The Niners can only manage 17 yesterday against a Schwartz-led defense. Kyle lost to Schwartz yet again. Again, that's 7 out of 8 times Schwartz he's got him, and that really is impressive when you consider.
Actually, it's now 8 and 9.
Bump those numbers up, too. We're going to 33. We're going 8 and 9. And the point is that Schwartzy knows how to shut down a Kyle offense.
What a big upset for Cleveland. Without their starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson, without their 4-time Pro Bowl running back, Nick Chubb, without their all-pro left guard, Joel Bitonio, they find a way to beat the Niners. Came back from 10-0 down, went ahead 13-10. 49ers took the lead back on the Lenore interception and run back. J.P. Mason but they made not one but two field goals.
It's just sloppy. At the end of the day, it's not Niner football. We've been playing pretty clean as it is, and false start holding, hands to the face, whatever you want to call it is. We put I think too much pressure on guys having to make plays in bad situations, and we did make some of those plays late in the game, which was awesome to see. And our guys fought throughout the entire game, but when you have a ton of 3 and outs and penalties, it's hard to win a football game.
We went in thinking it was going to be a grimy game like it was, but it's, we would have felt really good initially, like coming in, if we made that on the last play. But my message to them was, regardless of whether we hit that or not, there's a lot of stuff from this game that we got to improve on. I thought we made way too many mistakes on offense, just losing a couple guys in the game. We had to switch a couple guys around, and we weren't quite ready for that, which starts with me with too many mistakes. And this is our first time having to come in after a loss in a long time. It's time to get back in, go to work, and make sure we come back next week stronger.
Yeah, well, there's the NFL for you, man. And it's funny, it actually did remind me yesterday, Murph, of the same Sunday we saw back in 1990 where the 10-0 New York Giants were about to face the 10-0 San Francisco 49ers. And just like Philly and the Niners lost yesterday, you remember they both lost games, so they both came into that big Monday night game at 10-1. And that's what happened yesterday. The undefeated Eagles lost. The undefeated Niners lost. Kyle Shanahan had taken some accountability. We didn't even get into his clock management.
Well, let's include it right now because that definitely should go on the bum bait. I was furious.
Yeah, it was a head scratcher. I don't know.
Throwing the ball 3 straight times, particularly on first down when they had the ball in a 17-16 lead, and it was 3:25 to go, and they had a chance to burn clock or force Cleveland to use their timeout.
Won the football,
man. They did neither, and set Cleveland up for their ability to come back down and win that game. So really bad clock management, really bad play calling by Kyle down the stretch, and he will do this sometimes.
Yeah, it's
drive you crazy.
It is curious, and that was a very curious sequence with those 3 throws. But Murph, the bums are in the books. Listen, it's very rare you have an all 49er bum baby, especially with the way this team has been playing this season so far. But Brock Purdy, Jake Moody, and head coach Kyle Shanahan all find themselves on the bum baby list on this Monday morning. Now, Murph, are you going to turn things around, lift our spirits like these stats?
Turn that frown upside down.
That's what I'm saying.
By the way, 559 says, why didn't John and Kyle interview Jim Schwartz for the open defensive coordinator position? I get the feeling that it's not too warm between Kyle and Jim Schwartz. So,
Schwartzy, man.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Paulie Mack took you down the road. He said what had to be said.
It's true. It's some tough
I'm going to
talk.
bring you back up. Some love, baby. Love and peace coming your way. And then Tim Ryan at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh, no.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
All right, this is just going to be one of these days, guys. It's Paulie Mack, Murph and Mack Show. We come in on a Monday morning. The Niners had their first loss of the year. And this is how life is. Niners lose for the first time all year. You come in Monday, and now you got Paulie Mack on the radio going. And, guys, don't forget, it's tax day on top of everything else. So, listen, do what I do in these situations. I go right to Steve Moskowitz on tax day, which is what we're doing right now. Steve, good morning. Welcome back to the Murph and Mack Show. Listen, we talked last week about people that can't pay their taxes even though they'd like to, but they don't have the money. Today's tax day. Steve, the floor is yours, my friend. How you doing today?
Doing great. Doing great, Paulie Mack. And just like you were talking about with time management, here we're dealing with money management.
Yep.
Paying your taxes when you just can't. Today's tax day, and there's a lot of people that just don't have the money to pay. They don't know what to do.
Right.
The bottom line is turn it over to us. We want to cut you a good deal, whether it's to pay just part of what you owe and ask the government to forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or leave you alone till you're back on your feet financially. or something else or a combination of those. The bottom line is we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, and so the government doesn't come and do something bad to you, which can ruin your life.
Steve, extremely well said. And again, this is a high-pressure, high-stress day, so do as I do and do as Steve just said. Just take it right to Steve. Let him handle this. He will talk to the government so you don't have to. Call him today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's Steve Moskowitz. Also, visit him online at moskowitzllp.com. Oh, sorry, Marcus. I got so excited to talk Prize Picks, I couldn't hold myself. Hey, it is Paulie Mack. Again, talking Prize Picks. Did you get in on that night game last night? Did you get a piece of the Jets-Eagles? I hope so. Prize Picks is waiting for you. If not, it's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. If you know your football, and I know a lot of you do, get over to prizepicks.com, select 2 or more players, predict on their stats in a variety of categories. Maybe it's rushing yards. Maybe it's how many completions will Brock Purdy throw. It's totally up to you. You choose the categories. You choose how you want to focus your energies, and you can turn $10 into $250 quite easily with just a few taps. Very easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options are all waiting for you at prizepicks.com. The number one daily fantasy sports app. So if you're ready to test your skills, like Marcus, you join the Prize Picks community of over 7 million football fans. They've already signed up, and you're next. Prize Picks will also match your first deposit up to $100 if you go to prizepicks.com and you use the code word leader. So it's prizepicks.com/leader, like KNBR is the sports leader. So get to Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. Oh, yeah. Time for the Bum Babies.
It is.
No, it's not for the hum babies. I did the bums.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I gave you the bums. And it was an all-nighter.
I'm still so mad at the damn
I see
game.
what
I want
happens.
to double
I
bum
know how
babies.
it is. It's toxic in here.
Yeah. Paulie Mack took Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Jake Moody down to the station.
Or as De Niro said in Meet the Fockers or whatever it was, he goes, I'll take you down to Chinatown.
He took him downtown.
I took him somewhere, but I'll tell you what, it was an all-niner bum baby list today, Murph.
So, time to shine a light on things that happened. I want to apologize to Platzi and to Marcus Boucher.
Oh!
They both said to me, so...
Marcus like, yeah.
Stanford football, hum babies?
Listen.
I said, listen. I said, listen, here's the deal. Stanford football, yes, the biggest comeback in school history. I got it. I hear you.
I mean,
it happened at about 1 a.m. on a Friday night for a 2-4 team. So, with respect, they did not make the hum baby list.
What would you guys say if I told you, and I'm not even kidding, I was watching that game as it unfolded. Like, I was locked in on that thing when it went to overtime, and what... Hell, I mean, Stanford.
I was sound asleep.
Were you?
I woke up to a text from my buddy Red Bear's a Stanford guy, and it said in the morning. It's his
Stanford
text simply
ball,
said,
man.
sent at 11:15 said, "What the what?" Exclam! And I was like, "What does this mean?"
Their defense was hitting fools, dude. They were inspired. That Stanford
Coach
D.
Prime is having has hit a little low.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, they blew a 29-point halftime lead, and I think Murph just doesn't want to give Stanford their flowers or their theme music.
Actually, you should hit all right now.
All right now by free, yeah. Also, a close miss is the Washington-Oregon game. That was epic, and I wanted to play it for you, Paulie, just because the game ended on another missed kick. Oregon missed a kick. There it is again.
Yeah.
Another kicker. Jake Moody's going to call that dude. And, dude, how about the scene in Washington where they all storm the field and, dude, blaring, Paulie, and, like, people weeping. The quarterback, Penix, was crying as they're playing Purple Rain, dude. Oh, and let me tell you what. The sight of a student rushing the field, a quarterback crying, hugging his mom, and Purple Rain playing, I was getting in my feels,
You
buddy.
should.
I
Yeah,
was
it's
getting
pretty
in my
badass, yeah.
Dude, that song was like hitting just right at a climactic moment.
Never
dude.
meant to cause you any trouble.
No. They went right to the chorus, dude.
Yeah.
You know, and then into the solo.
Beautiful.
And Penix is crying. I'm like, damn, I'm in my feels here, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was epic, but that didn't make hum babies either. I got you two epic things that didn't make it. Instead, where are we starting? Well, if it isn't my boys, the Texas Rangers.
Hey, Mac, yeah, there he is.
What do you want? Jordan Montgomery trade deadline
Love that
pickup
guy.
on the hill.
Love Montgomery with his beard.
21-year-old Evan Carter in left field.
You're damn right.
9-hitter Leody Tavares.
They want to play for Boch. Let me score a run for you, Boch.
Boch in the dugout. Game 1 goes the way of Big Bruce Bochy.
Next pitch to Hine. He sends one into right center. That's going to get down. Hine being waved in from third. Here he comes, and the throw will not be close. Texas leads it 1-0. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Maldonado from Montgomery with the bases loaded. Here he comes, swing and a miss. It was a fastball. And the Astros continue to struggle early in this game with runners on. Verlander's 1-2. This ball driven to right. It's deep. Tucker is turning, watching, and Tavares has lifted this one over the wall. And ready. Here it comes. And Bregman lifts this one to left. It is fairly deep. Carter going back. Still going back. At the wall. He leaps, and he makes the catch. Altuve retreats. Evan Carter does it again. Leclerc fires foul. Tipped into the mitt. That will do it. The Rangers win their 6th straight postseason game.
Both sides, great pitching. We just found a way to get a couple of runs across the board, and that was the difference in the game, obviously. But our guy was really good, Monty. Terrific job he did. He got in a couple jams there and found a way to get out of it. So I thought it'd be a low-scoring game. Guys played well. Our defense was outstanding tonight. The kid Carter, I mean, what a game he had out there. And Marcus at the end there, great play on that ball coming in. So, we played well.
Really had to have everything. I mean, they're such a good team over there. Put together such clean ABs. Never really an easy one, so you kind of got to throw everything into every quadrant.
Well, that was Jordan Montgomery, who went 6 1/3 of shutout ball. Bochy let him out there for 90 pitches, even though he got into jams. And this is where you frequently see managers go get guys in postseason. Well, it's a postseason. I got to go get him. Well, no, you don't. He left him out there. And he
Bochy's crazy like that. Bochy watches the game in front of him. Yeah.
Incredible. Chapman goes, and then Leclerc. And by the way, they're picking it. Marcus, I don't know if you're watching this. Semien with a great play out there.
Yes, they are. Yep.
And did anybody catch, hey, kids out there, did you catch Jose Altuve's mistake on the double play? So Evan Carter makes the catch. Altuve didn't know if the ball was... It was very similar to Bryce Harper.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Altuve doesn't go quite as far. He does touch second base and does not touch it on his way back. The Rangers saw it.
Dude, Marcus Semien pointed it out immediately, started pointing towards it. He knew he stomped on that bag, and I thought of you right away. I was like, this is Murph talking to his Little League kids.
3,000%.
You got to touch second base.
What did I say to Rory Murphy? Rory, watch this. And he was like, hang on, I'm landing a plane on FlightAware or whatever.
The funny thing is you actually said that last week. You actually said that last week because you always got to touch second on the way back. You said that.
Yeah.
And there it was again last night.
Jose Altuve.
Well, this is what happens now. It's just karma.
He was looking at Boch.
Dude, Bochy, how about Bochy? First of all, what is he, 6-0 so far?
Yeah, 6-0.
He hasn't lost a game yet. Well, you got a couple. We scored a couple runs, played some good defense.
He's got a couple runs across the board.
Well,
He'll do a DeBoard.
Yeah, DeBoard. And that was a very quintessential Bochy game. Couple of runs, great pitching, great defense, no fireworks, just good, solid, fundamental ball.
He just dropped this 21-year-old kid in left field, and the kid's just delivering.
Go make
He's from
me
a
proud.
small town in Tennessee, too. It's like crazy story, man.
I mean, whether it's putting Mitch Garver in the 3-hole, even last night, throwing a Rollins Chapman, who's been struggling. All the buttons he's pressing are
go
working
get me
right
some
now.
outs.
Well, we got another one tonight. That's all I know. By the way, day game today, 1:30.
Might as well win that one, too.
Make a sandwich and watch some Boch.
Hell yeah. What's better than that? That's America.
Baby number 2. Oh, my goodness. I did not anticipate doing this. But thank you, Jets defense. New York Jets defense. Whoa.
Bobby Saleh.
You guys think Brock Purdy's hurting? You guys think the Niners are hurting? How do the Philadelphia Eagles feel when Jalen Hurts throws not one, not two, but 3 interceptions, including 2 in the fourth quarter?
Game on the line, he's throwing picks.
The Jets force 4 turnovers from the Eagles, overcome a 14-3 deficit. They did the Lord's work. They made the Niners' loss feel a lot better, and it's all about the Jets. They're now 3-3. And Rodgers is walking around without crutches now?
Well, listen.
Is he trying to do this
I see him. He's standing. But listen, you got a ruptured Achilles, dude. You're 40 years old.
Oh, that's what you think, Mr. Pfizer.
I'm going to rewrite medicine, man.
Paulie Mack, if you read the...
I'm all fueled up on ayahuasca and Skittles, man.
Anyway, I'm giving it up for the Jets
I'm
defense.
doing my old boss's voice instead of Rodgers.
They're actually in the mix right now. They're 3-3, and they hurt Jalen Hurts. They picked him off 3 times. Here's the Jets defense in a little Bob Saleh postgame, too.
Snap back, Hurts to throw. Bouncing in the pocket. Now he's hit. It flutters over the middle, and it's intercepted. Bryce Hall's got it. He's going to be surrounded and tackled at his own 37-yard line. Jets make a stop. They've got a chance. Snap back to Hurts. Sets up in the pocket. Throws short. Intercepted. Could be a pick 6. Adams through the 20. Stumbling 15 and finally caught at the 10-yard line. Wow! They got more than a chance right now. Wilson turns, gives to Hall through the middle. He's in the end zone. It's a touchdown. Play action. Wilson backing up, throws over the middle, a dart, and it's caught. A 2-point conversion. Hurts takes the snap. Trying to convert on 4th down. Gonna throw it deep down the middle of the field. It's underthrown and knocked down. It's incomplete. And the Jets are going to beat the Eagles for the first time in their franchise history.
Last night I talked about the things that inspire me. The things that inspire me, that the people in my life. Y'all inspire the shit out of everybody in this league. Every single play, the way the resolve, the fight, defense, going out there, pitch a shutout in the second half. Offense, moving the ball up and down the field with that close. Let's go. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3, family!
Hey, man.
There he is, man. Bob Saleh. And they did pitch a shutout in the second half. Eagles scored 0 in the third and fourth quarters.
That's got to be the biggest New York Jet win in a long time. I mean, nobody was thinking they were going to beat the Philadelphia Eagles, especially, without, like you said, Aaron Rodgers, he's not even out there. You got this kid, he's trying to figure it out, Zach Wilson. But that defense, Murph, I mean, boy, they have a nose for the ball. Clearly, you said the 3 picks. Fun to watch. It was a fun game to watch.
And how about that defense has now beat the Buffalo Bills and the Philadelphia Eagles. They're 3-3 this year. And Paulie Mack, we were talking about it on Friday. You heard in the final call, that was the first time ever in franchise history the Jets have beaten the Eagles. They were 0-12 before yesterday's matchup.
Yeah.
Incredible. That's why they're home babies.
Yeah.
That's why they're home babies. And then this is it.
Inspire the shit out of everybody in this
Saleh. He's just picking up right where he left off on Hard Knocks.
All right, so I leave the Purple Rain Tears out of Hum Babies. I leave the Stanford Comeback out of Hum Babies.
Okay.
What did I put in?
I don't know.
Are you kidding? Paulie, I might need a little help right here. Musical
You want me to
help?
set the stage for you?
Yes, please. Yep, there it is.
Kuminga.
That's right. Home Baby number 3 is preseason Kuminga because I decided, first of all, the Warriors start a week from Tuesday. We're trying to win a damn championship here, all right? Chris Paul's in town. They play the Suns a week from Tuesday. Are you guys checking out young Johnny Kuminga? Friday night against the Lakers at Chase Center, or was that in L.A.? I'm sorry, it was down in L.A. Ready for this? He goes 9 of 12 from the field, 3 of 5 from three-point land, leads the Warriors with 26 points. 2 nights later, they go up to Sac. He goes 13 of 17 from the foul line, scores 28 points. He's now led the Warriors in scoring in all 3 of their preseason games. He's tied with Tyler Hero for the NBA preseason scoring title, if there is such a thing. He's going off. He's playing aggressive, taking it to the rim, getting fouled, putting the ball on the floor, stroking the 3. This is everything we wanted. Remember, all during the playoffs. Why aren't they playing Kuminga? Why aren't they playing Kuminga?
I know.
Well, guess what? Maybe Kerr was like, I'm playing the long game here. In year 3, we're going to taxi that bad boy into the gate. Bring in Air Kuminga. Hum Baby number 3.
Really about making sure you're understanding what the team is trying to achieve, what your purpose is, both bigger picture, Doc, and then, minutes matter. Decisions matter between the lines.
And it's tough for a young guy. It really is. I mean, he's trying to establish himself as an NBA player, but he's on a championship team. And so the team comes first.
Kuminga, quick move and finish. Now there's the explosion of Jonathan Kuminga.
That's what they want, though. That was quick decision basketball. The ball didn't stop, and he attacked.
Yeah, he's playing with a lot of confidence, and I think that the big thing is he's really embracing everything: the coaching, the challenge, the awareness of having to really focus on a lot of different things, the things that make him matter and make a difference in terms of winning a game, losing a game. All those things he's really much more aware of now in his 3rd year. So he's had a good camp, and he just has to keep going.
Exciting, man. I mean, listen, every time we talked about the joke was, the Warriors' answer was to get older and smaller. Well, they also did not trade Kuminga. Do you remember after they traded Jordan Poole?
Yeah, it's
like, oh, Kuminga's next. I'm like, why are they going to trade Kuminga? I was like, they're not going to trade him. People are like, yeah, they are. They're dismantling. No, they kept him.
Yeah, and Mark, they actually got younger and taller.
From reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
Great
7'2", yeah.
Grateful. Yeah. By the way, I want to remind everybody, he's 21 years old. 21 years old.
Yeah.
So anyway, probably one more for on his way out for his
the Kuminga theme
preseason
song.
Hum Baby status.
You make the list, you get the song.
Kuminga.
There he is. There's your Hum Babies, guys. We're
Thank you,
going
Murph.
Bochy's boys, the Jets defense, and preseason Kuminga.
Very nice. I like
so
that
there
list.
you guys go, man. All right, guys. That's because we had to get you guys ready for the Warriors a week from Tuesday.
Wow.
Are you ready?
Not entirely spiritually. I need to ramp it up. I do. I'm being honest. I'm like so football-centric right now.
Well, maybe that Kuminga Hum Baby will help you.
I got football. I got Bochy over here on one of the burners. Right. Yeah.
Here's the deal. That's the hums. That's the bums. That's the total weekend recall. Now Tim Ryan rolls up his sleeves. We get into it. Niners lose a heartbreaker 19-17. 72 Dolphins can pop the champagne. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh, no.
Paulie Mac checking in on a Monday morning. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Want to help you guys out with some great news from Loan Pronto. If you're trying to scrape up some extra cash, maybe you've got credit card debts, maybe you've got, tuition bills like I do. Whatever the mounting expenses are in your life, Loan Pronto is here, and they're here to help you out with their revolutionary Express Equity line of credit. So there are times in life where you need to come up with some cash quick, in a hurry, and you've got something, major in front of you you've got to pay off or pay down at least, and you don't know where you're going to scrape up the cash. Well, here comes Loan Pronto. We can talk about this amazing program where you can get cash out of your home in as fast as 5 days. You also leave your 3% mortgage intact. That's huge. So Loan Pronto can pull $50, $100, all the way up to $200,000 out of your record high home value. And obviously, as I say, that's money you can use for any variety of things. Maybe it is to pay down some tax bills. I don't know. But whatever the cause, whatever the cost, whatever the price, you can use this money to do home improvements, whatever it is. It's entirely up to you. And again, you still use your existing equity thanks to Loan Pronto. It's really your money in the first place. Call Loan Pronto, have a conversation. You'll see how easy it is to get a lot of cash really quickly in about 5 days with Loan Pronto's Express Equity line of credit. If this sounds appealing to you or something you want to investigate, give these guys a shout at 415-808-5721. Loan Pronto, ask about their Express Equity line of credit at 415-808-5721. Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
right, before we get into the heartbreak in Cleveland, we got Steve Kerr joining Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30.
Talk a little Kuminga.
Maybe those people will take. I got criticized on the text line for taking Kuminga, taking preseason hoops for a hum baby. I'm going with it. I stand with it.
Last thing before Tim is they were also critical that we didn't put Dion in as a bum baby.
I did told you it was honorable mention, but why isn't Stanford the hum baby?
See, these are conversations. Yeah.
Okay. Lot to get into. I saw this man standing on the tarmac in the wind and the rain with Mike Holler. Talking about many layers, Timmy. Many layers, man. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Tim.
I'm doing well, guys. Good to talk to you. And Holler's setup questions are much too long now. Just turn the phone and let me go, Holler.
That was it. That perfectly said.
You know what I would do? I'd say, I'm on the tarmac with Timmy. Timmy, go.
Hit record, get out of the way. Let Timmy go.
Yeah, exactly. That was like the second take, believe it or not.
And the wind and the rain,
because the first take was a 5-minute question. And I'm like, Mike, come on, man.
Tighten it up, Mikey. Tighten it up.
Yeah, we got to go back. We got to go back to Cali, man. Let's get the hell out of here. At least we don't have to live here.
He's choking. Yeah. All right. What's the? You wake up. You sleeping on it's always a big thing. You wake up. What's the number one takeaway right now?
Well, the number one takeaway is going to have to get better when we're challenged. The 49ers are challenged with another, team like that, especially on the defensive side of the ball for them. They are really, really good. I knew that going in. Talked a lot at the end of the week, especially after watching all their plays on defense. I'm like, I've known Jimmy Schwartz for a long time, and I've always appreciated his bravado and his in-your-face style and the way he gets after it and plays aggressive defense, and knew by watching him that they just wanted to smother the 49ers offense with press, tight man coverage all over the place, and they were able to achieve that. So good for them. They had a great game. They were coming off a bye week. I did have a sense going in that, and if I'm feeling a little tired, I know some players are feeling a little tired, and that's no excuse, but when you talk about, that Dallas game and all the emotion and run over them the way the 49ers did, and then fly back to the East Coast and face a team fighting for their lives, but are certainly led by their defense coming off of an off week, they were all over it. And the 49ers, you go into a dog pound and you lose a couple of your lead dogs, it's going to be hard to win that fight. And they, defensively, there was not an answer for what they were doing. And I know the coaches will go back and figure something out on how there needs to be some different adjustments when they're really taking away the middle of the field like that, and then just, hipping up on the outside and trying to lock those guys down. And I don't know if you guys noticed, and I said this going in, Brock is going to have to be more accurate, and he's 72%, and he's been unbelievably accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But he's throwing into a lot of zone windows in the first 5 games. This was the first 4-man front they've seen, which means they're going to have an extra guy to do, an extra athlete on the field, if you will, as a smaller linebacker that can play both the run and the pass. And there was some of those inside throws. It was tight coverage, but a great throw beats tight coverage. So there was a few balls that were behind guys. The Ayuk interception was probably the worst throw of the game for him. And I couldn't tell if it was late, and he was waiting for Ayuk to get into the next window, because windows flash open, they flash close, and then the next one opens when how the 49ers like to attack it. Going back and I haven't watched the tape yet, but just looking at it on some of the highlights, probably late on that throw. They came up with an interception. I believe that's the play, and watching it where McCaffrey got hurt. If you watch him, it wasn't a hit. I think he was running an option route, and I think he just twisted a certain way, because I saw him grab for his abdomen, his oblique, his rib section right away on that play, and go back to the huddle. So I think that's when that happened. But give Cleveland credit, and then defensively, we could really never adjust to stop that perimeter run. And they were running at the bubble, if you will, where there was, the 49ers had one less player, and they were able to pin the defensive end, and they run that outside power different than most teams, with pulling those, interior players rather than pulling the tackle. And they do that sometimes too. So they give you a lot of different looks. I don't think there's any question. I should have said 3 lead dogs, because Dre Greenlaw wasn't out there, and I think Oren played pretty good. I'm a big fan of Oren Burks, and Flanagan fouls when they're in the base. But I'll have to go back and watch the tape and see, exactly how much they missed Dre Greenlaw, but I suspect they did. I mean, you don't lose a player of that caliber and it not show up on the field. And then having said all that, I thought the officials were absolutely garbage, both ways. And there was just too many damn penalties in that game. And having said all that, as bad as things were, if you would have said, and I know my thoughts with 1:40 to go, needing to drive really deep into their territory to have an opportunity to win it, and steal one on the road, I would have said no freaking way, the way their defense had been playing. And then, Brock in the passing game came alive a little bit outside the numbers. I think that was the biggest thing. If I were to put a big picture concept on it, in terms of context, CMC getting hurt was a disaster in that game, not just because of his style and his caliber of player that he is and what he is as a difference maker, but all the other stuff he has to do in terms of protection. Jordan Mason's not a guy that had been out there practicing a lot of three wide receiver stuff when you're in the 2-minute drill at the end of games or trying to throw it. So I suspect there were some challenges there in terms of, whether he's pass protecting or not. I don't know, but I know CMC was missed. I know Debo was missed on a lot of that stuff. And it's not just getting the ball. It's the motions. When do you motion? Where do you motion? How do you motion? How do you put the window dressing on it for the defense? So that was an issue. And then when they started plugging the middle of the field, which was really most of the game, where the 49ers like to deliver the mail, if you will, on time, there really wasn't it seemed like to me a great adjustment to hit him somewhere else until late in the game. And then, you saw the perimeter game come alive a little bit with Juwan and with Brandon Ayuk. But having said all that, they still had an opportunity to win a football game. And for Brock to be able to do that with $1:40 to go, that tells you what kind of character this team has, how they're going to fight to the very end. But I don't think it's going to get any harder than that in terms of what they saw yesterday as a defense. I think they've given up the fewest yards since like 1972 or something for the first 5 games. Those guys are for real.
Yeah, great comprehensive breakdown, man. You hit on a million great things there. One thing is, you start talking about how they took away the middle of the field and how that was just brilliant by the Browns and everything. What about that first drive when the Niners scored the touchdown? What did you see the difference was between marching down the field and then not?
Yeah, because they went right down the first drive.
Was it simply, CMC was healthy in that drive. I don't know. You tell me, Tim.
Well, they ran it. I think they ran it 5-of-5 play. Well, they'll count the shovel pass as a pass.
Yeah, they ran
That was the only touchdown pass, but they ran it, and they were hitting the cutback lanes inside, and they were catching those guys out of position, which was an area I thought they could be able to achieve that, and they did on that first drive. And I remember I got home last night, I was talking to Mark, she goes, man, I thought after that first drive it was going to be a blowout. I said, not me, not with what those guys can bring to the table, and they just got good players at every level of the defense. And then, you know what, there was opportunities still to make big plays, and the BA drop over the middle, that deep post was one of them, and typically he's not going to drop that. And that ball was coming hot, it was coming fast, but it hit him in the hands. He's got to catch that. He knows that. I really thought Brock did a great job on the road. And I don't know if Greg Olson talked about it. We had no TV booth and TV in our booth. It was kind of swinging in the wind out there. But I know that manipulating and changing up the snap count was a big asset for them, and I thought they did a good job with that for sure. And Brock had the one free play where he got Myles Garrett to jump off sides and just unable to drop it in the bucket to a wide open McCaffrey. That would have been a touchdown. So there were opportunities to make those plays, and then it was a defensive battle on the other side. When they had them, they made them. Demo Lenore slipped and fell down, unfortunately. Amari Cooper wide open. They were able to hook that one up. Amari Cooper down the sideline versus really tight coverage with 2 guys over one with the zone, and Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga, and he high-pointed that ball perfectly. So when they had those opportunities, they made them.
Talking to Tim Ryan, we do it every Monday at this time. We've been talking wins all week until now. First loss since October 23, 2022, regular season, when the Chiefs got
51 weeks, you guys.
Yeah, that's the
regular
thing.
Season loss.
Right. How can we get? Yeah, you can't get too upset. Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me?
I know.
We're revving at a pretty high level here. It's kind of nutty, and like you said, they still had the kick. So let's talk about the kicker. So he earlier he had a 54-yarder.
He missed the one early.
Windy, rainy.
You chalk it up to weather. Yeah, totally.
You know what's interesting, Tim, is that 54-yarder came after the Warner pick, and that's when the game started to get weird, because at that point, Warner returns it to the 25, and you're thinking,
felt like, here we go.
But
Here
the
we go.
first play after that was a pass play to McCaffrey that they hit for a loss, and that started.
Well, now you're talking, Murph. Negative plays in the scoring position, getting pushed further away, and really pushed out of an opportunity a couple of times for points. That, without question, has got to get cleaned up, and a lot of that's, that was a great play by them. I think they were in man coverage. The linebacker snipped it out the whole way, beat the linebackers to the ball, or the blockers to the ball. That was -8 yards or something. And then you get a penalty, and now you're way back. There's another time later in the game, get a holding penalty, get a delay of game penalty, and then Brock, the ball slips out of his hands when they're in strike position, especially after takeaways. But anytime you're down there in field goal range, you cannot self-inflict and/or allow the defense to force you into some negative plays.
So let's talk about Moody, because I think at this point in time it's going to be psychological. Right? We know the leg is there. The leg is no question. It's been proven. But the game of kicking is, you tell me, Tim, you've been around for a long time. How much of the game of kicking in the NFL is brain, mind versus leg? Because now he's going to have to believe in himself. He's going to have another big one coming up anytime soon. This is the time. This is going to test his mind, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like me on the driving range. I can get a gallery on the driving range, man. I can smoke it. I get it out there, and there's nobody watching but the three guys I'm playing with, and I can't execute. A lot of it's mental. I had such a good relationship and a friendship with Robbie Gold. I would, what'd you do? Well, and Robbie was so analytical. Well, I was thinking this, and I hit it a little too inside the ball. It was a little too high. I don't ask this cat anything. Jake Moody, how you doing today, big dog? Good to see you, and let him go, because and that's why I told Papa, you're not allowed to talk to him. You're not allowed to look at him.
Don't even look at him. Yeah.
Don't even look at him.
Yeah.
Don't even get near him where you can feel the energy that you are stalking him. Nothing.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be mental for him. The guy's kicked in a lot of big games, obviously, in college. He's not the first guy to not make a game winner. He pushed it at the end. The damn thing was almost blocked, too, off the side if you're watching.
Wow.
But, at the end of the day, that won't be his first, it won't be his last, and it's about mental toughness now, and he'll be able to get through that, I believe.
Yeah, we're talking to Tim Ryan after the Niners lose 19-17. So many things. Here's one for you. If rib oblique keeps CMC out, we don't know. Let's just say he's out for maybe even a couple games, something like that. The backups.
Yeah, here we go. Jordan Mason, come on down.
Because you talked about running the ball, Tim. You got to run it and run it more. Is Elijah?
Yeah, we need more Eli, too. Yeah.
We haven't seen much from him.
Well,
and then Mason. Are they ready? Like, if they got into Minnesota with no McCaffrey, how are you feeling about the run game?
I still feel all right about the run game. Eli's just getting back in the mix, and we know what that guy can do.
We do.
If healthy, and that's been a big if, unfortunately, and he's had a lot of bad luck. So that was his first real action. He has not played hardly at all this year, and I think he had 45 runs last year, or 43 runs. So it's been a while since he's been out there, trying to find his groove. And like anything else in the other position, you gotta find your groove, both in practice and in the game, and timing up those blocks. But I feel good that and will they be McCaffrey? No, but Jordan Mason's a closer. He runs hard. He gets downhill. The way those guys are coached, the way the offensive line's blocking. At the end of the day, I ask myself the same question: can the O-line achieve what they're looking for up front and get blocks? And they can, and the scheme can certainly get them some advantages. I like both of those backs. Where the backs are going to have to get better now, and where McCaffrey will be missed, just like I told you guys last year when they made the trade, is he unlocks the passing game. And I know those guys have all gotten better at route running. I watch them in practice every day when they're running their routes, especially against the safeties and the linebackers. But protection is a big part of it. Being in the right place at the right time in the protection, listening to the offensive line, knowing when you're in this protection, or if something changes and the play changes, you got to go to that protection, or if they walk an extra up to the line, this protection changes. That's the part that'll be a challenge, I think, for those guys. And there's no doubt McCaffrey was was missed in that area. But in terms of just being able to pound the rock and get some success on the ground, yeah, I got full confidence that those guys will be able to go out there and get it done.
Good. Timmy, a couple big things we haven't hit before I let you go. One is you said protection. O-line, we've been singing their praises all year.
They had a tough day yesterday.
I think it's fair to say they lost the line of scrimmage yesterday. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say. They, again, you got to factor in the sixth and at times seventh guy in protection, and the 49ers don't do a lot of that in terms of helping their guys out. They like to get 4 out in the route, or at times 5. So, what a warrior Trent was for coming back. I didn't think he was coming back off that ankle.
Unbelievable. And looked like he played pretty good.
Pretty well considering, yeah.
He definitely played well, was still moving people, was still holding up, and again, hopefully that thing's not going to act up on him this week, and he won't be able to go. So yeah, I mean, it was hit or miss, but they did not rock the box, if you know what I mean, in terms of the run box and handling the pressures that were coming at them, and that was for a variety of reasons. It was not easy. It was like, Brock, the Brock party, he was all by himself. He wasn't getting a lot of help. And but again, I think at the end of the day, that guy's such a flatliner. Never changed the look on his face that I'm aware of. And went out there and got him in position for an opportunity to win the damn game when it looked like there was, everything stacked against him at that point in the game. So, yeah, the O-line's going to be all right, man. This O-line will continue to get better. As I said earlier, I think the biggest takeaway is I don't see another defense in pro football right now that's doing what these Cleveland Browns are doing, so it's not going to get any harder.
Hey, we got to shout out at least Bobby Sala's New York Jet defense, because they had a hell of a... They kind of did what the Browns did to the Niners. They did to the Jets. They picked off Hurts 3 times, Timmy.
They never beat the Eagles. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Those franchises, in the history of those franchises. Well, you guys know I'm a huge fan of, as Booger would say, Bob Salah.
Yes, he does. He still does that, too. Yeah. Salah.
Bob Salah.
Yeah.
I always call him, hey, Bob Salah, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
No, I'm a huge fan. They're not statistically where they want to be defensively, but they certainly got the players and the powerhouse and the punches to knock the ball out and to go get the interception. So, they got after Philadelphia yesterday. Philadelphia is a better, a beatable team this year. They're different. They're obviously still winning a lot of games, had their first loss yesterday, but the Jets do a lot of the same things the 49ers do. They get after you up front, and that's Bosa didn't have his best game yesterday. And I haven't even watched the tape yet, and I know. And he still had a sack. Armstead and Hargrave, and some of it's P.J. Walker getting the ball out quick. Those guys got to play better, and they've got the ability to play better. And I was happy to see Randy Gregory out there doing some good stuff.
Man, he got flashed.
He made a couple of nice plays.
Talk about flashing.
Nice game.
Like all of a sudden, welcome to the squad, man.
Yeah, he definitely flashed. So,
he did.
Yeah, I was fired up for Salah. And this team will rebound, man. That's the one thing. On the plane ride home, this has been a foreign feeling. Other than that Philadelphia game, this team's 17-1 in their last 18 games going into yesterday. I mean, there's been a lot of fun trips flying home where guys are enjoying themselves. I think last night guys were still enjoying themselves, but it wasn't until late in the flight when after the work was done. Guys were absolutely grinding tape and talking to each other and talking ball, not just chopping it up and having a little smoking joke, talking ball on how this team can get better. Great leadership and character on this team.
We didn't ask about. I mean, it's a bitch, crying and bitching and moaning. It's what we do about the refs. What are we going to do? I mean, listen, the Browns had 13 penalties, so we can't say it was favored. But
honestly, I would like somebody to tell me.
Nothing.
You could
argue bad luck.
What's he supposed to do? Yeah.
The football gods wanted the Brownies to win that game yesterday. The Factory of Sadness needed it, and that was a play. I think. Are you talking about the T. Get play?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, a couple things. Again, we didn't have any TV monitor in our booth, so I saw no replay of that play. I see it all in live action. Man, you better be right the first time.
Oh, you didn't get to see. Oh, Timmy, he
it's bad. It's all shoulder. He lowers his shoulder. It's a text. It's 100% clean.
I've always been of this belief. I saw it on the highlight last night when I got home. Here's the deal. that play, the defenseless play, in my mind, and you don't want to put everything under replay. That's got to be a reviewable play, because the human eye can't catch it at full speed. It looked like it was helmet to helmet. It looked like it may have been shoulder to helmet. It looked all at real time because, and again, it was bad luck. T. Gipp was all over that, driving on it. It was a high ball that the receiver had to stretch out for just as T. Gipp was making his break. And yes, it did look shoulder to shoulder, and it wasn't helmet to helmet. The rule reads, when a player's defenseless, if you hit him with anything from anything, it can be your right knee if you got a great vertical. It can be you hit him with anything in the V of his neck up, it's going to be a penalty on hitting a defenseless player because he is defenseless. It has nothing to do with helmet to helmet.
No.
So it's anything from the V of the neck up. And it sounds like, and when I saw last night watching the highlight is, I don't think anything. It looked like it was right shoulder to right shoulder.
It was shoulder,
but
yeah.
The human eye, Matt, can't pick it up, and they're never going to pick that flag up because they had 14 human eyes out there with the 7 officials, and they're incapable. It's impossible to see that thing at real time and not see the body go backwards and as fast as it happened, and clearly the player was defenseless. They're going to throw that flag every time, and that was a huge penalty in the game. But at the end of the day, I don't blame them. I blame the eyes that God gave them because it's too fast. That play has got to be put under review somehow, some way.
And then, I mean, I know we got to go, but that would be fumble by PJ Walker that they called grounding, Timmy. Oh,
well, I think here's where that play got jacked up. Old Hussey blew the whistle. Yeah. You can't blow the whistle on a play like that. If there's any question, incomplete fumble, you let it play out because then the team can recover it. The team can get the benefit of the fumble, right? And you let it play out, and then because it was called a turnover, you let review automatically review it and then fix it. Now, under 2 minutes, it's going to get auto-reviewed anyway going into the half. But, again, I did not see it in the booth, saw it last night. Saw it out on the Jumbotron. They showed it a couple of times at the stadium. The question on that is, yes, an underhand flip is a pass. Was the ball coming loose before his hand started forward? Was any part of the ball starting to jostle loose on that sack before, underhand or overhand, it doesn't matter, before that hand started coming forward? That's the question on that play. But again, I think the whole problem was blowing the whistle and whistling it dead. Because, again, there's no way in hell he saw that at real time. And he assumed that it was an incomplete pass, my opinion.
Okay.
You got it. Those guys have to protect themselves with the review on the turnover. And I can promise you that if they looked at that play both ways and they just let it play and Bosa recovered it and who knows what happens after that, I don't think there would have been enough visual evidence to overturn it. That was a huge play. Should have never blown his whistle.
Just everything went wrong, man. Everything from that to, calls to everything, injuries, you name it. And then
you know what, though, Murph? Yeah. We're optimists. You know that. I mean, I don't know. You may be a pessimist. I know Mac Daddy. The glass is always.
I keep it up. Yeah, I keep it positive. Yeah, totally.
It don't matter, man. This
the bong water is always Timmy. The bong water is always half full.
Hey, listen, it's a true story.
and never clean. I'm sure.
Anyway, of course,
it's always half empty and never clean. That's like as long as it bubbles up, good, man.
As long as it bubbles up, I'm fine.
Yeah, but no, of course. I mean, big picture, this thing is incredible, and they almost won the damn game, given everything.
Yeah.
So
no, this will be a game they can build off of again. Not just players, coaches, in terms of because they're going to have to adjust on defense to that perimeter run the way that they were running. Everyone's going to run it.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good time to reset. Especially with Philadelphia losing. Detroit's another question on how they're going to factor into everything.
We're looking at the
right there. That's the 3-5-1s, man. The Lions are in.
The Lions' schedule is fairly easy.
I will. Yeah. No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And they play like the 49ers, and they're physical, and they're good at the line of scrimmage. But I choose to see the glass half full, and I think I don't want to say the 49ers needed this, because there's no doubt they have humility and they're never going to get ahead of themselves. But was certainly a reminder that if you don't play your best in this league, you get your ass beat. So this will end up being a positive thing.
Okay, great, thorough discussion. Loved it. Made everybody feel a little bit better. I hate that we have to wait till Monday night to play, but actually that extra day might help Debo, Trent, and CMC. So we shall see.
An extra day working on that nasty attitude they're going to bring out to the field, because I think you're going to see that, Tim, a nasty attitude next week.
These dogs like to hunt.
Yeah, man.
Mac, They like to hunt.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, they don't bring the quarry back still. It's usually pretty chewed up when they bring it back. Kind of like taking my Rottweiler duck hunting, if you know what I mean.
There you go. I got you. All right, man. Have a great week. Thanks for it.
Yeah.
You guys are studs. All right, see you.
There he is. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. It was good. It was thorough. It was comprehensive. One of the most important things he said there was basically, and he didn't want to kill Kyle, but they should have run the ball more.
We said that, though, during the
when we
Kyle
certainly talked about the 3 minutes left in the game. They should have run the damn ball.
Specifically what I'm talking about. The 3 passes that didn't make a lot of sense to me. They had the ball for, I think it was 20 seconds. And
I'm
they
looking
punted.
at the highlights here on YouTube, and instead of watching us on YouTube, Paulie, which you can do.
Right.
By the way.
Right.
KNBR.com.
You can check out our rugged good looks. They're right there for you.
It's right there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But after the Warner interception that takes it down, weren't you feeling amazing? It's 7-0.
Freddie Warner
streaking down the field.
Freddie Warner's going to win.
He gets to the 25-yard line. The first play they ran was not a run play. They tried to do a little back of the line of scrimmage pass to McCaffrey.
Yeah.
The Browns sacked him. It was like a 7-yard loss.
They weren't faking the Browns.
Eventually wound up in the Moody miss. That's a big little sequence there, Marcus.
There were a couple sequences where the 49ers were going the wrong way. When Brock Purdy fumbled right before halftime, that knocked him out of field goal range, too.
Yes.
Wasn't there a show on HBO Murph called
Loss right there?
What was that show? Big Little Lies, Big Little Sequence. It's the same kind of idea we're introducing.
Big Little Sequence.
Yeah, it was a big little sequence.
Like it's the Reno of sequences, the biggest little town in the world.
Now keep this in mind, Murph. I'm going on a rock and roll stealth mission in November. I will be at the home of the Detroit Lions on November.
There's particles there.
That's what I want you to know. Should I do anything? Should I execute some kind of mission?
You're foreshadowing.
Yeah. When do I go to Detroit? This will be the first time I've ever been to Detroit, but I'll be at the home of the Lions. Marcus, what do I do? Do I mark it with some Niner gear?
Hey, Paula, you just say, hey, been here before in a big postseason. I've been in the major Detroit area before for
Joe got his first ring here.
Postseason game. Yeah. Why don't we do it again?
Yeah, I like that. I might have to vandalize it with some Niner stuff too. I might tag it. You know what I mean? CMC was here.
How long have we said it? The road to the bowl runs through Detroit.
We're saying it now. Even Tim Ryan.
People on the text line, they're like, I'm sick of you saying that.
Did you hear what Tim Ryan said about the Lions? He goes, yeah, they get after you like the Niners. Yeah.
2 physical teams going after it. All right, man. All right, the big hit. The Niners. It's called Moody Misses and Bum Baby Brock.
Okay, man.
Moody Misses and Bum Baby Brock. 808 KNBR is the phone number. It is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627. Let's hear from all y'all. 49ers licking wounds. The big hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The football gods wanted the Brownies to win that game. The factory of sadness needed it.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Trouble forward to McCaffrey. Good block by Brindle. McCaffrey 5. Touchdown! And the kick is away, and Jake Moody has missed his first kick in the NFL. Shotgun snap from Ethan Posick. Throws one down the left sideline to Amari Cooper. Slipping down to the field. Amari may go all the way. 30. Now he's pulled down from behind, saving a touchdown there. Hunt coming left. Gets the edge. 10. 5. Touchdown. Cleveland out of the gun. Licks. Let the ball slip out of his hands. He's back on it. He back the recovery. The ball slipped out of his hands. It's 49er ball, but they're going to be too far away for a field goal. There's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40, He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. Walker's throw intercepted. Coming back the other way, Demo Lenore, 20, 15, 10, banged out of bounds on the 5-yard line. J.P. Mason cuts inside, diving for the end zone. Touchdown! Blitz, sack, pressure by Nick Bosa. He got there so fast it looked like a blitz. Purdy back. Purdy steps up. Purdy under pressure. Purdy throws it away. They got to put the ball back to Cleveland. They're all over it. Walker throws high, incomplete.
They're going to get a penalty on Deshaun Gibson. Hit on a defenseless player.
Personal foul. Defense number 31.
Action. He's going to roll to his right. P.J. Walker will tuck it and run. Throw. Broken up. It was almost intercepted. What are they doing?
I'll tell you what, if Deshaun Gibson didn't reach out and punch that ball down, and I'm shocked they ran that play, Oren Burks may have an interception.
Hopkins has it away, and it is good. Purdy throws out left. Caught. Jawan Jennings out of bounds on 3rd and Jawan.
3rd and Jawan.
Stops the clock with 45 seconds to go. Snap. Hold. Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
There it is, the sounds of a 1917 loss to the Cleveland Browns, ending on a Jake Moody miss, but so many other things going into it. The 49ers are getting 215 yards. Jim Schwartz continues to own Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy has easily, by a mile, the worst day of his NFL career.
Give me those Schwartz numbers against Kyle again, real quick. Give me the.
There's some dispute.
This is crazy.
There's some dispute whether it's 10 or 9 times they face each other. I'm going to go with the 9 just because that's what I saw.
Yeah, we'll scale down. No, thank you, Coach.
Schwartz has beaten him head-to-head. Schwartz's defense against Kyle's offense in some form, going all the way back to 2012. Schwartz's defenses have beaten Kyle's offenses 8 out of 9 times. 6 times in a row, and have only let him get to 20 points once. It was 20, too. Not even 21. They got to 20. And Kyle's averaged 15 points against Jim Schwartz.
That's really something to really wrap your head around right there. And again, it shows you what a great defense can do in the NFL. It did remind me about some of those Parcells, Walsh kind of era giant Niner games where the Niners had a great offense, but Parcells and Belichick would always muck it up, and it would turn into that kind of game, 15-12, 7-3. Suddenly you're playing their game, and I felt like the Browns did that. They kind of imposed their style on the Niners. They clogged up the run lanes after that first drive.
Did you just drop a 15-12 on me?
I did.
Did you go there?
I did. It had that kind of feel.
Too much. Too soon.
35 years. Too soon.
It was too soon.
Yeah. He's right. It is too soon. When I'm dead, it'll be too soon.
But, boys, I'm still trying to figure out what Jim Schwartz knows that the rest of the league doesn't know.
No, that's what I'm saying.
And that's the thing, Paulie Mac, to your point, that first drive, I thought Kyle did a great job scripting. It started with the Debo end around to attack
the
Myles
first
Garrett
drive
on the
is
end.
perfect.
And then that little shovel pass to Christian McCaffrey.
The key plays of that drive was just a straight run by McCaffrey in which he got through the line of scrimmage, juked 2 dudes, and gave like 35 yards.
Beautiful run.
That guy was not in the field in the second half of the game.
No, and that's you felt that big time.
What are you going to do with that? Your horse, man. It's like, it's like the Phillies going out there without Bryce Harper, you know what I mean? Or whatever.
By the way, I'm all over the Phillies tonight, too. More on that later, but yeah.
It's like the Rangers going out there without Bruce Bochy. You know what I mean?
Bochy, well, might as well win another one. Want a matinee? Let's go.
So, guys, tons of reaction on the text line, tons of reaction on the phone lines. Michael in Santa Rosa starts us off. Michael,
What's
good
up,
morning.
Boys? Love the show. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's got to settle down. He's got to keep the eye candy in the backfield, and he ran that one play like 6 times. It didn't work, and that you got to keep the eye candy for the defense. Keep them guessing. You can't just run CMC up the middle. That is dumb. Give them the ball in space. Get the ball to the playmakers in the backfield, right? Remember the flip-flop play in the backfield? They've got all kinds of space. And Kittle over the middle. I'm screaming it the entire time, like, let's go.
Well, according to Michael,
stop throwing these 10 to 15-yard passes. Give me the 5 to 10. Make it easy.
Michael,
make it simple, side to side.
According to Timmy Ryan, Schwartz takes away the middle of the field, so there is no Kittle over the middle.
Right. You got to go. You got to go. So it's tight end just right there. 3. 5-step drops. No, 3. Get it out now. Right, left. Run those screens, pitch it to them. Just get it to somebody in space so they can go.
But the problem is now you don't have McCaffrey or you don't have McCaffrey or Debo in the game. They're out.
right? Well, then you're going power move up the middle, and then you're going, running a screen out to the right or left. You got to keep mixing it up. You can't just go, I'm making this work. It didn't work. Do something different.
Yeah,
Michael, what works.
I appreciate you, man.
I do. Give me the reverse.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, Michael.
I appreciate the passion.
Like Kyle's playing calling.
No.
Somebody else wrote in and said that was 28-3 play calling when he was still trying to throw the ball with Matt Ryan against the Patriots.
Murph, if I may, I still, you say too soon about 15. I say still too soon about fourth quarter of the Super Bowl in 2019, where everyone wants to hang Jimmy G and say, like, oh, how dare he throw that? He overthrew. Bro, why are we throwing it at all?
Yeah.
They should have just ran we had a 10-point lead with 8 minutes left. Run the damn ball. So sometimes there are curious moments with Coach that we're still trying to figure out. I don't know.
Joey C. says, don't forget, Wersching missed a field goal week 7 against the Steelers in '84 after Montana had led them down the field, just as Purdy did yesterday. Purdy did come through. Now, he got saved by a 3rd and 10 flag, but it was a legit flag. Jennings was definitely held on that play.
And he did his job in terms of getting them into field goal range. Like, he got them there.
Saying after that flag, he definitely did. He had 3 big passes, 2 to Ayuk and 1 to Jennings. Those were right on the money. Those were important. A lot of people checking in saying, is that the same Jim Schwartz who got into the fart with Jim Harbaugh? Yes.
100%.
This guy has been a major part of our lives, man.
Who was the guy that was in the middle?
Bob Lang.
Bobby Lang. Thank you. We just talked about that.
It was Bobby Lang.
Dude, separating dudes.
It was the Bob Lang whoa game. That's what Matt Miyoko called it, too.
Do you have any gripes? Because a lot of Niner fans are pissed that Kittle only saw 1 ball for 1 yard yesterday.
They took him away, didn't they? They took him away. And also, he was under heavy duress. Hard to find a guy when there's a lot of. By the way, Brown's not wearing their orange jersey.
It was weird with the white, like little marshmallow guys. I know you missed it.
But to Michael's point, we've seen Kyle Shanahan get creative before, where he's done tight end screens before. Like, I know Kittle had to stay back and help chip block Myles Garrett a lot, but get a chip block, get him in the open space,
get off the block,
and then give him a little bit of a screen or a couple dump down passes.
Yeah,
especially missing Ayuk and Debo.
I would have involved him a little more.
Debo and CMC, you got to get him involved.
Multiple people have checked in saying, does a depressing game like that call for a depressing song like Nights in White Satin by the Moody Blues for Jake Moody missing?
Hence the cover on the Chronicle today.
Misses in
Nights
gold
in white
pants.
satin, you know what I mean? Never reaching the end.
I'm sure my buddies and I determined that is factually the most depressing song.
Well, bro,
in
when
the
they get
history
into
of the
that
world.
little poetry slam in the middle, 2 lovers wrestling is one. It's like, dude, that ain't rock and roll anymore.
Anyway, I'm checking the text line. Some guys asked me about my fantasy. Did you drop Dan Carlson? No, I kept him. He was one of my only good performances yesterday. 831 says Niners played like S the entire game. Purdy did his job the entire game and set him up for a chip shot. No big deal. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. 530. Come up. A lot of people writing about this. Too much chirping after the Dallas game. Not enough focus on Cleveland. Never forget the sage advice of Winston Wolfe. Some people presuming that there was a physical and emotional letdown after the Dallas game.
Winston Wolfe is something we like to warn our listeners on a regular basis. When guys get too high, we bring them in.
Well, let's not start each other's quite yet.
Yeah.
By the way, I
true
have to tell
story.
you, Paulie, I was in a situation recently. I was in some situation where I couldn't lose my. Was I working an event or whatever? But I couldn't lose my cool. I had to be professional.
Yeah.
And all I could think about was when we were talking about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's first date. And we wound up at the point where you played Travolta.
Oh, yeah.
We were saying, do you guys think it went all the way the first time? You probably goes, no, I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Do you want to know how the first date ended? It ended like this.
So, you're going to go out there, you're going to say goodnight. I've had a very lovely evening. Walk out the door, get in the car, go home, off, and that's all you're going to do.
I was in a situation
That's
where I
all
couldn't
you're going to do.
I was supposed to be like
we've been there. We've all been there.
And I started laughing. I kept trying to have a straight face.
That's
dude.
all you're going to do.
I was like, get people like, hey, aren't you supposed to be professional right now?
You got to take the edge off.
Jay is in Hayward right now. Jay in Hayward, good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
Hey, man.
What's up, Jay?
We got you.
All right. What's up, guys?
Hey, Jay.
So I've been telling everybody, if it takes all that for us to lose, I'll take it. You know, we got CMC out, Debo out, Trent Williams out, 2 missed kicks from Moody in front of his own family. If it takes all that for us to lose, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Because imagine, we already seen us on a good day. So imagine on a very good day. And, yeah, I mean, we're definitely getting a lot of heat right now. And we deserve it because that was a very trash game. Definitely a trap game. Everybody should have known. Just like the Bills, just like the Eagles, they almost lost. Eagles did lose, so it wasn't that bad at the end.
Right.
Jay, you're going with the very rational 17-game season. You ain't going 17-0.
No one is.
You're going to lose on the road to the number one defense in the NFL on a missed kick at the end.
In the rain.
It's all extremely reasonable, Jay. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that. You know what we haven't even talked about also? The Seahawks lost.
Seahawks lost too. Great call. And I will tell you that on that note.
Don't underrate that. That was big.
Don't underrate that. And for all honesty, true transparency, the Eagles losing yesterday really did take some of the sting away from me too, because it's not like the Niners lost ground to them.
It was a huge, by the way, I want to shout out a little local business here. Little Rory delayed birthday party with his buddies. We went to Stagecoach Greens, which is that mini golf right down by Chase Center.
Yeah.
Which has all those food trucks.
Yep.
Wow. By the way, abundance of food, like too many food trucks. You're paralyzed. You're like, I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. You don't know which one to go to.
Don't eat one of those gummies before you go to the land of the food trucks.
You got to pull the trigger and go to one of them.
But
But anyway,
everything you got.
We're at Stagecoach Greens. Great little, fun little San Francisco style mini golf course out there. I whipped out my phone. I told the kids. I said, "Man, the Eagles just lost."
Yep.
And little Uggy, big Niner fan, goes, "Yeah, all right."
That's right, Uggy. Me and you,
buddy. Still the
buddy.
one seed, man. I was like, "You and me, Uggs."
I was watching that game at home. I was really getting wrapped up in that. Did you watch that game too, Marcus? The Jets game?
Oh, I was locked in.
Paulie will watch a Sunday afternoon America's Game of the Week.
I got no choice. I will.
Everybody else is on Red Zone. Paulie's like, "Give me the game."
I watched all 4 quarters.
You watched that game?
I really did. And it really paid off in the end. The fourth quarter was very exciting.
Now, Paulie Mack, were you sticking with that game more, or were you flipping over to see your boy Jimmy Garoppolo
There
take down the
was
Patriots?
toggling, but I did more.
Poor Jimmy.
I did more.
Yeah,
You want to know what
game,
the honest to God truth? I swear to God, dude, I felt like if I watched too much Raiders, I'll jinx it because it was going well. I'm like, they're winning. I don't want to mess with this.
Jets Eagles was on the couch potato guide.
Yeah, how'd you do in the
Number
forecast?
3. No,
not a good one.
You're pulling away now.
I had
buddy.
a nice week finally.
I had a push on Washington, Oregon. The dreaded push.
Yeah,
the worst.
Man, yeah.
Did
Now
you do the Buffaloes
now
in
you got
Stanford?
that one, and no, I didn't.
No.
I rode with Chip Kelly.
I don't want to. That's your. I don't get involved. That's
Don't
your
get me
stuff.
started.
Yeah, I know.
Don't get me started.
I know.
Yeah, don't get me started.
He's all calm right now.
Don't
Part
get
of me
me
still
started.
likes to like him.
Well, there was a lot of discussion amongst the friends, and we're just,
You're getting to a point,
there's
right?
a sadness there. Yeah. 650 says it was a stinker, but the Niners needed a stinker. You can't declare yourself the man in Week 6. A little humility is a good thing.
Do you have a problem with the Kittle T-shirt thing, and did that affect anything? It's like all tied up.
It maybe that all plays some sort of psychological role. I don't know. 209 says, "Hey guys, I wish we had just drafted a kicker in the second round instead of the third. Second rounder makes that." 925 says, "An L is an L, but check the standings. It was a non-conference road game, so the likelihood of it becoming a tiebreaker down the road is minimal. You
Highly
still
unlikely,
lead the division and still tied for the NFC lead," which we note now involves the Detroit Lions. All right, everybody?
For real. And you got to assume they're going to keep winning based on how weak their division is. Their
schedule is not daunting at all.
They're going to wrap up some wins.
510 says the O-line should think twice before cashing those game checks. The Browns were living in the backfield.
They were. Yeah, it was not
That's
a good
a true
day for
story.
the O-line. O-line did.
And vice versa. The Browns just dominated the trenches on both sides of the ball. Like, we really haven't spent too much time talking about the fact that the Browns ran for 160 yards against that 49er
That's maybe
defense.
the biggest stat of the day, other than the penalties. By the way, post-contract Bosa.
I was just going to say that, dude. Tim Ryan actually going, Bosa did not have his best game yesterday.
He's had 2 sacks this year when nobody blocks him.
Well, there was a couple of plays, too, where I was watching Bosa specifically, like when he was...
That big right tackle was wiping him out.
Well, that, and also just Bosa pursuing some of the running plays for the Browns. I would have liked to have seen a little harder pursuit there.
Look at
I'm
us.
just throwing that out there. I know. Bosa must go. 808 KNBR. No, I'm kidding.
Dre and Lamore, one of the regulars. Dre, good morning. How are you?
My dudes, good morning.
What up, Dre?
Rough loss yesterday. Hey, what up? Shanahan, he really let me down on a few of those play calls, especially 3-something left, not running 3 runs.
Brutal.
Brutal right
This
there.
is. It is.
Dre, I was yelling.
All of us.
I was out of my couch
What
yelling.
is that?
What are we doing?
Seriously,
and that
what are we
led
doing?
to the intentional grounding that put him so far back.
Run the blanking ball.
Exactly. And then the other thing, Brock let us down to a potential winning field goal, but Shanahan let a lot of time go. Get closer to that field goal.
Dre, you're bringing up a very important point that we haven't talked about. Should they have run another play? I got people in my family, in my inner circle, telling me they should have run another play. Get closer to let Moody that much closer, right? So, Dre, I hear you, buddy. Take care, buddy. That's Dre. I heard he called into the postgame show, too.
Also, not lose sight of the fact that, Debo only lasted one quarter. CMC couldn't play. You didn't have Greenlaw out there. Trent Williams was like, it was just not a good day in a variety of areas.
True, Paulie Mack, but you can also counter that argument with saying they were playing P.J. Walker, backup quarterback. There was no Nick Chubb. There was no Joe. There was no Joe Bitonio.
You got me there, buddy.
Yeah, like the Browns were missing plenty of pieces too.
They were
actually technically. Did you see that? Let me double check on this. I think Brock Purdy actually outrated P.J. Walker yesterday.
Wow, I was not
by rating. Whatever rating is. I don't know. You use it when you like it. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Yeah, Purdy's rating was 55, and Walker's was 45. Yes, he outrated him.
Man.
So I mean, Walker threw 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really slice and dice him at all. It was their run game.
Yeah.
It was Jerome Ford, 17 totes for 84 yards.
He did some work.
Kareem Hunt, 12 for 47. The two of those guys combined for 131 yards.
Yeah, they went to work yesterday. Yeah, I know. On the great Niner defense.
Because we haven't probably talked about one of the biggest, no Dre Greenlaw. That was a huge deal.
Huge.
On those run plays.
Huge.
Dre's he's a sprinter.
He locks
out
that
there.
up. Yeah, he's all over that.
That 7-yard game becomes a 3-yard gain. You know what I mean? So and by the way, my bad. We're supposed to be the morning show, Murph and Mac on KNBR. Did we talk Greenlaw injury all week last week?
Not really.
I didn't.
Not really.
Usually with John Lynch, I try to ask about the guys who may or may not play.
I don't know.
I didn't ask about Greenlaw.
Well, it was weird because on the injury report all week, they're like, oh, it's just a rest day for Greenlaw, no big deal. And then
that's what I'm saying. I don't think anybody really knew.
Around, they're like, all right, scratch, no big deal.
I didn't know he was scratched until right before the game.
Mm-hmm.
It said inactive, Dre Greenlaw.
I expected to see him as well.
Dude, that was low-key a monster.
Huge.
Yeah, because it's the same injury that's been lingering for a couple of weeks, but they finally decided to give him some time off.
Yeah.
This is what we said all along, and what Silver wrote this after about week 4 or 5. Says, right now, we know who this team is. Their only mission is to get to January healthy. It's kind of like the Warriors. Like, we know they're going to be in the mix. Just will Chris Paul be healthy in April? You know what I mean?
With that in mind, do you think they exercise an abundance of caution? Honestly, I don't know. Like with guys like CMC, because you even said we're talking to Tim, like we don't know if he's going to miss any games, but maybe he will, 1 or 2. But do you think they lean towards the cautious side now with that in mind?
No, you got it. The whole goal is to get the 1 seed.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to get the 1 seed. Like this whole season is about the 1 seed. Like you don't go to Philly. I don't go to Detroit. So they have to do enough to win. Now, I mean, rib, oblique.
Obliques are not good.
The knock on CMC was, when he got traded, well, he's injury prone. Well, he hasn't been for a year, and now he takes such a beating. Guys are ripping his face mask everywhere.
Keep this in mind. He's had 4 face mask calls on him this year. So guys I don't know if they're targeting him. We talked about that after Dallas, but 4 face masks. Coincidence? I don't know.
Dude, 408 says, I'm still pissed at Kyle for not throwing the challenge flag on the Devontae Smith catch against Philly in the NFC Championship.
Well, that was, I don't know why he didn't do that either.
Other people saying they should have run another plays, but what about if you run and, if they fumble that ball for some reason?
Bro, you and me are on the mic today going off.
I thought they were going to run it, and I was yelling at my TV because Mooch used to always go, 5 points of pressure, guys, 5 points of pressure. Mooch used to come bring a football out to the media. Here's the 5 points of pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So I was yelling to my TV to Jordan Mason, 5 points of pressure, Mason, and then they didn't do it. Yeah. So anyway, man, out to the phones lines one more time. Tim and Manteca to close out the big hit. We're all in it together, y'all. Tim and Manteca. Tim, I'll see you this weekend. I'll be out there this Saturday, Sunday. Tim, good morning.
Hey, that's what's up. You guys remember me, man? During the Bosa contract, I lost some sleep, and I was having a hard time with it until Bosa finally signed.
Hell yeah.
But,
I got you, Tim. Me and you, buddy.
Tim, you brought up your lovely bride.
See? Look at this.
Yes, that's right. That's right. You remember. All right.
Do. Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, I love it. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, that was a tough loss yesterday. It was really, really a tough game. I think that the Niners, that's the last loss that they have for the rest of this year. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl, and I think they're going to win out, and I think they're going to get the number 1 seed.
Wow.
I think there might be a couple close games, but I think that this was like it left a sour taste in their mouth. They lost by 2 points. Like a field goal would have won, and they barely missed that field goal. So, like, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's a long plane ride home from Cleveland. So, yeah, man, I just wanted to tell your listeners.
Loss. Okay, so that's it. Starts in Minnesota next Monday night. The win streak begins, right?
Yep, that's right.
All right, Tim, you're the man. Thanks for the call. There's an optimistic call to end on, Paulie.
I like
Niners at Minnesota on next week. And then, do they have the bye after that?
I'm not sure when the bye is actually.
They have the Bengals first before the bye week.
That'll be a good one, too.
Okay, yeah. Sunday, 125, then the bye week. All right.
All right, buddy.
All right, guys. Well, we're all in it together, from penalties to play calls to missed kicks to Jim Schwartz's smirk. You're going to have to wear this one, guys.
I mean, they say Mike Krukow says it in baseball. He goes, ownage is ownage.
Ownage is ownage.
What are you going to do?
There's no denying that one, man.
The numbers are right there. It tells you all you need to know.
Kyle looks across the field and says, damn, I talked about...
yeah, there he is again. There's Schwartz.
It was funny. We had CYO tryouts this weekend.
Nice.
So one of the dads, thank God him for listening. Coach Dillon was listening.
Oh, I like
bless
Coach.
him.
I like
and he's
the
in
name,
the
Coach
demo
Dillon.
too, Paul.
Yeah.
He's in the demo.
Yeah. Shout out Matt Dillon.
He
Any
goes, hey, I was listening to you Friday morning because we were talking about ownage is ownage when you were out for the day on Friday. And I said, man, Marcus, there is such a thing as ownage because I coach youth sports. I said, there's certain basketball coaches that when I'm in the gym, I walk in the gym and I see this other guy,
like,
I go,
oh, no.
I'm toast. I got no shot
No,
against
it's
this
a
guy.
real thing. It's true.
And Coach Dillon goes, hey, man, were you talking about me? I said, yeah, no. Not you, buddy.
That wasn't you, bro. No. You, I'm not afraid of at all. Well, you're a good guy. Shout out Coach
He is
Dillon.
a good guy,
Yeah,
too.
I can tell.
He hosted a poker party last spring. We had a good time.
You guys have wiped the floor with me. I don't know. I suck
actually
at poker.
played well, believe it or not. Yeah.
Marcus, you a poker player? I can see you.
I'll dabble a little bit.
Yeah, with the
Paulie Mac.
cigar going.
Yeah, I'm no high stake poker player,
Give me
but
a raise.
you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
I call. I
You know what,
raise.
they played, I always played a 5-card draw. These kids play Texas Hold'em now, and I'm confused. You only get 2. I'm like, where's my other cards? You know what I mean?
You checked in with Coach Kidd.
All
Thank
right.
you, man.
Cooler of content. Mike Sando joins us later in the show, but mostly it's all about the community today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay.
Oh.
The door's open.
Undefeated no more. The 49ers took their first L this weekend against the Cleveland Browns. So to read about the top 3 takeaways from the 49ers' first loss, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, the cooler of content. What happened over the weekend that was sound-worthy? Well, it starts on Saturday morning when College Game Day went to Seattle. Boy, what a scene, Paulie. My God, I got to tell you, playing Purple Rain at full volume while the quarterback's crying in his mom's arms and the students are rushing the field. I was like, that's a hell of a scene right there in Seattle.
You really think about it. Purple Rain is kind of like our generation's like Stairway to Heaven. You know what I mean? It was like the ballad. At all our proms, we always danced like Purple Rain, and it's still loved today. You buying what I'm selling right there?
I got to show you the scenes. It was incredible. So anyway, Pat McAfee is now. By the way, I was wondering about because McAfee. There's all sorts of stories about him now. They say he pays Aaron Rodgers $1 million a week to go on his show and all that. And well,
It's not true, man. Guys don't believe it.
That money is pharma money.
You see me warmed up? I stood there yesterday, man. I stood.
But I'm waiting for the McAfee backlash at some point.
Oh, it's already hit in my house. It's already hit. I'm already worn out with the tank tops and the whole act. And now they're throwing them on game day. It's too much. What do you give me for Taylor Swift and Pat McAfee saturating the market?
If I was Tay-Tay,
it's too much.
I would not have done that hit on SNL.
Me neither. I reacted very unhappily to that. I'm like, look at this now. This is over. This is overdoing it.
Yeah.
Let what's her face? Ice Spice get something going. Let her have a
little.
Well, she's shaking her booty.
Yeah,
she's got the shorts.
Not much going on musically there, Paulie. You know
not
what I mean?
a whole lot at all. I told Liz as soon as it came on, I go, look at this. Not a single instrument on that stage. Nothing.
And not much vocal range.
And how about the fact that when you really know you have nothing left to say, you just turn around and just like torque at the camera because she was just like bouncing her ass at the camera. I'm like, well,
listen, I'm not trying to be a hater.
There wasn't a whole lot going on there,
I was like,
Marcus.
hey, my eyes are open. My mind was open. I was like, hey, Ice Spice, what do you got?
She's flanked by the other two dancers.
And all she pretty much did was just turn around and show me her rear end.
I know. She's shaking it all over the place. I like the Daisy
It was
Dukes.
a significant rear end.
Yeah, there was some substance there. And then I was thinking at the same time, I go, wow, this is what CK's got to usher her on and off the stage. He's like, yeah.
Anyway, the point is that McAfee.
Ice Spice.
So can a Seattle crowd show up in the dark in the Northwest, the dark gloom of the Northwest at 6 a.m.? McAfee was hyped about the Washington Huskies game day crowd.
They call this game a lot of things. They call it the Cascade Clash. They call it the Border War. What I'm thinking is this is a spotlight on West Coast football. Yeah. Now, these folks got here yesterday, 4 p.m. local. That's 7 p.m. Eastern time. They've been having a time out here since midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And now it is 6 a.m. And listen to this crowd. Go! 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 This is one of the most impressive things I've seen humans do. It's raining, it's miserable, it's 6 a.m. And they've been out here all morning. And shout out to the Washington Huskies fan base.
I got to give it up, man. I was wondering, I was like, I don't know if because Washington football used to be the thing. When Marcus, before you were born, they were a national power. And then it's fallen off for a long time. And I thought, Husky Stadium, it used to be, you didn't win at Husky Stadium.
You always used to say that. I remember you used to say that.
Except for one, dude, actually, oddly enough, Terry Donahue had tremendous wins up there. And we used to play really well up there. I used to always be like, Washington, bring it on, dude. We own you. We kind of had a Jim Schwartz ownage on Washington.
Was it Michael Walter? Former 49er,
Oregon Duck.
He was Oregon. Okay.
Yeah.
Who was Washington? I think
Dana Hall.
Dana Hall. That's a good one.
I don't know. But anyway, point is that it was a great crowd, and it showed in that environment. It was by the way, Oregon played great in that environment. Dan Lanning might have cost the game for it.
I mean, that was a fantastic game, but I'm surprised that Pat McAfee doesn't know, Murph.
We play some ball on the West Coast.
Oh, hells yeah. By the way, McAfee, who is his target audience? The kids? Are your kids McAfee fans?
James, Tommy, and
James is already burnt on him. How about you, Marcus? Are you a McAfee guy?
McAfee, I'll check in. I'll go in and out. I'm not.
Do you throw a shirt on, bro?
Do you Fs with him?
You know, I wouldn't say I Fs with him, but I also don't Fs with him. He's kind of in that weird middle ground for me, but Paulie Mack, at least he put on some sleeves for college game day.
No, and the best thing about Murph dropping that is he did it correctly. It wasn't just do you F with him, you pluralize it.
Was that Thursday or Friday with you?
What do you mean?
When we did the Fs, was that Friday?
No, that was me and you on Friday.
Friday we had a
big session.
Whole session on it.
I blanks with you.
We had a whole session on it.
I blanks with the...
How did that start? It went down a road. Dude, the texts were flying.
Heard the new Stone song with Lady Gaga? I blanks with that.
I think it was Nick Castellanos. I Fs with Philadelphia.
In the cooler content, Nick Castellanos said, I F with Philadelphia. And we were like, well, listen to this guy. And then boom, it was off. Yeah. Desmond Howard also at game day. So the quarterback of Washington is called Michael Penix.
Okay.
Penix. If you look at it written down, it looks like,
Well, listen, it's anatomy, right? It's
so,
yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
They have a tremendous amount of trust from Michael, what he's been doing on the field. He's built relationships with the players. I tell you what, he's dealt with a lot of adversity to get here. He's grateful to be Washington's quarterback, and they know that every time he takes the field, he's going to bring that big Penix energy. Oh. He's going to bring that big Penix energy. He's going to bring that big Penix energy. Yeah. That's right, Harry. Let's go, baby.
All right. I've been pronouncing his name wrong.
No, I think you got it right.
That's the love game. That, baby.
Man.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, listen, I mean, we have our own energy here in the show.
Michael, Ryan, what's his face? Desmond trying to tell us something, maybe?
Big Penix energy.
It's Penix.
Yeah, Penix.
But he wanted to go there.
He did. He drove the lane.
All right. Sounds like Jason Garrett from NBC Sunday Night Football. he apparently was pumped on Ice Spice. Is that what we have going on here?
Jason Garrett?
Jason Garrett, who's like
the whitest dude in America.
As me. He's about as cool as me.
Bro,
Jason Garrett and I are having an uncool off
He
together.
might be the most uncool dude in the entire country.
Well, here's
with
what
that
he says.
little smirk on his face.
They are getting ready. With Pete Davidson, attending to work there.
Good to have him back. Can't wait to see Ice Spice in action.
Oh, yeah, we were bumping some Ice Spice way into the stadium today, weren't we?
We were.
Out and rolling.
I hate, bro, Jason Garrett talking Ice Spice, that's not going to fly. That's a no-fly zone right there. It really is.
And speaking of Jason Garrett, he coached the Cowboys. Dak Prescott is a Cowboy, and there's a TikTok account called World Sports Network. They wrote a song about Dak Prescott called Interception Man.
It's 9 p.m. on a Sunday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's a Cowboy fan sitting next to me.
Yeah.
And he's crying because they didn't win.
Come on, man. Okay. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, give me a harmonica break. Nice.
I'm in. What you got now? Second verse. Pressure's on.
He said, son, can you play this documentary? 'Cause I kind of forgot how it goes. But I'm sad and I'm sick 'cause Dak threw another pick in the end zone against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Wow. That's really selling out.
I like the ha-has. Yeah, man.
Okay, here it is. Chorus time.
Throw us a pick, you're the interception man.
Okay.
Oh, we're just getting to the payoff. That's the chorus. You got to let that thing roll.
Triple E, you did great except for ducking out there. Maybe I'll have to go back to that.
Throw us a pick, you're the interception man.
Oh, I was going to say I have a part 2, but I think it's from the second captains.
Jesus, listen to that.
Oh, my God.
And
the guy in the drums, dude.
And I got to do drums. I got to do put the heart out, the heartbreak, and an epic, freaking medieval poem of a match, just everything left on the pitch. And New Zealand 28.
Sorry, man, I know.
Ireland 24.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was epic. The final 6 minutes as Ireland was trying to score that last try. Over and over and over again, never going down. New Zealand standing their ground, crowd going crazy. And dude, how about when New Zealand does the haka? I got to show this to you, Paul. So New Zealand does the haka, and it's like almost cliche now. They've been doing it for 50 years. Everybody knows it, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and they pound their chest. But when New Zealand's doing it in the World Cup rugby, and Ireland's fans are countering by singing Fields of Athenry at full volume, drowning out the haka. So they're like, da-da-da-da-da-da, and you're hearing,
bro, I'm telling you. There's no question.
And they're like, where was we watched this? It was incredible. Unbelievable theater.
I've learned this from Murph over the years. Like, you're not going to outsing the Irish.
No.
You're not.
The haka was trying to.
You're not going to outsing them.
I'm going to show it to you,
That's
buddy.
the one thing. You ain't outsinging them.
It's incredible. Anyway, It was an epic match, and New Zealand got him. So, there you go.
Throw me a pick. You're the interception man.
I want to give that guy credit because he took a multi-syllable word like interception and he made it.
Yeah,
he slid it in nicely.
Stuff, yes.
Throw us a pick. You're the interception
Jack, I believe you're killing me.
He nailed it.
That guy's awesome.
All right.
I enjoyed
that's
it.
An extra long cooler of content.
Bonus minutes.
An extra long power hour.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Shout out Pete Davidson, extra long. Yeah.
What do we got? We got more 9. Okay. Your reaction, 415-808-5627. Where are you placing the blame? Or are you, like some of our listeners, totally cool and moving on? 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'll take your calls. 415-808-5627 is the text line. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Throw us a pick, you're the interception man.
Kevin. All right, let's talk meat cheese, East Coast Pizzeria. How about this cool fact? October is National Pizza Month. Who knew pizzas had a well, for us, every month is National Pizza Month. You kidding me? But to celebrate, we have a great offer. Amici's. For you KNBR listeners, online orders for takeout using Amici's.com. Any takeout order of $30 or more at Amici's.com, Monday through Thursday during October. Enter the code Pizza Month. Pizza M-O-N-T-H. I can spell. Pizza Month, M-O-N-T-H. At checkout, 20% off your entire order. That's awesome. And it's not just the pizzas. Pastas, wings, salads. 20% off that, too. So, get a big old traditional cheese pizza or pepperoni pizza or maybe contemporary barbecue chicken, whatever. Just order it up. Amici's.com, Monday through Thursday. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout. You get a 20% discount off any order of $30 or more. So you want the best pizza in town, 20% off, $30 or more. Pizza Month at checkout at Amici's.com. Amici's delivers.
Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold, Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
I didn't get a chance to talk to anyone individually, just the whole team, but, I mean, it's always tough to miss that last kick, but that happens in football. You know, they played better than us today, and that was the last play, but there was a lot more today than just that.
Murph, I got my air violin going over here.
I mean, this is incredible.
You don't see me do this every day. I hope you're enjoying
just
it.
a quick anecdote. So we determined in college, when you're learning your music and meeting your friends and everything, we determined this was the single most depressing song in the history of the world. So my buddy Sully had a riff that he goes, you know where this song, when you'd hear this song? Sunday before finals week.
It's very sad.
Sunday before finals week, late afternoon, and it's drizzling.
Yeah, totally.
And you're on campus trying to study for a class that you're way behind on.
Probably not going to get a good grade on that test.
And somebody walks up to you in that class and goes, "Oh, dude, do you think they're going to ask about?" And you're just looking at them.
I haven't even studied that yet.
And then this song comes on.
Yeah.
We determined that would be the lowest point possible. Yeah.
By the way,
texters, drizzling outside.
Help me out on the text line, because I know it's in my head, but I can't pinpoint it. Which scene did Martin Scorsese use this song? Because he used it in one of his movies. I think when they were like showing the dead bodies in the Goodfellas, maybe hanging in the lockers. Yeah, where was he? Used it in something, but help me out on the text line.
We've talked about this song before through the years, and there's a Knights in White Satin community that gets mad at us for criticizing this song.
It's a goof. You got to admit, I got an oboe going over here. There's a poetry slam in the middle.
What about you've never heard it? Aren't you depressed?
I'm still depressed off of losing all those bets on the Niners yesterday.
I think we got a flute happening right here, Marcus.
Yeah, there's
Listen,
flutes here. Let me see here if there's a thing on their wiki page of where it's used in pop culture. Listen,
turn this up for a second. Listen. Yeah, I don't know. Marcus, you ain't queuing this up on your drive home. I know that.
No, I don't think I've ever turned on the Moody Blues, but it's a perfect day since Moody had the blues yesterday.
I know, Jake's like, man.
Where are you with Jake Moody? Are you blaming him, buddy?
A little bit. I mean, I thought he would make good on the one that he missed earlier in the game, especially because now you have a chance to wipe that memory off the page and kick a game winner and just get the hell out of Cleveland. But I'm not going to hang it over his head because he's young and he is going to miss a kick every now and again. So far, he's been really good. And let's see, the quarterback, let's see how he responds next week.
Yeah, and Paulie Mack, I'm not putting all the blame on Jake Moody. It's the easy, point the finger at the kicker. You had the chance to win, but the 49ers also had 12 penalties. They also allowed over 160 rushing yards against the Cleveland Browns.
First time we mentioned the penalties. Thank you, Marcus. It was a very undisciplined game. There were flags all over the place.
Both teams, 13 for Cleveland.
Yeah. 25 total penalties. Yeah. I heard this morning driving in, it's the most penalties and most penalty yardage in any NFL game so far this season. I think in general,
that officiating crew just had trouble controlling that game. They really did. From the jump, how about with the brawl before the game? People wondered, did Debo get dinged up in that? Because he had no catches in the game.
I don't know. He started the game with the end around.
Yeah.
But even to your point about the refs not knowing what was going on, there was a pass interference called on Diamador Lenore. Then they backed up the Browns 15 yards. Then they had to walk the ball 30 yards forward. Then there was the non-interception fumble right before the halftime with P.J. Walker. They were just bad all across the board yesterday.
Dude, a Bronx Tale?
Multiple people. Yes, it was definitely used in Bronx Tale, although that's not a Scorsese flick. Yes, it is in Bronx Tale for sure. And then
that's
multiple.
What you're talking about then.
No, I think it's this other one because multiple people coming in saying Marty Scorsese used it in Casino when Sharon Stone dies at the end of the movie, her character dies.
I Googled it and it said it has Bronx Tale, but doesn't have that.
Yeah, it was in Casino. Good. Thank you, guys. I asked a question, and you're getting Bronx Tales too. But again, Martin Scorsese didn't do Bronx Tale.
All right.
It's all good.
Barry in Mill Valley, California. Nice little town, Mill Valley. What's up, Barry? How are you, man? Oops, we got to go to Barry.
Yo, Barry.
There you go. How you doing, Barry?
Yeah, doing well, my friend. Hey, two things. You mentioned I'm bummed I missed that opening of the New Zealand Ireland rugby match, but hey, I think they might have dissed him in the beginning. If you're talking about cheering over the hookah, was that like the Attaboy Harper moment where they just sort of they fired him up?
That's pretty funny.
I don't know, because
you have to.
The Irish were favored in that match too.
Well, I know. Well, that's that's of debate because that's pretty much a pick 'em really in that match. I know Ireland was the higher ranked team, but let's be honest here. They'd never gotten past the quarterfinals ever. New Zealand's playing much better of late. That was a pick 'em, I think. But
okay, yeah.
But no, you have to. When New Zealand's doing the haka, you have to stand your ground. And the Ireland players, like all other players, just stared at them. But it was the fans singing "Fields of Athenry" loud and proud. It was a great moment because the haka almost got more intense as they heard the Irish. It was just a great, great, great moment. In all respect, you saw after the match, Barry, both teams. I've never seen two teams with more respect for each other than Ireland and New Zealand after that match.
Yeah,
I mean they were all just basically collapsing into each other's arms basically after that match.
Yeah, and on the Niners game, the Jake Moody missing the field goal, I think I was sort of in shock. He's like the guy, right? He's third-round pick. I'm thinking, this guy's just money. He missed the other one left. I think he tried to overcompensate and try to go a little more right. But I think he overpowered the other one. He started,
Yeah, he won one left, one left, one right. I mean, the wind and the rain has to be a factor. Now, Hopkins made, 4? He missed one, but he made 4.
That's very true.
But as like a third-round pick, coming on to the Niners, you're thinking they spent a lot on this guy.
Yeah,
you're
Barry.
thinking it's automatic.
I know.
It started off but you know what? It's good he missed it early in the season because later on they're going to need that kick.
Well, Barry,
right?
I mean, there's two ways to look at it. There's good he missed it, or the seed is now planted. You know what I mean? Now it's like I've seen it with Doug Bryan. I've seen this movie. I've seen this movie.
And the other thing is that the refereeing was pretty bad. There was a couple calls towards the end.
No question.
But, hey, one thing on the refereeing. How about the underhanded pass to no one?
Mm-hmm.
They just let that go as that was just intentional grounding. And then the best is when Brock did the same thing.
Yeah, and they
to
called
get rid of it.
And they called
I was
it.
good, that was fine. But I was loving it because hey, it's better than the sack. What he learned from that, right?
No, but you know what, Barry? It's actually better than.
Sort of learned from that.
Yeah, Barry, thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man. Sometimes you got to take the sack. You know what I mean? You got to take the sack. Joe is in. We have a lot of calls from Bend, Oregon. A lot of Bay Area people have moved up to Bend. It's nice up there.
They're all up there.
Joe, good morning. How are you?
Well, good morning. I was feeling better until I started to hear Knights in White Satin all morning. It put me in a mood. But, by the way, for reference, Casino, I believe, is House of the Rising Sun when Sharon Stone is.
A lot of controversy.
Yeah.
No, because on the Google machine, it says that Bronx Tale features Knights in White Satin.
Definitely in Bronx Tale. There's no
That
question.
might have been what you were thinking of.
Yeah, it could be. It could be on Paulie Mack and his half a full
Well, you didn't
bong.
say it was certain Scorsese. You just said it was some sort of gangster
I'm pretty
movie.
sure Martin's good, but we're getting a lot of Casino enthusiasts out here saying that he
Joe,
definitely
you
used
feeling
it, Joe.
pretty good about your call?
Yeah.
I think it's House of the Rising Sun with Sharon Stone, that scene in Casino where she's kind of,
Another good track, by the way. Yeah.
getting a bad batch, if you will.
Oh, for the worst batch possible. Yeah, it took her down in the hallway. Yeah.
Yeah. But the reason I was calling is I texted about this before with Kyle Shanahan. Listen, we don't watch film, play calling. Well, where's the linebacker? Where's the safety? I think he stinks at sports psychology, and Bill Walsh was so good at it. He came into this game telling his guys it was going to be a slog. Well, you put that in their mind instead of saying, no, we're the Niners. We're good. Yeah, Cleveland's good, but we're going to come in and we're going to score points. And it may look different than the Dallas game, but we're going to put points up. I take you back to 1988. Niners go on the road. I think it was a late October game against the Bears on Monday night.
Oh, yeah.
10-9 Niners lost, and Bill Walsh said, I went into that game thinking it was going to be a slog, got conservative. What happened in the NFC Championship game, as we know? They let Montana and Rice do their thing, and Purdy and Ayuk and the guys aren't there yet, but it was a mentality of like, no, we're the Niners, and we're going to show up. We don't care what the weather's like. It was worse than it was in October. We play our ball, and I think sometimes Kyle gets in his own head. You go back to 28-3 or just certain times where he doesn't have the sports psychology of telling these guys, no, this is who we are.
Joe, I'm with you, man.
Joe.
Thanks for the call, Joe. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
that
have
was
to
good.
tell you guys, I'm being completely honest with you now. The way Kyle
I can tell.
handled
I can tell.
the way Kyle handled that 3 minutes left in the game play calling, it puts.
And it's not the first time
I
we've
have
seen
concern
some
going
curious,
into late January,
Yeah.
early February with stuff like that.
Seen some curious stuff from Kyle in those moments. Like, again, he's probably the greatest scripter of opening drives in the league. They generally score every single
In
time.
6 games, they've scored 5 touchdowns and a field goal.
I mean, who's going to argue with that? However, in those crisis moments when everything's going crazy, that's when the kind of curious moments happen with Kyle, and you saw it again yesterday.
I mean, especially when we're talking about a 49ers team that we've been saying all season long, it's Super Bowl or bust. And now we have questions, or not now, we've had questions about Kyle Shanahan calling plays at the end of the game, and now you've got a rookie kicker out there instead of Robbie Gold.
Damn.
Robbie Gold again, stuffing his face on the couch. Yeah, you guys have my number. Yeah.
2 last texts I want to have. One is a great call on the Moody Blues and Paulie. The other is
what do
for
you got?
Marcus. Which one do you want first?
Let's go Marcus first.
Marcus, this guy's
Yeah.
incredible level text.
come on. Okay, yeah,
This is
yeah.
415. He goes, hey, Marcus, isn't it ironic, Alanis Morissette said, that Bruce Bochy's Rangers might make it to the World Series largely dependent on the arms of 3 Yankees, Eovaldi, Montgomery,
Holmes.
and Chapman, when the Yankees couldn't even make the playoffs?
So when Altuve's hitting home runs off Aroldis Chapman with the buzzer on his T-shirt, and Jordan Montgomery can't do nothing against the Astros, I'll let Bruce Bochy say it's some kind of good, it's some kind of unbelievable.
Wait, you could build a
Was
similar.
Eovaldi ever a Yankee?
Evaldi was, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you don't want him
Before he went
around.
to the Red Sox.
You could easily build a case from like disgruntled
everywhere.
Giants fans. I might be one of those guys also watching this series going, yeah, Forehand didn't want
And then-
Boch. He's too dated. His methods.
415 says,
Yeah.
didn't you once say Bryce in white satin?
Bryce and White said, holy
Didn't
smokes.
you? 415, dude.
Stand by.
415.
I tried to lure him out here with a little medley.
We'll tell it on the other side.
Okay,
We gotta
that's a
get
great
going.
call.
You're listening
Bryce
to
and
KNBR,
White satin.
KNBR
Wow,
FM, San
Murph,
Francisco,
thank you.
the Sports. No, thank 415.
Thank you, 415.
A Cumulus
I don't even
Media
remember my
Station.
own
We're
stuff.
proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30.
I
Talking
found it.
Kuminga on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Randy Gregory is in, Bosa in, Walker throws high, incomplete.
They're going to get a penalty on Sean Gibson. Hit on a defenseless player.
As Elijah Moore went way over his helmet to try to make that catch at a high throw by P.J. Walker.
That is a gift because there's really not much Deshaun Gibson could do right there playing the ball.
It's just sloppy. At the end of the day, it's not Niner football. We've been playing pretty clean as it is. And, false start holding, hands to the face, whatever you want to call it is, we put, I think, too much pressure on, guys having to make plays in, bad situations. And, we did make some of those plays late in the game, which was awesome to see. And, our guys fought throughout the entire game. But when you have a ton of 3-and-outs and penalties, it's hard to win a football game.
Well, we have been here for 3 hours and the score hasn't changed. Browns 19, 49ers 17. I mean, listen, ultimately, I am siding with most of those listeners who are saying, dudes, you go on the road after the Dallas win, you lose McCaffrey and Debo, you have a kick to win it, you miss it. It ain't all bad. It ain't all bad. As long as they don't face Jim Schwartz in the NFC playoffs.
Dude, we talk ownage, man. He's got numbers to back that up.
It's crazy.
Yeah, against Kyle.
Like you would have thought at some point Kyle would have cracked the code. Nope. Did you see the smirk on funny, Schwartz's face?
Even though Murph did like a little analogy about youth sports, it's actually perfect because that is kind of it just kind of illustrates that there are these guys in life. You walk into where it could be in business, could be any number of things. Youth sports, another coach where you see a guy and you're like, oh no. Not that dude. Like, that dude always kicks my ass. Like, that's just, there are real guys like that, and Schwartz seems to be the thorn in Kyle's.
Who owns the Giants? Because I want to get to this Bryce Harper thing.
Well, guys like Goldschmidt. Remember Goldschmidt?
Yeah, Goldschmidt owned the Giants.
Yeah.
Is Bryce Harper owning October?
Oh, my God.
Well, then this led to we were talking about Moody Blues, the song, because it's the headline in the Chronicle. Jake Moody misses the kick. Somebody says, well, then you should be playing the most depressing song of all time, Nights in White Satin.
No.
That led to Paulie Mack's musing of what movie it was used in.
Yeah.
A Bronx Tale, etc. And then somebody said, but Paulie, you put that to song.
Which I'd totally forgotten. So this was my attempt to lure Bryce Harper. I'm like, Bryce, all this could be yours, bro. You sign with the Giants, you get one of these a month, where I was doing my little mashups for him. So I don't even remember this, but let's check it out.
Let's kick it.
Oh, my God. Murph.
Bryce, baby.
I don't know what to tell you.
Bryce,
I'm bumming out Marcus.
Stop. You're as bold as Bryce. You're willing to sacrifice your glove. Bryce and White Satin. There it is. Well, that was it. Just a quick one. Bryce is hard. Wouldn't it be Bryce? Ooh, okay. That's quite
remember this
once. Wow. Bryce. Please sign the contract. Please sign the contract. And I love. Oh, you love. One of always end with you professing your love.
I do a lot of that guy on guy. I do.
Boach, I love
big on the guy on guy.
That whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, Boach, I love you.
That was pretty darn good, actually.
Well, he signed the contract.
Marcus, first time you heard it?
Yeah.
First time I heard it, boys. I didn't know you guys did recruitment songs.
I did. Well, in this case, I tried.
Well, here's the thing, Paulie Mac. I'm disappointed we didn't get an Aaron Judge mashup.
Nah, you ain't get one of those.
There it is.
You ain't get one of those.
510 says Purdy on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says Purdy was bad. The O-line didn't protect. The D got gashed on the run game. There was poor play calling and terrible officiating. All true, and they still drove down for a very makeable kick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a different way of looking at things. And if he did make that kick, we're probably not talking as much about the bad day Brock had yesterday because he would have gotten him into that game-winning position.
707 says, Murph, Mac, and Marcus, how about the fact that the Eagles lost? Have you guys talked about that this morning?
Oh, yeah.
We've definitely talked about it.
Takes a lot of the sting away.
And it played a big role in my day yesterday. It really did. I'm not kidding you. For sure. Here you go. 408 says, do you think when Triple E, talking about owners, do you think Triple E, when Murph walks into the office, Triple E goes, oh no, here comes the guy that always breaks my balls?
Maybe. Actually, maybe. Or it's more than that. It starts in the garage, actually. It's not even in the office. It starts in the garage.
831 says, you bring up Robbie Gould, but remember he missed a kick in that Raider game last year. That triggered me like you would not, that activated me like you wouldn't believe. Because I said, and listen, I think David Lombardi does a great job. He's amazing, right? But he wrote out that, David Lombardi missed a kick. I was like, bro. The guy's 68 for 68 in the postseason. All right? So, and that was also in a tie game, not a winning situation.
And the 49ers also won that game in overtime.
Yeah, so right.
831 says, 813 says, as far as the missed field goal, remember George Seifert having Steve Young kneel down against the Panthers. If you play not to use, you usually do. I explained that to my sons. Should the Niners have gone for more down the stretch?
That's another interesting question.
See, I didn't have a problem with it because it was only a 40-yard field goal. Like, if it was like 50, 52, then yeah, maybe you want to scoot it up a little bit. But the reason why you drafted Jake Moody is because he has the big leg.
He can hit that kick.
And now the 49ers are dealing with the consequences of going with a young kicker with power versus a veteran with accuracy.
And to your point, it's not like he didn't have the distance. He had the distance. It was just wide. I mean,
4 and 5 says the refs helped the Browns keep that scoring drive alive with two horrible calls. And the Niners almost picked P.J. Walker in the end zone.
Yeah.
So many ifs.
We haven't even mentioned that yet today.
That was a brutal throw by that guy. Brutal.
And we did.
What are you doing?
We did talk to Tim Ryan about that Gibson play, the penalty, the 15-yarder that extended it and then ultimately gave Cleveland the game-winning opportunity, which they capitalized on. They hit the field goal that won the game from that. But my only thing with that is, sure, we don't want to complain about the rest, but I don't know what Gibson's supposed to do in that. Like, what is he supposed to do? Like, let his man just go blow right by him? Like, Marcus, I don't know what. Honestly, I need somebody to explain to me, like, what if that's a penalty, what's he supposed to do in that situation?
And that's the thing, Paulie Mac. The ball hit off Elijah Moore's hands. So, like, if he would have caught it, he has the chance to pick up the first down.
It was 100% clean.
He
lowered his shoulder
He's trying
perfectly.
To stop the play. Yeah. Like, how are you supposed to play defense in the NFL?
Now, Tim said, like,
very difficult, my friend.
Tim said in real time it looked like it might have been head-to-head, but when you see the replay, it's obviously not. It's actually a perfectly executed hit with the shoulder.
I mean, that's the thing. That was a textbook tackle with Paulie Mac. That's why they're adding a flag football to the Olympics in 2028 now.
Murph is already not having that. Murph is like, there's no, I mean, you're not buying
honest to goodness?
Yeah.
What do you want to see? China play Zambia in flag football? Is that what you want to see?
And here they come with the flags.
Honest to goodness,
when they're taking a lap in the opening ceremony.
How's
like
Ultimate Frisbee not in?
Yeah.
If flag football's in, why is Ultimate Frisbee not in?
It may be next step, yeah.
Remember trampoline is in, and it's what felled Baggerly in Jeopardy? Baggerly missed a trampoline. Baggerly was on a win streak. He won 3 in a row, and he was going to make it 4, and he was just going to have to ice the final Jeopardy. And it said, this sport entered the Beijing Games for one time only, but it hopped away, and he had no idea. It was what is trampoline?
Oh, I stand with bags.
I stand with bags, too.
Jumping on a trampoline's not a sport.
I'm with you, bro. It ain't an Olympic sport.
How much, like, just having kids that have just passed that age now, when they're like between, say, 4 and 8, and they go to a buddy's house and they just jump on the trampoline.
Until they knock themselves out.
I don't know if you guys have it up north, but we have these places called Sky High down in the South Bay, where it's just like trampolines all across the place.
Every community has that sort of jumping area with like the inflatable stuff and all that.
And like there's just a whole warehouse full of trampolines.
There's one in the Presidio, actually. There's one of those places.
There's one.
I've done it with the kids. House of Mayhem. And they're all throwing balls at me. I'm like, I don't think I like this.
Jumping into the foam.
I took my kids out for a birthday party. They all turned on me. I'm like, yeah, this is not fun.
4 is that for real that they're adding flag football? That is true.
It is. It's on ESPN, man. I'm not kidding.
SOFT.
Yeah.
707 says, I am not upset at Kyle's play calling on the 3-and-out. The Niners couldn't run it except for the first drive. When everyone's expecting the run, he calls safe throws on first, so the pass on first down was not terrible.
I think there's more to it, though. You got to let the clock bleed down a little bit right there. And
or
you're not
make
gonna,
them burn their timeouts.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know there's a narrative that the 49ers couldn't run the ball without Christian McCaffrey, but look at that last touchdown play where Jordan Mason gets the pitch, George Kittle, Trent Williams, great block on the outside. They ran the ball then fine.
I'm with you 100%. That was entirely the wrong call by Kyle Shanahan and ultimately caused the loss of yardage that wound up costing them the yardage in the field goal drive that cost them the game. It was brutal. Horrible mismanagement. David in San Mateo is on KNBR 104.5 at 680. David, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
What's up, David?
What's up, Dave? How you doing?
Hey, man, man, love you guys' show, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. Just wanted to call, man. Let all, Niner Nation go, red and gold. Know that, man, there's nothing to worry about. The Cleveland was a good game. A lot of our personnel was out. You got C-Mac out, Debo out. The chemistry, the cohesiveness was definitely thrown off. But definitely not hitting the panic button, man. It's just so hard to win in the NFL nowadays.
Hey, man, to your point, David, the Eagles lost yesterday. The Seahawks lost yesterday. The 49ers lost yesterday. The Niners and the Eagles lost to two of the best defenses in the NFL, the Jets and the Browns.
Yeah,
so I hear you, man. Yes. I hear you, buddy. Too early to hit the panic button, you say?
I agree.
No, man. I still love our chances, man. We've been spoiled. We've been spoiled with Joe Montana and Steve Young. Yes. I'm a Niner fan. I'm 45, so I've seen the ups and downs, man. But I like the squad. Yep. Love Shanahan. There's nothing to worry about.
David, to me, their only question is a lot like the Warriors. Are you healthy when the playoffs come? That's it.
Oh,
because if
I know, right?
If we're going with everybody healthy into January, you love their chances.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Big Curry fan as well, man. Giants, Niners, Warriors, man.
Everybody stay healthy, all right? Everybody.
Be in touch, David. Stay in touch.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
I like that, too.
Well, it's true. I mean, it is true. I mean, it makes better talk radio to panic and freak out and all that, but the truth of the matter is...
This seems too good to panic.
They're 5-1 and lost on a missed kick against the best defense in the NFL without
in the rain,
McCaffrey and
on
Debo.
the road, all that stuff.
Yeah, but again, boys, I think there's a counter argument of the team going 3 for 12 on third down, the 12 penalties, that's not good. And then defensively, I know Dre Greenlaw's not out there, but for the Cleveland Browns to rush for over 150 yards with a backup running back, a backup guard, and a backup quarterback,
not good.
Those are some red flags.
Definitely, that's not good for sure. Now, you're playing Minnesota next week, who's not having a great year.
Without Justin Jefferson.
For sure. That said, when you said, by the way, I was driving down Van Ness, taking a left on Luigi on Broadway, when you said it, Waterboy, this morning, Niners went 3 for 12 on third downs, and I said in my car, I said, Who do these guys think they are? The 3-4 hitters for the Giants?
Oh,
although 250 is actually higher than the team.
I was going to say, I'll take 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position for the Giants, Murph.
Seriously. All right, man. Okay, quick break. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 808 KNBR is the UMA guest line. We love our friends at UMA. And then Mike Sando from from The Athletic at 9:35. He wrote about Jake Moody and taking that pick kicker. Somebody wrote to me, some smarty pants wrote to me, because I put the thing out about the third round kick. He goes, if he was drafted in the second round, would he have made it? I was like, all right, buddy.
See?
Everybody's done.
Everybody's got a riff now. Everybody's writing jokes for SNL. I got you.
Well, they might want to.
See, you didn't like that first episode?
Pete Davidson got a love for his cold open, his sentimental cold open about.
There's a lot of passion there. I saw it. Yeah, there was a lot of from the heart stuff. And
what do you think of Davidson's stand-up material at the start?
It's weak to quite weak. Let's just be honest. He's not a great stand-up. I like Pete Davidson. I got no problem with the kid, but I don't think he's a great stand-up.
What'd you think of King of Staten Island?
It's okay. It's okay. It's good enough to watch.
It was like 40 minutes too long.
Yeah.
I was watching on the plane. I was like, you guys could wrap this thing up.
They're going to minor league ball games. I mean, there's only so much Staten Island you can take, honestly. I mean, it's small.
It was kind of the same thing over and over again. I was like, all right, guys.
Who was the old man? What's his dad in that?
Bill Burr. Right?
That's what it was. Bill Burr's coming in. I could have done without it. Marcus, did you watch it?
Yeah, I actually liked it.
He's like the poster boy.
I was down with it.
Okay. Bro, we had guys like, I don't know, who were the poster?
I didn't hate it. I was just kind of like, yeah.
He's like the poster boy for your generation. He is your, I don't know. He's
my Tommy Lee Paul.
That's true. He is your Tommy Lee.
As the kids like to say, I F's with Pete Davidson.
Okay,
you do?
Okay.
Right.
And by the way, and Pete Davidson, he F's with everybody, apparently.
I understand.
Literally.
Paulie. I understand.
Yeah.
All right, more Niner laments next on the Sports Leader.
They're going to get a penalty on Sean Gibson.
SOFT.
Debo and CMC left the 49ers game yesterday with injuries. So to get the latest injury update on the 49ers star players, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
P.J.
themselves the
Walker takes a knee. What a big upset for Cleveland. Without their starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson, without their 4-time Pro Bowl running back, Nick Chubb, without their All-Pro left guard, Joel Bitonio, they find a way to beat the Niners.
I wouldn't say shocked. We bombed out. We didn't get it at the end. Honestly, we probably didn't deserve to win that game, but it's a good learning experience. We played a really good defense. It was a dogfight, and obviously we didn't come out on the side that we wanted to. But I think this team can draw a lot from this game today. And like I said, we had a rough start of the offense, but when we needed the plays, we made them down at the end during the 2-minute drive. And we just came up a little bit short.
There he is, Trent Williams, man. One of the themes after the game from Williams and Bosa and Fred Warner was we didn't deserve to win. And I think that's pretty good, honest evaluation. And it's the age-old cliche, Paulie. You learn way more from the losses than you do from the wins. And in a way, here I am going to spin positive here. A win would have maybe masked some of the deficiencies.
Well, and if they're learning from their losses, and I'm just asking the question, is one of the things they learned is that you don't get too high after a win like Dallas? And did they get too high? I'm not sure.
No,
there was a lot of talk about Kittle and the shirt, and there was a lot of aftermath to that game.
Here's what you learn. Just stay away from Jim Schwartz. That's what you learn.
Bro,
that guy just knows everything Kyle's going to do.
Jim Schwartz sees the Niners on their schedule. He's like, oh, good. Oh, good. We have the Niners coming.
Most everybody's like, oh, no, these guys score 33 a game.
He's psyched. He circles it in red. He goes, awesome. That's a W.
I mean, honestly, the Niners are averaging 33 a game. Schwartz is like, not against me.
No, I'll cut that right in half.
And then some. They average 15 against Schwartz. That said, you think of these things. How about that deep ball to Brandon Ayuk in the first half that he should have caught?
Well, there was a bunch of that. There
How
were
about that catch Cooper made when he mossed him? That brought your guy, Amari Cooper, your former
crazy.
Raider. That was the thing. Amari Cooper was the catalyst for this offense. Whether it was the first touchdown off of Kareem Hunt, that was set up by Amari Cooper, 58 yards.
He's a crafty receiver, man. Don't sleep on Cooper.
And then next Sunday morning on NFL Countdown, you're going to see it on You Got Mossed.
Yeah.
He went up in overture.
Still trying to figure out why you got rid of him, too, with the Raiders.
I'm still trying to figure out everything that's going
how
on
that
with the Raiders.
benefited.
Whatever they did, beat the Patriots.
Got me a win on the forecast, thank God. In absentia, by the way, did you play my tape? I shouted you out.
We did.
I recorded a thing, and I go,
marked down your picks, and there were 2 winners.
Yeah, I did well.
Maybe you should do them in absentia every week.
I thought the same thing. Yeah. I go, maybe I shouldn't even just come into the studio, just record my stuff. Marcus, but that was dedicated to you. That Raider pick I dedicated.
Heard a special shout out from Paulie Mack making his picks up in the cumulus cloud, and our guy Max Crosby heard it too. Showed up to the game in a Bobby Boucher jersey, got a safety to cover the spread.
I was watching that sequence, and I was like, you know what? Even if they don't pin them back and get that safety, they could have maybe even gotten the ball back, kicked a field goal, because I had my eye on that spread. I'm like, you got to help a brother out now. The win is coming, but I need my spread.
And is any word on Jimmy G, by the way?
It's looking like he might miss next week. He left at halftime to go to the hospital with a back injury.
Raiders have who next week?
Oh, good question. I know they got the Jets coming up. I don't know right away, Paul.
I don't know if you want any part of that Jet team right now. They're feeling good.
Defense,
yeah.
By the way, 623 says, I'm still confused about Debo. There was no replay on his injury and what's going on.
Well, when they showed him walk to the locker room, you could kind of see that looked like he was favoring his left. Like his left arm was kind of hanging limp at his side.
We didn't see what happened.
No, I didn't either. But they said it was a shoulder.
Raiders at the Bears next week.
It's Raiders-Bears next week.
You might be 4-3.
No, and then how about a week after that, it's the Detroit Lions. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to help out the Niners with a win against the Lions?
Well, he's beaten Goff many times in his career.
That's true.
Raiders-Lions history is pretty light.
Raiders-Lions?
Shout out Overnight Dave.
I don't even know if I can point to a Raider-Lion game that I can.
I went to a Raiders-Lions game in Oakland, courtesy of Amy Trask.
That's insane what you're talking about
right
now.
You went with me? Pecan and Thin Tim.
Let me get my applause. That's about good.
And we sat in the mezzanine level, and we had access to the buffet and all that. And Calvin
Make
Johnson.
sure you hit the buffet.
So I'm going to go ahead and say, look for a game in Oakland sometime around either 06, 07, or 08. A Sunday afternoon early. I want to say the infield dirt was still out.
Can I ask what's in a Raider buffet? I
think there was like a prime rib.
We got some tortillas.
Like a prime rib.
Yeah,
I would pay money to see.
They tie that string around the rib.
Yeah. They tighten it up.
For me, I'd pay money to see Murph, Pecan, and Tim with the face paint in the black hole. Sign me up.
Yeah.
I want to say I want to say it was Jamarcus. Anyway, point is,
bad Raider.
Let's not go down that road.
With the gut,
I'm going to go ahead and look here to see if it was 06, 07, or 08. I'll find
nobody wants to hear about this, Murph. Let's move on.
Yeah, wow. See?
Dude, I found it.
Okay.
September 9, 2007. Lions 36, Raiders 21. Season opener. So the infield dirt was still on there.
Yeah.
The old man's brain still works sometimes. All right. So anyway, there's your Raiders-Lions.
You don't catch Murph out of many Raider games, like, period. There are not many.
Amy invited us, so we went.
Yeah, Amy says something, you do it.
Paulie,
you don't ask questions.
Amy, what you want to do? You want to go to the Raider game?
I can tell you what Amy wants to do.
Okay.
She wants to meet us for lunch at the Red Hen. We did that many times.
Okay, Jake is in Iowa. He's checking in on Iowa State's own Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Jake, good morning.
Good morning, Phillips.
How you doing, Jake?
I'll tell you what, yesterday's game brought back some bad memories of senior year Brock against non-scholarship Drake and that nothing lasts forever in the cold December rain makeup game where he just was not good in the rain, and that was about the only time he ever played in it. And I think it's pretty imperative the Niners get home field advantage over the Eagles.
Well,
I do too. Tough winning there.
Well, as Waterboy and I will tell you, it will rain in Santa Clara now. You could get rain.
Well, it's a warm rain, though. It's not that cold November rain.
No,
right?
dude, that's a second Guns N' Roses reference. I love this.
Yeah. Jake, that's good stuff, man.
This is my guy.
Hey, how about when that ball just slipped out of Brock's hand on that one? That was like, oof.
That was ugly.
And that's happened a few times to him. So and the other thing I'm worried about next week, Niners haven't won in Minnesota since '92. It's been a long time. So I'm worried. I'm a little worried about next week.
When there was a heartbreaking loss, they had a brutal one up there when it was during
Steve Young to John Taylor came in for Montana. The last game of 1990.
1994, they finished on a Monday nighter there. 94.
I was there. They lost that game. They lost that game because they pulled all the starters.
And then wound up winning the bowl.
They won the bowl, took care of business.
Hey, Jake, what was the other one, too? I think there was a Brett Favre Viking team that beat the Niners with
in
09. Yeah, that was like a heartbreaker. Last play of the game.
That was the Manny Lawson over Randy.
That's it. That's right.
Favre threw an absolute seed down this. I remember that.
Yeah, that was brutal, man.
Yeah.
And one more thing, this Niner defense, man, as good as they are, every time they got to close out a game at the end, I just get a little concerned. I mean, the Super Bowl, the NFC title game against the Rams, the Green Bay Sunday night game, 37 seconds, and then yesterday, I'd like to see that a little better. I mean, can't kick around Jimmy anymore. He's not here.
Well, here's an argument on that, Jake. Jake, it's a great call, by the way. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah,
but
nice call. Thank you.
I would say maybe they did stop him on the 3rd and 10 when he hit, Gibson stopped him. But, flags are flags. You still got to go do it again. I do. So probably 1994, that game was played the day after Christmas. I took a red-eye Christmas night into Minneapolis that morning.
94.
Had the whole day to kill, Monday, December 26, 1994. Went to the Mall of America, saw the movie Pret-a-Porter. It was a fashion movie with a bunch of...
sounds like right up your alley. A fashion movie.
It was one of those... it was like a parody. It was like a satire.
Oh, okay.
It was a satire of the fashion world.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be like a dark comedy or something.
Yeah.
Have you ever fallen stone cold asleep in a theater? Like stone cold.
I catch little naps here and there.
No, I mean like stone cold, waking up like a half hour later, not even knowing where you are.
Like drool to get the drool going.
That was me at the Mall of America.
No, I don't blame you.
Monday, December 26th.
Should have gone to Paisley Park.
I woke up, I was like, I think I missed like 40 minutes of that
you're
movie.
probably better off, though.
Yeah, that's why I hate Tom Cruise so much. I once fell asleep during Mission Impossible. I missed like half the movie. I got up and asked for my money back.
Triple E says he fell asleep during Top Gun Maverick.
That's a controversial
So
take.
you guys are falling asleep during Cruise flicks.
Tom Cruise, he's a snoozer.
See?
How do you fall asleep during Top Gun Maverick?
I kind of like Maverick. I saw it. I thought it was pretty good.
Paul in Vacaville's checking in on Shanny. Paul, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Morning. How you doing today?
Hey, Paul.
Man, we're licking the wounds, man.
Yeah.
Well, Shanahan's a great coach, except for usually the last 3 minutes of games, and generally before halftime, and we have examples of Kansas City games, the Ram game yesterday. I mean, he doesn't get that when you have timeouts that you need the other team to use. It doesn't matter if you gained a yard or didn't gain a yard. You were ahead playing on your defense. I mean, it's amazing how many in all sports that managers and coaches, they don't win games, they blow games. Okay?
Yeah. Paul, it's you're speaking truth, man. And until they win a bowl, he's gonna have to wear this around his neck. And I agree. Yesterday, I thought the final 3 minutes he was not great.
I mean, I had a laugh at the Dodgers with Dave Roberts, who every year they blow it in the playoffs, but, we weren't prepared. Oh, okay, let me know which year you're prepared to.
I like this guy. Paul, I need more of you, man. I want like one call a week from him. Yeah.
We have a song called See You in October for the Dodgers, okay?
This guy dropping okays like it's going out of style. Coaches lose games, okay?
Okay.
I like that, yeah.
Man, there you go. 559 says, Paulie Mack, can Brock, like Milli Vanilli, blame it on the rain?
Maybe in this case, yes.
Man, in 408 saying, guys, maybe we should have flown in Jim Harbaugh to Coach Schwartz. He beat him.
That's the only guy that can do it, apparently. In case of emergency, in case of Schwartz, break glass, and it's Harbaugh under there.
CHP Joe, who's very optimistic, always sends us pleasant greetings. He said, they simply had a bad day. Look at the rest of the league. Niners will recover, and we'll have a great year.
That's pretty much where I am. Yeah, and I want to see a really pissed off, angry team next week. Take out all that fury on Kirk Cousins.
There you go.
You know?
Okay, here's the deal. We have Mike Sando of The Athletic.
Okay, buddy.
He's good. We'll talk to him about the league and about the Niners next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Trent's got him one-on-one. Zadarius Smith lines up inside. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40. He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. His first pick.
Man, like, it's the NFL. You get opportunities. You gotta take advantage of them. And so there was definitely some throws and opportunities that I feel like that were there for me, and I missed on them. And that, made us be behind the sticks, and then you have to get a third down, which is tough on the road here, man. And that's something I got to learn from, man. So definitely gonna be real about it, and we all gotta look ourselves in the mirror and see the flaws and stuff, and get better from it. But it starts with me. So.
Well, there he is, Brock Purdy, and I'm holding in my hands a chilling piece from Mike Sando of The Athletic. It says, 49ers Brock Purdy could be the next Joe Montana, Tom Brady.
Okay, good. ...
or Dak Prescott.
Oh, I'd rather not that happen.
And he lays out quite a compelling argument about the pluses and the minuses. And yesterday, the minuses were on display. He wrote this before the Browns game. So it's always good talking football with Mike Sando, who does a great job for The Athletic. And on the UMA guest line, Mike, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. How are you?
Good morning, Mike.
I'm doing well, but there's no victory laps here. I think that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. I do. I think you're going to have bad days. I think the Dak Prescott comparison was just interesting because they were both guys that were overlooked coming out and got on teams that had a lot of talent early and then just hit the ground running. And you're like, what the heck? What do we got in our hands here? For Dak Prescott, his career, he's had injuries. He hasn't had Kyle Shanahan through his whole career, right? I mean, things have fluctuated, and he hasn't been able to totally prop it up. But it doesn't mean Brock Purdy's not going to have a great career. We really just don't know. And so I think that context is just helpful to consider, everything that goes on to make somebody be successful.
It is true. I mean, we're still wondering what to make of him. He's only played 11 regular season games. He's played well less than a full season. So we don't.
Yeah, but he's good. We know he's good. I don't think that we're saying that he's not good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just playing into the narrative of, believe me, we're sort of like, we're 49ers fans, so we've been loving him. But I'm just saying after yesterday that the people say, well, this is what happens when you're
he
behind
was exposed,
on the road,
and all that, right.
So that will crop up and he will have to, or choose not to, deal with that criticism.
Yeah, it's fine. But, I mean, anyone who's under great duress,
yes,
any quarterback under great duress is going to have a hard time, and that includes Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay. So,
great call.
I think that, we don't do the quarterback tiers survey every week. We don't go, oh my gosh, what do you think about Brock Purdy today?
Right, good call.
Well, let's let it play out.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
Joe Montana's had days where it didn't go right. He looked terrible.
No question.
Tom Brady has. Everybody has. We've watched Aaron Rodgers, but those guys have done it so well for so long that you kind of know it's a one-off.
Right.
I think when somebody, when somebody hits it running so much, you just have to be honest about why it looks so good, and he has a role in why it has looked so good. But you shouldn't have been watching him the last 10 games and going, the Superman stuff, and you have no idea how he's pulling it off. I mean, they have a good team, and he's doing his part in that team. But, when you, like he said, when you get behind the sticks and Myles Garrett's coming after you, it might look like that. Also, the weather was a factor. That's the thing I wrote in my column today. Is like, Brock Purdy is not Ben Roethlisberger, who's going to put mud flaps on and play in the AFC North rain every week and have guys bouncing off of him and somehow make the play. That's not him.
No.
But it doesn't mean that he can't just orchestrate a really good passing game when there's guys open, because he will find the open guys. He's shown that.
It's all really good stuff here from Mike Sando, whose piece on sort of going into the Browns game. Who is Brock Purdy? What does he do well? What does he not do well? You get to talk to a lot of executives who, give you frank analysis based on, you give them an anonymity and they speak. So the stuff that they were saying they hadn't seen Purdy do yet, one was play from behind, right, Mike?
Yeah, he had thrown 5 passes this year while trailing, and I give him credit for that. I mean, he's the main reason why they're not trailing. He's running a great offense. So, and their offense has been probably this year until yesterday even better than their defense. So he gets some credit for that. But there's no doubt. End of game situations, I think the 49ers are fairly conservative at the end of the half. They will go if they hit, but it's not like they're just putting the gas pedal down a lot. And then end of game, they've been so good that they haven't had a lot of those situations. And here's a secret: the top quarterbacks aren't behind a lot. Okay, so it's not like he should have 10 game-winning drives by now, right? That's just not how it is. He just hasn't played long enough for us to know what it looks like when everyone knows you have to throw the ball, right? And that ultimately does kind of separate some of the truly top guys. But it doesn't mean that Brock Purdy's bad or he can't do it. We just need to see a little bit more. And this was an extreme situation.
Yep.
Cleveland is really good on defense. I mean, if you could sign up to not play another team defense this year, that might be the team.
It's a good call.
No, they really were. And they really frustrated the Niner offense, and they had their way with the Niner offensive line. And, Mike, in your piece, you talk about some of Purdy's strengths, including his pre-snap, his ability to handle the pre-snap motions. He reads defenses really well. And for reasons like that, at least speaking for myself, that's why I'm not overly concerned, because he brings those kind of intangibles and that kind of calm presence in the pocket to every Sunday. And I feel like I'm hopeful it was more of a one-off than like a pattern or a trend that's going to start.
Yeah. I think the thing that people have also said is, they've done a great job of putting together the group of skill players around him to really, have some interchangeable parts and, kind of receivers who can almost play like a running back and a running back who kind of can do some receiver stuff. And when all those guys are rolling, I think they're pretty hard to stop. But yesterday we saw some of those guys leave the game. And maybe having one or two fewer guys open, complicates it too. And that's going to happen over the course of a season and sometimes in your career. Once you pay the quarterback, maybe you don't have as many of those great guys around you, right? So I just caution, hey, we don't have to rush to judgment. We can appreciate that he's good, but we can let it play out and see what it's really going to be over a period of time. And, you can still be excited about that, but let's not go overboard.
What is this rational thought, Mike? We can't do it. I mean,
I know.
You can't bring rationality.
Yeah, we're not. It doesn't work well for sports talk. Yeah.
It's funny, I grew up in Northern California, and tons of 49er fans. And last year when Purdy was getting going, I had like high school friends that I hadn't heard from in years messaging me, hey, this Purdy guy's amazing. I mean, they're in love. They're in love. And I'm like just, trying to be nice, but saying, hey, it's going to take some time. And then he comes out this year, and my gosh, it's like they're never going to lose a game. So you got to tip your cap.
Hey, you also wrote, not to get off Purdy for just a second, but you wrote about Moody and rookie kickers. And interesting. Tell us a little bit about this piece, talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic on the Uma guest line. And about, is it true that rookie kickers miss pressure kicks more than veteran kickers?
So what I did was I looked at them in the playoffs because I don't want to look at all rookie kickers. I think there's a distinction of we want to see what they do actually in the playoffs. And this 49er team, just so you know, is probably going to be a playoff team. I think we can say that.
Knock on wood.
But,
yes.
Knock on wood. But yeah, I wondered that when he missed the kick. I was like, okay, geez, this championship roster, rookie kicker. But no, the rookie kickers have done really well in the playoffs, just about the same. Their overall percentage is the same as the veterans. And I think you can always single out some guys who've missed, in the playoffs. But when you think about Evan McPherson making all 14 postseason tries as a rookie with Cincinnati, the Eagles won it all in 2017 with Jake Elliott. A guy named Justin Tucker, you might have heard of him, beat a certain team in the 2012 power-interrupted Super Bowl. And then the 2006 Patriots with Gostkowski. So that, it doesn't worry me as much reading that context, even though I was a little taken aback when they used such a high pick. They didn't have any picks in the first two rounds. They used their first pick on that, but it shows you they are drafting for need at this point because they're close.
Yeah, for sure. You also write, Mike, about, and if you can follow up on this, talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic on the Uma guest line, the myth of the game-winning drive, which you said you wrote about a couple years ago. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so there's a few years ago when Baker Mayfield was kind of a hot young quarterback as a rookie, not comparing him to Brock Purdy.
I got you.
But he, in a game, he had failed to lead them down the field against the Chiefs, and people were like, reading a ton into it. And I just, provided the perspective of, hey, look, obviously you'd rather have a top quarterback if you're going to have this game-winning drive, but they don't happen as often as you think, and even the great quarterbacks don't succeed as often as we think they do, right? It's kind of like the idea of, if you took all of Michael Jordan's end-of-game shots, there's like a lot of misses too, right? I mean, we remember all the times when he shot it over Elo and made it. Yeah. There's a lot of times Larry Bird shot clanked off the rim, or even Steph Curry, or even all these guys who are great. You miss a lot of shots too. So that's another reason to take the long view. As far as the 49ers are concerned, I looked at the last 10 Super Bowl winners, and they really didn't have in their playoff run a lot of dire, need a touchdown, end-of-game situations. So my point was, hey, Purdy may not even have to answer those questions, because if they're a good enough team, they may not face that even to win a Super Bowl.
Talking to Mike Sando last few minutes here as he wrote a nice piece here about, he wrote about Moody in the rookie kickers today, but last week about Brock Purdy and just who this guy is. And as Mike points out, he's really good, is who he is right now. And going into the sort of the middle of the season, and we start looking around the league, and we're like, well, look at the Detroit Lions, look at the Philadelphia Eagles, look at the 49ers. Those three teams have kind of set themselves. Now, just a quick word. I don't know how much you watched. We called you to talk about Purdy, but I'm going to ask you about Jalen Hurts for a second. Sort of analogous in the sense that they lost on the road to a really good defense, and their quarterback had an unexpectedly
he's not going to throw 3
bad
picks
day against a good D. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Right.
Yeah, I do. I think for for the Eagles, the question a little bit is, I think they did a great job. They took the league by storm a little bit, and they did some really cool things with their scheme for their quarterback. And then all the defenses kind of get a whole year to go look at it, and you come back the next year and it could be a little bit harder. So I think if there's any question with them, and look, they've only lost one game, is there anything defenses are doing to kind of take away some of the big explosive pass plays? Because I think they really feasted off of that in addition to their run game last year. And then with a kind of a new staff, I know it's the same head coach, but there's some newness, as far as offensive coordinator. Do they have kind of a next move, right? Is there, if teams have caught up a little bit to what they're doing, what's next? Is there another dimension? And I think we'll see that play out over the course of the season, while keeping in mind that when you play good defenses, you don't do as well.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you're one of my favorite NFL writers, so I'm going to send you your next project, which is
we'll give you an assignment.
Mike Sando on how Jim Schwartz
my
absolutely
God.
lives in Kyle Shanahan's head.
You know what? I want to read that piece too.
Okay.
I want to know how he's doing.
Okay, so that was one of those things. Like, if I would have had more time yesterday, like, I should have done more of that ahead of time. But I'm interested in that too. I think it's a good one. So I'll keep that in the back of my mind.
Roll up your sleeves, man.
Yeah,
Let's see it.
Someone's got to get in there.
Well, Mike, you'll have a chance when it's a Browns-Niners Super Bowl.
Ooh.
That Browns-Niners Super Bowl, isn't that something? I was thinking also, the Browns are just a quarterback away, from that. Is there any move they can
And
make?
an RB1 away, too. They did that without Chubb yesterday, which is pretty incredible. So, all right, man. Well, listen, always good talking football with you. I love reading you in The Athletic, and we'll chase you down the road sometime.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Mike Sando of The Athletic, very calm.
We need that today, though, because everyone else is going all crazy.
He's like, I got news for you. Purdy's really good. The Niners are really good. They lost a close game on the road against a great defense, and on they go.
And he's reminding you, too, because, Montana played bad games. Jordan missed game-winning shots at the buzzer. He would clank them off the rim. I mean, that's pro sports, man. You're not going to win every game in the NFL. And Brock Purdy, we said it week one. We go, he is going to throw picks this year, guys. You got to get ready. I mean, he's a human. The reaction, though, when people are getting used to this kind of winning football, you see people flip out when the Niners lose a game, though. Like, they go crazy. But I'm not gonna get overly worried about it. I mean, it was a bad game.
What about the radio? What about making your radio melt down?
Okay, watch me reinvent that whole bit. All right, on the other side, we're going to take your phone calls. Brock must go, 808 KNBR. Shanahan's time is up. That kind of stuff. Chime now.
Adam Schefter cropping up on my timeline
I hope
here.
this is something good.
He's on McAfee with the tank top.
Yeah.
No, Schefter's not wearing the tank top. McAfee
That would be money, though, if he was.
He's got a Christian McCaffrey take.
All right.
Schefter gets his health updates. Quote, we know Christian McCaffrey is dealing with an oblique, and I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today.
Specialists.
I don't think the 49ers know right now if he's going to miss 1, 2, or any games at all. Wow, that's very vague. He just said 0, 1, or 2. So that didn't help. But he did say he's seeing specialists.
Okay, well, that's the beginning. We'll see.
I'm going to just
probably x-rays, I would think.
Prepare your mind for no McCaffrey Monday night in Minnesota.
I would start to think that way. Yeah.
I would Elijah for you take over?
He's going to need to show
been
up.
Nowhere.
I know. I think Jordan Mason, too, seems to be winning Kyle's favor right now. He's getting a lot of times when they give McCaffrey a breather, you see Mason come in.
Mason's running hard.
He runs
Mitchell's
very
not.
hard. I know.
He's got a little Ty Davis Price in my life, perhaps?
Take a look at that kid. Let's take a look at him. Why not? Different looks. Change it up.
They got McNichols on the practice squad.
I will tell you this, though, Murph. The Niners are perfectly capable of beating the Vikings without CMC. Would I rather have them? Yeah, of course. But they can beat the Vikings without him if that's what they need to do.
Anyway, that's from Adam Schefter saying he is seeing specialists about his oblique.
Yeah, that's unfortunate,
And
man.
he says the Niners don't know if it's 0, 1, or 2 or more. Remember, this was the thing on. We just talk about.
So 2 more games and then the bye week. Is that right? So you got Vikings Bengals bye.
Yeah.
Okay, so
theoretically you could.
Now you're looking at giving that's almost like 3 or 4 weeks off if he had to miss a couple of games and you work the bye in. I have to think he'd come back pretty healthy from that.
We're getting way ahead of ourselves here. But I mean, guy might even play on Monday night in Minnesota. But let me give you a little just a little peek ahead.
Marcus, you ever hurt your oblique? For real? Like, you know anything about the injury, the nature of it?
I don't think so, because I know we talk about it in baseball a lot with pitchers, and obviously with that throwing motion, it's going to linger for a long time.
You saw him working on it on the sideline. He was doing those stretches.
I don't know if it's like a pain tolerance thing or what it is with
They would come back if indeed, and again, we're just totally spitballing.
Go ahead.
Well, but if you did sit him for 2 weeks in a bye, you would come back November 12 at Jacksonville.
Which actually might be a pretty tough game because Jacksonville, they're putting points up, though.
Tell you what,
they're
you're talking to a
interesting.
disgruntled Trevor Lawrence owner over here.
Oh, really?
Just a
yeah.
El Stinko, El Quarterbacko.
That's another one of those weird places. We talked last week about how unusual it is to see the Niners going to Foxborough. The Niners don't go to Jacksonville very often either.
Dude, I once had to fly there for a preseason game.
Yikes.
As bad was that?
What goes on in Jacksonville, Florida?
Well, now you do have, I covered a couple Players' Championships there.
Yeah.
Jacksonville Beach, there's a mild appeal there.
Yeah.
There's a mild appeal.
What are we talking, like beach culture?
Yeah,
like the
you got a little beach,
bikinis and like bars and the whole scene?
There's a slight Jimmy Buffett vibe.
Oh, yeah?
No, the Jimmy Buffett vibe is way more, rest in peace.
It's blue collar,
way more
right?
South Florida.
Yeah.
Jacksonville be a little more blue collar.
Because Miami is very glitzy with the yachts.
This would be a little more like
yeah.
people driving their cars on the beach type of thing.
It's like the black
it's
hole.
not far from Daytona.
Murph, I say it's like the black hole on the beach. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's
You know what?
yeah, those dudes.
You said it all, buddy. Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30 after his meditation. All right, well, G-Pop is back from Cleveland, and Johnny Lund is back from the postgame show, and we hand it over to them next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Soft. S-O-F-T.
Is Jumpin' Johnny's coming in?
There he is.
Well, this is the message.
Johnny
Don't
Lund.
worry.
John Lund's in the house.
3 little birds.
3 little Lunds.
Or Marcus, 3 little pass
We got
plays.
3 little birds going, John.
3 little pass plays with 3 minutes left.
Yeah. So, you know what's funny? Because John Lund is like such a cool dude. Like, he's always nice and calm. We're all excitable and we're emotional. And
Yeah.
He's kind of like a Mr. Spock dude. He always comes in, he's even keel. I'm going to listen to John today, try to calm myself down. Because it was kind of a wake-up call yesterday. You know, a good defense rolls along, shows you what they can do to that Kyle offense. Or is it just the Schwartz factor?
G. Papa, may the Schwartz be with you.
See, G. Pops?
Right?
From the before the game even started. You know, we were thinking of right away. Remember when Harbaugh and Schwartz in 2011?
Absolutely. The famous slap.
They went at the Niners, and they were saying that the Niners went over on their side of the field, but Juan Thornhill, the former chief, got into it with Brandon Ayuk and then Debo blocking sledded him. And then Trent Williams got into it, and it was on before we even kicked the game off. And it was that kind of a game. And I got my rain slicker on still because it was gnarly.
Yeah.
I have lived in Northern California way too long. I can't deal with that weather in Western.
That's what
New York
happens,
and
Greg.
Ohio.
I know.
What was it like?
Yeah,
Just like windy?
Same here.
It was everything. It was windy, wet and wild. It was raw and rainy. And it started to rain really hard right after Jake Moody missed the first field goal from 54. So my main concern is Brock just did not grip it and rip it at all. He could not grip the football yesterday. Did it rain when the 49ers beat them that Thursday night in Seattle and he played with the 2 fractured ribs? I know it was
I don't
cold.
remember.
I don't think it was raining,
rain
Greg.
that night?
I don't think so.
We had a caller from Iowa say that he remembered Brock having trouble in a game against Drake in the rain at Iowa State. He said he goes and he made a couple of allusions to Guns N' Roses' November Rain.
Yeah.
And he said
maybe
he's
he should wear gloves.
Yeah,
Maybe
he said
he
he's
should
seen
wear
this
gloves.
before from Brock. So
interesting.
Look, there's the scouting report.
Well, you know what they say about guys with small hands.
Well, they say
they can't throw the ball well.
That's not true. Oh, I thought it was something else. Yeah.
They say that too, Paul.
Wasn't Jared Goff
I'm not
supposed to be?
concerned about that right now.
Wasn't Jared Goff supposed to be a small hands guy, and he's 5-1?
And Kenny Pickett, and what does he do? He wears gloves on both hands, even when they play in a dome.
Yeah, maybe something
he
to
always
do.
wears gloves.
Well, you got a dome next Monday, right, in Minnesota?
We do.
Yeah. And your gut feeling on CMC? Schefter says he's seeing a
that's
specialist.
Unfortunate, man.
What did Schefter say?
Schefter said he's seeing a specialist
today, yeah.
And that the Niners don't know if it's 1, 2, or 0. That's
Games that he'll miss, yeah.
So
yeah, he may miss through the bye. We'll see. He played in a lot of pain.
We threw
I was
that
trying
out
to
there,
figure
yeah.
out what play he actually got hurt on, and I picked like 10 of them.
Yeah,
because he was wincing in pain the entire day.
Taking a beating all year, yeah.
Johnny, you got this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see how cool he is? He's all calm all the time. I envy that, man.
They're 17-1 in the last 18, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah,
All right, that's what you're looking for, Paulie. Marcus, Triple
Philly
E, see you
lost.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
it is
that was
time
nice.
for Papa and Lund.
Cheers,
and when
y'all.
it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The football gods wanted the Brownies to win that game. Yes, the factory of sadness needed it.
Can't wait to see Ice Spice in action.
Oh, no.
That's the end of the game.
49ers have run the ball every play to open the game. Purdy now under center on 2nd and 10. First pass, play action, shovel forward to McCaffrey. Good block by Brindle. McCaffrey 5, touchdown! CMC! Yeah, they like to run this play where he'll sneak it. No, he's going to run a toss to Kareem Hunt coming left. Gets the edge, 10, 5, touchdown, Cleveland. They've run that play a lot, where they put the tight end Harrison Bryant under center and then sneak it. But this time they run a toss to the left to Kareem Hunt. Trent's got him one-on-one. Zadarius Smith lines up inside. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40. He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. His first pick since New Year's Day in Vegas. Walker's throw intercepted. Coming back the other way, Debo Lenore 20, 15, 10, banged out of bounds on the 5-yard line. The 49er defense comes up with the big takeaway. It's a toss coming that way. J.P. Mason cuts inside, diving for the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold, Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
Here you go. Those are the calls from Papa and Tim Ryan, 1917. The win streak is over. We got some injuries to talk about, really, for the first time this year. Brandon Ike did miss a game earlier, but Debo stepped up. Debo, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, they had such luck with that. It is never good when I look at my sheet, and we're going to have Joe Nedney on the show at 10:30. I love Joe Nedney personally, but when we have Joe Nedney on, we're going to have to talk about kickers. We got some Giants news on managerial contents. Bruce Bochy wins round 1 against Dusty Baker. We got Warriors news for you, but the focus today, obviously, on the 49ers. Hit us up on the text line. Questions, comments, thoughts. Pop was in Cleveland, so he's got the answers to your questions. Good morning, my friend.
And I brought Cleveland home with me. I'm still chilled.
I'm looking at you. You're wearing a big jacket there.
It was rainy and raw the entire time we landed on Friday night, and walkthrough on Saturday was in the rain. But they wanted to get hardened. I mean, yesterday's game, and watching it back this morning, it was ugly. I mean, all the penalties, and John Hussey, wow. He actually, I think, was up for a Super Bowl last year, but they worried about his disposition and his anger management. Yesterday, he went all Jeff Triplett, and it was just mismanagement. He had a bad game, but it was just sloppy in every regard. But that game did feel like a playoff game. And for Cleveland coming off their bye week, and Jim Schwartz and the history with Kyle, and just Jim Schwartz and his history in the league. He's a tremendous defensive coordinator, and they have a defensive line that's not just Myles Garrett, all of them, Tomlinson, Elliott, Zadarius Smith, Mo Hurst, Shelby Harris, all of them. And those linebackers are so fast, the corners, everything. So it just felt like a playoff game. And, maybe when you lose a game like yesterday, what you worry about is that if you do play a championship game or any playoff game, you don't play it in the South Bay, you play it in South Philly. Got good news flying home yesterday that the Jets and Robert Saleh were able to intercept Jalen Hurts 3 times and late in the game to set up the winner and then hold him out. So, but that's why these games are so important. Just one misstep here or there could cost you, where a playoff game is later. And this game yesterday felt like a playoff game. But the weather was a big factor in the game. I could feel it all weekend being there. And usually when you go to the Northeast in the fall, it's beautiful in October. The leaves are changing and you have a little bite in the air and it feels like football. It felt cold as hell yesterday, just all day. It was just so windy. The wind was whipping off of Lake Dreary. And then the rain was a factor. It was 53 degrees at kickoff, so it wasn't even that cold. But it felt much colder. And then it rained pregame. It certainly impacted the field and the footing. And then the main takeaway, a lot of them, the injuries are going to be profound. Trent's walking around in the boot after the game. I think it's a low ankle sprain for him and not a high, so hopefully he'll be okay. And Debo's mood was light on the plane, so we'll see. The big concern is going to be McCaffrey. and what is actually going on with his ribs, John. And I went back and watched the game this morning, obviously, and I couldn't tell what play he got hurt on. I think it was the play right before Brock threw the interception to Emerson, but it could have been like 5 different plays because he was grimacing in pain constantly. I mean, I didn't know if it was the wheel route when he extended for that ball. We know the play Debo got hurt on. It was, getting Jake Moody a little closer for the 54-yard field goal when Emerson drove him to the ground. And, man, I was thinking about you a lot flying home yesterday. Obviously with Jake Moody and the injury talk. I mean, we talked about the injuries and how remarkably clean the Niners have been, a few here and there, but really not debilitating. And then yesterday, they have to play that game. And you're not going to get any sympathy from the Cleveland Browns because they didn't have their quarterback. And by the way, there's major eyebrows being raised by their coaching staff why Deshaun Watson exactly is not playing. And David Njoku, their tight end, is playing when he almost had his face literally burnt off. So it's just a different mindset with Deshaun. But they didn't have Batonio, their all-pro left guard. They didn't have Nick Chubb. They didn't have their quarterback. So they're not going to hear it. But they did know that going into the game. The Niners lost their players in the game, and Trent was able to come back, obviously missing 2 snaps. But to lose Debo essentially for 3/4 of the game, and McCaffrey really wasn't right for a lot of the game in the second half and the whole fourth quarter, made it really hard. And, you'll accept the loss and move on. But the big thing will be the news today with McCaffrey seeing this specialist. But my main concern, John, is Brock Purdy. And just didn't dawn on me. Did it rain last year when the 49ers played in Seattle on that Thursday night game?
I don't think it did. I'll look back and look at it. But when you said that at the end of Murph and Mac, I don't think it rained. It
was raw. It was cold as hell.
Yeah, I'm sure
we were so worried about him playing with fractured ribs that I probably would have been more. I have to think that it didn't rain. Otherwise, I would have been cognizant of it. But I mean, Brock Purdy, going back to his measurables, hand size 9 1/4. That is 24th percentile of quarterbacks. And Pickett had to kind of stretch his arms, right? You want 9-inch nails, and you want 9-inch hands, right? So Brock's are a little over 9, but they're not big for a quarterback. He's 6 feet 5/8 of an inch tall. That's 8th percentile of quarterbacks. The hands are a little bigger, but I just thinking, looking back on it, and the ball, he is so precise with the football. It's not just the obvious ones where the ball just slipped out of his hands on the pullback. He was throwing balls. He looked like Tim Tebow at times yesterday. He was throwing the ball on the sideline. They weren't even close. Even before they got the 3rd down penalty on the last drive, the first 2 throws were nowhere near accurate. And a lot of it was pressure. He got blown up. And he hit, Ayuk should have caught the post route down the middle when Zadarius Smith looped back inside and Brock took a frontal. He made some good throws in the game. But I think the big thing is, does he need to adjust and wear gloves, at least on his right hand, when he does play in rain? Jimmy Garoppolo did that. Remember that bomb cyclone game against the Colts a couple of years ago? On that Sunday night, Jimmy wore gloves and swore he'd never wear them again. He didn't like it. And Tom Brady wears gloves, and, Peyton Manning had to learn to wear them in Denver. Kenny Pickett, with his small hands, wears them every game, on both hands, left hand and right hand. Even if he's playing indoors, he just wears them. So, I mean, my takeaway is everybody's beating up Brock today, and it was the perfect storm weather-wise and all of it, and Jim Schwartz and the whole deal. Felt like the Atlanta game, but different, because I think you're going to see Philadelphia can do this to you. Detroit can do this to you. So you got to be careful here, and you got to learn from this. They're going to play man and come at you with their ferocious front 7. But the big concern is how much was Brock's inaccuracy yesterday just because he could not grip it and rip it. He could not properly grip the football.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a factor, but I'd like to give, in these kind of situations, credit to the defense because that was an all-time defensive performance in the second half. The 49ers ran the ball 7 times for 22 yards, and 1 came on an 8-yard run by Mason after the interception. So if you take that away, it's 6 for 14. He had no help. It doesn't help. I mean, I'm not going into the national narrative, but if you don't have Christian McCaffrey and you don't have Deebo Samuel, and they know that they can focus on Ayuk, and Kittle's got to stay in the block because they're crushing you, that's a problem. Jim Schwartz made him throw the ball outside the numbers. I mean, he was cramming it up inside. I think there was a lot of factors that you have to give their defense a ton of credit, and where they make a lot of their hay is between the numbers and the intermediate areas, and their linebackers and safeties are so good and there's so much speed, as you said, amongst their linebackers, that's just a really tough place to play. They might be the best in terms of that area of the field, and that's where the 49ers like to make their money. And the players that make their money in there, guys like Debo and Christian McCaffrey, weren't there. So I think it was a combination of things. You might be right. I'm just saying there was a combination of things between
totally.
a running game, really good defensive players, a lot of different factors. And then that was the first time you and I talk often about Brock's composure. That's the first time I've ever seen him rattled as a 49er. He just, I don't think he at times knew which way was up.
Well, I'm giving them full credit. That defense, do you realize how good that defense was going into the Baltimore game? The Baltimore Ravens scored 4 touchdowns on them. Before that, they had given up 1 touchdown. They annihilated Cincinnati in the season opener. Burrow was not healthy. In that game, we thought we had rain yesterday. That season opener in Cleveland was a monsoon. That was like the 49ers Chicago opener of last year. And even the Pittsburgh game, Pittsburgh kept scoring on defense. They didn't score on offense. They scored on their left tackle Wills and Deshaun's indecision. So their defense is great. Right now, that's the best defense in football, and it's better than the Niners defense. And what they've done the first 5 games of the year, they've barely given up over 1,000 yards. We're talking 200 yards a game. This is historic. So their defense is that good. But there were plays to be made yesterday that Brock Purdy makes on a sunny 53-degree day as opposed to a rainy, raw, windy 53-degree day. So my main thing on how to correct this, you're going to correct, when they got to the edge on Kareem Hunt time and time again, their pass rush and the way they were able, to loop around inside and get into Brock's face. But the main adjustment just may be the equipment room. And does Brock need to wear gloves? Is he comfortable wearing gloves? How did he play? I checked with Minucci this morning about Arizona. Never an issue there, obviously, growing up in Gilbert, Arizona. But, playing in Iowa State, he had some weather games. I just think there were way too many highly inaccurate throws from him yesterday to not just consider. And he may say, no, I don't like wearing gloves, but whatever you can do. There's also ways to grip the ball as far as getting on top of the ball and the point of it and all that. He just wasn't very accurate yesterday, and Brock is one of the most accurate quarterbacks we've seen. And what was the reason? I think he just was not comfortable gripping the ball, John. The ball came out of his hand fluttering. So the wind was taking it right away, but was he getting enough of a grip on the ball to be able to grip it and rip it? There were like 10 throws where I thought, yes, that's not Brock Purdy.
We got a ton to talk about. Missed opportunities for the 49ers, certainly a lot of those. The defense gave up a couple of late field goals, and you think they would have stiffened up at one point. They could have had an interception in the end zone there. Lots of things to discuss. Let's do it. They have won 17 of their last 18, but certainly they lose to the Browns, and they get a little bit of help, as you said, against the Jets. But Detroit's looking really good in the NFC as well. Any of your thoughts, questions, comments? Pop was at the game, obviously, calling it 415-808-5627. Hit us up, 808-5627, 808 KNBR. We'll get into those conversations. Bottom of the hour, yep. Joe Nedney's going to join us at 10:30 to discuss the missed 41-yarder, and he missed a 54-yarder earlier on in the game. Was that just weather-related, or is there something to be worried about? We'll talk to Joe about that at 10:30. Our good friend Ten Wid's going to join us at 11:30 from The Athletic. Get smarter. He does a great job breaking down the tape. And then our good friend Dante Whitner, all about the game, but the defense especially at 12:30. Don't miss any of it. We're talking Niners and Browns recap. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jake Moody missed the game-winning field goal. A wet day in Cleveland as the 49ers take their first regular season loss since 2022. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hello, friends. John Lind here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. This is crazy, but many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way and been here for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than, get this, you might need to sit down. This is a pretty big number. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. I said $1 billion. But you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him. It's going to be difficult to tell. Look, we know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI. Or early injury updates to me, it's a little premature on these things. Let's wait till we get some more clarity and then can figure out what's wrong with them. Christian McCaffrey, again, I think we'll be seeing some people today to figure out if and how much time he'll be missing due to this oblique injury. And yes, he will, as he always has, guard these things with his life because he doesn't want anyone to know anything about his body and where to target anything.
That's Adam Schefter of ESPN, of course, on the Pat McAfee show this morning. We're going to get to everything. There's a ton to discuss. This was a team effort loss. Still, keep in mind, they've won 17 of 18. Philly loses yesterday, help out. Detroit wins. So you got a few teams at the top with one loss, and the goal is obviously home field advantage at Levi's Stadium for throughout the playoffs, and we'll continue to discuss that as well. Bottom of the hour, Joe Nedney's going to join us, which means we need to talk about kickers. We'll do that in about 8 minutes. Matt Barrows had this stat this morning in his piece. Since week 3, defensive players have racked up more than $75,000 in fines due to illegal hits on Christian McCaffrey. Probably more after the Browns were flagged for a pair of face masks. One, Zadarius Smith on the opening drive that led to the 13-yard touchdown shuttle pass, I should say. So as we talk about everything, I think a lot of these issues are short-term. I think they can fix a lot of these things. Credit should go to Cleveland, especially defensively. You mentioned the weather. There's a lot of different things. Teams lose games in the NFL. It's very difficult to go undefeated. The Dolphins are the only team to do it and get through the Super Bowl. So these things are going to happen. But long-term injuries, Trent Williams leaving the locker room in a boot. Debo, it sounds like the shoulder's going to be okay. But one of the reasons why this offense took off, in addition to Brock Purdy being behind center, was Christian McCaffrey drawing all the attention away and then just what he generally does. He scored a touchdown in his 15 straight games. So as Adam Schefter says right there, 1, 2, 3, whatever the amount of games that he misses, that puts a large dent in what they do offensively.
Well, Adam, he was on with McAfee, so is he reporter, Adam Schefter, there, or observer? Because he said, I would think, is he being told that he's seeing a specialist? I mean, obviously, in light of how yesterday went, and I think it's more ribs than oblique, but whatever it is, he's going to see. Dr. McAdams will look at him and did yesterday, and then they'll take it to a higher level and try to find out what's wrong with him and try to get him healed. As far as the personal fouls he's taking, I mean, they're being violent with him, and there's no doubt, and they should be. Jihad Ward, the Giants grabbed his face mask. Ezekiel Turner, Arizona, grabbed his face mask. Jalen Thompson, illegal hit. Donovan Wilson, face mask. And J-Ron Kirsch for taunting over him. Donovan Wilson, unnecessary roughness. And then yesterday, Grant Delpit got it. I think a lot of it, and Tim mentioned this during the game, if you're going to tackle Christian McCaffrey, you know he's going to stiff arm you. He's not going to go to the ground. Once you finally box him in, and usually it's the sideline's going to help you because out in the open field, he's just so agile and hostile. He's going to try to rip your face mask off. He's going to stiff arm you, and they just don't call face masks as much on the offensive player as they do the defensive player. So the defensive player is going at him with a preemptive strike and ripping it. Now, that's not smart. They're not being coached to do that. You don't want to give him the yardage on the run plus 15 more, but they're going to tag him, and they're going to be physical with him, and he is getting pounded. As I say, watching it back, knowing that he got hurt in the ribs and the oblique, I couldn't tell which play it was. It could be any one of 5 or 6 because he comes back into the game. He's got blood all over his pants. He's wincing. I think it happened. It may have been earlier in the game, and knowing him, it probably was, and he played through it. But right before Brock threw the interception, he got lit up by Delpit on a run play. And, he comes in and out, so you can't tell. We'll see. Kyle's going to talk at 1:30 today, and we'll get an update. Trent Williams played hurt, the entire game yesterday just about, and Trent did not have a great game. He did not. I mean, Myles Garrett's stat line was thin, but Trent did not have a great game. And, he played the playoff game in L.A., the championship game a couple of years ago, and he probably shouldn't have played. He left Green Bay that night in the boot as well. And Trent's he's a warrior. He's not going to let Jalen Moore go play against Myles Garrett. But if you're going to play in a bad ankle and not be effective, it, winds up hurting the team. So I'm sure when he watches it back this morning, he's not going to love a lot of snaps that he had. Debo gets hurt a lot as well because of the physical nature. And I just think the guys that played for them, and Ray did some nice things. He had a jet sweep, and But they had so many errors in alignment and assignment yesterday. Ray, and he came in right away because he's the backup Z to Debo, where they cross-trained them all, but Juwan was more the F yesterday, and they left Ayuk at X, and he made a lot of mental errors. Going in motion, stopping, going the wrong way. He had the one delay a game was clearly on Ray McLeod. And then J.P. Mason. If you're going to play 11 personnel, the running back has got to stand up there and block at times. And we'll see how it all goes with McCaffrey, and maybe get Elijah Mitchell mixed back in a little bit. He returned to practice on Thursday after missing a couple of weeks with a knee injury. So I think the bottom line is here, this is a star power team. And you lose Deebo Samuel and you lose Christian McCaffrey. The guys that are going to come in behind them just made a lot of mental and physical errors yesterday. And that's not going to be tolerated today. And they have an extra day to pour this over before they get into Minnesota, because the Vikings game is not on a Monday night. So this is going to be the, a tell the truth Monday. And they're going to air it out and let them know. Now, obviously in Cleveland, they're saying, are you kidding? We didn't have Nick Chubb.
That's what I think, yeah.
But you didn't have Nick Chubb since week 2. And I know Ford came in and played well that first game. He had over 100 yards. It's different when a coaching staff absorbs injuries in the middle of a game as opposed to the week of the game or weeks before the game. And they brought Kareem Hunt back, and they've got Ford. They're not Nick Chubb. I understand that. But they knew going into the game. How many fresh injuries did they have in the game yesterday? They deserved to win. They were the better team. I
don't like that term. I don't like deserve to win. It doesn't matter who deserves to win.
They were the better team.
I don't buy that.
They played better.
You got a 41-yard field goal, which is an 85% make to win the game. It doesn't matter who deserves to win.
Not in those goals. I mean, look at the stat sheet. Cleveland was the better team yesterday. They had 334 yards to 215. They possessed the ball for 33 minutes to 27. If Moody makes the kick, and, Robbie Gould missed a kick very similar in Baltimore. I remember it well, and Robbie was ate up about it. It wasn't a playoff game. He never misses in the playoffs, but he did miss a kick in Baltimore, and I didn't think he had the leg strength to make that kick, and then Justin Tucker comes back and beats the Niners with his field goal. So the point I'm making is the injuries were a problem, but Cleveland was the better team for most of the game. And I think right when it turned, when the Niners did not score in the red zone and make it 14-0.
Yeah, to 26 after the interception.
Well, when Moody made the field goal, the short one, they did not handle the red zone well there. And then right after Moody missed the 54-yard field goal, the heavens opened. It just started to pour. And it was a weird day. It would pour, it was windy and wet, and then it would stop, and it would get hot, and then it would come back and rain. So I don't know if Jake fully knew. And I think the wind patterns changed from pregame in the game, because the one that he missed from 54, he hooked. The one that he missed from 41, he pushed. He also got pressure from his front side on that by Denzel Ward. And they flipped Dwelly and Warner on field goal block, and that's over Dwelly's side. Maybe you think about in a big kick like that, you're not going to use them all the time. You put George Kittle out there to block on a game-winning field goal like that, because they did have leakage on the other side. Remember Tariq Woolen had the blocked field goal against Robbie and the scoop and score going the other way by Michael Jackson. They flipped Warner's over on the left side and Dwelly on the right side. It used to always be from the left side you got the pressure. Now, yesterday it was from the right side, but we'll ask Joe the Toe about that. But anyway, I just thought they knew their injuries going into the game. They were prepared for it. They also had a bye week to get ready for this game, and it was the perfect storm in so many ways, but the point I'm making is there were a lot of mental errors, assignment, alignment errors. Ray McLeod could not get lined up a lot yesterday, and likewise, J.P. Mason just had physical errors in the game yesterday. When you lose McCaffrey and you lose Debo, you're losing the explosiveness and the great playability, but you're also, missing guys that are into the playbook. And not that those guys weren't, but they just don't get the amount of reps, throughout the week to get ready. And when they're jumped into play so much at H-back and Z receiver, you just had how many third and longs did they have? It was the average distance on third down was 12 or more yards yesterday, and they were 3 for 12 on third down, and the O-line did not play well with holds and false starts. You just got down a lot on the down and distance yesterday, but Ray, and if they have to play, and JP will be better, and maybe Elijah Mitchell. But there was a big difference going from McCaffrey and Debo to the backups yesterday.
All right, let's talk to Joe Nedney about it. The difficulty of those kicks, a 54 and a 41, and going forward, the psychology of a kicker. We'll talk to Joe Nedney next about it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, grab the keys to your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota, and you can still get great savings on that new Toyota you want. And get this, no dealer markup. That's right. Every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks, they're arriving to Modesto Toyota, and there's never been a better time to get yours. You can even check out the incoming vehicles. This is what I did. At ModestoToyota.com, you pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and the whistles and all the things you need on your vehicle. You reserve it. It's that simple. There's a huge selection of hybrids, or you can check out the fully electric BZ4X. Heck, with gas prices, the BZ4X is at a great price, and there's special lease deals as well. And it's time to save. Those high gas prices out the window for you. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the sweet, clean customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, a great customer service. So come grab the keys, Modesto Toyota, on that new car, SUV, or truck you want. The time is right. And as I told you, there's no dealer markup, so what are you waiting for? No dealer markup. It's time for a great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Where I get my Toyotas. Where my son got his Toyota. Well, I bought it for him. And I already told him his son has to buy there and there, and et cetera, et cetera. We actually have a lifetime contract. Anyway, only at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, 41 yards away. Snap, hold. Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
All right, Jake Moody missed a potential game winner, a 41-yarder, 54-yarder earlier on in the game. And so when I saw Joe Nedney on the guest list today, I love Joe Nedney. He's amazing. He's awesome. But as Joe said the last time he joined us, and I think the last time he joined us was when Jake Moody was struggling in the preseason, he told us that he knew the only time we bring him on is when the kicker is struggling, and here we are again. Joe joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
Just great. I mean, it was one of the things I was thinking. I was like, here we go.
Oh, they're going to call me.
Why didn't we ask you to come on when he made his first 30 kicks? He was 9 for 9 on field goals and 21 for 21 on extra points, and we didn't call you at all. Why do we call you now?
Well, that's what happens. Everybody wants to know what's going on. You know, it is what it is.
Yep.
But yeah, that was a mutter. That was an ugly one, and they Cleveland out ugly the Niners definitely.
All right, so take us through the game winner. They tried to ice him. Jake said after the game that didn't have any effect. Logic would tell you from a totally non-kicker eye that knows nothing about kicking that he hit one left. Maybe he was trying to overcorrect right, kept it out right. I don't know. I don't know the weather conditions. I don't know how the wind blows in Cleveland. You know all those things. So when you saw it stay right that whole time, as the guys just described, Tim and Greg just described, what did you see?
Well, first of all, I think what I heard from in Papa's voice was pretty much what I was thinking as he missed it. He missed it. You've got to be kidding me, you know. And it was it's an unfortunate reality about NFL and place kickers is that distance. You're a pro, you make that kick. I mean, everybody's expecting it. And the other thing on the other side is Dustin Hopkins, kicker for the Cleveland Browns. He did fine. There wasn't any issues with their operation at all. So you're left with, or at least I was left looking at his reaction, looking at his body language, looking at his face, looking at, you know, am I going to trust this guy when it comes down to it? And that's, I think it's a very instinctual thing that fans do, that anybody that watches that game is, you're going to watch and you're going to try to get into the psychology of that player. And he looked pretty numb. He didn't look upset with himself. He didn't look like he mishit it or he pushed it. He didn't really look like he knew what he did. He just missed it. And the moment was big, and it was an exposing moment for him, a very truthful moment for him. And he has a very small sample pool, so he's going to have to sit and think about it. And, you know, this is reality, baby. This is a top-tier team, and you just got exposed. So where do you go from here? That's the big problem, big question, right?
Well, back to the practice field under the dome in Minnesota and look to bounce back. So we'll get into the wind, and I think the wind changed throughout the day. The elements changed, but I just want to, you said the 41-yard field goal. I mean, and he did get pressure from Denzel Ward from his front side around Ross Dwelly, which may have been a flash of color that distracted him. But he didn't hit it pure, and the ball did come off his toe and it went right. My question is, was 41 yards away close enough to ask him to make that kick? So it says they could have gotten it closer, though. There was a 3rd and 2, and one of Brock's best throws of the game was the outcut to Jawan Jennings. He gets out of bounds to stop the clock, and there's 45 seconds left in the game. And Kyle, at that point, he gave one handoff to J.P. Mason for a 3-yard gain, and then basically they spiked the ball. They ran the clock all the way down to 9, and he kicked it. Yep. I mean, if he hits that same ball, Joe, and it's 31 yards away and not 41, he probably makes it. So in that situation, I know you're going to say you're going to make it, but it was windy, it was rainy, you know, the plant foot, all that. And it's easy to look back at it in retrospect, but should they have tried to get that kick 5 or 10 yards closer?
You know, I think just considering the situation as it is and going back into my own, you know, memory bank of times where something similar like that has happened, I can remember I was playing with the Tennessee Titans. It was my first year. It was a free agent acquisition. got paid to go there, and we were playing the Detroit Lions, and McNair was driving the team down last minute, and he got loose and ran for 20 yards and slid down at about the 26, 27-yard line or something like that with about 45 seconds to go. And they could have clocked it. They could have run a few more plays and got me closer, but they just let the clock bleed out all the way down and then called timeout and let me kick it. And I remember thinking, all right, this is a test. Okay. We're in a dome, but it was 46 yards. Could it have been 36? Yeah. Could have gotten an extra few more yards? The answer is yes, but you got to test that kicker too. I mean, that was an ugly game, and the job of an NFL place kicker in a situation like that is when you've got a mutter and you've got something where things aren't working right on a couple phases and you're having some struggles, that's where you just rely on that old head, that calm kicker to go in there and just take care of the job. And then your press conference is, boy, that was an ugly game, and I'm thankful that we got through it, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And because Jake's a young kid and he's a draft pick, he's got some expectations on him, and there's eyes on him now. But I think that really that was a test. I really believe that you're going to have to prove your mettle in this league. We could sit there and throw some training wheels on you and get it as close as possible, but this is big boy football too. I mean, that's 41 yards ain't that far away. It might seem like it, but that's a makeable kick. So I don't know if I question the play calling as much as I just think it was a true test, and unfortunately, test didn't pass. So it's an unfortunate reality of the situation, and now we're stuck with a young guy and hoping that he can get his mind right and everything as this season rolls forward.
Joe Nenny joining us, 41-yarders in the league. Last year we're at 85.2%. I know that the weather was a little bit different, but if I'm Kyle, I'm sitting there going, okay, this is an 85% make rate. I feel pretty good about it. Philosophically on a kicker, tell me if I'm wrong here, a rookie is a rookie. So I don't care if you're a quarterback or a running back or a wide receiver. I don't care if you're playing a different sport. Rookies are going to rookie. And so what happens is that you probably know that stadium a little bit more, how to wind shift. What do I got to do if I missed one left? What do I got to do? And I think Robbie Gould had joined Matt Miyoko in an earlier podcast right before the season started. And it's just you guys know the stadiums, and I think one of the reasons why rookie kickers, or it takes a minute, like with you, with it taking a second for kickers, is you go through the stadiums a few times. Maybe a team won't have enough patience, but then you get enough opportunities. Like, okay, I've kicked in this stadium. I know what the winds are. So is that part of this whole thing where he's just got to go around the league and learn this stuff? I mean, dome stadiums are different. He's going to learn his home stadium pretty quickly, but is it a situation where maybe something changed and he just hasn't been in enough stadiums to understand it, and it's going to take a little time?
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate, surmise. He does. He has just this small sample pool. And the other thing I was thinking, is Robbie Gould, he'd been around, like you said, not only had been to every stadium, but had been to every stadium in probably all the different seasons and seen good grass, and seen bad grass, seen mud, wind, whatever it may be. You've got this large experiential kind of situation in front of you where Moody doesn't. So maybe you rely on a veteran, somebody to come in and go, hey, look, in a situation like this, your pregame warm-up, this is you're checking weather, you're checking wind, you're checking feet. You get your extra reps in now because this is when you own the field during the pregame warm-ups. And weather can change throughout the game as well. That's why you may go out there right before the second half, before kickoff, get a couple shots and see what the wind's doing with the ball. All those little details that the pros do, those skills, they're acquired through years of experience. And so, yeah, you're right. He doesn't have it yet. And maybe this is one of those things where, hey, like all those small little details you got to start paying a little closer attention to. Or, it could have been something as simple as, look, it just came off his toe. He just pushed it. And he'll be all right. And that's what it's our job to sit here and break it down like this.
Did you, when you watch it back, he did get pressure from his front side. Denzel Ward almost blocked that kick. Would something like that distract him, Joe, or are you so locked in on the snap and the hold you don't even see the pressure coming from the wing?
I would say, and not being in Jake Moody's head at the time, I know earlier on all the sounds, the cracks of the pads and the body is moving around, and those types of things, they do show up in your periphery vision, I think, earlier on. But I don't remember any of that being any issue later in my career. I'd have to go back to film and go, oh, wow, he did get kind of close there, because I'm so locked in on what I'm doing. I'm not worried about what's happening around. I have to rely on the 9 guys to take care of that stuff, and so and that's might be the difference.
Yeah, the other thing is Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, did use a timeout to ice him. And going back to the preseason, when he missed the 2 kicks in Vegas, Josh McDaniels did the same thing before both of his misses. The long one that he hooked and the shorter one that he pushed, and it was the same deal yesterday. How do you acclimate? Because I know you were in the league. Mike Shanahan did that. I saw Bill Cowher do it. They were the first 2 coaches that I saw when you were playing. Mm-hmm. As a kicker, how do you handle that downtime when the opposing coach calls a timeout? And they didn't do it when the snap and you get the free kick and all that. They did it before he lined up to kick it. How do you? What's the advice on handling that downtime when they ice a young kicker?
Yeah, you're left with your thoughts out there. And so I've seen guys do a lot of different stuff. Some guys will go back to the kicking net and get a kick in because, and it's not as much getting the extra kick in. It's just staying in motion. So you're not standing there thinking, just give me something to do. Go jog over the sidelines, take it, grab a drink of water real quick, jog back out, take a couple of practice swings, focus on what you're doing. My whole thing was if you're going to call a timeout on me, then I'm just going to stand there and take in the conditions and look at my area, do a little bit extra gardening around the spot if the case may be, check the wind a little bit better, focus on the uprights, see if they seem to get wider and wider for me every time I stood out there. So I try to use it as, okay, you're going to give me that extra time to focus on my job, appreciate it, and go out there and make the kick. Unfortunately for Jake, he's got the opposite happening where now 2 times in his young career it's happened. So I have a feeling that for the rest of his career, if anybody's got timeouts, they're going to call him and let him stand there until he proves otherwise. And that's just, but you either snuff it out early or it becomes an issue, and there's no in between.
Joe Nedney's joined us. Jake Moody missed a couple of field goals, including the 41-yard game-winning opportunity, just going right on the thing. So what matters from here is the psychology of it. So you miss a kick. Everybody in the locker room said all the right things. Fred Warner, all the leaders stepped up and said it's not on him, and it's not. I mean, it's there was a lot of plays in that game. That's obviously the biggest one is everybody's going to stare at that play. But how easy, from a psychology standpoint, is it to get over a missed game-winning kick like that, move on, and be successful?
The guys in the locker room are really, really important with that, and the support that Jake feels from his guys, from his coaches. And it'll vary, I mean, look, it's human reaction. You're going to have teammates that are going to say the right thing, but then there's going to be guys that are going to be just kind of mumbling and grumbling underneath their breath a little bit. That's just the way that it is, and it's nothing personal. It's business, and that it was a potential win that ended up not going that way. There's a lot of guys that are sitting there going, if it wasn't for this play that I didn't make or whatever, then I could have helped the team win the game. So hopefully collectively in that locker room, they're all putting their arms around each other and going, this is quite a learning experience, everybody. I think still had a chance to win an ugly game. These are going to come up a little bit more often. Let's make sure that we're all, supporting each other. And so that's what I'm hoping that Jake got from his guys, not just lip service, but actual, guys coming up going, hey, we're here for you, man. It ain't easy, and we're here to help you, and that goes a long way to the psyche of a young guy, because the locker room culture can be dismissive as well. It can be if they've had bad experiences with kickers and they're done and you just happen to be the next in line, they might get rid of you in a heartbeat. They don't even want to learn your last name. But in this situation, because there's been a long string of success at the place kicking position and they know how important it is, I have a feeling that culture will be a lot more supportive of Jake and give him the best opportunity to go out there and figure his stuff out,
Well, and the front office is fully behind him, but the reality is Robbie Gould made a lot of big kicks for this team in big games and in playoff games. And you saw the reaction when Jake missed. Trent Williams wanted to slam his helmet. George Kittle and just went blank. And Robbie's still available. How much does that creep into the world where, you miss a kick here or there and you miss one that could have won a game at the end and everybody's got, just go call Robbie Gould and bring him back. That's not going to happen, but that's another major obstacle he's got to deal with.
It is, and it's the noise that has created and become louder outside of the world of Jake's head, and he's got to keep it outside of his head and not let it seep in. And that's a big ask. But look, I mean, the good thing is like you said, it's a rookie thing. I mean, he's young, but unfortunately with this team and the potency of the offense and the defense, I think it was maybe that security of that of having Robbie Gould and having Mitch Wisnowski be able to kick off as well and have that two-pronged kind of specialist thing going on. I don't want to say the Niners took it for granted, but when you make a change like they did, you just got to be prepared for it to kind of rumble along a little bit before everything kind of smooths out. So this is a good team, and it happened in Cleveland, and it happened, and it showed everybody that okay, like this team is human, and it can get into an ugly game, but hopefully it just doesn't become a trend, and I'm not saying from the Niners offense perspective, just from the specialist perspective. You don't want to be out there on a game-winning drive at the 25-yard line, having to think about what plays that you've got to run because you got to get more yardage, and you got to kind of put your offense at more peril because you got to be more aggressive at a time when you really want to just take a knee and let your guy go in there and win the game. So, that's a real assessment, and hopefully it just doesn't end up that way, because that'd be really unfortunate for this team.
That's a great point, where Kyle may have to say, geez, I gotta change my play calling. For years it was, as long as we can get Robbie to 53, we're good, and that's how he. A lot of people thought he was conservative, but he wanted to play it a certain way, and now he's got to kind of look at it like, okay, I got to get my rookie closer? That's a great point. Here's the thing that I think flashes through every fan's mind after a missed kick like that. Cleveland's a long way from San Francisco. That's a long flight. What's it like for a kicker to sit on that flight after missing a kick like that? And he didn't lose the game. There were a lot of opportunities for the 49ers to win it, but in a kicker's mind, I'm sure, like you said, I got to make a 41-yarder. I'm a rookie, and here I am sitting on the plane, and they know I missed that kick. What is that like?
It stings, and it stings for multiple days. You're getting on that plane. You get a long flight. Guys aren't happy. They get over it. It's you got to have a short memory. You got to get ready for the next opponent. So you watch game film today. You got to sit there in front of your teammates and take it in. And that's another one that stings. Watching game film the following day when you had a play or two that you'd love to have back. You just kind of got to sit there and take your medicine. And then you take your day off on Tuesday, and by the time Wednesday comes, you're ready to roll. You've wiped your slate clean, and you're ready for the next opponent. But these first couple of days, man, they're after the game, they can be tough. And it should be that way. I mean, you should have high expectations for yourself, and it should sting, it should hurt, and you should keep it in your memory bank and use it as motivation to not repeat it.
Sure.
All right.
That's great stuff, man.
Kind of knew it was going to come down to the kickers. And Hopkins did miss one, but he made 4, and he made long ones. But I kind of had that vibe when Phil Dawson was the honorary captain for the Cleveland Browns.
The old Niner
yesterday, Joe. The old Niner and the old Cleveland Brown. Yeah. And also I'm looking at their wall of honor, their ring of honor, and they've had some of the greatest players in the history of pro football, starting with the great Jim Brown. But I see on the wall, Joe, Lou Groza. And he was a great offensive lineman. And I'm thinking, but he also was a kicker, and he had the nickname, and it was a bit of a stretch, Lou the Toe Groza, where Joe the Toe just rolls off the tongue. How young were you when they first started calling you Joe the Toe?
Like
a baby?
What's funny is when I was a kid and I was playing soccer at 8, 9 years old, I was always taller than the rest of the kids, and I could always kick the ball a mile. And so when I was a kid, I had the nickname the Foot. They called me the Foot, and then
Joe the Foot.
My dad, I wasn't Joe. I wasn't Joe. They just called me Foot. It was funny. And
okay, Bigfoot, Sasquatch.
No, just Foot.
Got
and
it.
then when I got into college at San Jose State, I remember it was one of the beat writers for San Jose State. All of a sudden, the moniker Joe the Toe came up, and it just kind of stuck. So I'll take that. That's all right. I mean, you got Greg the Leg Zerline. I'll take Joe the Toe.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, Joe the Toe is awesome, man.
Yeah, that's my nickname too. Greg the Third Leg.
Oh yeah. They say that all the time.
Yeah, did you ever meet Mr. Groza and it was toe to toe, Joe?
No, I didn't get that opportunity. I did the Lou Groza Award. I was up for it one year, didn't win it, but he's a legend. And back in the days when you could, when there weren't any traditional kickers, and so you just asked anybody on the team, hey, can anybody kick? Yeah, sure. Just toe punch it. No problem.
Jake Moody, by the way, won the Lou Groza Award his junior year at Michigan. He did win that award.
That's good.
Good for him.
Good. Unfortunately,
Good for
it doesn't carry over right now.
Yeah.
Joe, you're the best, man. We're going to have you on. When he goes through a stretch where he makes a bunch in a row, we're going to have you on.
He did. He made
even if
30 in a
didn't.
row. His first 30 kicks in the NFL.
We didn't have him on. So we can't just do this when he misses.
Just call me for 30 seconds. That's it.
Yeah, that's
all
it.
I need. Just
Yeah.
like, hey, Moody's doing good. Great
Right.
to talk to you. Have a good day.
Yeah, it's like calling the police, man. It's like you only call me when it's bad. You never say thanks and never buy me a donut. Like, come on, man. Dude, be nice. Like, so we got to call Joe when he's on a streak, man. You know,
There we go.
Cue the foot.
All right, man.
Joe the foot.
Joe the foot. No, just the foot. Just call him the
Doesn't
foot.
roll.
Yeah.
Doesn't roll.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later. That's the foot.
Is he gone?
Yeah, the foot sounds like a mobster. You know what I mean? Like if you do wrong, the foot's going to come kick you in the ass. Like
No,
that's
the
the
big
foot.
toes going up your ass.
Who's that? Oh, that's the
Who's
foot.
the greatest nickname? Remember Feets Walker, the basketball player?
Yeah.
Whoever had foot.
I don't know. I remember
Feets Brody was
there was a catcher and
timekeeper.
there was a guy named Barry Foot who was a catcher.
Barry Foot.
But there was just, it's not like foot, just
Feets
foot.
Brody was a timekeeper at Madison Square Garden.
Didn't Bob Lanier have size 22
He did.
feet? Like, I don't know, did Bob Lanier have a nickname called, like, feet? He had 22, size 22.
He was the dauber.
Yeah, he was the dauber.
He was the dauber.
So, yeah.
Get your dauber down.
Unless you're a kicker, they
And
don't
his
really call you
dauber was
foot.
big.
Maybe if you have quick feet, still they don't call you
No,
feet.
the toe
They
is
call you
perfect,
foot.
Joe. The toe just rolls.
It rolls off the tongue. All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We'll get more into the conversation. We've got a little bit of time until our next fine guest. Ted Wynn's going to join us to break stuff down at 11:30. Papa Lunch sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Missed opportunities, missed calls. We'll talk about them next. We'll hear on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's just sloppy. At the end of the day, it's not Niner football. We've been playing pretty clean as it is, and false start holding, hands to the face, whatever you want to call it is. We put I think too much pressure on guys having to make plays in bad situations, and we did make some of those plays late in the game, which was awesome to see. And our guys fought throughout the entire game, but when you have a ton of 3 and outs and penalties, it's hard to win a football game.
That's George Kittle, 12 penalties for the 49ers, 13 for the Browns. So a ton of penalties yesterday, but missed opportunities and maybe a missed call or two cost the 49ers in their 19-17 loss. We'll get out to the text line. Some really good stuff out there. Keep hitting us up. So the first half drive, second half was a disaster, but first half, touchdown as they always do, it seems. 38 points on opening drives, 5 touchdowns and a field goal. Then Warner gets the interception. They get to the 26 on that. They end up at the Cleveland 36 and miss a 54-yard field goal, so they missed that opportunity. Third drive, they go 3 and out. Fourth drive in the first half, they got as close as the Cleveland 9, but had to settle for a 25-yard field goal. Fifth drive, 2:48 of the second, Garrett jumped off sides. Purdy missed CMC down the right sideline. It looked like that could have been a big play or a touchdown. He beat Walker. And then in the next drive after that, they get to the Cleveland 32, then a delay and a sack, and they end up punting from the Cleveland 45. So the second half, Cleveland's defense was completely dominant outside of the one drive where they had the missed field goal. But in the first half, there were plenty of opportunities to make plays. And we'll talk about whether P.J. Walker's ball forward was a fumble or not. And there's also obviously the Gibson play near the end as well that I think was questionable. But in the first half, I think they left a lot of points on the board against the defense that you can't afford to do that against.
Well, we missed Mike Pereira. And Mike's mending from some severe back issues, so he's going to take the year off. But I was texting him this morning if he watched the game, and he said he watched almost all of it and not happy. And he's a Niner fan, so we'll invite Mike on if he's able to be able to break down some of the plays. We're talking about the Tashawn Gibson one is hard. I mean, that's just a bang-bang play. I think the big thing there is, do you ever want to open that up to replay? It is really hard for the game officials to see that live. And then, the P.J. Walker fumble, I thought it was a clear fumble watching it live. And I don't think he was trying to throw the football. I think his arm was coming forward, but he was under siege, and it was a great play. Warren Burks was there. Isaiah Oliver was there. You brought a corner, a nickelback, and a linebacker. And it was unfortunate, but, there were a lot of calls on them as well. I don't think they were as debatable. But to me, the red zone, when you got down there when it was 7-0, after Jake missed a long field goal, and that was a long field goal, the weather turned. Right after he missed that field goal, it just started to pour. And it would stop. It wasn't like Chicago, but there was a point in the Chicago game where you just felt like you needed to score earlier in the game. And then once it opened up in the fourth quarter, the 49ers couldn't make a forward pass, and Brock's inaccuracy was a problem in gripping the ball, and we'll get into it more. I just thought the elements got to him, but the average down and distance on the third downs were just not good, and that's why you got all the different penalties. I mean, Trent gets called for a hold. The next play, Aaron Banks, false starts. You get into a second and 25 or a first and 25, whatever it was. So Trent Williams, and he had to play through a bad injury. But Jeff Deeney sent me the numbers on Pro Football Focus. That's the lowest game Trent Williams has had as a 49er. It was 50.6, the overall grade for Trent yesterday. He allowed 4 quarterback pressures, 1 hit, 3 hurries. He had allowed 4 quarterback pressures all season coming in, and he was the lowest graded Niner offensive lineman yesterday. When you look at pressures, he allowed 4, Jake 3, Burford 3, Banks 2, and McKivitz 1. And it's just they were overwhelmed on the offensive line. And, Trent is an amazing athlete. But sometimes when you look at the matchups, John, on the D-line versus the O-line, and I would even incorporate, their linebackers because they're so athletic and they do come on pressures from Jim Schwartz. Mainly he rushes 4, but they they just play behind their D-line. I mean, you got guys like Micah Parsons runs a 4.3 or a 4.4 against, what does Aaron Banks run? Not that you're running 40 yards, but it just the matchups when you have a corner covering a wide receiver or even a safety on a tight end, and pretty much the matchups in the NFL are athlete versus athlete. When you have a D lineman matched up with an O lineman, sometimes you have just a major disparity in athleticism. And I think that's what struck me. And Dallas's defense is fast, but Cleveland's defense, John, is just so fast. And there's Delvin Tomlinson just dominated the game. The former Giant, and we saw him last year with the Vikings, 2-year Viking, and the young guy Jordan Elliott, and the way they ran their stunts, bringing Zadarius Smith from way outside, kind of a three-man pick coming underneath 2 inside guys, and all of a sudden he's in the A-gap. So I just think where they won the game was their defensive line. Really got after the 49ers. And then that turns to, when Ted Wynn joins us, what other teams can do this? And I think right now, forget the 17-1 and the 10-game winning streak last year. You lost the last game in Philadelphia, and their D-line, whooped you. And, yeah, Brock got hurt, but the reason he got hurt is Hassan Reddick got around the outside, and you didn't block him right, and Brock didn't step up, whatever. So, to me, and we'll watch the Cowboys tonight, obviously, and Seattle lost yesterday in Cincinnati. But you got 3 5-1 teams in the NFC now. Philadelphia did lose. Finally, after a lot of close games, they lost yesterday, and the Lions are just rolling. Only team to beat them is Seattle at home in their home opener. So you got 3 5-1s. What other teams can do what Cleveland did yesterday in the NFC, John? And I think the other 2 5-1s have the ability to do that. The way the Philadelphia Eagles are built on their D-line, the way the Detroit Lions are built on their D-line, and the way both teams have a real commitment to run the football. The 49ers have been so dominant in recent games and years because they just out-physical the other team. Yesterday, they did not out-physical the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland pushed back and to some degree were more physical than the Niners, and with Philadelphia and Detroit, you have teams that are built the same way. So yesterday's loss, yeah, it was windy and it was raw and you missed a field goal at the end, and if you make a 41-yarder, you win the game. But I think in the big picture, the coaching staff is going to have to do some real hard self-assessment, self-scouting here on where you are, because I think there are a couple of teams at least built in your conference to be able to play the same kind of football the Niners play.
We'll talk to Ted Wynn about it at the bottom of the hour. I want to examine more the fumble, non-fumble at the end, and Gibson's play at the end as well. And like you said, it'd be nice if we get Mike Pereira at some point. But I think those are turning plays. And again, I'm not saying that the officials lost the game, because they didn't. They had plenty of opportunities, as I just described on the first half. I think they missed a lot of opportunities, but I think those plays were key. We'll dive a little bit deeper, and then Ted Wynn at 11:30 on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Adam Schefter of ESPN says Christian McCaffrey may miss some time with his latest oblique injury. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Moskowitz LLP can help you with all your tax issues, and tax day is coming, Steve. In fact, it's today. What happens if you can't pay your taxes?
Call us and let us make a deal for you. And you want to have good,
management with the IRS. And the bottom line is there's so many good deals that we can make, like something called an offer in compromise, where we ask the government to just pay part of what we owe and forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes themselves. Or give you something called a hardship deferral, where something happened in your life. Life happens. You lost your job, your business took a downturn, somebody in the family got sick, leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially. Or a monthly payment plan, or some combination of that, or something else. The bottom line is we want to talk to the IRS for you so you don't have to. But whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand, because this new enlarged IRS is aggressive, and you don't want them doing something that's going to ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Let us just take care of you and then enjoy a normal life.
Call right now, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Today is the day, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I didn't get a great look at it. I did think in real time that it was a fumble. It's a little surprised, but I didn't see the replay.
We did multiple times to just bring you back. 48 seconds left in the half. Bosa had a clear recovery, so I'm sure they would have given the ball to the 49ers. Would have been at the 11-yard line. Now, there was a blown whistle, and I hate this. This is an old thing. They're supposed to let it play out, but they don't. But still, they look at it. And to me, Walker was trying to move his arm forward, but the ball came out of his hands, given the weather that you were talking about earlier. The ball came out of his hands. They look at it, and they determine that it's still a forward pass, which I can't believe. Would have changed a lot of things. It was 10-7 at that point with 48 seconds left in the half. If they call it correctly, the 49ers have the ball at the Browns' 11-yard line with 48 seconds left in the half, up 10-7.
Yeah. So we texted Mike Pereira, and Mike's on the mend this year from Fox, and I think he hired John Hussey. And John Hussey, who worked the game yesterday, was hired, way back when in 2002 as a line judge. And I think John's overall done a nice job. I think he's had chances to be a Super Bowl referee. But he's got a temper, and he kind of snaps on people, and he does not come off well. And I think he's got a little bit of anger management. He took over as a white hat in 2015 when Bill Levy retired, and we lost the great Bill Levy this offseason from the South Bay. And Bill was completely different as a communicator to the masses. But Hussey had a bad game yesterday. Just several situations, getting the wrong number, a clear penalty on Ambry Thomas, and he puts it on their running back Strong, and everybody's looking at each other. So then he tried to cover himself on his announcement. Honestly, I think the whole play is mute because John Hussey himself blew the whistle on that play. And the question is, when did he blow the whistle? And by blowing the whistle, you're not going to have a clear recovery, even though it looks like Nick Bosa did have a clear recovery. And the thing that's galling on a play like that is it was a great call by Steve Wilkes, and you had two Niners around him, and neither was a defensive lineman. It was Isaiah Oliver, and it was Oren Burks, and they were going to get the ball out, and they did. And whether P.J. Walker brought the hand forward, I think that part of it was close. The way they are taught mechanically to officiate that play, and John Hussey's been in the league for over 20 years, starting as a line judge, and he's been a ref for a long time, so he's the perspective behind the play there. The umpire or the referee are behind the quarterback in that situation. Don't blow your whistle. Let the play go. If you blow the whistle, you are penalizing the defense in that situation, where even if they look at it in replay and they determine it was a fumble, now, well, did the offensive lineman have the ability to recover the fumble because you blew it dead? Once you blow the play dead, it's over. So really the whole thing, the judgment on it, I think, is somewhat debatable, whether it was a fumble or not, but the mechanics of it are not. He should not have blown his whistle. He should have let the play go and then have replay clean it up behind. By doing the way he did it, you never had a mechanism for replay to overturn it. So I think that's the major mistake that he made. And I think his performance yesterday and his crew's performance yesterday is going to cost him a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's not going to be. We'll see if he even does a playoff game this year. I think Mike told me last year he thought John may even get last year's Super Bowl. He's not going to get this year's Super Bowl based on, I'm sure he was graded, and not just that play. There were several mistakes that he made yesterday, but the mechanics of that, do not blow the whistle on that play. If you blow the whistle too short, it's over, and you're penalizing the defense. So I don't think there was a chance for Bosa to recover it because it was a dead play once he blew the whistle.
And they did go baback and look at it, and I don't understand what they were seeing because, like I said, his hand moved forward, but the ball was coming out of his hand before. And the way that you guys called it, you used the term empty hand. I mean, the ball was out of his hand. So I didn't like that.
I think I got that wrong. Empty hand is more of a pullback.
Yeah.
And I don't. It was not an empty hand. And again, Tim, one thing we got to clean up is when we go on the road, a lot of times we didn't have a monitor in our booth at all that gave us the feed you were watching on TV on Fox. We were getting their scoreboard camera. So I had my iPad on and I was getting the replays later. Well, they were way later, and it's just unfair to Tim mainly because he can't. We got to be, and Tim's so good at seeing everything live, but it's such an advantage to be able to see different angles. And they showed an angle lower where it was not a pullback on the empty hand. It was him pushing it forward. I think that part of it is debatable. I think if they called it the other way on the field, a fumble, then it would have been ruled a fumble. You couldn't overturn it. But the major mistake, and I'm sure, and Walt Anderson is the senior vice president of officials.
And this was an emphasis for years, and they quit doing that because
it's just once you have replay, let replay. I'm sure Walt said, John, by blowing your whistle, I can't jump in here now and overturn it because you blew the play dead. So they may be able to determine, yes, we have a fumble, but you're not going to have a fumble and the clear recovery because you stop the players playing by blowing the whistle.
And then I thought the second one, and this may open itself up to, because it has to be a high-profile play, so that maybe this isn't a high-profile play enough. If it would happen in a playoff game, and Bill Belichick for years has wanted this, just give us X amount of challenges, and we can challenge whatever the hell we want. The Gibson hit on the defensive receiver, and again, at this point in the game, it's 17-16 49ers, 3rd and 10. There's 2:41 left in the game. The Browns would have had it 4th and 10 at their own 26. I understand it's a bang-bang play, but Gibson clearly goes shoulder pad to shoulder pad on Moore. And if I'm the 49ers and we have replay, it certainly opens yourself up to it because that's a play that changes the game. They're 4th and 10 from their own 46, down 17-16 with 2:41. They don't call that. They've got to make a 4th and 10, which is a low percentage play. You probably get the ball back there, and you can potentially run the clock out. It's certainly a far different game. So, look, it's bang bang. You can't replay something like that. It was clearly shoulder to shoulder. But in the competition committee in the offseason, I do wonder if they will say, okay, you can, the old Bill Belichick thing. You will give you a couple of these things, and then you can just challenge whatever you want.
Yeah, people cry about this. They never bring it up. It's never really been. What you have here is a judgment call, and they're just not going to do that. They're not going to have replay come in to change a judgment call. So I just don't see that ever happening. It was unfortunate. It's really hard to see it live and be accurate with it because the play is so fast. And I think they got the call wrong on the field, but we've seen that go other ways. So I don't hear a lot of sentiment from the ownership and the competition committee, John McKay, to overturn that. Rich McKay, John's son, because it's a judgment call. I just don't see that. The play that involved Tashawn Gibson later in the game that no one's talking about, that I know everybody was talking about on the flight home yesterday, because Oren Burks would have had an interception there.
Yep.
What was P.J. Walker doing?
What was the play call? Why are you throwing the ball?
I think it was a two-way go, and he's supposed to. The option is to run. I don't think you want him throwing it unless it's wide open, and he made an egregious error where you're trying to run the clock down anyway. So it's just a half roll with the quarterback, and I think he's supposed to run and then go feet first and stay in bounds. But when he threw back across the middle of the field, if Tashawn Gibson would have just let that ball go, it's like a pitcher and a double play ball when you instinctively field it, and you wind up tipping the ball away from the middle infielders, and T-Gip didn't know, but Oren Burks was right behind him, and he would have intercepted that ball, and that would have lived in Cleveland lore. It's not like Red Right 88 and Brian Sipes' interception to Mike Davis in the Raider Ice Bowl in Cleveland. Their kicker, that was a gnarly day, too, when they Sam Rutigliano against Tom Flores did not want to kick that field goal with Don Cockcroft, so he went for it again and wound up throwing the pick. But if he would have thrown the interception there at the end of the game and they didn't have the chance to kick the game-winning field goal, it wouldn't quite have been Red Right 88, but that would have been Deshaun Watson, you better get your shoulder healed up because P.J. Walker just threw the game away. I mean, that one, Oren Burks would have had an easy interception there. Game over if he would have had that.
Ted Wynn's going to join us coming up next. He is one of our favorites from The Athletic. You'll get smarter if you follow him and read all his great stuff at FB_film analyst. He is awesome. He breaks it all down. He checks out the film. We're going to ask him about what he saw from the game last night, the key points, Cleveland's defense, all that kind of stuff. We'll do it coming up next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
They have 2 receivers right and 3 left, and Joker, the tight end, left. Here's PJ off his back foot, going to throw it up for grabs. Pulled down by Amari Cooper.
Boy, what a catch.
What a catch by Amari, going way over the top of his helmet with 2 49ers there. Charvarius Ward and safety help from Talanoa Hufanga. They are cooping here in Cleveland because Amari just made a brilliant catch.
49ers lose 19-17. Reason to be concerned. Our good friend Ted Wynn breaks it all down at FB_film analysis. He is the purveyor of truth. I like how he writes that. He alone is worth the price of admission to the Athletic, so make sure that you are subscribing, following, and checking it all out. He does a tremendous job. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Not much. Just catching up on film and, busy, typical Monday on a football season Monday.
All right, let's start at the top. What everybody wants to know is there, because the national narrative and the national pundits are having a great day. No CMC, no Debo C. We told you. He's no good. What did you see from Brock Purdy?
I think it was just a tough day as far as his control of the ball in the rain. I think that's the biggest issue, and maybe an issue to watch out for in the playoffs when the weather isn't great. I mean, I counted about 8 passes that slipped out of his hand that were just inaccurate that could have changed the game. I mean, there was a missed pass to Christian McCaffrey that should have been a touchdown in the first half. The interception was a ball thrown behind Brandon Ayuk, and there was a jailbreak screen designed for Ray McLeod that could have went for big yardage, it looked like, but the ball just slipped out of his hand while he was trying to throw it. So I don't think this is a super concerning issue for most games because, we know Purdy is going to be pretty accurate, and I think he made the right reads and the right decisions for the most part. It was just he couldn't control that wet ball yesterday.
You nailed it, because that was my main takeaway watching it live and then watching it back this morning. I mean, he just could not grip it and rip it, and the ball came right out of his hand, and the wind was just taking it. The obvious one on the pullback where he just lost the ball, but there's no doubt in my mind, and I try to remember the Seattle game last year. He played that game with 2 fractured ribs. He had a lot to overcome, but it didn't rain. He did have some issues in college. So just, and you're so good because you watch also, the tape and look at it like a coach, but you also have a scout's eye. We talk so much about his lack of height at 6 feet 5/8 of an inch, and that's 8th percentile for a quarterback. I think he's able to overcome that mostly. He's had some shots blocked, though, but the hand size, Ted, where it's just 9 1/4 of an inch, 24th percentile for quarterbacks. And I know Alex Smith, there was a big deal. Kenny Pickett, obviously. Pickett wears gloves on not just his throwing hand, but both hands in all elements, dome stadiums, everything. I mean, how much of this is going to be a problem for Brock just because of the hand size? And how many quarterbacks wear gloves? 10-2 gloves does Bridgewater. Is that something he may have to do? But just talk hand size with Brock after the ball was slipping out of his hand yesterday in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes talking about hand size, and I think some people roll their eyes when we start talking hand size, but this is when it matters, when it starts raining and you have to really grip onto that ball. And, yeah, like you talked about, the guys with smaller hands usually wear gloves in rainy weather. I know Derek Carr did that for really bad rainy weather games. I think even Ben Roethlisberger did that at times too. So I think after this game, I think it's an option that Purdy has to consider next time the Niners do play in the rain, because you just can't have this happen again where you're just missing passes, and these are game-changing plays that happen because of the rain. And I give the Cleveland defense a lot of credit for the way they played as well. But just watching the film, I mean, the Niners could have put 30 points on them if Purdy just had a little bit more control of the ball. So I think, maybe wearing gloves could be an option because this is an issue that's just not going to go away. And the Niners are trying to win a Super Bowl, and in that Super Bowl run in the playoffs, there could be some bad weather games where Purdy's going to have to throw the ball. You can't just think that you're going to run the ball 50 times on a team. I know the Niners done it before with Garoppolo, but you're going to need your quarterback to make plays in the rain in the playoffs.
Ted Wynn's joining us from The Athletic. You know what? I looked up a piece this morning. So when he was at Iowa State, because I thought to myself, well, he had to have played in rain games at Iowa State, right? He played in just 3 games at Iowa State in 4 years starting there where there was rain at the time of kickoff. One was 72-20 against Louisiana Monroe, and one was against West Virginia, but it barely sprinkled in that game. The only game he played in college that was notably wet was against Drake, and they won 27-24. He went 15-22 for 153 and a touchdown. But that was the only game, as crazy as that sounds, in college that he played. And then that game in Seattle, I looked up this morning, 37 degrees but no rain. So it was cold in Seattle last year, but it wasn't rainy. So he doesn't have a ton of experience playing in that kind of weather. So maybe it is an issue.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, maybe gloves could be an option. And we know Kyle Shanahan's great at game planning. I'm sure he'll find ways around throwing the ball 30 times a game. But you're going to need your quarterback to make plays, and especially against, now that teams know this, they're going to start. I think they're going to use a lot of what the Browns did, play a ton of man coverage, even blitz cover zero, force Purdy to beat you deep. So that I think that's going to be an issue that can come up later down the line.
All right, so let's follow up on that, because the main concern, I mean, there's clearly 3 5-1 teams. The Philly Eagles did lose yesterday to the Jets, and Hurts through 3, and then Detroit keeps rolling. They're 5-1 after losing their home opener to Seattle. So you got 3 5-1s, and I think there's a line below that, with Seattle and Dallas and New Orleans. But we know Philadelphia can replicate this. I mean, they've gotten away from the wide 9 a little bit, but Washburn's son is their D-line coach in Philadelphia. They do run that. Now, they do run a little bit different front than the Niners and Cleveland run. But the Lions front, how many teams can Philly and Detroit just do what Cleveland did yesterday, Ted? And that is, line up wide, rush 4, bring pressure from the front, have athletic linebackers behind. And we know in Slay and Bradbury and Philly, they can man up. Can the Lions do that as well? What other teams in the NFC can play the way the Cleveland Browns played yesterday against the 49ers?
Yeah, I think, having guys that can cover man-to-man is just as important as guys up front when you're talking about wanting to play cover zero. So, yeah, I think Detroit definitely has the talent to do that, especially when their secondary is healthy. I mean, they're playing really good defense right now, and they're missing some of their key pieces to injuries. So I think when they're healthy, they can. I think Tampa Bay can do it. New Orleans has the secondary to be able to do it. I think Seattle has some young guys on their secondary, but once they get a little bit more experience, they're going to be a defense that improves later down the line as well.
Ted Winston. So in regards to the injury to CMC, because it looks like Debo's going to be okay. It looks like Trent Williams, it's not a great ankle sprain. He was walking with a boot, but CMC is kind of up in the air right now. How much do they lose when they go from CMC? And look, they got some decent depth on the 49ers chart, but we saw it before he came here, and then the difference when CMC got here and all the different things he can do. How much do they lose with him out if it's an extended period of time?
Yeah, I think you miss him most in the passing game, and as a guy that creates mismatches and a guy that the defenses has to account for in different ways in the passing game. I think Jordan Mason is a good runner and a fine runner, but there's just not a lot of backs that can do all things that CMC can do as a receiver. I mean, what other back is going out, lining up, single side in a 3-by-1 formation and running double moves on cornerbacks? So that's going to be a big key part of the Niners offense that's going to be missing. I think they'll be able to scheme around it. I think they'll be fine, especially if Debo's going to come back. But missing that part of your offense just makes your offense a little bit less dynamic.
All right, so I know you're grinding tape on a Monday, and you were watching it live as well. And we were watching as much as we could before we took off yesterday, the Philly Jets game, and Robert Saleh and the Jets were able to pull off that upset. First time ever that the New York Jets franchise, after going 0-12, had beaten the Philadelphia Eagles. But what did they do to intercept Jalen Hurts 3 times yesterday, Ted, when they didn't have their 2 best corners? Not only Sauce Gardner, but DJ Reed, the former Niner, didn't play yesterday. How'd they do that?
I think a key injury that happened in that game was Lane Johnson, the all-pro right tackle, getting hurt. And the Jets just got a ton of pressure on Jalen Hurts with their front 4. They didn't blitz much, and they were able to help out with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith also had a couple drops, which was a big deal as well. But I think just not having Lane Johnson, making Hurts hold the ball the extra second, really allowed their front 4 to get home. So we'll see how long Lane Johnson's out. I believe it was reported that it's a short-term injury, but there's no guarantee that he plays anytime soon. So I think if you're able to pressure Hurts, who just isn't playing as well as he did last year. Also, the Eagles are having a lot of red zone trouble on offense as well. But just being able to get some pressure on Hurts with your front 4 and not having to blitz is going to be a big key against Philadelphia.
Ted, also the game in Cincinnati, we're going to see the Bengals in a couple of weeks after the Vikings, and Seattle had 2. Red zone offense was terrible yesterday across the league. Geno Smith had a couple opportunities in the last 5 minutes inside the Bengals 20, missed the opportunities. But from what I saw in that game, Joe Burrow looks much healthier. Last week he was very good. He was okay against Seattle, but like you said, that's an improving defense. But we're going to see them in 2 weeks, and he looks much healthier. What's your read of where Cincinnati is right now?
Yeah, I agree. I think Burrow looks last week in particular. He looked much better moving around, and that's a big key to his game is being able to extend plays. So I think they're getting healthy at the right time. T. Higgins came back this week as well. They're going to have a bye week. They're coming into the bye week at 500, which is a much better place than where they were starting at 1-3. So I think the Bengals have a chance to make a run here. I think their defense struggled for a bit of a stretch in the last couple of games too, but they played really well against Seattle. I think Lou Amaretto, their defensive coordinator, is one of the best in the league. And I thought he called a really good game against Geno Smith, especially when they got to those key 3rd down, 4th downs, especially in the red zone. So I think they're a team that's kind of getting better and getting healthy at the right time, and we might see one of those patented Bengal runs coming up pretty soon. So they're going to be a challenge for the Niners.
Yeah, Niners are playing a week from the night in Minneapolis against the Vikings. So we're going to fly Saturday and have all day Sunday. And the Sunday night game this coming weekend is Miami against Philadelphia. How do you see this matchup? Philly and their defense, where are they at? Are they going to have Jalen Carter back and big play Slay? They got down Miami yesterday 14-0 and wound up still rolling up 42 points. So what does Philadelphia do against Tyreek the Streak and Jalen Waddle and all the speed that Mike McDaniel has on Sunday Night Football this week, Ted?
Yeah, that's going to be a high-scoring game. The Eagles' defense, their secondary, they're dealing with a lot of injuries right now, and they're struggling really bad to stop explosive plays. And as we know, the Dolphins are the most explosive offense, one of the most explosive offenses we've ever seen. I mean, last week against the Giants, Tua played one of his worst games under Mike McDaniel, threw 3 picks, and they still put up, I think, 37 points. So it's just so hard to stop this team. All the misdirection and the creativity from Mike McDaniel. So I think they're going to put up a lot of points against the Eagles. But on the other side of the ball, defensively, they're not very good. They just don't have a lot of talent right now. And it might be a get-right game for the Eagles to get on track. They're going to have a lot of trouble stopping that option run game against Jalen Hurts. So if you're a betting person, I would take the over in that game.
Ted, you're the best, man. Thanks for joining us. I know you're busy on a Monday breaking it all down, but thank you so much. We always appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn.
Make sure that you follow him at FB_film analysis. And as I always say, he's worth the price of admission at The Athletic alone. He's very, very good. Puts a lot of videos out there, breaks everything down. Very, very good stuff from Ted. We like to have him on as often as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, off of the out of the hospital bed, maybe.
Well, he
right?
hasn't had the surgery.
Okay,
yet.
Good.
I just spoke to Mike on the phone. We are going to have the great Mike Pereira on. Mike is scheduled for his surgery, and it is gnarly. I don't know how much he wants to share on the air, but poor Mike. So hopefully he'll come back to be the Fox rules analyst that he is. And he was the supervisor of officials in the NFL for a long, long time before he became a TV star. But Mike Pereira was watching the Niners game yesterday. The volume of the flags just ruined the game, and he actually did hire John Hussey into the NFL in 2002. So I briefed him. We're going to talk about the two plays that you want to bring it up, or everybody's talking about the personal foul, unnecessary roughness on Tashawn Gibson, who, what would they have done on 4th and 10 on that next play? Gone forward or punted it back? I don't know what they would have done. They were backed up, and the first
they're on 26.
3 downs did not go well. So that probably would have been game over, and then we'll get into the mechanics of what John Hussey did by blowing his whistle, not allowing that strip sack to occur in the recovery by Bosa. So there were calls on both sides, but I think, the calls that went against Cleveland, John, I think were pretty legitimate calls. Those two against the Niners were huge calls, and if certainly the last one against Gibson goes that way, I think the Niners win the game, and we have a different second half if they get that strip sack before halftime against P.J. Walker in the recovery from Bosa. But, ladies and gentlemen, he may not be healthy enough to go on TV, but we are going to hear from the great Mike Pereira on radio coming up.
Let's do it next. Mike Pereira is going to explain the P.J. Walker fumble that looked like Nick Bosa would have had at the 11-yard line with about 48 seconds left in the half. And then late in the game, the call that looked like it was shoulder to shoulder. It was bang, bang, but it was shoulder to shoulder. The Gibson hit on Moore. It was a 3rd and 10, and the officials threw the flag, gave them a first down, and later on they won it with a field goal later. We'll get into that with the great Mike Pereira next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
It's a laser eye center of Silicon Valley. You hear Pop talk about it. I talk about it as well because it changed our life. No more readers, no more turning a flashlight on in a dark restaurant, all those kind of things. Now, we had CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. CLR, you can ask them all about it. But there's a lot of cool stuff coming up. So, you can do all sorts of different procedures at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And what I think you should do is, with Dr. Indy and Dr. Ling, is find out for yourself because the initial consultation is free. Now, here's something that's coming up that's really cool. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, a free CLR webinar that is coming up Thursday, October 26th at noon. Thursday, October 26th at noon, and it's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. So you hear Papa and I talking about it, and you're like, really? You guys don't know. Let me talk to a doctor. Fine. There's a webinar. It's very, very simple. They're going to answer all your questions you might have about CLR, the difference between LASIK and CLR. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? Well, I can tell you the answers to a lot of those things, which is the procedure takes moments. You can trust these guys. They are absolutely awesome. I am completely satisfied with the way my eyesight is, and I've had different procedures done in the past, and they just haven't worked for me. Now, CLR is different for me. It's a permanent solution, no contacts, no glasses, all those kind of things, but you need to find out for yourself. I understand that. You think I'm not trustworthy. Fine. There's a free webinar Thursday, October 26th at noon. Space is limited. So go ahead and register right now. LaserEyeCLR.com. Find out for yourself. Thursday, October 26th at 9. Register right now. LaserEyeCLR.com. That's LaserEyeCLR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Orton Burks with a blitz. The ball got out. It's a fumble. And the 49ers dive at it. No play. Hold on. John Hussey whistling it dead. Was there no play? Orton Burks came in a linebacker blitz, caused the fumble.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
Oh, that's the wrong call.
The ruling on the field is the quarterback threw the ball forward. There was no receiver in the area, intentional grounding. That is a penalty at the spot of the foul. Knocked it down.
I can see that.
Randy Gregory is in, Bosa in, Walker throws high, incomplete.
They're going to get a penalty on Sean Gibson. Hit on a defenseless player.
As Elijah Moore went way over his helmet to try to make that catch and a high throw by P.J. Walker.
That is a gift because there's really not much Deshaun Gibson could do right there playing the ball.
Looked like Gibson went shoulder to shoulder. It looked like P.J. Walker fumbled, even though there was a whistle blown. They said it was a forward pass on a replay. And before we get to all that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, one of our favorite people in the entire world, that is Mike Pereira, former VP of officiating in the National Football League, rules analyst at Fox, and he's down. He's on injured reserve. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you, first and foremost?
Well, John, I'm pretty good. I'm waiting. I'm a smart guy. I have to have my back fused, and so when it came to picking the date of the surgery, I chose Halloween. I mean, that's probably just as good as any day to have surgery. I'm not pleased that the day after is the Day of the Dead. But nevertheless.
It's the anniversary of my first marriage, so it is the Day of the Dead.
Eve. I know it well.
Very good.
I mean, before they knock me out, excuse me, is the doctor going to say, trick or treat? You know.
Oh, man.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Ask for a treat of Tito's.
Yeah, a bottle of Grey Goose.
Yeah,
I think.
right.
Or Tito's. You're
Tito's
a Tito's
guy.
You're a Tito's guy.
Right.
Bring
right.
that in there. Right. Great to hear your voice. We miss you on TV. So before we get into those talk calls and go through it all, get your expert opinion, are you watching college football and pro football? How are you spending your weekends not being able to work on TV, Mike?
Well, I see a lot more football now than I do when I'm working. I'm still doing some things at Fox. I make a video every week one video for our NFL talent, another video for our college talent. So what I do is I sit here in my front room and I go back and forth between 7 or 8 different games, picking out what I think would be teachable plays. And then I make the video, sometime in the middle of the week. So I'm actually still doing some things. And, the main difference I think for me is that sitting back like this, I think I go back a little bit further into my roots as a fan, and that includes the 49ers. So it's a treat for me to sit through a whole 49er game on pretty much any other day but yesterday. Clearly wasn't a treat, and we'll have a player or two from that game that will end up on my teaching video this week.
All right, let's start with the fumble, and we played both highlights with Greg and Tim coming in, and they did whistle it dead, but when they did the replay on it, they didn't say it was because of the whistle. It certainly looked like Bosa had a clear recovery, but Walker, they're saying, threw that ball forward. There's 48 seconds left in the half. The 49ers are up 10-7, and the 49ers would have had the ball at the Cleveland 11-yard line. How did you see that play?
Well, I see it as being so close that when replay looks at it after it's ruled an incomplete pass, I just don't think there's any way that they could change it, no matter which way they ruled it. And it brings into the conversation, when they are that close, should a calling official, in this case the referee, should he consciously then let the play out so that replay could come back and correct it and make it a forward pass if indeed it was a forward pass. And that's always been my fear, to tell you the truth. If you consciously let something play out and it ends up to be so close that you can't change it, then you've inflicted a bias on the call, in my opinion. And I just think that particular play I could look at it one way, and it's just the hand. It's not the arm. The hand just starts forward, and then I could look at it again, and I could say, look at the ball. Looked like it might have been turning in his hand before he actually, started the hand forward. But, you look at it and you heard our announcers talking about, I think it's a fumble. And then, Dean Blandino comes on and says, well, the first thing you said, it looks like the hand might be going forward. Well, maybe, those types of things, I mean, you can't change it. It has to be clear and obvious. And I know that sometimes it seems like that line gets blurred, but in that particular case, I mean, Hussey felt like that the hand was going forward, and once he made the ruling, forget about the whistle. The whistles don't come into play in replay, period. It's the ruling that makes the difference, even if the ruling comes after the whistle blew. So I just think that's one of those. It was just too close to overturn.
Yeah, you were talking about your teaching tape to the Fox announcers, and it's the number one crew, Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson. But take me inside 345 Park Avenue. Is it Walt Anderson, the senior vice president of officials, Michael, that does, hand out a grade and a ruling on that play to John Hussey? Is Walt in replay by himself? Al Riverone used to be there before. Who's with him? And then the question would be, as far as the mechanics, and you're saying, as an official, make the call on the field, don't worry about it. But in this situation, Mike, is the coaching point or the officiating point to John Hussey, if you blow it dead, you're penalizing the defense because we can't have a clear recovery if you whistle the play dead. So as far as replay review back in New York, who's doing that now? And what is the officiating point to John Hussey on a play like that?
Well, let's talk about New York first. There are a couple of guys there, but Walt is the final decision maker. And, when it's going to be a play like that, Walt's is going to be the one that makes the final decision. He talks to Hussey. I mean, he was obviously on the conversation with him and with the replay official, who almost has no oversight in the game anymore. I mean, the calls are being made on the field, and the decisions in replay are being made in New York. About the only thing that the replay official does is stop a game if there's a close play that needs to be reviewed. But otherwise, New York makes all of the decisions. And so Walt made that decision. But we all know, and Walt Anderson was one that went through it in a game where he actually ruled an incomplete pass on a pass fumble play that was, and I think it was the Chargers, but it was obviously it was a fumble, and he ruled pass. So therefore, the only thing that you could do was give the ball to the defense. But since the ruling was an incomplete pass, you couldn't give the touchdown, the result of the play. And so, the officials were told, if in your mind it's close, and if you're not 100% certain, then let it play out. And so I do agree with that. I just think that it becomes dangerous if you let it play out and then it ends up being so close and we end up arguing like this, not for sure knowing whether it is a pass or a fumble. I think that's a bit dangerous. But I think I mean, I'm not going to be Walt Anderson, and I don't know what he's going to say to John Hussey, and John Hussey's going to say, and Walt Anderson's going to say it was a correct call. I think he would, since he made the decision. I don't know anything particular he's going to say more to Hussey about that.
The great Mike Pereira is joining us. Of course, he's a former VP of officials in the NFL and a rules analyst at Fox. He's a little bit on the injured reserve right now as he's having surgery coming up. The second play, obviously, 49ers up 17-16, 3rd and 10, 2:41 left in the game. And Deshaun Gibson gets flagged for a hit on a defenseless receiver. It looked like it was shoulder to shoulder, but these are tough, right? I mean, it's a bang-bang play.
Yeah, it's a bang-bang play, but it's not a foul. I mean, but yet I think in a situation like that, it's probably going to get called 9 out of 10 times because remember, it looked and just when you heard Pop and talking about when the play happened, I mean, and Tim Ryan said the same thing. Oh, that's a hit on the and it looked like even to me in real time, it looked like it clearly was a foul. And then you slow it down and you see that it in fact is shoulder to shoulder. Look, there is a launch upward, which in itself is not a foul. But a big hit like that, it's a shame because it's such a pivotal part of the game, a point of the game. And, and it's hard to see. I kind of like, to tell you the truth, what we did in the USFL the past 2 years. These personal fouls, these bang hits, are so tough to call in real time. We made them automatically reviewable. So you could look at any personal foul that was called, whether it was a roughing the passer call or whether it was a hit on a defenseless receiver. It had to be reviewed in the replay center. And there were quite a few times when the replay official turned them over and ruled that it was not a foul. And I think they did it right every time because I was that replay official that was making the decision.
Well done.
You think they did? Of course
well
they
done.
did. You wouldn't make a mistake.
But I mean, I just think you can't make everything reviewable, but, I think you have to look at some of these plays that are so difficult in real time. I mean, you could look at that play in slow motion and say, objectively, that's not a foul. He did not hit him in the head or neck area. He actually led with the shoulder and hit him shoulder to shoulder. And so you could take that off. And, but that's that sky judge that I have been an advocate of for a long time that I don't think will ever work its way into the NFL, although I think it should.
Well, John, you sent me the video, the still shot, and I'm showing it on the stream right now, where clearly if you went to replay, Tashawn Gibson's shoulder is hitting Elijah Moore's shoulder. So if they did have the automatic review on this, Mike, it would have been overturned by replay yesterday. There's no foul there. There's no helmet to helmet. But everything you know about the NFL and the USFL and the Sky Cam just seems to me there's been an overall reluctance. Anything that was done in the USFL, and it all could have been great officiating tools, they don't want to do it in the NFL.
Yeah, I would agree with that mostly, although I do think that they're taking a look at the kickoff and that wacky kickoff that they have in the XFL is something that they're looking at. I don't think they like the fact, really, that, the percentage of kicks that are returned is like, my God, it's 20%. I mean, why the hell are we even kicking off if 80% of the balls are going into the end zone and not being returned? And they even now, and I've seen them, not frequently, but I've seen the fair catch inside the 25-yard line, which gives you the automatic touchback and moves the ball out to the 25. So I do think they are looking how to get the kickoff back in the game. They either have to do something or eliminate it, in my mind. And, the USFL has that formation where everybody lines up back near the 20-yard line and the kicker kicks off from still the 30 or whatever. It's wacky looking, but I mean, they do get most of their kickoffs returned. And we in the USFL, we moved our kickoff back to the 20-yard line. But we did some things to try to make it safer. We held the kickers, we held the receivers up front. We had 8 guys that had to line up within 20 yards of where the ball was kicked. And what happened was that the teams ended up running down more together. You didn't have this great separation and all of these high impact blocking, contacts. And where did we end up with the number of kickoff return? About 90%. 90% of our kickoffs were returned. And how many concussions did we have? 2 in the season. So we felt that we actually made the play safer by some of the things that we did in the way that we lined up the people and
you couldn't recover if you were the kicking team if the ball went past 20 yards, so it eliminated the kind of pooch kick things. And but I mean, I watch the game a lot, and I'm bored when it comes to kickoffs.
Me and you both. The great Mike Pereira is joining us, Papa and Lund here on the Sports Hitter. I remember a couple of years ago when we had you on weekly, and they went to they were reviewing the PI, and it just ended up being a disaster. And I know you hated it from the minute that it happened. Would they ever go, and I think Belichick has been pushing this for a long time, like you get, I don't know what, 2 challenges per game, and you can challenge whatever the hell you want. I mean, and the only reason I'm referencing that is the Gibson play would be one of your challenges, and it was game-changing. I mean, at that point, it would have been 4th and 10 for Cleveland at their own 26. As it were, that becomes a first down, and they drive down for the game-winning field goal.
I think what you're going to see, well, first of all, let's go back to the pass interference being reviewable. I thought it was realistic, and I thought it was possible. And the problem is that they put so much gray area into it that, they looked at it in replay different than it was officiated. I mean, the officiating thing was it's so hard. They call them bang, bang plays. If it's close, da-da-da-da, don't call it. And so then they put poor Al Riveron in a box that said, okay, look at, even if it's pass interference and you clearly see that it has to be huge. It has to be like on the field. There's got to be this, it's got to be, in order to add it or take out, it's got to be. Well, to me, that was crazy. That put subjectivity into it when you could, go to the play yesterday and you could see clear objectivity in that. And to me, if they'd have reviewed pass interference and it was either it was or it wasn't, whether it's in slow motion or real time, then I thought you could do that. But that wasn't the way they went about it, and it was done. I think it failed. I'll give it the first week of the preseason, but I think it finally the death knell came in the second week of the preseason when it was an abomination, and nobody knew then what pass interference became. But I do think again, looking at the spring leagues and Pop, you're right. It's like, okay, they're not really looking that closely generally at the spring leagues, but I think you'll see this year the Golden Challenge, where a coach can challenge anything. He gets one, and maybe if he gets one right, he gets another one, and that will include pass interference. It could include the play clock. It could include just about anything. And Belichick's kind of dream is coming true, but in spring league, not the NFL. And I just think that that we get a little bit more progressive in the spring leagues than the NFL, who's more caught up, I think, in tradition and not moving the needle as far as they possibly can to make things better.
That's a great point. I mean, if you're going to have it, have it. I mean, I've always been an advocate. Now, you can't do it all the time, and in baseball, you can't do balls and strikes. But, I mean, that play there at the end, if there was, that golden ticket and Kyle could pull it out of his thing like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, I've got the golden ticket. All of a sudden,
Golden Challenge is brought to you by Gold Bar Whiskey.
Exactly. See, we could sponsor it, but I mean, it's 4th and 10 with 2:41 left in the game. Cleveland's probably got a punt at that point, and at that point, it becomes the biggest play of the game. If you're going to have replay, you got to get it right. But to your point, because we used to talk about this with you all the time, you can't do it to the detriment of the game where it takes, every single moment we're challenging everything. It just can't be that.
Yeah, I just, and then you just look at yesterday generally, I mean, honestly, 25 accepted penalties. That doesn't even include the decline penalties. 224 yards penalty yards. I mean, that's not a good football game. And I think the game generally is over officiated. I mean, I kind of hate to say that, but I think it is. I mean, too many times I look at simple things where illegal contact is called or defensive holding is called. And I was a grader, and I used to grade games, when I worked for the league. I look at those plays and say, would I have given the official a no call, a downgrade for not calling it? And if the answer is no, then why was it called? It's not. And I see that too many times. And both Dean and I do when we're together. when I'm healthy enough and we're down there working in the studio together, we look at plays and look at each other because he did it too. Would you have downgraded that? No. But yet it is deemed to be a correct call when the game is evaluated because it's technically correct. And, I think that the game has gotten to that point, even though, let's forget a bit about yesterday with the 25 accepted penalties, even though the number of penalties have been kept around, 14 a game. But still, when I look at it, hey, listen, it's a hard job. But when I look at it, I do think it's a bit over-officiated.
Interesting. And you're talking about the 25 in this game, 13 by the Browns, 12 by the
Marv Levy
49ers.
Now. You over-officious jerk.
You over-officious jerk.
Was he yelling at you, Pereira?
No, God, no. I'm not that old, but
you're old though.
He was yelling at the guy. He was yelling at the guy who went to college with or something.
Co College, right? Where is it? Co?
It's Co College. Yeah. How about that though? It's too bad that we, that we end up talking about. I understand we talk about these plays, but it was just. It just was not a well-played game, period, and not. I think you got to look at it. If I were trying to have a synopsis of yesterday's 49er game, I would say it wasn't a well-played game and it wasn't a well-officiated game. That would be my my general summary of what it seemed to me when I looked at it. From just watching it on television, it's not pure football. Look at how long the damn game lasted. I thought it was a college game, for God's sake, it was so long. Well, that's all the penalties. All these damn penalties create longer games, and so it just wasn't fun to watch, period.
I agree with you. Hey, real quick, just because it's become such a hot topic today, Bills and Giants, the final play. Was that a hold against Darren Waller in the end zone?
Yeah. That was after I had some sushi and a little sake.
Yeah, okay.
And a little Tito's.
I should know better.
So I had just gotten back to the house, and I flicked it on, and there was interference that was called on the previous play.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then you look at that one, and you see that there is a bit of a jersey grab, but I thought, man, the official was really courageous calling the one before, and then they go right back
in
at
Buffalo.
him again. I think you'd look at it, with the Buffalo fans right behind you, right?
Yeah,
you look at it.
I am
say,
from Buffalo. I voted no call. Let it go. Let it play.
Yeah.
Play on. Nothing here to see.
I imagine you did. No effect.
I did.
No effect.
No, I get it.
I did. No material effect. He did not grab.
I didn't recognize it was really a controversy until I read the news this morning.
Everything is on Twitter now, Mike.
Yeah, that hold was longer than Aaron Rodgers' season, but it's okay. You can call it a no call. No big deal. No big deal. Hey, you're the best. What do we got, about 15 days? Hey, man,
Halloween.
I'm sure everything's going to go well. But
NFL trading deadline. We'll be praying for you, Mike.
Believe me, our best to you.
Really?
Need you back next year.
Well, thank you. I'm not looking forward to it, but then I'm looking forward to being on the other side of it.
Yeah,
so that I can, begin the recovery process, which I know isn't easy, but I've got a good team that will be here to support me, which includes wife and sister, and I'm sure other people will be, helping out too. So I'll make it. My plan is to. My plan is to be back in the replay seat with the Spring Football League when it cranks up, whenever that's going to be, in March.
For the Golden Challenge. The Golden Challenge.
Go ahead, throw it, whatever you want. Yeah.
Are you going to break some news? I heard it was like, the United Football League, so they're going to go together, and there's rumors that...
Yeah, they already said they're going to
United Football League, right?
The XFL.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion, but there's still been no...
Official?
The merger has to be approved. Has to be approved. And so I think they might be waiting for some type of approval, but it looks like it's going to happen, which is the right thing.
Yeah, for sure.
It didn't make, when you talk about 2 spring leagues and you think about the player pool and the talent level. I mean, we had I will tell you, in the USFL, there was no such thing as holding. I mean, my God, you let those linemen do just about anything you wanted. because if you literally officiated that play like they officiated in the NFL, 25 penalties, that'd be in the first quarter. It wouldn't be an entire game. So we have to, the talent pool, especially offensive linemen, is so thin that you have to be pretty liberal in when it comes to calling penalties.
Very cool. Well, best of luck to you. We always love hearing your voice. Thanks, and we look forward to seeing you again in the spring.
You got it, guys. Take care.
See you, Mike.
Praying for you, buddy.
That is the great, and I do mean great, Mike Pereira. Made good sense of those two plays. Maybe not what you want to hear as far as that fumble is concerned. Sure looked like it was slipping out of his hand to me, but I take Mike's word for it. He knows. And the second one on Gibson, maybe some rule changes or golden challenges or whatever. But clearly it was shoulder to shoulder, but it happens fast, and so it's difficult for those guys to see it. So I'm sure that doesn't make you feel any better. But when you get speculation versus a guy who actually knows what he's talking about, that is good stuff. All right, bottom of the hour. Dante Whitner is going to join us. We'll talk about both sides of the ball. Like to focus on the defense. Cleveland was absolutely great. I'm sure he'll give them credit. 49ers give up a couple of late field goal drives as well. What were the issues there? And especially against the run, where Cleveland racked up 160 yards, majority in the second half. So we'll talk to Dante about that at the bottom of the hour. Text line is wide open. You can join us on YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan discusses mistake-riddled loss to the Browns. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Monday. 49ers lose 19-17. It's kind of a weird feeling, man, because they've won for so long, so many consecutive games, and now it's 17-18, and now you have to have these conversations. Or at least the Eagles lost to the Jets. Jalen Hurts looked terrible. That last interception he threw, I don't know what he was thinking, but it set the Jets up for a game winner. Detroit's looking pretty good after they won. Jared Goff is playing very, very well. Seattle in the division, they lose to Cincinnati. They were terrible in the red zone. They had 2 opportunities in the last 5 minutes inside the Cincinnati 20-yard line to score touchdowns. They could not. The Rams beat the Cardinals yesterday. So, again, just thinking from an inside-out perspective. Within division, not bad, although the Rams now even their record up. Philly loses. They get that break. But, again, now you're kind of in a dogfight, and Dallas tonight plays the Chargers. And even though they lost a couple of games, people like them. So that should be a good Monday night game. But kind of weird to be sitting in this position today.
Well, I mean, the last 10, that closed last year were great, but you wound up being the 2 seed and not the 1, and then you wound up losing in Philly. So I'm just, it's an amazing streak, and it tied a franchise record of 15 in a row. Think about that, going from 88, 89. They had a stretch there where the Niners went 39-4 over a 43-game stretch. So can they get to that point? But yesterday was tough. It was great to see the Jets and Robert Saleh win one for Kyle and John and beat Philadelphia. And then Philadelphia's got Miami on Sunday night. When we're in Minnesota getting ready for Monday Night Football, we'll watch that entire game. And it's going to be a battle because they're not going to say it out loud, but they want to be the number 1 seed. They want the bye, and they want home field advantage all the way to Vegas. So slipping up yesterday was tough, but there's reasons for it. You're going to lose. You're going to lose some games. The 72 Dolphins are hard to replicate, especially over a 17-game season. They won 14 and then won 3 in the playoffs, including the Super Bowl over Washington. But the big thing is going to be the injuries and where are we at and the update. And Kyle was going to talk at 1:30. They have pushed back his teleconference with the media until 2 o'clock today. That's just grinding through tape and everything, and talking to the players about the game from yesterday. But what's the update on certainly Trent Williams and the ankle? And Trent's had ankle injuries before. He was in a boot after the game and flying home last night. I don't think it's a high ankle. I think it's a low ankle. But still, he had to play on that. He did not play great yesterday, but he gutted his way through it. And then what's up with Debo's shoulder? And then the other one, obviously, is Christian McCaffrey. What's going on with the ribs? Did he fracture ribs? And they're going to be discerning on how they dispense that information. So Kyle has extended the time from 1:30 to 2 o'clock. Did the IRS give us an extension again, John? I heard you talking to Moskowitz. They have extended the deadline for filing again in California.
Oh, have they really?
Another month. Except for 3 counties, and we don't live in those counties. So even if you have your taxes done and you want to, mail them out tonight, you don't have to make payments for another month. Now, I think California and the state want them done on time, right? But the IRS is extending the deadline another month. Wow.
Well, Steve Moskowitz says no matter what, don't bury your head in the sand. They're going to come after you. They got all those new agents. So be very careful. That's all.
Moskowitz said? He said don't pay your taxes.
No, he said no. He said don't pay. No, he didn't say that. He said don't bury your head in the sand. You and Steve were good friends. I remember the old
we were best
Chronicle Live days. That was fun. I enjoyed those segments.
We visited on a weekly basis.
Nice.
For years.
I'll tell you this. We're going to talk to Dante coming up next. I bet the situation is not so rosy, especially defensively, but we'll get into that with him. But at 1 o'clock, I promise to make you feel better. I promise, as part of the foreplay, I just came across something that will make you feel better.
Okay.
Promise.
Is it on this date in history?
Yes, it is. It will make you
What date is this?
feel better.
October 16th.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Well, I know what yesterday was.
What was yesterday?
Eck giving up the bomb to Gibby.
Yeah, I saw that. It was all over the place yesterday on social media.
Not good.
You know what, though? I give Eck a ton of credit because we've had him on a million times, and he always says he has a great perspective on it. Probably took him a long time to gain it, but he said, look, that's a big part of history. You know, he understands it, whereas most people are still bitter towards it. He's not really bitter towards it. It's interesting, his perspective on it.
He's different that way.
Yeah, he is
I don't
different.
think he enjoyed it, though.
No, I wouldn't say that, but he did understand it, so that was kind of cool.
And that was only game one. It wasn't a walk-off.
No. Yeah, exactly. All right, Dante Whitner to talk about the game itself and specifically defensively, what happened against the run, some missed tackles, things they don't normally do. And look, Cleveland was a better defense. There's no question. We'll get into it with Dante next. Only here on the Sports Leader. Hello, friends. John Lind here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. This is crazy, but many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way and been here for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than, get this, you might need to sit down. This is a pretty big number. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. I said $1 billion. But you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Yeah, they like to run this play where he'll sneak it. No, he's going to run a toss to Kareem Hunt coming left. Gets the edge, 10, 5, touchdown, Cleveland. They've run that play a lot where they put the tight end Harrison Bryant under center and then sneak it. But this time they run a toss to the left to Kareem Hunt, and he goes in for a touchdown from 15 yards out.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us. It's a Monday. We always love talking to Dante Whitner. You see him before and after all 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area at Dante Whitner. Make sure that you follow him. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're hanging in, man. We're kind of absorbing the first loss of the season. It feels weird, but let's start defensively as we often do. Surprising that the 49ers would give up 160 yards on the ground, most of it in the second half. What were your thoughts on run defense?
Well, I think that they have to get back to, just the basics. And whenever you give up that many yards in the running game, there are certain things that aren't going well. And like earlier in the season, I said the defensive ends have to play those outside runs or better. I really meant that. What they're doing is a copycat league. And a lot of the times, teams are forming a bunch. They're cracking down on the defensive ends. The defensive ends are just running upfield without any awareness, and they're attacking the edges of the defense. And then with the defensive tackles, they need more consistency with the individuals such as Javon Kinlaw. Sometimes he's playing too high. He's getting knocked off the ball. A lot of times he's backdooring it. He's not sustaining it and fighting over the top and straining over the top so that the linebackers can run free. He's taking the easy way out on a lot of plays, and Eric Armstead does it sometimes. They need consistency at the defensive tackle where you just become a post right there at the line of scrimmage and allow the linebackers to run free. And then they miss Dre Greenlaw. I think that his speed, the ability to diagnose plays and get there pretty much before the offense get there, they missed that greatly yesterday on defense.
And it all adds up to, they went to Atlanta last year, and it was a different kind of running scheme with Arthur Smith, and the quarterback was really involved in it. It was 160 yards. I mean, when the Niners get outrushed in a game, both in attempts and yards, 160 to 108, they're going to lose. And specifically that run we just heard, and Philadelphia is going to run this, as well. They could come in with, the tush push or the brotherly shove, and then flip it to a perimeter. So that touchdown where they lined up Harrison Bryant, the tight end, under center, and they've shown this on tape, and then they run a sneak out of it, a tight end sneak in a quarterback position, Dante. But the Niners were completely outflanked on that play, Fred Warner included. It was easy to get to the edge there and score that touchdown on just taking the tight end snap and flipping it out to Kareem Hunt. So specifically that play, what did you see there?
Well, that's called a pinch technique. That's when you tell the defensive line, pinch in the huddle. You have pretty much all four defensive linemen, hands in the ground, both hands in the ground, helmet right there at the football, ready to push off the ball, get a good jump, and stay low. And now you're seeing how teams are starting to play this. Earlier in the game, they had a 4th and short, and they went to the quarterback sneak, and P.J. Walker rolled out, and Hufanga came up and hit him late. They almost stopped him. Well, the 49ers blitzed both middle linebackers with that pinch technique from the defensive lineman and showed the Cleveland Browns that this is how they're going to play it in 4th and short. So when you go pinch in that moment in the red zone, the Cleveland Browns went to an adjustment. They said, hey, they have all of these guys within 3 yards, the A and the B gaps. How about we just seal it off, pitch it to the outside to Kareem Hunt? They all blocked it flawlessly, and that's why he walked in for the easy touchdown. It's about adjustments.
Dante Whitner, Jonas, we're talking about the 1970 loss at Cleveland. So how difficult is this as a safety? Deshaun Gibson's wearing your old 31. He goes shoulder to shoulder on that 3rd 10. It's 17-16 49ers, 3rd and 10, 2:41 left in the game. Browns would add 4th and 10 from their own 26. They call the defenseless receiver hit. It's shown later that it goes shoulder to shoulder. What's he supposed to do there?
I guess they want him to allow him to catch the ball. But, guys, I had a flashback. I felt like that was me out there. 31, red jersey, big-time moment at the end of the game. I can flash back to playing the Atlanta Falcons. and we needed that game to clinch, I believe, the number 1 seed in the NFC. And they throw it to the running back in the flat. I hit him, clean hit. They give us a 15-yard penalty. They get down into the red zone, and then Navarro Bowman came through and saved the day. So I was the first player, me and Deshaun Gosen, that started to receive these type of penalties. Even though they're unfair on the field, the NFL wants the game played a certain way. So you either play that way or you lose games. So I think that he'll try to figure it out next time to where he just won't launch himself. I think if he just went in there with the shoulder pad, didn't leave his feet, they might have not called that one. But, you know, that's the way that the game is going nowadays. And do I think it's fair? No, I don't. Do I think he did the right thing? Yes, I do. So I wouldn't know what to tell him, guys.
Yeah, I wonder what the coaching point is, you know, and Steve Wilkes, as the coordinator, really does coach the defensive backs along with Daniel Bullocks. I wonder what you tell him there, because the technique looked sound. It just was such a bang-bang play. The officials missed it. But in any event, so yesterday it started, actually, Dante, before the game even started, in pregame warm-ups. I guess the Browns felt the 49ers got into their area a little bit, and Juan Thornhill, the former Chief turned Brown, got into it, and Brandon Ayuk went at him. And then Deebo Samuel just got him around the shoulder pads and drove him back like he was hitting a blocking sled. And then Trent Williams got into it as well. It was unbelievable. And right away, we went back to, this is Jim Schwartz a little bit, you know, going at the 49ers before the game even starts. And right away, you know, we brought it up on the air, the situation your first year with the Niners in 2011 when Harbaugh was coaching against the Detroit Lions, and you know he got into it post-game. Jim Schwartz went at Harbaugh post-game. So just give me your thoughts about Jim Schwartz and the way he has his defenses attacking before the game and even after the final gun.
Well, we talk about it so often. It's all psychological. And what they did yesterday was psychological and physical in the way that they beat the 49ers. When you go back and you watch that film and you see how many internal blitzes that he came with, and he was saying, hey, we don't care about your Mosins, your shifts. We don't care about you trying to knock us off the ball. We're just going to penetrate. I thought Dalvin Tomlinson totally dominated both young guards, and Aaron Banks and Spencer Buford. Whenever they felt like there was a run that was supposed to go that way, they aligned him over that young guard, and all he did was penetrate, make Christian McCaffrey or whoever the running back was stop his feet, and it was a gang tackle on the football. And that's the type of coach Jim Schwartz is. He's an aggressive, downhill, in-your-face type of coach. And there was even some times where they blitzed some linebackers and knocked Trent Williams and George Kittle and a lot of these guys back. I think that the Cleveland Browns snuck up on the 49ers when it came to physicality. I don't think they expected the Cleveland Browns to play that physical. And when you look at it, they did knock out two of the 49ers' best offensive threat with physical play. So, you know, hat goes off to that Cleveland Browns defense. Before the game, I said, yeah, they're pretenders. They haven't played anybody. But then when I saw how they performed, how they executed, how they played man coverage and threw off the timing of the routes for the 49ers receivers, I was like, yeah, that defense is for real. And then when you can just align a defensive tackle somewhere to get penetration and knock back guards on offense, that's special. And not to mention that they have Myles Garrett, who is, you know, one of the top pass rushers, not only this year, but in NFL history. I saw some plays out there where he got the best of Trent Williams, and we rarely see that happen. But all in all, I think it's a great thing for the 49ers to lose this early. The Philadelphia Eagles lost as well, so they're tied. You get to go back, you get to reevaluate, and you get to come out on Monday night and show all the corrections that you made.
We certainly give accolades to Brock Purdy when he plays well, and you just talked about Cleveland's defense. You got to give them a ton of credit. Try to have them obviously hit balls outside the numbers. They love going inside that zone that you were just talking about. Linebackers and safeties are really good for Cleveland. So, but if we give them all the accolades, we got to give them some of the blame. I realize that Debo's not there, CMC's not there, but that's the game. What did you think of his performance?
And the game plan was solid. They knew that the Cleveland Browns would play a lot of man coverage, a free safety, reading Brock Purdy's eyes. The receivers ran a lot of the good routes to keep the ball outside the hashes so that the safety can't get there. So the throw behind Ayuk, that was versus that coverage. That ball has to go right there like 15, 20 yards deep right when he starts to get to that end cut to get away from the from the cornerback, and he just placed it behind him. I think that some of the receivers should take some of the blame as well. When Cleveland got the 49ers in 3rd and 9 plus, which was pretty much every third down was like 3rd and 9 plus because they couldn't run on 1st and 2nd down. They played a lot of man coverage, and with that man coverage, they got the hands on the receivers of the 49ers, funneled them inside, and didn't allow them to, get off of that coverage. Usually the 49ers see zone coverage on 3rd down, and it's all about timing. They disrupted the timing of the routes of the 49ers receivers. And then all in all, I think that Brock Purdy could have hit Christian McCaffrey on that double move. That would have been a game changer. I think that Brandon Ayuk could have helped him with the 2 drops that he had in the first half. The deep one where he misjudged the ball, that's a play that Brandon Ayuk can make. That's a play that we've seen him make versus the New York Giants when he came underneath the safety and plucked it out the air. That's another play that he has to make in that moment. And then there was another drop early in that game. All in all, they played the worst game they could possibly play. Both of their offensive playmakers, the top offensive playmakers, went out the game in the first half, and they still came down to one last kick. That's how good the 49ers are. So instead of being defeated, they can go back, make the corrections, and understand how good they can really be. And they really know now that if you don't play your best on any given day, you will lose to any team in the NFL.
And I'm proud of you, John, not asking Dante about the missed field goal. You guys ganged up on me.
Well, you know how
on draft day.
Well, you can read my mind.
Yeah.
Please, you can read my mind.
We know.
I know. It was a sloppy game, but it was fun being in Cleveland. I got to tell you, those fans love football. There's such a great history there. And just walking the field before the game and going down to the dog pound, those people are insane. It's like they're actually in a dog kennel. They actually sit on bleacher seating in those expensive seats right off the end zone. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just...
We heard it your whole broadcast. They were stomping on those things.
I mean, you grew up there, Dante, in Cleveland. Obviously, played high school football there. You were a Brown. You went to Ohio State. Just what was it like growing up around Cleveland? In Cleveland, those folks are football mad.
Yeah, they're football mad, and if they ever one day win the Super Bowl, that city might not exist anymore. Those Browns fans are ridiculous, and they can go through year after year after year of tough years, the fumble, right? Johnny Manziel, all those different things, but all they care about, the drive from Elway, all they care about is Cleveland Brown football, and they worship their ex-players like they're gods, which is why they get out there and celebrate no matter what's going on. So all in all, they deserved it. They won it yesterday, and I'm guarantee you those Cleveland Browns fans celebrated all the way till this morning. And did you go to the Flats, Pop, or what?
I did. I hit the Flats. I did.
Yeah, they rebuilding it. Dan Gilbert is doing an awesome job. They have the casino there. Yeah. They're doing some big things in Cleveland.
By the way,
I've been there a lot when the Warriors played in the finals 4 straight years, and they love the baseball team, obviously, and they love, the Cavaliers when they're good. But what is it about the Cleveland Browns? You were just a baby when they moved away all those years, Dante. Well, what's it like when they didn't have football when they relocated to Baltimore? Those people must have had their hearts broken, huh?
They did. They definitely had their hearts broken. Art Modell, I remember.
Right.
I remember the day that they started to demolition the old stadium, the
Municipal
compound.
Stadium, yeah.
Municipal Stadium, yeah. I was old enough for all of that, and I remember the heartbreak that it caused and the devastation. And then when it came back, I remember those players that helped rebuild it, from Jamal, what's his last name? He ended up in the Baltimore Ravens. Jamal
Lewis,
the running
Jamal
back.
Lewis, right?
Lewis.
Yeah, Jamal Lewis.
2,000-yard season, yeah, right.
Boston College.
Right.
He ended up not being so well.
Right.
But then I remember all the years when he went and played with Braylon Edwards and Joe Juravicius, and started to bring guys that were from that area back home, from LaCharles Bentley, who played with the New Orleans Saints. So there's always a Cleveland pride, and it's something about those Browns where, whether they're not there in the expansion team, whether you have the down years with Tim Couch, it just doesn't matter. They're going to love their Browns forever and ever. And which is why it was a good thing to get a lot of the texts from my family, talking a lot of stuff smack to me yesterday after I made my comments and he ended up winning the game. See, I have to deal with that, which is okay. I can accept it.
By the way, I just found that hit. You put it on Steven Jackson, and you're right, man. It was kind of a different situation because you hit him inside the 10-yard line, but ultimately Gibson's hit led to a first down, and then they went down the field and won the game. But you're right, man. Steven Jackson was a big dude, too. What was Steven Jackson, like 230 pounds? You smoked him, and that was
He
legal.
was like 260.
Yeah, he's big, man. I remember that.
230?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That man was about 260, and I remember that year.
He was 260?
Steven Jackson's a big boy.
260, yes. Man, that's a big boy. Hey, Pop, he's like 6'3".
Yeah,
I
he is
remember
tall.
Oregon State. I was a big guy, number 39.
Played for the Rams for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Helmet
260.
and those breadlocks weigh about 60 pounds.
I'm watching, man. You came like a missile.
So I had to make a decision right there. It's like, do I make a business decision or do I make a statement? I'm like, you know what? I'll take the latter. I'm going to make a statement.
And the football gods are with you. Then Navarro got to pick at the stick, so that worked out. But, man.
Yeah. That was the same game, and that was the same drive, but it could have gone the wrong way for us. That's what I'm saying. As a defensive player, you want to hit people and knock the ball out, right? You want to protect yourself. When you slow down, there's a possibility of you hurting yourself. So what do you do? So I would have done exactly what Tashawn Gibson did. I just wouldn't have left my feet.
Yeah, there you go.
So when you were getting all the texts from the people in DeLand from yesterday, did you respond, if the Michigan kicker makes a 41-yarder, we win?
I did. I did. And I turned and I went on Do Not Disturb. It was just too many.
Yeah, I figured that.
Yeah.
I thought of you and Johnny.
But it's a new week.
Kicker.
Get a restart with the Minnesota Vikings. I'm expecting that totally. Get some guys back healthy, right? Get in our dome and get a win. Get to 6-1.
Yeah. All right, man. Always great to talk to you. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you next week. Look forward to it.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
See you.
Talk to you.
Thank you, Hitman.
Man, I'm looking at that play. It's a red 31 against Atlanta. It's inside the 10. He got saved by the pick at the stick, and obviously Tashawn Gibson did not have that luxury. But, man, that is deja vu. Two red 31s.
Steven Jackson 260?
No, he's 260. He's a lot bigger than Dante, though.
260-pound running back. So was the bus. He wasn't even 260.
No.
The bus was small.
But he was tall, like you said. He was like 6'3". Played the majority of his career at the Rams. But
he was a good player.
He was big, man. And Dante.
Oregon State.
Dante whacked him. So, I guess he's
ready
listed
for
at
you to cheer me up, John.
All right.
What happened on this
Let's do it. Let's do it, because people are down today.
October 16th?
Yeah.
This date?
Yeah. You'll have to switch hats.
It's not my birthday.
No, it's not
6
your
days
birthday.
after my birthday, what happened?
Yeah, it'll make you feel better, I think. This one's a good one. All right, we'll do that as part of the foreplay. And we do have a piece of audio that we were going to play at 1 o'clock, but we'll wait till 1:30 to play it. It's hilarious. Did you see Julian Edelman yesterday on the Fox pregame show by chance? You were very busy, so you probably did not.
I was very busy.
He told a story about Kyle Shanahan at a stall at a Super Bowl. It is outstanding. You're going to have to ask him about it this week in your interview, maybe off the air. But it's pretty good. So we'll play that for you at 1:30. Foreplay, we'll recap the Browns and 49ers with a bonus cut that will make you feel better. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Oh, you know.
Jim Nance.
You know, don't you?
I don't know.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
I don't know.
Papa Lund.
I know Mike Pereira wants to come on with us more often.
I love.
Perked up his day.
I got to tell you, I love Mike. I'm not bashful to say it. I love
come
Mike.
on anytime.
He makes me feel
He
better.
doesn't need money. He just needs Tito's.
I'm gonna drive up there and give him a whole case of Tito's, man. I hope his back feels better.
His surgery
miss him.
Is wow, the whole back.
Yeah, I
the
think
whole
good.
thing. L5 to S1 all the way across.
Well, let's hope he's back, like he said, by spring.
Halloween, we're praying for him. I may go trick or treating dressed as Mike Pereira.
That's a good idea, actually. Maybe I'll go as an official. People go as officials all the time.
Do we miss him a lot?
Yeah, I do. Dean Blandino is no Mike Pereira. Let's be honest.
He's Blandino.
He is Blandino. It's like, bro, come on, man. Anyway, it is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. They lose 19-17. Lest I remind you, they've won 17-18. Things will be fine as long as CMC is fine. Kyle will speak at 2 o'clock. We may find out and get more clarity on that situation. So continue to listen. We'll keep you up to date on everything. We will give you 3 recap cuts and then a cut that will make you feel better about things. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
I'm ready to feel better, John.
But not yet. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, we're going
saying,
back?
We got to recap this, and then I swear by the 4th one you'll feel better. Here's Kyle Shanahan saying they made too many mistakes.
We went in thinking it was going to be a grimy game like it was. But it's, we would have felt really good initially, like coming in, if we made that on the last play. But my message to them was regardless of whether we hit that or not, there's a lot of stuff from this game that we got to improve on. I thought we made way too many mistakes on offense, just losing a couple guys in the game. We had to switch a couple guys around, and we weren't quite ready for that, which starts with me with too many mistakes. And this is our first time having to come in after a loss in a long time. And it's time to get back in, go to work, and make sure we come back next week stronger.
I know that Cleveland played better, and you can look at the stat sheet and see that Cleveland played better. But what Kyle says there is, Brock misses CMC on that looked like could have been a touchdown. He beat Walker. Ayuk is usually going to make the catch that he did, and Ward jumped for that ball. If he misses it, he didn't touch it. That was clear. He probably runs for a touchdown. They had the ball at the 26-yard line, first down after the Warner interception on the second possession of the game. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities that the 49ers have taken advantage of this year, and they just didn't against Cleveland. And I think they found out for the first time this year that there's very little room for error when you play a really, really good team. And that's what happened.
They had 215 yards of offense. 215. Are you kidding me?
But they had many opportunities to score regardless.
Well, but they left so many yards on the field.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Brock was just not accurate. Again, I think it was the rain and gripping the ball, and the penalties were just, my God. They almost had as many penalty yards as they did yards. They had 105 yards of penalties. They were so sloppy, and you heard Kyle answer the question. The guys that came in behind McCaffrey, and it was J.P. Mason mainly, and some Elijah Mitchell, and for Debo, it was Ray McLeod. Assignment and alignment, they were way off. I mean, I could see Ray, and Ray goes in a lot of jet sweep motion like Debo. That's a hard job when you're playing the Debo position. Even that one play where the sprint right, throwback left play, that was practiced all week for Debo Samuel. They ran it in the game for Ray McLeod, and Trent Williams ran into Ray, and he wound up bouncing the ball. But that was supposed to be a screen going the other way with the whole offensive line out to block. And with Debo, that's going to work. And Ray's a kick and punt returner. But just the assignment, the alignment, J.P. Mason, his blitz pickup, his blocking when you went 11 personnel, it just wasn't the same. So the obvious plays where you just miss throws and a wheel route to McCaffrey, you got to hit that one, and Brock overthrows him and all of that. But when they're grading the tape today, it's going to be a bad one. They left so many yards. They were so sloppy, and just, as far as grading each individual play, I imagine the offensive line's going to have their worst grade all the way from left tackle to right tackle. And then specifically, the halfback that came in for McCaffrey and the Z receiver that came in for Debo. Honestly, John, who would you have given a strong grade to yesterday? Which player played to their caliber yesterday on the whole team? Anybody? Raise your hand. Anybody?
I'm trying to think.
Juszczyk did fine. Demo Lenore had a big pick at the end, but he got beat by Amari Cooper.
He didn't have a great day.
He backed out of his back pedal. I mean, there were plays. They're all going to make bad plays. Fred Warner, Oren Burks was better the game before. I mean, honestly, Demetrius Flanagan Fowles jumped across and tipped one away. He wasn't in that many snaps. I mean, honestly, who got a good grade individually for their performance yesterday? Who got the best one on the team? I don't know, honestly.
No, I think everybody obvious played either below or got hurt, and that's a major problem. And in Trent's case, both. I mean, he said after the game, I didn't want Jalen Moore to have to go up to against Myles Garrett. In other words, a 50% me is better than a 100% Jalen Moore, which I agree with. But it was tough. But again, look, they're 4-1. I think that Cleveland's got a really good defense. Are there some other teams that could do that? Yeah. Will they do it? No. They got to be better.
Philly won't do that to you? Detroit won't do that
maybe.
to you?
I don't think Detroit can. I think Philly probably could. But we started the show with this. The whole goal all season long is to get home field advantage, and that one hurts. And Minnesota's playing better than Cincinnati, and they're getting healthier. I mean, all of a sudden you go from cruising and everybody's feeling good to all of a sudden you better win next week in Minnesota, because if there's another upset there, a healthy Joe Burrow's coming to town, and then now all of a sudden it's like, whoa, you get off to this great start. So, yeah, they got a lot of things to fix, but they can do it. We're going to play two things here. I have not heard this yet, but we had Andrew Siciliano on the show on Friday, and it was his boyhood dream.
Missed field goal by Moody?
Yeah, I have not heard this yet.
I heard it.
So we're gonna play that for you. This is our pal Andrew Siciliano, and after this cut, he might not be our pal anymore.
It's okay.
And then we'll hear Jake Moody talk about his miss and how his teammates are picking him up. Here you go.
Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is no good. It's no good. And the Browns will beat the 49ers 19-17. He pushed it wide to the right.
I mean, we work really hard together. We've hit a million kicks. It's not like we're not practicing it, or obviously we trust each other and have each other's backs, and for a guy that just got here, having, all my teammates, tell me to keep my head up, come give me a high five, pat on the back, like that was pretty cool. So I really appreciate all that, especially them putting their trust in me to make a kick and just not execute, but, having everybody have my back, even for a guy that just got here, that was pretty cool.
Is Siciliano still our friend?
Yes, he's fine.
Barely.
Mike Silver's off the list. You, Dante Whitner. Mike's already going Birkenstocks. would you let it go at the Harris Barton, Doug Bryan story from 100 years ago? Nobody wants to hear about your footwear, Mike Silver. He told me walking out what he was going to do, and I go, just don't mention Birkenstocks. We got to get Birkenstocks.
He probably wasn't going to until you said that.
So, we didn't play long enough with Siciliano's call where he kept going, and he went on to Moody. He Cade Yorked it. And that was Cleveland's kicker.
Yeah.
I mean, they expended a fourth-round pick on him, not this year, the year before. And he missed 8 field goals last year. He was 24-32. And the Cleveland faithful and their dog pound were barking at him, and he wound up getting the yips in the preseason where they had to cut him off the team, traded for Dustin Hopkins, giving up a 7th-round pick to get him right at cutdown day. So I don't think that's the story we're going to have here, but there's a lot of pressure on Jake Moody, to be sure. I mean, and everybody keeps telling the Robbie Gould story, and Robbie never, ever missed a kick. He did miss kicks. I remember he missed one in Baltimore that would have won a game there, and then Justin Tucker came back and made one in the rain. That game yesterday reminded me a lot of that game in Baltimore during 2019. Although, Cleveland, honestly, John, they get their quarterback back, and I'm not even sure. I think if Deshaun plays yesterday, he may get sacked like 8 times. He's so indecisive with the ball. But he did play well the last game before he got hurt. I mean, they're not going to get Nick Chubb back, but who wins the AFC North this year? Could it not be the Cleveland Browns? Why not?
No, they're good enough defensively. I mean, I think a lot of people expect me to come in here and get all upset with the kicker. I'm not going to get upset with the kicker, but as I watched that thing sail, I thought to myself, rookies are going to rookie, and I don't mean that in a negative way towards the kid, but what I mean is I don't care what sport and what position you play, you're going to make mistakes as a rookie. And you and I talked about this. It's learning each stadium, and one of the reasons why kickers don't make it early in this league, no matter where they're drafted or picked or free agents or whatever, is that they miss kicks early, they lose some confidence, the fans get on them, and then they move around. And then, as we had Joe Nedney on a little bit earlier talk about, then they start to learn the league and learn the intricacies and learn the wins in certain stadiums and everything like that, and then they go in and they make kicks. And so I'm not saying that this kid's in jeopardy of losing his job. He's not. But when you draft a rookie at any position, they're going to make mistakes. It's just we all know that in every single sport. He missed a kick left. Look, I don't know what's in his head, but he missed a kick left, then he missed a kick right. I heard Tim say this after the game, and it's the closest thing that I can do too. If I hit a ball left, then the next time, because I'm such a crummy golfer, I'll hit the ball right. I mean, it's just maybe that was in his head, maybe it wasn't. But as you talked about, and you called this expertly, the ball's going right the whole time. It didn't move an inch. Did he overcorrect? I don't know. But I do know this. Rookies are going to make mistakes, and they're going to learn stadiums. And he hasn't even learned his own home stadium yet. So it's just going to take him a minute. Let's just hope that this is not a thing that happens in the playoffs or the Super Bowl or the more key moment. You're going to miss games, or you're going to lose games. They lost the game. Let's just hope it's not in the playoffs.
I heard you all the way flying home yesterday.
Yeah. I've been
make the big ones. Make the big ones.
I mean, I said that.
He made his first 30
I know
kicks. He was 9 for 9.
And you know my opinion. I don't have to say it again.
21. I know, but Robbie Gould made 85%, so he missed 15%. I mean, and the thing that was gnarly yesterday, when I first got to the stadium on Sunday morning, I thought of 2 people, Brock Purdy and Jake Moody, because the wind was howling jack off the lake. And this stadium is the only one, I think, in all of football that does not go north to south. It goes west to east. It is on the southern shore of Lake Erie, and those wind patterns are fickle. And I think I don't know if they built it that way because the lake is to the north. I think they easily could have turned it. And what I've been told, when they decided to come back as an expansion team and we should get Charmin Carmen on because he was involved in it, I think they rushed to build that stadium. And is to get it ready for their 99 expansion team. The stadium runs a funky direction. So the point is you get crosswinds there a lot. And the wind was blowing pregame hard towards Cleveland's bench, going from south to north towards the wind. Towards the lake, the wind was blowing. And then it turned. So I think it was just kick to kick. And the first kick, I think he was playing the wind to blow it towards the lake. It did not blow that way. And it was going the other way. So he overkicked it and wound up hooking it. At the end, the wind, I don't know what the wind did, if it took it or not, but I think he was just, trying to figure out the winds from Lake Erie. So anyway, it's going to happen. He's he's got a livelier leg. Do they win the game in L.A. With a 57-yard, if he doesn't make the 57-yard field goal? And Robbie Gould's not even going to try a 57-yard field goal. The hard thing is, you're in this era now where everybody's going to say Robbie Gould would have made every single kick. And he's out there looking for a job, which makes it more difficult. So I think he's fine. But yesterday, and then the one thing they're going to have to get more on top of, and I think they did it in the preseason, they're going to ice him. If the other coach has a timeout remaining, like Josh McDaniels did, I didn't know about it in the preseason. It worked twice. And then clearly Kevin Stefanski in the scouting report that they had from Bubba Ventrone, their special teams coordinator, is when you call a timeout before this kicker lines up a kick, he misses. And so they're going to do that over and over and over again now.
All right, would you like to feel better?
Yeah.
The way you said that was so depressing.
No, I know where you're going here. We figured it out.
All right.
It's baseball related, right?
Yeah. Come on.
Michael Morris had already hit a big home run off the Love Shack, Pat Neshek.
Right.
We're going bottom of the ninth. Giants, St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah. Right? I mean, come on. Let's feel better this day in history.
Right. Okay. Better me.
Yeah.
Now the stretch. Here it comes. Swing, and there's a drive deep into right field, way back there. Goodbye! A home run for the game and for the pennant. The Giants have won the pennant, and Travis Ishikawa is being clobbered by his teammates as he comes down the third base line, and he is mobbed at home plate.
2014, of course, they would go on to win the World Series thanks to one Madison Bumgarner. They beat the Royals in 7, but that was just an awesome moment. We see Travis, obviously, he's with the organization, working on hitting down in San Jose, and then you see him before and after some of the games as well. But what a cool moment for that guy. I mean, that's just and we've had him on numerous times, and it's the first thing you got to ask him about. But that was one of the coolest moments in recent memory, obviously.
That was his Bobby Thompson moment. That was an amazing moment. I think that call may have snuck up on John. And I know the feeling. The Ambry Thomas call that I had to win the overtime game final week of the year to put the 49ers in the playoffs, for a moment I was like, what are the overtime rules? Do they get the ball back?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
And John's call was, he hits a home run for the game. And the Giants have won the pennant. Did he? Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of think that out ahead of time. And I wonder if he has great respect for Russ Hodges because John grew up in the Bay Area listening to Russ and Lon. Did he want to do the Giants have won the pennant, the Giants have won the pennant, the Giants have won the pennant call, or was he not going to do that? But like my Ambry Thomas interception in L.A., I think that home run kind of snuck up on John.
You guys have got a lot going through your head, though. I mean, that's the one thing is you're making the call, but you're doing 50
by the overtime
things,
rule.
Right?
That's what screwed me up.
Yeah, I was standing behind you going, "Hey,
Robbie Gould, the unflappable Robbie Gould, who never ever missed a kick, made a field goal early, but a touchdown still would have beaten the 49ers."
Right.
And I was more stunned at the terrible ball that Matthew Stafford
it was down the right
that
sideline, and he just chucked it.
Yeah, I mean, it was like when Ambry intercepted it. I was going with timeouts, and the game's over. They just intercepted it.
We were saying that behind you. We're like, "What is Papa high right now? Or what's it?"
Oh, I was. That was different. But anyway, John was. It's a home run to win the game.
Right.
To win the game, to win the pennant. The Giants have won the pennant. So I think that home run call stuck up.
That's tremendous.
That was Bochy. Is he doing it again?
Yeah, we got to talk about baseball for a minute.
Jordan Montgomery this year's Madison Bumgarner?
Is he a free agent at the end of the season? Why, yes. He is.
You want to buy everybody, John.
I want him.
Why don't you go take all the money you don't have to pay today because the tax extension and go put it into Franklin Templeton?
No, they got plenty of money.
Invest your money, and then they'll buy you some players.
They got plenty of money over there. See? Farhan just told me that.
Thing.
He's right here.
You go to
actually.
Greg Johnson. You go to Greg Johnson.
Payroll is low. Jordan Montgomery. Now it just real quick. Let's do it next. We're already running late. Let's hit a little bit of that, and then we got a little bit of like I said, Julian Edelman will play that as part of the caboose today. A hilarious story about Kyle Shanahan Whip routes and whip outs is what we'll call that one, and we'll play that for you at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Browns will beat the 49ers.
Shut up.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jake Moody missed the game-winning field goal. A wet day in Cleveland as the 49ers take their first regular season loss since 2022. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe, which we had in studio last week on my birthday, for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You know, I think we're similar in a lot of ways. We enjoy wine. We both love to fish and hunt. And we're both competitive on the baseball field.
Height. I think you have him in.
The biggest difference is he was a good hitter.
There's Bruce Bochy.
Manager's got 3 to his 1.
Oh, man, they're back at it tonight. And that was a great pitching matchup last night with Jordan Montgomery, who hit 6 in the third.
Montgomery.
Outpitched Verlander.
Yeah.
And I give Boch credit, man. I don't know if it's feel. I don't know what the numbers were saying, but there was a couple of opportunities to pull him out of that game and panic. Bochy didn't. He went 6 in the third. Their bullpen hung on. I don't know if Texas has enough in the pen. Anytime you're using Oldest Chapman in the 8th inning, that makes me nervous. But Texas holds on. They win 2-0. That was a hell of a catch. The game turned when, was it Ward, the 21-year-old left fielder of the Rangers, caught that deep ball by Bregman, and then Altuve doesn't touch second base. He gets doubled up, and it was a 2-0 game at that point. I thought it was tied 2-2, but anyway, that was a huge difference in the game. They hold Astros scoreless 2-0. They go back at it tonight, and the Phils in the D-backs, game 1 tonight.
In a Zach attack, we got Zach Gallen against Zach Wheeler.
Look at that.
Is that the first time ever in history we had 2 stars? Where's Tim Kirchin? He's always got the interesting notes about stuff. That's
true.
First time ever, right?
It's the first time 2 Zachs. No, I can't do it, Kirchin.
How many Zachs are there?
Well, that's a good
Zach
question.
Gallen against Zach Wheeler, right?
Zach Greinke.
How weird is that?
What other starters we got named Zach? I don't know. There's probably a few.
It's a Zach attack.
Yeah, that's what we got tonight.
Philly's going to be jumping tonight.
That's going to be good. Tonight's a good TV night,
Cowboys. They got the Cowboys playing on Monday Night Football, and they got the Phillies at the bank. Texas and Houston's going right as soon as we get off the air, John, on FS1. So I was talking to Kevin Burkhardt at length on the field before the game with Greg Olson and Aaron Andrews and the whole crew. He goes right in studio now and does baseball pregame and postgame with A-Rod and Jeets and Poppy.
They got to fix that thing.
He's got baseball the entire week in studio. And then I said, are you coming off? Because Joe Buck, think about Joe in October, how busy he was. And that's Kevin.
Now he's easy and he
I
gets
said,
paid
are
more.
you going to miss football games for baseball? He said, the ratings are too high.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Football, they used to take.
You mean
Joe
little
Buck
KK?
off.
What do they call him in that commercial now?
They used to take Joe Buck off and put him on baseball.
Right.
Now they're just Burkhardt. Well, Joe was doing play-by-play for both, so it's a little different. So Joe Davis is there as well. But anyway,
I'm looking at it right now. Joe Davis, John Smoltz are doing the walk-up right there.
Right.
Yeah,
so that game will start right when we get off the air in FS1. How ironic. The Cuban Missile, Aroldis Chapman's been pitching forever.
Yes.
Last time Bochy played Baker, and it was the only time in 2012, Dusty had Aroldis Chapman for the Reds against the Giants. Now, Bochy's got the Cuban Missile against Dusty out of the Texas bullpen.
Yeah. The older he's gotten, he's lost a couple miles an hour on that fastball, but it's just he's lack of control. I mean, you're just sitting there going, whoa, he makes you nervous. But we'll see. Evaldi's 2-0 in the postseason with barely a 1 ERA. My gosh.
He's going tonight against Framber Valdez.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good matchup. It's fun, though. Yeah,
so what are we watching?
It's tough.
We got 2 baseball games, and we got a Monday Night Football game, and the Cowboys playing the Chargers.
Got to watch that. I got to watch it because anytime Justin Herbert plays, it really has nothing to do with the Cowboys, even though I'd like to see them lose again and go to 3-3. But just Herbert could make a throw that would go like 80 yards off balance, and I can't miss it. So I got to watch him.
We're not going to miss. Well, we'll watch them all.
He's insane.
Multi-screens, multi-play.
Yeah.
We have Manning cast tonight?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, they got to have Manning cast for a Cowboys game. Plus, you got Justin Herbert. Yeah, they have to have that.
They going to have Manning cast for the Niners and Vikings?
Yes.
Next week?
Yeah, I do know
gonna be a
that.
Manning cast?
Yeah, that's a Manning cast.
It is?
Yeah, for sure. So we'll get their expert opinions. I don't know who they're having on tonight. I didn't even look. But
Bochy's not lost a game in October this year. He's 6-0.
yeah, they're playing good. They're playing well. I mean, it's like, okay, if we can't bash today, we're going to win 2-0. I mean, that was impressive. And Verlander's so good in the postseason. And they just couldn't get the key hit. They had guys up. Kyle Tucker usually gets it done. My gosh. That was a good game yesterday. Looking forward to it. Man, I love this time of year.
Rangers-Phillies World Series.
That's what you think it's going to be? Rangers-Phillies?
I said that when the championship series was set. Bochy against Philly.
Plus, I think
he'll start Jonathan Sanchez and bring Jeremy Afton.
Plus, I think Arizona, it's going to hit them like that. You know, you beat the Dodgers. The Dodgers are really good. Nobody's saying they're not, but LA's laid back. Like, you go in the stadium, it's kind of loud, whatever. Philly's just like from the get-go. It's going to be like sensory overload for the Diamondbacks. Be like, what in the hell is this? It's crazy. You going to that park? Woo! I had dinner on Saturday. There was a big friend of mine at a gathering of like 20 people, and I sat next to a girl from Philadelphia, and man, she knew her stuff. Like Philly fan her whole life, and was just like talking my ear off with the Phillies. Just Phillies. And how you don't know what it's like to be a Phillies fan.
They know everything there. She doesn't know Eagles, Sixers,
she knew it all.
She knows it all.
Yeah. Plus, she was like, you have no idea.
They're a little fanatical.
She was. I was like, hey, calm down. I need another drink. Sit next to you. Relax. She was like, Phillies. It was good. Good time had by all. All right. We'll give you a Sweet Clean Family Friend, the Caboose Pistol, that features Julian Edelman talking about an encounter he had in the, 2019?
Super Bowl?
It was at the Super Bowl in the bathroom.
When Kyle was coaching the Falcons? Or Kyle was coaching the 49ers?
I don't think Kyle was. Was it 18? It might have been 18. Kyle wasn't coaching the game. Kyle wasn't coaching in the game, and they had
the one they lost to Philly on the Philly special.
No, neither of the guys were in the game.
Oh, they weren't in the game.
They were spectators.
Got it.
But Edelman didn't know who Kyle was, and they had an encounter in the bathroom, and it's actually pretty funny. He told this story pregame on Fox.
This had to be before
Sunday.
They played against him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but so was it 18? No, it was after. I think it was after. But
he didn't know Kyle Shanahan.
Well, he just didn't. I don't think he recognized him. Is all. I don't think he recognized him. Maybe Kyle was wearing a hat or something. I don't know, but he didn't recognize him. So anyway, this is a pretty funny story. We'll play that for you as part of the Caboose.
Was it the Rams Super Bowl? No, because Edelman played in that game.
I think he said 18, right? Whatever it is, 18. Yeah. So anyway, we'll play it for you coming up next. You shall enjoy. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, just back from Cleveland. I didn't have any Cleveland pizza, but why would I? How could I cheat on my guy Tony Gemignani? The best pizza in the world. Have you been to Tony's in the North Beach? It's the best I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. Don't forget about Tony's other locations in the North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches there. Those beef sandwiches are ginormous. They are mouth-watering, a little spicy. Be careful for the peppers he loads on there. And save room for dessert, though. You want his super delicious cannoli or tiramisu. You'd also take a morning stroll to the North Beach and try one of Tony's homemade sourdough breads, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And If you want a more casual experience, you're out seeing a game. The Warriors are playing at Chase Center, the 49ers at Levi's, and the Giants come back to Oracle Park. Check out Tony's Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area. No matter where you go, check out Tony Gemignani and Tony's Pizza, ranked number 1 in the entire world.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Justin Pugh, straight off the couch.
That's true. Justin Pugh was straight off the couch. That was funny last night in intros. By the way, Astros-Rangers, Game 2 ALCS from Houston is underway. And former A and San Francisco Giants resident and Giants fan growing up, Marcus Semien, with a single to start everything off.
I just saw it.
Very nice. A little Texas leaguer.
From Oakland, right?
Yeah, we had him on the show numerous
Berkeley?
times. He went to Berkeley, and he grew up a Giants fan, and Giants thought, we're good. First and second now. First and second. Geez, 2 pitches, 2 on. Jeez. Talk about getting thrown in the fire. It's
But,
like,
Dusty, go to the bullpen right
Hurry
now.
up.
Framber Valdez
Jeez.
does not have it. He has to win. You don't want to go back to,
No.
what's that, Globe Life Park, down
Right.
2-0?
Here comes
Boy,
former A
little-
Robbie Grossman in the
duck
three hole.
snort there by Corey Seager.
So we're 2 on
Speaking of
0
Bay Area guy, isn't Julian Edelman from Redwood City?
Sure is. Good call.
Woodside? San Mateo?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's. I don't remember. If he's, where did he go? College of the Redwoods or something like that?
San Mateo.
Yeah.
And then
College San Mateo. All right, so I'll let him tell the story, but this is on the Fox pregame show, and I think it was 2018, and it was an encounter between Julian Edelman, the former Patriots wide receiver, and Kyle Shanahan in the bathroom. Here's how the story was told yesterday.
I would go with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, and it's because he was born into this to be a coach. I mean, he was around his dad, Mike Shanahan, those Denver teams that were awesome, had great run attacks. He's evolved it with all these motions and coming up and evolving the system. He loves football. That's what makes him great. And it brings me back to 2018. I tore my ACL, and I'm sitting there in a pisser in the bathroom at the Super Bowl, and this guy starts talking to me about a whip route that I ran in the Super Bowl the year before. I'm like, what is this guy doing? I'm full out and everything. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? So I go to wash my hands. The guy comes up to me, goes, you don't know who I am? I go, we had a couple drinks. We all had a little drinks. He goes, you don't know who I am? I go, I'm good, dude. I'm washing my hands. Kyle Shanahan. This guy loves football so much. We're bare knuckle Barry. We are bare knuckle Barry, and he's trying to talk about whip routes with me. And that's what makes him a great coach. The guy loves coaching. Bare knuckle Barry.
Not the whip routes and whip outs.
Whip routes and whip outs.
Listen for the win.
What are we doing?
Dudes,
Come
man.
on, Shanahan.
You get the nut today, bro.
I get
God, I love this network. All right, well.
Oh, my goodness.
I was going to talk about Dan Campbell, but, that's okay.
He loves football.
NASCAR is also on this network. We're taking a lot of lefts. All right,
Moral of the
okay.
story, wash your hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I get an amen?
So that's Charles Woodson at the end. So again, the moral of the story, whip routes and whip outs, and I expect that to be in your interview with Kyle this week. So you and I have talked about this.
John,
Bare Knuckle Barry. That's a new one
what
for me.
What show is this? What this was on?
That was a pregame show.
That precedes the Fox.
Yeah.
The big show with Carissa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whip routes and whip outs. So if you can ask Kyle about that.
The bigger question is, Julian Edelman didn't know what Kyle Shanahan looked like?
Must not have.
He was the offensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons that went against him in a Super Bowl. He never saw him?
He said he had a couple of drinks, so maybe his vision was blurred.
When does Julian Edelman not have a couple of drinks?
Yeah. I'm not judging him. I just do.
Good one.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Okay.
But that does go back to a conversation that you and I have had many times, and I think this has actually happened to you in a bathroom because people know who you are.
Whip route and a whip out?
Yeah, well, it's like people get excited to talk to you and they forget that they're at the urinal and then they want to talk to you and they stick their hand out. That's even happened to me it's like,
they'll
stick your hand out.
Facing forward, they'll come up behind me. I'll come up behind them, and they'll turn around and piss all over me. Is what they do.
I just don't like the one where it's like, because it is kind of just, you just do this and you forget. Like someone will stick their hand out to you in the bathroom and it's like, no.
Framber Valdez is getting bombed.
Yeah, it's already 2-0. And they're not getting
all right,
fooled.
Dusty, don't chew on that toothpick.
What are you, 8 pitches in and it's 2-0?
What would Bochy do if this was Evaldi? He'd get somebody up and he'd go
right
get
away.
him, right? This is a playoff game.
Yeah.
You can't wait.
He doesn't mess around. Anyway, moral to the story is
around. You got to go get him.
Make sure you wash your hands. Moral of the story, wash your hands. You never know.
Aren't you amazed that Julian Edelman doesn't know who Kyle Shanahan is at all? Didn't he face him in a Super Bowl like 2 years before?
I think he probably is lying about the couple drinks. He probably was double-fisted and then probably had 8 or 10 drinks.
It wasn't drinks.
Yeah. Plus, he's probably, that probably happens to you all the time as a professional athlete. Like, people want to shake your hand and stuff, and, and you're just kind of probably wired to be like, hey, can we not? He might not have even looked up.
Well, maybe he just didn't recognize Kyle.
Yeah, it could have been. Anyway.
Remember when I saw Nick Hardwick at the Super Bowl, and I had no idea it was Nick?
You're right.
It was in a bathroom at the urinal.
That's what happens.
Remember that?
Yeah, because your
mindset
mindset
he was the center
changes.
for Philip Rivers. Well, he lost he got off steroids.
Oh, yeah, he did.
So he was like 100 pounds lighter.
Yeah, he was.
We're in the urinal at the Super Bowl, and he's just talking to me. Hey, Greg. And I'm like, who is this? I have no idea. And then he comes on the show like 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
Here's Nick Hardwick. I'm like, wait a minute. You're the guy that I just saw in urinal 3. So maybe that did not look like Nick Hardwick to me at all. So maybe he just didn't.
Yeah.
Kyle had his hat down, or
could have been.
Maybe he wasn't wearing a Shanna hat. Maybe that.
Well, he probably. Yeah. I know that when I go into the bathroom, I have one single mission in mind, and I don't want to talk to anybody. Like, I'm not a talker in a bathroom. I'm not. Like, even at work. Like, you'll see people where, and I just keep my head down. Like, we can talk right outside this door. Just take care of some business here, okay? My mindset changes.
See,
very
that's the difference
focused.
between you and I do most of my best work in bathrooms. People are
I just
used to
don't like to
listening
talk
to me
at
in
all.
bathrooms. They go into bathrooms and they hear me doing a game.
I hear people in
they feel
stalls
kinship
talking on a
with me
phone.
in bathrooms.
Like, I would never talk on a phone in a stall. Like,
Why? You get a lot done.
I know, but a couple of weeks ago, I was at a 49ers game in the big stall in the corner. Somebody was actually, and it echoes in there, so I can hear everything you're saying.
What were they saying?
I was just, get your work done. I can call you back. I would never take a phone call in a bathroom. Not a million.
Really? It's got a nice
no,
echo.
Absolutely not. No. Man, I'll call you back, Mom. Gosh, I got stuff to do.
You're talking to your CPA, so we got an extension. We don't have to pay our taxes today.
Go
and
spend it.
I think California's got an extension, too.
Put it gambling away.
Where's my buddy Moskowitz?
Trying to
LLC?
double it. Yeah, call him up. He'll know.
I've been in many a urinal with Steve.
Steve, should I gamble my money away? I could double it, then I'll pay the
I'm going to
IRS
put it
next
all
month.
on Dusty blowing this game in the first inning.
Oh,
my Lord.
You would
Framber
win that.
Valdez, John, is giving up the crookedest of numbers.
My God, what is he, 10 pitches in?
This is Dusty. Would somebody wake Dusty up? I
Seriously,
love Dusty.
He's 11 pitches in. It's 3-0, and there's
3-0.
runners on first and second.
Does he have
Oh,
a bullpen
God, man.
going at least? Go get Framber Valdez.
No, I
right
didn't
now.
see anybody. You go down 2-0 going to Texas. That's not good. Let's go. Who does he got? Let's go.
Well, they're in Texas. They're just going to a different part of Texas.
Yeah, going to
Arlington.
Yeah, Arlington.
What is
Lovely Arlington.
Is this? And I love Dusty. The two greatest managers in San Francisco Giant history. A game manager, it's not close. Bruce Bochy is far superior. Here's exhibit. I've got quite a few exhibits. He's got to get him out of the game or get him
Bochy
off.
would have already had him out. He'd already have Alfeld in the
Way
game.
too long.
Well, I had to go
Gave him
get
three.
had to go get him with Alfeld in the game. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, not happening. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. We have a couple of remnants for you.
They're teeing off on him.
3-0. Texas is up.
Their foul balls
Yeah.
are hard. Come on.
Oh, and there's Jonah Heim at the plate, who the A's traded for a bowl of Rice Krispies. That was a nice trade, too. That was nice work.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Man. All right, we'll keep you updated on everything that's coming. We got any remnants, we'll give them to you next. And then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour in the Sports Center.
Or I'm like, what is this guy doing? I'm full out and everything.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Adam Schefter of ESPN says Christian McCaffrey may miss some time with his latest oblique injury. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
0-2. The lefty delivers, and this ball is through the hole between third and short. Being waved in Garcia. Here's the throw from Brantley. It's not even close to being on time. An RBI for Nathaniel Lowe the other way. 4-0 Rangers in the top of the first.
That's Carl Ravitch of ESPN Radio, and it is finally over. That first inning, 26 pitches by Framber Valdez. They batted around just a fly out to center field, and that number is correct. That's what the first inning, or top of the first, would end at. 4-0 Texas with the Astros coming to the plate. Wow. How about that?
5 singles. 5 singles. They
first
just
pitch
did
swinging.
not let up. So I don't know what Dusty could have done. Simeon, base hit. Seager, bloop, base hit. Garcia, base hit. Garver, all singles. Low, base hit. They just strung them together, and before you know it, they put a 4 spot on the board, and they got Evaldi going. So, I mean, it seems it's a little different in the American League, and this Houston offense can come back, certainly. But, wow, that's what we're talking about with Dusty. I mean, what could he do? Just go get Framber Valdez in the first inning? Maybe. I mean, but he gave up 5 singles and 4 runs right away. And we're seeing a lot of these playoff games, John, decided right away. The Kershaw game, I don't think the Dodgers ever got off the deck from him giving up 6 runs in the top of the first, Arizona, and getting 1 out. And then they just, they never got back in the series. So we'll see. But, wow, Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Man, 4-0.
More Dusty.
Nathan Evaldi, who has pitched so well.
Those were hard-hit balls, but they were all first-pitch singles. I mean, they were just
that was
so
the game
aggressive.
plan.
They had a game plan against Framber Valdez. They were aggressive early, and they were all first-pitch base hits. I mean, change things up a little bit, but can they get back in the game after giving up a 4 spot in the top of the first?
It's early, and Evaldi's been really good in the postseason, so we shall see. So we go to the bottom of the first. That's already underway, 4-0. Then you get the National League going on later tonight, and, of course, you got the Cowboys and the Chargers. Thanks to the boys. Great guest list today. Had a lot of fun today with it. Joe Nedney talked about kicking issues, and we promised to get Joe on when Jake Moody doesn't struggle. He came on earlier. Ted Wynn did a tremendous job, as he always does, breaking everything down. Dante Whitner joined us. And, oh, by the way, an appearance from our good friend Mike Pereira from Fox. Back surgery is about 2 weeks away, but he did say that the fumble was too close. The P.J. Walker fumble was too close. He probably would have kept it like they did. And he said, really, there's nothing they can do about that shoulder-to-shoulder hit. It's bang-bang. He said maybe there could be some changes in the future. So it was just good to hear from Mike.
He picked us up for sure. I miss him on TV every Sunday. And then it picked him up. He texted me, have me on whenever you want. Just give me a bottle of Tito's, and we're going to pray for him. This back surgery is big time on October 31st on Halloween. So, and he has 1 more year in his contract at Fox, so hopefully he doesn't want to go out this way, right? He wants to come back 1 more year. So this Arizona-Philadelphia game, John, the Zach attack. Zach Gallen against Zach Wheeler, each team's aces. I guess I would favor Philadelphia's lineup from top to bottom with Schwarber leading off, but Arizona has Corbin Carroll leading off, Marte and Pham and Walker, Moreno, Gurriel, Thomas, Evan Longoria is at third base, and Perdomo. So, but Philadelphia, I mean, this is going to be a great baseball game. It's going to feel, we're going to watch Cowboys and Chargers tonight and the Manning cast as well. But this baseball game in South Philly at the bank is going to feel like a football game or a hockey game or whatever, because they are so insane right now. But that's going to be a great game for the Phillies. And so now that the Diamondbacks have disposed of the Dodgers, do we have any affinity for Arizona being a National League West team, or do we want them out? Who do we root for in this series? Philly or the D-backs?
I would normally root for the D-backs being a West Coast guy, but Philly's fun. I mean, it's hard not to root for them when that thing's getting going, and I kind of like the Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, kind of that attitude that they have. I'm not a Philly sports fan in any way, shape, or form, but, you sit on your couch and you watch a game, and they just have tons of energy. I think the stadium's cool. I'd love to go to a playoff game there. I mean, it's fun to watch them play. But having said that, of the 4 teams remaining, I want Bochy to win. But in the National League, Philly's kind of fun to watch,
Who'd we root for last year when it was Padres, Phillies, right? We root against Bowmel, though?
Nah, I rooted for the
The
Padres,
Diamondbacks
probably.
we just kind of ignore.
Yeah, we're like, whatever.
I mean, we rooted for them when Bob Brenly managed them and they won the World Series. Certainly didn't like them when they became an expansion team and Buck managed them.
No.
But now, I mean, they're National League West. Do we loathe them as much as the Padres? They don't get the ire up like the Dodgers.
No, they're not like the Dodgers. The Padres aren't like the Dodgers. I mean, San Diego's an incredible city. I love going to San Diego, so I think I rooted for the Padres.
Did you?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and I like Bowmel. Yeah, I like Bowmel. Yeah. I don't know. So, all right. Good time had by all. We will continue our conversation all week long. By the way, one thing we have to get into tomorrow, if it slows down a little bit on 49ers, I saw Bob Myers do his first work for ESPN this weekend. What do you think they asked him about? Clay Thompson.
Of course.
So we'll play some of that for you tomorrow. Very interesting. So we'll give you that. All right, Pop, we will see you tomorrow. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now. They have a tremendous guest list, as always. Matt May, Oko, and our good friend Brent Jones, and more. They're coming up right now on KNBR, Amen FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
So I go to wash my hands. The guy comes up to me, goes, "You don't know who I am?" I go, we had a couple drinks. We all had a little drinks. He goes, "You don't know who I am?" I go, "I'm good, dude. I'm washing my hands." Kyle Shanahan.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we are going to have Brent Jones, per usual, on Monday, and Matt Mayoko, and a new addition on Monday. Although he won't always be on Monday. It's the return of... I was going to say return of the king, but it's not the king. It's just Steve Kerr. So Stephen Douglas will join us a little later on tonight. We'll get his thoughts on the Warriors so far in the preseason, which I have watched a grand total of 0 minutes. So that'll be interesting. Well, we have a Niner loss on the ledger to discuss. You believe me now when I said situationally the Browns favored the Browns?
Well, yeah, dude, it's just like I was telling you all last week. The Browns are in a great spot here to win this game.
I knew
a lot of variables and factors against the Niners here that could go in favor of the Browns. I was telling you, you knew what? What were you saying?
I knew it was over. Because we have a, it's called the FBL, Football Betting League, and it's like you pick 7 college, 5 pros.
Yeah, okay, I know this.
And then you key 1 game, so it's like your bonus game.
You get extra points for it.
It's like probably right around 100 people, if not over 100 people in the league.
So you pick 1 game that you're super confident in and you get extra point.
Correct.
It's like your bonus rack in the 3-point contest, right?
So in the pool, because the lines come out Wednesday, it was Niners minus 4.5.
Yeah.
So I keyed it along with damn near everyone in the pool. And if you didn't key it, people at least took the Niners. And I knew at that point, I go, it's over. I get just way too. It's like they don't hand out free money. And this is like almost like free money. Oh, 4.5? I was like, oh, man. So I tried to go back and change it. it was too late. You got to change it before the first college game on Saturday starts, which I did not do.
Those will get you too. They'll roll out like an 8:30 and like an 8:14 Saturday morning. You're like, whoa, what was this game? Was James Madison playing Fairleigh Dickinson or something? What the hell is this about?
I just know. I go, this not. There's no way it's going to be that easy.
Inevitably, that's how it works.
It wasn't. per usual. It wasn't that easy.
I was watching Jimmy Kimmel last week, and he's from Vegas, right? And he was talking to, I think he was interviewing Amy Poehler, and they're talking about gambling in Vegas, and she asked him if he's a gambler. He's like, not really, because a lot of people who are from Vegas, not so much. He's like, when you grow up there, it's just sort of, it's like a tourist thing. He's like, it's something that's out there. Because one of the very few things my dad taught me, though, when I was a kid, he walked me over to the Strip, and he said, you see all those big, gorgeous, beautiful casinos over there? I said, yeah. He says, you think they built those because people were winning?
He ain't lying.
No, I don't think he did. He goes, that's a good piece of advice, dude. Because people were winning. So, and it's basically every variable that we talked about last week. And it's so funny because that's what I said. And that was kind of both of our take, I think, after the Cowboy game was, I said, I don't know that I could see, and we did say barring health. I mean, health is the one thing that is a
sure,
even an unknown, a bigger unknown variable than you can account for because you don't know who it is and you don't know how it'll affect you when it happens and if somebody steps up or whatever the case may be, what the matchup is and how it affects you. It's why Kyle talks about the analytics not working in football straight up, right? Because injuries are a factor, matchups are a factor, weather's a factor. It's all stuff that plays in, but we're talking, I mean, who knows about the road trip stuff, right? Going on the road's always tough. But as far as leaving California one time in the last month, I don't know if that's a factor, but could be. Who knows? We haven't seen them. We haven't seen them go on the road and win a bunch yet. The health definitely hurt them. The weather seemed to be a factor with Brock Purdy. Purdy not playing well. Could the team overcome it? They had a tough time with it. Also, pretty legit defense for the Browns, dude. That's the best defense. We thought last week maybe best defense in football for the Niners. They were idle. Jim Schwartz, ownage is ownage, man. I mean, that guy, he's got there's multiple teams, multiple levels of talent. I mean, this is the best offense in football, sans the Miami Dolphins. We'll say second best offense in football behind the Dolphins. And Jim Schwartz shut it down. I thought that was a really, really impressive, like tip your cap a little bit to Cleveland, too.
No, there's no doubt. It's not all about the Niners. I mean, you always have to give credit to the opposition, and that defense was really, really good. Yesterday. And, we'll get into it. Purdy was bad. The officiating was bad. The Niners missed some opportunities early in the game, first quarter, where they got the Warner turnover and then went backwards.
They did themselves,
Ayuk dropped the ball. That was going to be about a 40-yard gain, if not a touchdown. So, I mean, they had their chances. They had their chances. But the Browns just hung in there long enough. I in a weird way, I thought scoring on that first drive was I don't want to say the worst thing that happened to them, but you just think it's going to be easy. I think the expectation, at least in people's minds, maybe not theirs, but sometimes that creeps in, was we're going to roll these guys. And no Deshaun Watson, all they have is P.J. Walker out there, and then you take the first drive, right down the field, touchdown. And then you get the pick. You're like, okay, we're in shape. We're good to go. Then they go backwards and miss the 50-plus yard field goal. We get into that, the missed field goal at the end of the game as well. But it just, it happens. It happened to Philly yesterday. Almost happened to Buffalo yesterday. They were they were close, real close to losing. So, I mean, it happens. And I understand with the NFL, people freak out because there's only 17 games.
It's so unpredictable.
And it's just, I mean, it's pro sports. Now, with the Niners, and let's say the Niners played them again, where they didn't have, they're coming off, and in a weird way, too, and we'll get into this as well, I think this is probably, again, I don't want to say the best thing, but it was a good thing they lost this game. Because sometimes if you play like they played yesterday, and find a way to win, it's think,
almost like you're a bulletproof.
Oh, we got this. Right. What are you talking about? Yeah. We're good to go. And now that's kind of like a slap in the face. No, you guys are really, really good. Maybe the most talented team in the NFL. You still got to bring it every Sunday. You have to. I mean, it's just that's pro sports. Guys, the teams ain't laying down for you. I mean, they have pros too, and they're going to play their ass off. And then when they play the 49ers, of course that's going to be a big game. It's like a measuring stick game for other teams. Like, okay, let's see how good we can be.
You're going to get everybody's best shot. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how good we can be. And you got to be up for that. And if you're not, that's what's going to happen to you. Again, 5-1. So 5-0 start, this is what that gets you. 5-0 start gets you like a mulligan like this. Like, that's okay. We got some margin for error now because we got off to such a great start. So, I certainly think they'll refocus. We'll see what the health status is for everybody, and I think Purdy will play better. I mean, again, he was bad. I don't know. I was kidding with my friend yesterday. I said Brock Purdy's like one of those carnies, small hands.
Smells like cabbage.
But they used to say that about Pat Hayden. I remember Pat Hayden when he was playing for the Rams. They're like, oh, you got to put in Joe Namath. They got the big hands. Pat Hayden can't grip the ball like when it's raining and wet and muddy out there.
Put Namath in his hand. Give me those
exactly.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what Purdy's paw size is, but
they didn't
it's
look
been a couple
very big
games
yesterday. Yeah,
it's been a couple games now where he's had trouble gripping the ball when it's been wet. So again, it happens. I'm not going to read too much into it. I know some people will say, "Oh, did the Browns expose something? Is there a blueprint?" Well, yeah, have a great defense.
Yeah,
have a great defense and have some injuries coming off a game where you just obliterated. I mean, again, you're probably not as good as you were against the Cowboys, which is like almost a flawless game, even though they left, I thought, meat on the bone. But they're not that bad offensive. It's always somewhere in the middle. So it was a tough loss. And there's a lot of things I'm sure they'll be looking at on film today going, God dang, that was terrible. It's one game. They're 5-1. They're okay.
And I'm with you there. That it's probably a good thing to have this loss. I said you'd rather have Moody also. I said unless he's doing it. I think I said in the postgame show you'd rather have this happen week 6 than week 16 unless it happens week 16 also. Then I'd be kind of miffed. Now it should be noted also Robbie Gould did miss a kick against the Raiders last year on New Year's Day to lose a game, but Robbie Gould's it's different when a guy has the track record that he has. What was he, like 68 of 68 or something in the playoffs in field goal attempts and makes? Like he had not missed one. He was automatic. So he was like Justin Tucker when he got to the playoffs, as long as he wasn't trying to tackle guys on kickoff returns. But
yeah.
I have a really tough time even looking at Moody and putting it on him. Here's the other thing we'll talk about, and we'll come back and do some of this too. We've got injury updates for you. Jake Moody, I don't believe it, attempted a field goal since the Thursday night Giants game. He kicked extra points. I think they'd scored 11 touchdowns in the last 2 games and had not kicked a field goal. 35 points against the Cardinals and then 42 points on 6 touchdowns against the Cowboys. So it had been a while, and that was a Thursday night game. So Thursday night at home, he might have kicked one, and then you go like 2.5 weeks between field goal attempts. He missed the first, and he missed that last one. But we will talk more about this one. And by the way, we'll get to your calls, 2:50 in about a half hour. We will get to your thoughts on this game. Did this game change your thoughts with anything regarding the 49ers? We will get you the injury updates. Maybe you need to hear about the updates first. Then you'll decide if it changed your mind about anything. Also, the Eagles loss, which benefits the Niners up atop the NFC playoff picture. We'll talk more about that. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We got a giveaway coming your way. We got Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko, and Steve Kerr on the show today, and we'll take your calls at 2:50. More on the Niner loss to the Browns. We've got injury updates on both Debo and Christian McCaffrey next on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
The 49ers win streak comes to an end. They lose 19-17 to the Cleveland Browns at the Factory of Sadness. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
I mean, anytime you lose real good players like that, it's a challenge. But that's stuff you got to go through. That's part of football. I just thought we made too many mistakes, missed assignments and stuff once that happened. And because when that does happen, you got to put some guys in some different positions, stuff that you don't always put them through, but they're responsible for studying, and that's on everybody. But also when it got to that situation, I thought we should have made it easier for those guys, because I think it would have been all right if we didn't lose those guys. But with the amount of mistakes we made in the game, obviously we had too much on them.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. That was just minutes ago. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, who will join us on Thursday, as he does every week throughout the 49ers season, talking about what hurt them in yesterday's game. And he, one thing you got to give credit to, and this is something we had not seen yet from Brock Purdy, is playing that poorly and him standing up as the quarterback and saying, it's on me. It starts with me. I'm the quarterback. You can't look around and say there's injuries, and he gives them credit, and they played a great game. Also, he didn't play well. You know what I mean? I think a lot of things in this game affected him, and the injuries were certainly a factor. As we got injury updates here from Kyle Shanahan in that conference call just minutes ago. We'll start with Christian McCaffrey, who's got the oblique injury and the rib injury, which was pretty apparent. They showed him on the sideline at one point. Did you see that clip, Tom?
Yeah.
Tim and I were watching the game, and he kept going like this, and I was like, dude, is he stretching or does he have a core muscle injury? Then he comes back in the game and takes like one more hit. I think he ran for like a 6-yard gain at the start of the second half and left, and that was the last we saw of him. Also, kind of a funny look. A few guys yesterday went back to the tunnel by themselves. Did you notice that? Guys like walking back.
Yeah.
Like under their own power, but it's funny when guys are walking alone. I'm like, damn, they get like 9 guys to walk them off the field with their hand on their lower back. But then they got to go back to the locker room, and nobody's there. So he's currently getting an MRI, is what Kyle said. Debo's got a shoulder injury. He's listed as day-to-day, so it doesn't sound like it's anything serious, but which means probably that there's nothing injured. There's nothing that could be injured further, but it's a pain thing. So day-to-day. Trent Williams, that was the most concerning one to me. When that happened, I was afraid that was a knee injury. He got rolled up on his leg. It was an ankle, and he is. They confirm it is not a high ankle sprain, which is the best. I mean, it's funny. We hear that, we're like, oh, great, he's good to go. I thought that yesterday. I said to Tim, I went, oh, damn, dude, a knee injury. If that's Trent and a knee, this could be it. And then they say he's getting taped back up, and I go, oh, dude, nice, he's back. He's coming back out. I'm like, there's probably an excruciating pain out there trying to block Myles Garrett,
Yeah.
But anyway, so I guess all in all, we'll see what happens with McCaffrey, but 2 for 3 right there, positive news. One we're just kind of waiting on.
Yeah, I think Trent Williams got a little bit fortunate because he was able to get his leg out of there before it got fully rolled up on. You could see it was in the process of getting rolled up.
And he kind of popped it out. Oh, dude, it was going higher, right.
And then they'll back up over the pile, like they'll fall over the pile, and then the leg gets stuck, and you're like, oh, that's terrible. But, yeah, he was able to kind of straighten it up and get it out of there before any real damage took place. But, yeah, no, that's obviously really good news. And, McCaffrey's the guy you want to be careful with. If he needs to, sit a week or two, then sit a week or two. I fully think Elijah Mitchell is capable of handling those duties. Are they as explosive? Of course not. I mean, this guy might be the best back in the game. So when they have him in there, it's just a different element to what they're able to do. So they would miss that. But I mean, they're fully capable. They got enough guys. And if it's one of those things where, just to be safe, you sit him a week, 2, whatever it is, because he's going to want to play. That's the type of guy he is. But you might have to save him from himself. But we'll see how that injury progresses as we get closer to the weekend. But it's one of those where, as good as he is, I don't think it's detrimental to the offense at all.
It is funny, and that's what we talked about in terms of MVP, right? Like, you didn't have McCaffrey yesterday, and I don't think anybody looks at that as the reason they lost. Sure, it's a factor. I mean, if he plays, you feel a lot better about what they're able to do. He's one of the best players in football. But if Brock plays, incrementally better than he did, then you probably win that game. The defense was one of the strongest elements, I thought, of that game, and people thought they were out there a lot. I mean, it was a lot of 3-and-outs. We'll run through some of that stuff later, but when the defense – I never care so much about time of possession because it doesn't matter if you score fast, right? If you turn it over and you score on 2 plays, who cares to me? Like, time of possession can be a deceiving stat, but it is kind of a real stat when you have that many times that you're off the field inside of like 3 minutes of clock time or 2 minutes of clock time where your defense is constantly out there. They get a stop, and you just go right back out. And they've been working their asses off to get a stop, and Cleveland runs the ball well. I mean, that's what the Niners do to teams. They batter them, and they kind of beat them at their own game there with a quarterback who subpar. I mean, it's not like he did anything crazy to beat him. He gave the ball away a couple of times. It just wasn't they did not. They beat themselves, and every other factor came into play there. Let me ask you this. You mentioned McCaffrey being the factor. Trent Williams, as I said, was the one that scared me the most.
Yeah.
In seeing what Brock did yesterday, we talked at the beginning of the year, because we said injuries are always the factor. You got to survive those. And I think you and I both said the 2 guys we looked at most were Bosa and Williams. If they lost either of them, it'd be really hard for them to continue on. I'm with you on McCaffrey. They went to the NFC Championship without him a couple of times, right? Went to a Super Bowl without him. I think they can do that. Has Brock Purdy reached that level now? Is he in that class for you where he's got to play well and he has to be... Like, if they don't have Brock, that's a problem now. And I'm not talking about last year's NFC Championship. I'm talking the impact he has now on the team, where we talked about, can he put a team on his back? And for as poorly as he played yesterday, he put him in position to win the game at the final drive. He played well enough to do that.
Yeah, he did.
On the final drive.
Let's also acknowledge on the final drive, he came very close to throwing a pick on his first throw.
Listen,
That probably should have been a pick. I mean, that was... That was the thing that probably surprised me more than anything yesterday was he was just so inaccurate. He's been so accurate so far in his career that he was wildly off.
The rain was bad for him, I think. Right before the pick.
Very well could have been.
Yeah, he had really, really erratic throw right before the pick. And then when he threw the interception, they showed, they had a couple of really good camera shots yesterday that were really, really close, like the hyper slow-mo one. And you could see kind of the way the ball released off his hand, how the fingertips kind of like pushed it up a bit. He didn't have a grip on it. Like, he just sort of pushed it up. Small hands smell like cabbage.
Carnies.
Carnies. So, if that's a factor, that's a fact. I mean, he's not going to make an excuse for that, but I'd almost rather that be the issue than he's trying to squeeze it into tight places.
Yeah.
But he looked under duress yesterday. We haven't seen that really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, give a lot of credit to that defense.
They're
that is
good,
a really, really good defense. And for whatever reason, the Schwartz-Shanahan thing is real. That's a real thing. It was like going on, 11 games now.
Yeah.
So it's not fluky anymore. Like, he's doing something. Now, it helps having a tremendous defense as well. No doubt about that. But, it was just a bad game. Purdy played bad. This is what happens sometimes. You start. It's almost like you romanticize like Jordan and Montana and like all the greats. You go back and look at some of Jordan's playoff games where he's like 6 for 23.
Yeah,
and wasn't very. Everybody has bad games. So you're allowed to have a bad game every now and then. We'll see how he plays the next game. Like the next game, I think will be really, really telling because it's going to be played inside. You're not going to have any weather concerns, and you're not going to have a stout defense. So I suspect he's going to come back and play like he's played before this game, like all games before this game. I just suspect that's going to be the case. So again, a bad game. Guys have bad games. People have bad games. Quarterbacks have bad games. Everybody has bad games. It's just you can't stack them together. You can't have a bunch of bad games because that's when you're not playing anymore. And at the quarterback position, that's what separates good from very good from great is the consistency of your really good games. So Yeah, it wasn't good. I mean, it was bad, but I give him credit. He shook it off, and like you said, put him in position to win the game. He just wasn't. His accuracy was off. Like, I don't know if the clock was sped up a little bit. They were getting some pressure on him. If that bothered him, the weather, I think, could have played a big factor.
Hey, refs helped out too, big time. Refs, thanks a lot.
The refs were dead.
You guys were all over this one, huh?
Yeah, the refs were bad. the refs were bad. But I said the same thing a couple of their players said right after the game. They didn't deserve to win that game.
No, they did not.
They did not deserve to win that game.
You're lining up for a game-winning field goal there, and you're thinking, boy, if you win this one, you stole one here. We want to hear from you. Your thoughts on this game, because somebody did just text and said, excuse me, Cobes, Moody makes that kick, they win the game. I'm like, yeah, he should make that kick, 100%. We'll talk more about that. I want your thoughts at 250, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. That is also the phone number to call. In about 20 minutes, we'll get your thoughts on this one. What concerned you about this loss? Brock Purdy, Tom, give me a call right now. One step back for you, man. Good thing you still got 2 more games to decide on whether or not you're in on Brock Purdy. We'll get more into this one again.
So that's why you wait, Copes.
That's why you wait, dude. Good for you, giving yourself an out. The recap here on the injuries. McCaffrey is getting an MRI there on the oblique and the ribs. Debo day-to-day with the shoulder, and Trent Williams does not have a high ankle sprain. All of these could have been hugely impactful, but those are good news, at least so far, on 2 of the 3. We'll talk more about the games itself, what played the biggest role in the loss. Did Brock look affected to you by the injuries, the defense, the weather? You know the national narrative is going to be, oh, he needs everything to go right. Well, yeah, that's how good teams win championships. We'll talk more about this one. What most concerned you? Your calls at 808-KNBR in about 20 minutes on the Sports Leader. Give me a call right now.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLR.
3, 4. You think the situation favors the Browns?
Oh, no doubt.
I think without their starting quarterback, no way.
No. Situationally?
I think they're going to win by double digits. They could.
Orton Burks for the blitz. The ball got out. It's a fumble. And the 49ers dive out of no play. Hold on. John Hussey whistling it dead. Was there no play? Orton Burks came in a linebacker blitz, calls the fumble. It's an incomplete pass. Oh, that's the wrong call. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. Purdy, he is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year, his first pick since New Year's Day in Vegas. Walker throws high, incomplete.
They're going to get a penalty on Deshaun Gibson. Hit on a defenseless player.
Snap, hold, Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Cleveland rocks! Cleveland rocks! Cleveland rocks! Cleveland rocks! Cleveland rocks!
I was hoping for more of a Cleveland Brox, Tom. No, didn't work out for the Niners. Nicely done there on that rejoin, Derek. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. What do you call the opposite? What's the opposite of a victory Monday? Loser Monday? Loser Monday. Factory of sadness. It sure was, wasn't it? For the 49ers this weekend as Jake Moody misses the field goal. And again, had not attempted a field goal since the Thursday game against the Giants, which is pretty incredible there. He missed 2 in the game. Somebody texted in and said if he makes that final field goal, Niners win the game. I go, well, yeah, if he made the first one. They might not have been in that situation either. So a lot of reasons why this one went wrong for the Niners. They didn't play well. It was their worst played game of the season. They didn't help themselves out, and then referees get in the way. And it's easy when you don't play well, I think, and you don't catch breaks. What's funny is I was looking at it, the fourth quarter, the Browns were they out-penalized the 49ers, both in total penalties and yards in the fourth. But the Niners happened on really one crucial play. It was the fourth down where they're getting off the third down, they're getting off the field. And the unsportsmanlike leads to a first down. And then the next play, they get called for the defensive holding, which was ticky-tack relative to the entirety of the way the game was played. But the other crucial play was the one right before the half. The P.J. Walker blown dead, what ended up being an intentional grounding call, which the most frustrating part about that is the urgency at which the referee blew that dead. He came running up like Bosa hadn't even touched the ball yet, I think, as it came loose, and he runs up from behind PJ. I mean, it's the actual head official. He's running up from behind the play and blows it dead immediately and calls incomplete. And I go, that's even upon review. Like, my thought is, if when we look at the review of that play, and if it had been called the other way, if they called it a fumble, and then it gets reviewed because it's a turnover, is it confirmed or is it indisputable? Like, I think either way, it's tough to confirm that play. Like, I look at the replay and I still don't go, if it had been called the other way, it probably would have stood as a fumble. Which is why I don't understand why you blow a call dead that is then not reviewable. You can't review an incomplete, can you, after you throw the flag? Or they did review it, I think, for intentional, because they reviewed the box on grounding. Yep. Right, yeah.
Yep. I didn't know. I don't know.
All three crucial.
If they would have called it a fumble, I don't know what you do with it. Because you blew the whistle before anybody recovered it. Nobody mentioned that in the broadcast. I was thinking.
I was wondering that too. What do you do if you blow it?
Like, so what if they did call it a fumble? Now what do you do with it? Do you say, well, the Niners were going to recover? No,
you
because
can't call it a fumble. Then it's impossible, right?
Once you blow the whistle, then the other players stop. So I think they would have had to give it back to him one way or the other. That's why you don't blow the whistle. You let things play out, and then you go back and hash it out. Always. The best officials do that. That was not the best officiation, best officials in that game. There's no doubt about it. Because you let the play happen, let the turnover happen. All turnovers are reviewed anyway. You can always go back and review that. Always. I just hate I hate the rule because yes, you can pass it underhand, but he was doing that for one reason: get rid of the ball. That's it. He wasn't trying to get it to anybody. He's like, let me just try to get rid of this. The ball's moving forward. It just that I don't know. The whole rule kind of gets me. I understand it, but I'm not down with it. Yeah, there were some big plays in that game, absolutely, and I thought the officials stunk, but they had their chances. As far as Moody is concerned, I mean he was perfect until that game. So I'm not going to get on him for especially the 50-plus shorter and in that type of weather. I didn't think it was a huge deal. The 41-yarder, yeah. I think they said 81% of 41-yard field goals in the NFL are made. Yeah, they should be.
That's in the 19.
You're a professional kicker. But guys do miss kicks. And that was his first game winner of his career. I mean, he's a rookie. The first game winner of his career. It wasn't the greatest conditions. He's going to get. I mean, I think he'll get used to that. He better get used to that because that's the job. But there's got to be some amount of nerves that go along with that type of kick in that weather. And you're first as a professional. So I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, my God, and they have a kicking problem or Moody might be an issue. I mean, again, like I said with Purdy, same with Moody. How do you move forward? Next week, much like Purdy, I think that'll be the conditions set up great for Purdy next week. Conditions set up great for Moody if they ask him to kick a lengthy field goal next week. Why? Indoors? Surface? I mean, he should have no problems. Now those, if it was a 41-yarder indoors yesterday, I mean, those got to be like automatic. Those are like free throws for Steph Curry. I mean, those are just bang them through. No weather, perfect surface. Those are good. But
he's not groupie, though, of the Saints. I mean, there was some bad kicking across the NFL yesterday and some bad chip shots. Like, again, I don't want to say he shouldn't have been in that spot. Then you start nitpicking whether or not they should have been closer, running more plays. And none of that stuff really concerned me because, again, I thought they were losing the game. I thought after they give up the touchdown, or after they give up the field goal, they are losing the game is sort of where my mind's at. Then they get it back there and an opportunity to win it, and they start putting together a drive. And Tim and I are watching. I said, man, if they win this is an absolute steal. And to your point, Tom, we'll talk more about this, and we'll get to you callers' thoughts on that topic. It's sometimes not a bad thing to have a loss, to have a little humbling scenario here. This
the goal isn't to go undefeated.
No. The goal is to win a championship.
Damn, what Dante's prediction last 4 days?
Yeah.
Damn.
Close. Pretty good. We'll get to your calls when we come on back, but we'll go to the phone lines now, actually, before we take a break. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call and the phone number to text. What concerns you most, if anything, about the loss yesterday? Is a specific play that stands out? Did you think the Niners should have been more aggressive at the end of the game? Some people very upset about Kyle's play calling. They were saying he was passing it way too much. First 10 snaps of the second half, 5 and 5, run and pass, and they weren't going for anything. Third quarter, Purdy 1 for 3 passing. He completed 1 for 1 yard to Kittle. He had 1 intercepted, and he threw 1 incomplete pass. So I checked all the boxes there, at least in the third, which was the worst quarter of the year for the Niners. 808 KNBR. Let's go out to Scarecrow. Scarecrow's in Modesto. Scarecrow, what's going on, man? What bothered you most about this loss yesterday?
Well, we discovered that Brock Purdy and Moody are both human beings, and they're capable of, having a bad game. And the bad part about it is I guess I'm going to have to maybe hold off on my deposit on my Super Bowl tickets. There's nothing wrong with these guys. They just had a bad game. Call it that and leave it at that.
Did the loss change how you feel about them? You said hold off on your Super Bowl tickets. Did it change your scope on the team?
No, because I wasn't planning on getting Super Bowl tickets anyway.
Nice. Well, all right, Scarecrow. Appreciate the comment.
That's just an unacceptable phone call.
Yeah.
We need more rage. That's too sensical. We don't need that.
Yeah.
It's a Monday. The Niners lost. Let's go.
I'm more pissed at Derek for humiliating me in front of all of our listeners at the start of the segment there and playing my take from last week that I thought the Niners would win by double digits. I got great value on my 5.5, Derek.
You did.
Great value.
You can go to the closing line value bank with the rest of us.
Yeah.
You had to see all the money in the CLV bank. Oh, it's incredible.
It's
impressive.
Great.
You can't touch it, but it's there.
I said, you see that $100 right there? That's my $100.
Yeah, it's right there. It's in there.
Well, it was. But look at the shelf it's on. It's all valuable. More of your calls, 808 KNBR. What bothered you most or frustrated you most about this loss yesterday? Any concern with Brock Purdy, the injury to McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel? Do any of those change the way you see the season going?
I would cut his fat ass.
Who is that about? Oh, more rage. He says he would.
Yeah, we need rage.
The last caller. I don't want to insult Scarecrow like that. He just wasn't all that mad. It tells you the confidence people have in the 49ers. Where we're like, kind of a blip here. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call. By the way, we got some tickets we're going to give away to you. I'll tell you about those next. Only here on the Sports Leader. Giants have interviewed Alyssa Nacken for their vacant managerial position. Also reported this weekend, former big leaguer, former Giant, and Stephen Vogt is set to be interviewed this week. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Loser Monday. Niners lose 19-6. Black Friday and Loser Monday. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, hold them up. We're making a field goal together because we're on opposite sides there.
We may get the paper football.
We better go extra wide if it's our boy Moody kicking it. Does he misses one wide right.
Did you ever play that game when you were in school, the paper football?
Dude, like the girls in my class hated rainy days, and we would like get excited because we're like, dude, it doesn't rain here ever. Now we get to play paper football. The guys in my class huddle around. We had paper footballs that were sitting in the desk for months. You know what I mean? Because you just fold up like 100 of them and you never get to use them. But
paper football's the best.
Great game. Yeah, at this point, maybe better than regular football based on how the Niners played yesterday. Lots of you guys are hanging here on the phone lines. What bothered you most about yesterday's loss? Scarecrow came. He teed us off, but he wasn't quite as hot as I thought people were going to be.
He wasn't angry.
Maybe Niner fans aren't that mad. Let's see. We'll go out to the phone lines here. Let's go out to is it Tom or Ton? Ton's in Hayward. We'll do that one. We'll do that one after. Sorry, Derek said to take that one. Ton is a hot take. I think is going to come with one. Let's go to David in San Jose. David in San Jose. David thinks it was a big deal that they botched that fumble. What's going on, David? How are you?
Good. How you guys doing, man?
Good.
So that fumble, that botched fumble yesterday, I would say complete botched by the officials. You know, if Bosa would have picked that ball up and scored that touchdown, we wouldn't be talking about, Moody missing the field goal missing the field goal that. Give the kid a break. He missed a couple field goals. The Niners are good. They're going to be all right. I think they're going to be all right. But my take is, as he was trying, the quarterback for the Browns, I forgot his name right now. But
P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker, there you go. As he was trying to throw the ball forward, I think instead of throwing it forward, I think he was trying to pull the ball in to his chest as he was getting tackled, and it just slipped out of his hands. When I was watching the replays over and over and over yesterday, it looked like to me he was trying to pull it up, and it just clearly slipped out of his hands.
You're going tuck rule.
So I think, yeah, exactly. I think it's complete tuck rule, and the officials just completely botched it. So I don't know. I would say give the Niners a break. They'll be good. They'll be good next week.
Appreciate the call, David. Thanks so much, man. Check in anytime. I'll tell you what it wasn't. It wasn't definitive.
No.
That was my one issue, and to blow it dead so quickly when it clearly wasn't definitive was what was frustrating.
I think when the ball left his hand, the arm was moving forward. I'm just not so sure that he had control. Right. I'm not so sure he had control of the ball.
Exactly.
I thought the ball may have been squirting out of his hand before he actually started the forward motion. But again, it's the rule. It's just the rule bothers me because he was not throwing the damn ball, but his arm was moving forward, and that's the rule. If the arm's moving forward, but what are you throwing the ball? I mean, he's like under. And again, if you want to say, well, Tom, you can throw it underhand. Yeah, technically you can. There's no rule against it. It just, sometimes it doesn't look right. Like the Brady one years ago. It's like, come on.
The ball's going down.
Really? He's like, I go, if he's throwing the ball to his left pinky, yeah, it was open. He got it. But it just, again, sometimes you look at a replay and go, really? Seriously? And that was kind of one of those ones you looked at and go, really? Seriously? He was throwing. But again, they blew the whistle. I don't even know if the Niners could have got the ball after that. Because you blew the whistle. It's dead at that point. So I have no idea what you do. I'd like for somebody to maybe, if they knew, my guess would be play's dead. It's over. I mean, you can't fumble. You can't recover a fumble when the play's dead.
Well, Brent Jones joins us at 3:50, so we can ask him.
Yeah, maybe he knows. And the Browns were the last team to have the ball. So my guess would be they get it back, but I don't know. I wish they would have somebody would have explained that.
I do know if the Niners get it at worst, they're at like the 3. At best, my individual defensive player play of Nick Bosa in my fantasy league was going to go really nicely. Eddie is in the Bay. Nice. Eddie, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem, Eddie.
Listen, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm upset with officiating. It's every year. Nothing's changed. I work as consumers, as somebody who owns a company. when we make a mistake, what does everybody want done? We want to make it right. Just get it right. The XFL has a guy sitting in a command center with a high football IQ 1,000 miles away from the distractions, the noise of the stadium, watching every play and getting it down to the officials and saying, you know what? Nah, that wasn't an illegal hit on Gibson. Let's pick that up. Let's take that back. I don't understand why all these years later the NFL can't get it right. I thought we changed the instant replay like in the 80s to cut down how long games took, like in the mid-80s, early 90s.
That's right.
They were tired of games lasting 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Dude, I don't care if that game lasts 6 hours if you get it right. Just get it right. Replay everything. If a flag is thrown and that somebody and on the other sideline they're not happy with the flag, send it up to a command center. Get these calls right. Take out any human error and just get it right, man.
I appreciate the call.
I will say this: he'll be the only one that doesn't care if a game's 6 hours long. Trust me, because people are going to be like, "Yo, man, I'm out.
Dude?
I got to go."
People are like, I watch baseball now. It's faster. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, baseball moves.
Baseball makes a comeback, dude. It's like the fastest sport in America. Yeah.
You got to watch baseball now. It's incredible. But I'm with him on the guy sitting up top. I've said
Sky
that
Judge,
forever.
I like that
they
too.
Should have one guy watching and buzzing down, and that's it. Period. You still have your challenges, of course, but he's the one guy. Just buzz. If something looks funny, let me take a look at it for 30 seconds, and then I've also said that you have a minute to look at it. If you can't figure it out by then, it's not definitive. Move on with the game. But yeah, I don't want. As you well know, I don't want that much replay in the game. I think we've gone a little bit overboard with it. I don't need everything to be exactly right. I don't. I need to fix the egregious mistakes. Those are the ones I need to fix.
Right.
I don't need to fix everything.
It's just like we talk about the 2-minute report. Why is 2 minutes so much more important
Exactly.
in basketball than 3 or 4 or 5? Like, why is that more important? And to me, as a texter here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, you can always check in 415-808-KNBR. We're taking your calls as well, 808-5627. They say when you're blaming refs for the loss, your team sucked and probably was losing anyway. They did stink pretty bad yesterday, the Niners. Two things true, though. Refs stunk and Niners stunk. And here's the issue. I don't think the refs were bad and hurt the Niners the entire game. Some people would look at it that way. It's never how I view things, but it would be out of context and intellectually dishonest to say that the game doesn't go different if the Niners, if they call that a fumble. And again, nobody knows. I just don't think it should have been blown dead when it was blown dead. I'm not upset that they ended up with the ball. I am upset the Niners got down there with an interception and didn't score. There's no guarantee they're getting points out of it. But I do think specifically on the roughing hit or on the unsportsmanlike, whatever the egregious, unnecessary roughness hit was, it just looked bad. And so much now, so frequently we call penalties that just look bad. I mean, Christian McCaffrey takes hard hits all the time. Yeah. The one last night with Josh Allen, just like in his face. Some of that stuff is ridiculous. And the one yesterday, there was a play like that in the Arkansas-Alabama game. Kid comes across the middle, the tight end. He gets shoulder checked, and I thought for sure it was an unsportsmanlike. The ref is standing like right over him and doesn't throw a flag with his hands on his hips. And then you see the replay. It was almost an identical hit to the one that who was it? Was it Deshaun Gibson? Gibson lays the hit on. Was it on Amari Cooper who was coming over on a cross there? I can't remember exactly who he hit, but I think that's who it was. That's a big dude. You got to hit him hard, and that's how we're training guys to hit him. So if you can't hit hard in the secondary in the way you're supposed to hit, this is a type of play. Maybe it's unsportsmanlikes that we have the Sky Judge for. Maybe it's things like that in a late game, because there's no doubt to the 408 texter here that changed the complexion of the end of that game, because the Niners then didn't get off the field on defense. They thought they were going to win right there. Then it's a first down, another 15-yard or another 10-yard holding penalty, and now they're cooking, and they end up taking the lead. So it was a fact.
It's bad when you look at something and go, "Oh, that could be a flag."
That was a wrong call, right?
Yeah, and I know that's what they do. If it looks overly violent, then they're going to throw the flag. Maybe they've been instructed to. I'm not sure, but it's got to be worth a look. Like, at least in college, they go back and look at it. They go back and look at those plays. I don't think you can look at it in the NFL. I don't think that one's reviewable. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Those type of plays, it would take literally 30 seconds. And I say I don't need everything to be looked at and poured over. Those are big penalties. Those are like 15-yard penalties. So those are the type of ones you look at and go,
to give you a first down on a 4th and 10.
And again, they're easy. You look at it and go, that was easy to look at. It was shoulder to shoulder. So what? He got rocked. That's what Gibson's supposed to do. He's a safety. He's supposed to hit things coming across the middle. Yeah, that was bad. And you can say, look, you can say two things. One doesn't have to be. I'm not anyway. I don't think you are either. I'm not blaming the officiating. It was bad, and the Niners were bad.
It was a factor. They were all factors. Every bit of it.
Offensively, they were bad. The Niners, bad offensively. The officials, bad. I mean, that's just so, it's not, they didn't lose because of the officiating. It didn't help them, but guess what? They didn't help them. They had more than enough chances to win that game. They didn't do it. That one's on them, period. And the officiating stunk.
You think Wisnowski?
Oh, and real quick, he was saying they need to get the officials need to be held accountable. They might be in private, but I'm going to tell you this. This is the best they have. Like, I tell people this in the NBA, they're like, oh, these guys stink. I'm like, well, you ought to see what's behind them.
Remember the replacement refs? Everybody forgets about the replacement refs. They got to be better. It's like, dude,
awful. Those guys were awful. So, this is what they have. It's not like they have an endless pool of incredible officials out there that are, like, eager to officiate games. No. As I've said it before, why the hell would I want to get into officiating nowadays? All I do is get yelled at by parents, screamed at, make $25 a game to start off with, in hopes of someday making it to the big leagues.
You're bringing the anger now. You're bringing the anger like you want the callers to bring the anger. See, let's see.
Why do I want to do that?
Dude, this guy looks like he's got anger. Hugo. Dude, Hugo's in Memphis. Let's get out of San Francisco, out of the Bay Area. See if we can go down to Memphis
walking in Memphis
and get some anger here. Hugo, what concerned you most about the Niners' loss yesterday? Hugo, you're on the Sports Leader.
I think the big. Hey, how are you guys doing? By the
Good,
way,
man.
I think the biggest thing is that, like I said at the beginning, was that how much is Christian McCaffrey's oblique injury going to affect Kyle Shanahan's playbook? Because I have a feeling that his playbook was surrounded around Christian McCaffrey, not so much Brock Purdy. And to see if he has another game plan that doesn't include either Deebo Samuel or Christian McCaffrey. Because I have no doubt yesterday that they would have had a different outcome had Christian or Deebo been in the game at the end of the 2 minutes.
Hugo, thanks for the call, man. Two things. Definitely not angry. Very measured, measured question, though. Good question about it. And I wonder, people were saying that, why was he dropping back to pass so much? Is the entire thing built around McCaffrey? No, dude, we've seen this offense for years. It's built around the run game. Absolutely. Yep. They want to run it 35 times a game. That would be ideal. 40 times, they know they're going to win. They got outrushed yesterday. People were saying, well, why not get Kittle involved? It's not as simple as just get Kittle involved. You saw how much duress he was under. When you remove a tight end from there and you send him out to go run some routes, like Ray McLeod filled in, I think, for Deebo. He sat in that spot afterwards and a few targets, but that wasn't a factor. The passing game wasn't there, but the run game wasn't there either. It's not like they were gashing with J.P. Mason or Elijah Mitchell. They looked fine, but it wasn't. I really can't look at this game as a play call game. I got a really tough time with that. It's saying a guy who absolutely owns him as a defensive coordinator and a defense that it's not like they played out of their minds. This is what they've been doing. They hadn't seen an elite offense yet, sans the Baltimore Ravens. They were coming off a bye. That's why Tom was saying last week, this was a good situation for an upset for a team like that. It was, for me, they didn't have the firepower, and they didn't need the firepower, ultimately. Yeah. I didn't see the Niners getting held this low on offense, but it's where we are. It's what happened. Yeah. So,
I mean, to be clear, I thought the Niners would win.
I thought,
I just thought it would be closer than people thought it might be, just because of the situation. But look, I was with you. I just thought P.J. Walker, Chubb, no Chubb, and then P.J. Walker for Watson, that it's just going to be clear. It may be tight, but the Niners will have enough for them. They didn't. They almost did. 41-yard field goal away from having enough for him. But, again, the game still would have been the same had you made that field goal. You make that field goal, everything else is still exactly the same. And all the things that went wrong during the game, Trent Williams said it, didn't deserve to win. They didn't deserve to win. And sometimes when you don't deserve to win and you win, then you're just setting yourself up for a fall in the future because you think you're bulletproof at that point. We could play like crap and still win football games. Yeah. But they didn't.
But I'd rather them do that next time. You know what I mean? I'd rather them figure out a way next time. And that would be their days. Well, they figured out a way to win, kind of. You know what I mean? It would have been resilient to win this game, but I don't know if it's as good for them in the long term, I think is what you're saying, is where we come down on that. 415-808-KNBR is the phone number to call. Let's go out to Diana. Diana and Gustine wants to talk about
Thanks
what she
for taking my call.
What's up, Diana? How are you?
Hey, I'm great. I was born and raised into a faithful family, so here I am. Not going to lie, I kind of felt nervous about this game all week long. Coming off of the Dallas high, I didn't want to, toot my horn too much because I knew we had a tough game coming up on Sunday. Felt a little more confident when, heard that Watson was out for the game, but I, knowing that defense and how they were going to play us, that was kind of the hard pill to swallow.
What do you think was the biggest concern in the loss? Like, what element you think is the most bothersome to you?
Definitely the most bothersome to me were the injuries. I kind of started having flashbacks there for a minute to the NFC Championship game. We're like, oh, here's the domino, right? Here's, Debo's out. Oh, Trent's ankle. Oh, there goes McCaffrey. I'm like, no more. Let's just try to stay healthy. And I think the biggest thing is, when you have the caliber of players and the lineup that we have on both sides of the ball, if you lose any person, you're going to feel that impact. We started down without Dre, and then, we lost who we lost in that game. I think if Trent would have had to have gone out, that would have been a whole nother story. I mean, thank God he stuck in there and did what he could for the team, and I think he did a great job considering that ankle. He had to go out in a boot. So I think that was my biggest concern for sure.
Okay, Diana, thanks for the call. I get what she means, though, about the, having PTSD about guys falling left and right. Because and that's what we talked about coming in. It's funny, on the pregame yesterday, John Lund said, Week 6 last year was the loss to Atlanta. And that's when the injuries really, really took their toll on the Niners. They were missing 9 of 11 defensive starters. Marcus Mariota started, 10 of 10 or 12 of 12 or something to start the game. And they lost. I don't even think they lost by that much. They had a chance at the end of the game. And sort of same thing. Penalties kept pushing them back. That happened in this one, too. Penalties were beating them them beating themselves. They had the one where, I want to say Brock took a sack early. Then they get to a holding penalty, moved them way back into their own territory. They had to punt it away. Just the second half was a disaster for them. What's up? What's the cat doing? Did you put the mic to the cat, the microphone to the cat's mouth?
To say something.
She said, "I blame the injuries too."
She goes, "Look, I got something to say."
Is what she'd said, but I don't. It's tough to say. Yeah, if they have McCaffrey, the chances are better. Do they win? I don't know. He wasn't killing them.
Well, I'll tell you something. Pippi, big fan of the Niners yesterday. She hates the dog pound. Can't stand the dog pound.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, big fan of the Niners. Very upset, disappointed that they lost the game. Look, even when McCaffrey was in the game, after the first drive, it wasn't like the offense was flowing. And we haven't really even got into. I mean, they had. I talked about the Ayuk ball that he could have caught that would have been a massive play at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
The ball that Purdy overthrew McCaffrey, that would have been a touchdown.
Yep.
That was there. I mean, they had their chances. There were plays out there to be made. They just didn't make them yesterday. They've been making the majority of those plays throughout the year. They didn't make them yesterday. And when you don't make those plays against that type of defense, you're only going to get so many chances. And that type of defense is not like, we got another chance. It's like Dallas. Dallas is supposed to be a good defense, and maybe they still are. Who knows? The 49ers went through them quite easily. And that was a game where if you botched a chance, you just got another one. And then if you botched that one, you got another one. They had 21 points at the end of half. Should have had 35.
Yeah.
We'll just get another chance. We'll get another chance. We'll get another chance. Yesterday was not like that. Yesterday, if you had your chance, you better capitalize on it because you're not going to get many more of those chances. They had a few of them. They didn't capitalize on them. They needed to capitalize on them. And again, I think it's interesting. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see this again, but I don't know. Was it raining a little bit? I don't know if it was raining in Seattle last year.
It was on that Thursday game?
Yeah, and he had a decent game that game, didn't he?
It was also McCaffrey's heaviest carry game. It was raining a little bit. Remember, he was hurt. He didn't throw all week until the walkthrough the day before, in the ballroom. And that's the game where everybody looks and they go, that was a different. He needed to do something that he hadn't done before, which was play through injury. So this is a learning experience. They
no doubt.
They lost by 2 points on the road, and the Eagles went out and lost too. So it may not have hurt him all that much. Back out to the phone lines here. Steve is in San Francisco. Steve, what bothered you about the loss, or did anything bother you?
Hey, guys, how you doing, man? Tom, it sounds like you're doing the show from the dog pound a minute ago.
I am. No, there's no dog in here, just a feline right now. Usually they come in here and they coexist together, but right now it's an audience of one.
All right. So, hey, man, I just want to say we should have saw this coming way back when they didn't sign Robbie Gould and didn't give him his money. Because you can't, the moment was too big for him, man, yesterday. You got a rookie kicker out there. I just hope it doesn't get to the point where Shanahan has to second-guess himself. Do I have to go for a two-point conversion? Do I have to go for it on fourth down rather than take field goal or rather than kick a 1 point? I just hope it doesn't get to that point. Hopefully,
well, I mean, look, it's only one miss. I mean, he missed a 50-yarder, but let's go ahead and excuse that because, I mean, Tyler Bass, who's a real good field goal kicker for the Bills, missed 2 50-yarders yesterday. Those aren't easy. I mean, you got to give him a little bit of a break. It's his first game-winning kick of his career. He's a rookie. I mean, guys do miss kicks. It's not like everybody else is perfect. So if it happens again, yes, now it starts to bear watching, and we'll see. That's the thing about kickers. They're all going to miss, but who can recover mentally? Who can get over it? Flush it, move on. Next time I have a game winner, let's go ahead and bury this sucker. And then they do bury it, and you continue on down that road. So, yeah, trust me, Shanahan is not even close to being in the mode of, should we go for 2? Should we not kick a field goal? I mean, this guy, what was it, L.A., I think, didn't Moody hit like a 57-yarder? In
yes,
L.A.?
before the half.
I mean, he bombed it. It was a bomb. I mean, right down the middle. So, again, if he had missed 2 or 3 and then missed his game winner, then I'm like, we might have an issue. This is the first game he's actually missed a field goal, and one of them was 50-yard plus in inclement weather. Not now. Not now. I'm not saying it doesn't bear watching if he misses another one of those type of kicks in stressful situations, but not on the first one.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we lost the game, really. I don't want to be undefeated. I just think it's like, I don't know, you come riding in undefeated and, I mean, better this happen now in week 6, than later down the line, in a more important game. And you know what? We got beat, man. Browns were number one defense, and they showed it. We had some trouble moving the ball, and hats off to them, man. They beat us.
Yep.
Appreciate the call, Steve. Thanks so much, dude. We will get back to more of your calls, 808 KNBR, and your texts. I see you guys checking in. Also, everybody checking in on Twitch and the YouTube stream. A lot of you guys frustrated, but it doesn't sound like a lot of people are all that upset. Like, it seems like it's a pretty reasonable, understandable loss from a 49er fan's perspective. The question is, what's the status of Christian McCaffrey going forward? And this is where things get funky. If he is not, I mean, even if he's not 100%, we're talking maybe a little bit more J.P. Mason, but how healthy is Elijah Mitchell? He played yesterday, but he's had a really tough time staying on the field in his short NFL career. We can talk more about that a little bit later. Brent Jones joins us at 3:50, 4:50, Matt Mayoko, and 5:30. Our first conversation this year with Steve Kerr, who's going to join us weekly throughout the Warriors season. By the way,
Tom. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, by the way, we are we're giving away tickets because we care about you. Check this out. Tune in between 2 and 6 all week long. We're going to give you a cue to call, and when you hear the cue to call, if you are caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you can win tickets furnished by Westside Promotions to it's a boxing event down at the Cow Palace. Yet again, Westside Promotions is presenting championship boxing at the Cow Palace Saturday, November 4th. It's the third event in the series called Resurrecting the Palace. It's an exciting, action-packed event and a night of live boxing. WBC Latino lightweight title is on the line. In the main event, Adam Blue Nose Lopez faces off against Giovan King Gio Gonzalez. Also in action, undefeated Filipino sensation Jacob Makalui and undefeated 2016 Russian Olympic boxer Peter Kamukov. From Cork, Ireland, Tommy Hyde. These are all going to be names and faces you'll see November 4th at the Cow Palace. Tickets are still available at westside-promotions.com, or you can listen all week, and when you hear this cue to call...
I broke my back. Spinal.
That's
that one kills me.
That's good, dude. When you hear that cue to call, be caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win those tickets November 4th to Westside Promotions, Resurrecting the Palace. Again, WBC Latino lightweight title on the line when you hear that cue to call. When we come on back, more from your calls and on the 49ers losing to the Cleveland Browns. Is it good for Purdy to have a game like this? We'll talk about what that meant and whether or not the health of the roster is going to be a factor for him. That's all next. Then we'll catch up with Brent Jones at 3:50. 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning, and Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund. They both reacted to the 49ers' surprise loss to the Cleveland Browns. Both podcasts are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Hope you had a nice weekend. Adam Copeland here, once again talking about O'Donnell Financial Group. We talk about it every week, and it's because every week we get closer and closer to retirement. At least that's the plan. And if you have started planning for retirement, or maybe you haven't and you're thinking about it, don't you want to know if you're setting yourself up correctly, if you're paying too many fees, too high of a rate, or if you're taking too much risk, or if you're going to be able to live the life that you've envisioned for yourself and your family when you finally get to retirement? That's where Greg O'Donnell and his team come in. He's been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area. People like us plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are easy to talk to. There's no cost. There's no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or you can go online to o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Obviously, you score on the first drive, but, we ran the ball a lot. And so for me, it's like, all right, let's get into a rhythm. Let's hit the guys when they're open. Let's move the chains and then put up points. And so that was my mentality the whole game, every drive, even though, I missed some throws and whatnot. That's where I was at. But at the end of the day, man, I feel like I didn't play to the standard that I need to.
49er quarterback Brock Purdy there after the Niners' 19-17 loss yesterday. He played the worst game, of his career to this point. 12 of 27 in the game. 3 sacks. He took 125 yards passing, and that's like high relative to what those numbers even look better. I think based on that last drive where he threw for 50-plus yards. 1 touchdown pass was the little shovel pass to McCaffrey, who, by the way, did score in his 15th consecutive game, tying the juice. He tied the juice. Congrats to Christian McCaffrey. If he checks in, guys, you better be all over that. Hey, Twitterverse. Hey, if he checks in, Derek.
This is OJ.
If Juice checks in on McCaffrey. Boy, I hope he's okay. I hope his ribs are all right. If the Juice checks in, we got to be all over that on McCaffrey. 11 carries, 43 yards for him as he gets banged up. He's getting an MRI, Kyle Shanahan said earlier today, just about an hour and a half ago when he met with the media over a conference call. Deebo Samuel, they're saying, is just day-to-day, and Trent Williams avoided a high ankle sprain, so that's the good news there. We'll talk more about the game Purdy had in just a minute after we hear from Al. Al is in Chico. Al's been waiting on the phones here for just a few minutes. You can always check in 808 KNBR on the text line as well. Al, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, great, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
No worries.
So my little take on the game yesterday was like, okay, it was a dud of a game, and Niners didn't play well, but at the end, Brock brought him down for a 41-yard field goal, 6 more yards than an extra point. And the kid came in there and shanked it, missed it. Okay, no, so my other take is, why would you draft a kicker to begin with? Put it this way. 1, you're putting pressure on the kicker right away. 2, even if he is money and just accurate, he's going to bolt after 2 years to another team for more money. So the thing is, Tom mentioned it earlier. Okay, what happens if this happens again, where he shanks like a 25-yard game winner? I mean, at that point, Niners got to seriously contemplate calling Robbie Gould at that point.
Appreciate the call, Al. Thanks so much, man. Well, here's the thing. Robbie Gould's still unsigned. He was going to overcharge them to come back here. He was very clear, from the time that he got here, that, he's not a Bay Area guy. His family stayed in Chicago. Yes. Remember, he, complained about it after his first contract, which, by the way, to this day, it rubs me the wrong way. He was, complaining about being away from his kids, and I'm like, you decided to come out here. Bring him out or go back. What are you bitching about? What's the complaint here, dude? Then he held out. Did they have to franchise him at one point? I'm like, what are we doing?
Yes.
Now we got a kicker holding out on a non-playoff team. That's what I get. And again, when you got him in the playoffs, you want a guy who's automatic. But as much as I don't want to have to think about a kicker in a game, I don't want to have to think about a kicker when he's a free agent either. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be a thing. So,
and do kickers? I don't know. Maybe Al knows something I don't. Do kickers have different contracts than everybody else? So if he keeps making field goals, he's going to be gone in 2 years.
Yeah, if you make 41 yarders. Then
don't rookies have 4-year contracts? You net, 5-year contracts?
You net yourself an opt-out if you make a certain number of field goals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. I did not know that.
It could be a lot worse, dude.
Damn.
I'm just saying. I know a lot of people were not happy about that draft pick, but again, are you more unhappy about that or about Ty Davis-Price or who's they? Trey Sermon? You know what I mean? These are other guys they took that high, and they haven't worked out. So again, draft picks are draft picks. They're just not going to work at some points, and you need a kicker on your team. He was the best available in the draft. They made some moves to shuffle around. By the way, they have 14 more picks coming up this year.
Yes. And by the way, what did they need?
A kicker.
Thank you.
They drafted for need, right?
Thank you. I mean, when you need a kicker, I get it. He'd like to draft but they didn't. There wasn't anything that was, oh boy, we need help on the defensive line, or we need help, or maybe they didn't say anybody that was worth a third rounder. I had no problem with them taking a kicker. Yes, it can go sideways on you. There is no doubt about that. And I think they're a long way away from that. But it's not like a team that is, marginally involved in playoff contention. This team wants to win a Super Bowl, so those kicks do become more critical, and they will become more critical the later you go into the season. So that's why I say he's going to miss. The guy wasn't going to make every field goal, every attempt in his Niner career. It wasn't going to happen, obviously. How do you handle missing? Everybody misses. You got to figure out how to throw that away. You just have to. That's the thing, and that's the thing about drafting him in the third round. There's a little more pressure on you. So, like, the kickers have enough pressure on them. They don't need more pressure on them, thinking, oh, boy, I got to make this pay off because I was drafted in the third round. They're expecting more of me than they would normally. Well, yeah, they are. They drafted you in third round, so you got to deal with it. You just have to deal with it. So, again, everybody misses. It's how you respond after you miss. And hopefully you don't got to respond too much. We don't want any of that either. But the next game, I think, will be big for him, and I think it sets up well for him, being that the surface and no weather should be good to go. If you start missing those, then you might start taking a little closer look.
We will, I'm with you. And I think the concern is real from 49er fans since he missed some in the preseason. This was the topic before the season even got going. Riley, thanks for hanging on the line. We're not going to have a chance to get to Riley here in Santa Rosa. Riley, give us a call back another time. Thanks for hanging on there. We got Brent Jones coming up. When we come on back, we'll talk to him about this game, and I'm excited to see Brent's reaction, what reaction he gives to this loss here, and whether or not he thinks it's a good thing that the 49ers, well, we'll do that actually at 3:50 with Brent, but if he thinks it's a good thing the Niners lost this game, I'll ask you real quick, Tom, did you think it was good to finally see Brock in this? I mean, it's good to see him in this situation. I did think it was interesting. I want to know what was different about this defensive pressure that they threw at him, because again, the Giants threw all kinds of pressure. Was this just the talent? Was it just the ability to the O-line play poorly? What did you think in seeing Brock in this situation, and what do you think about him beyond this game?
No, I think it's really good for him. I mean, he needs to handle he needs to deal with adversity. Everybody needs to deal with adversity. He hasn't really had to deal with much since the time he came out and played against Miami. I mean, think about it. They win, they score. He's great. What's gone wrong? Nothing. You got to figure out how
injury,
to
but he
deal
came
with
back
this
from
kind
that.
of stuff.
Like,
yeah, that was it.
Excelled, right.
But not performance. Nothing performance related. So now he's going to have to look at the film and not love what he sees. I suspect he's the type of guy that doesn't even probably love what he sees anyway. Even when he plays well, he probably is nitpicking, trying to find things that he did wrong. Well, he'll have plenty in this game. They won't have to. They'll be right there for him to see. So, and then again, can you flush that? And even if McCaffrey doesn't play, even if Debo may be limited or doesn't play, I suspect he will, but who knows? You still have a good enough team around you to win. And I know those people are like, see what happens when two wheels fall off a Lamborghini, he can't drive. I was like, well, geez, it's one game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why everybody criticizes a guy for having great weapons around him.
We heard from Orlovsky.
I don't remember anybody criticizing Joe Montana for the weapons he had.
Yeah, because you had Jerry Rice and John Taylor.
Yeah, anybody could do that. You kidding me? Unbelievable. Yeah, of course he could do it. But, yeah, he was poor yesterday. He was poor. But I do believe that the accuracy issues are a one-game thing. I do believe weather could have been a factor. I don't know how windy it was there. It didn't look too windy, but I think it was a little windy.
Last Mayoko, he's on a 450. He was there.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gripping the ball that well, but again, it's one game. If this is next game 2 indoors, then maybe you start going, But he's put together so many good games. I mean, almost a full season's worth of good games. That's a pretty big sample size. This is a one-game sample size against, by the way, the best defense in the NFL. And it's still, after yesterday's game, still the best defense in the NFL. I mean, these guys are good. They're talented. They can cover. They can get to the quarterback. They're fast. And they get a good defensive coordinator. So, perfect storm. Bound to happen at some point. And if it's going to happen, might as well happen on the road against the best defense in the league. And you learn, you move on, and get going. So, I suspect he'll be fine next week.
Yeah, we will see what happens with Brock Purdy next week against a pretty bad defense and an offense that doesn't have a rushing touchdown yet this year in the Minnesota Vikings.
That's amazing.
Coming off a terrible game this weekend.
How's that even possible?
We'll talk more about that. I mean, they won all these one-score games last year, did Minnesota, and now Niners see them next Monday. So a little bit of time off here to see if they can heal up a little bit, see what McCaffrey's health situation looks like. It'd be nice to beat the brakes off them early, get everybody some rest, right? Get some backups in there. We'll see what happens with the Niners' backup running back situation with Elijah Mitchell. But with the injuries yesterday and the way the Niners lost, also the Eagles went down. Who's the best team in the NFC? Do we still think it's the 49ers? We'll talk about that a bit next before Brent Jones joins us at 3:50. 808 KNBR, the number to text if you still want to check in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you as confident in the Niners atop the NFC as you were entering yesterday's game? If not, who's challenging them? Are the Lions coming? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Goff out of the gun. There's the shotgun snap. Goff back, looking, throwing deep downfield. Wants Jamison inside the 10. Jamison makes the catch. Yes! Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, number 9.
Eagles convert, it's over. Jets make a stop, they've got a chance. Snap back to Hurts. Sets up in the pocket. Throws short. Intercepted. Could be a pick 6. Adams through the 20. Stumbling 15 and finally caught at the 10-yard line. Hurts takes the snap. Trying to convert on 4th down. Gonna throw it. deep down the middle of the field. It's underthrown and knocked down. It's incomplete, and the Jets are going to beat the Eagles for the first time in their franchise history.
A baffling note from last night's game, Sunday Night Football. The Eagles and the Jets, 1-12 now, all-time are the Jets against the Philadelphia Eagles after their win last night over Jalen Hurts and company. How about that interception he threw there, too? 4 picks thrown as they lose 20-14. And that final one, he had taken a hit. He threw kind of all arm there, just all noodle, couldn't get anything behind it, and could not get any zip. And you throw it out there in the flat like that. Dude jumped the route, took it back, and the Robert Saleh's Jets are now 3-3, by the way. Aaron Rodgers, by the way, was out there. You see that before the game on the field? No boot or brace or anything. He was just like slinging the ball around. I was like, what the hell is this about? This guy's healing quick, dude. So they are staying afloat. And by the way, that defense is legit. We thought after a couple of weeks, we're like, well, it's just not good enough.
You guys play hard. You.
Yeah, well, they do. They do play hard. Philadelphia had never lost to the Jets before last night. Philly falls to 5-1, losing to a team in the AFC on the road. So kind of nice for the Niners in terms of if you have to have another team lose, that's the exact same level of tiebreak, right? They've lost to a team out of conference on the road. There are now 5 teams in football in the NFL who are 5-1. Niners, Eagles, Lions, Chiefs, and Dolphins, who, by the way, play next week. Chiefs and Dolphins, I believe. Oh, no, sorry. It's Dolphins, Eagles play this week. Pardon me. Chiefs and Dolphins play I think in Germany. I think they play later this year in a couple of weeks. So that'll be a fun one, too. Anyway, the Eagles, Lions, Niners, all 5-1. Now, the Lions have the easy... I still think the Lions probably have the easiest path to the division, right? Like we were joking last week, they might be able to, I think it was Rex Ryan said they're going to lock that thing up by Halloween.
What do they have in like non-conference, non-divisional games? But yeah, I would say without looking, they're not going to play. I mean, the Niners playing first place schedule, Eagles playing first place.
They're playing a third or
are you talking just the division or the?
I was saying division first because division is you're going to stockpile some wins there, which I just think
should be over.
They're going to win. I mean, the Niners could very easily sweep the division, but if they lost on the road to Seattle or on the road to, I guess they beat the Rams on the road. If they lost the Rams at home, it wouldn't be a shock. Division games are division games. They're weird. Anything can happen in those, and so you sort of recalibrate for your thinking on those. But I look at the Lions in their division. The Bears just lost Justin Fields. Dislocated thumb on his throwing hand. So I can't imagine he's back anytime super soon. And not that they were going to compete, but their offense had been humming a little bit in the last couple of weeks. The Vikings are awful, right? And then you got the Packers who are looking to put it back together with Jordan Love, who started okay and then the last few weeks have been terrible. So I think the Lions are good, and the Lions are proving more and more to me every week. I thought the Eagles did not look good at all. And they've done very little. Like I think it's one thing when you look like a B-, C+ team, you're supposed to be good and you're finding ways to win. But I'm looking for more consistency. Jalen Hurts has more picks now than he threw all of last year.
Yeah. Yeah, that one he threw at the end of the game yesterday, whew, that was uncharacteristic. Their offense is not like the same. I don't know if it's just, last year was everything hit perfectly and this year it's not. People have made adjustments. I don't know if it's losing your offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen, to the Colts.
Could be a factor.
If that is an effect. But it just, it's not. It just seems like it can't get going. Like it's not quite what it was, not even close to what it was last year, but not in rhythm. They're just not in rhythm. So I don't know. I mean, that bears watching. We're, 6 weeks in now, and the offense still hasn't looked great. I still think they're good enough to win their division because the Giants are abysmal. The Commanders are okay, but they're so up and down. They don't have a chance to win the division. And the Cowboys, I just think they're better than the Cowboys. So they don't even have to be as good as they were last year to win that division. But, yeah. What did I didn't look today. What did the Niners, what are they, 2 up on Seattle, I guess?
Seattle.
Or is it 1? I mean, again,
Seattle's had a bye, too. So that's the other thing is they've played an uneven number of games. Seattle lost to the Bengals yesterday, 13-17, and they're 3-2. But they played one less game. So, that was a big one. We talked about what that would mean. I thought Bengals looked really good their first couple of quarters and then got sort of stymied by the defense of Seattle. But in terms of the top of the NFC, for Detroit, Eagles, Niners, with the Eagles losing yesterday, great for the Niners because now you're not chasing them. At least you can still hold serve as it moves towards the that December 3rd matchup in Philadelphia. Detroit, though, again, they're not going to face as tough of a schedule. We'll pull up their schedule in a minute. They still don't concern me as much, but that offense looks even more dangerous with Jameson Williams, who got a touchdown yesterday. He comes back off of a suspension. Amon-Ra had a big game, and they hammered the Buccaneers, who had been kind of a nice story to start, 20-6. I think that team is dangerous right now. They get better, it seems like, each and every week. They're beating teams they're supposed to beat. They've improved in areas of the game that they were not successful in last year, and they're learning how to win, which is always a scary thing about a team. And they've got a quarterback who's done it before, which I think is a factor that we haven't talked much about. He sort of seemed like he was banished to Detroit, right? Jared Goff, we're not going to hear from him anymore, and I didn't even know if it was going to work out there. And they hitched their wagon to him, and it's working out. It's been fun to watch.
No, I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. They're better defensively than I thought they'd be.
Are they better than the Eagles overall? Because I'm close to that. I'm getting.
I don't know if I go that far yet,
close.
but they're up there. I mean, each and every week you got to be more impressed with that team. They're balanced with Montgomery. Gibbs, I think Gibbs is even hurt. He hasn't even done that much. So Montgomery's been really good. Yeah, Williams obviously adds some explosiveness to the receiving room. Goff, as you said, been to the Super Bowl before, so he's been on winning teams before. He knows what it looks like. He's played good football, but the defense has really, really surprised me. Usually you think of the Lions, you think of abysmal defense. They're pretty good defensively this year. I don't know if I'd quite put them where the Eagles are just yet, but they're in that group. To me, they passed the Cowboys. Like, they're better than I think they're a little better than the Cowboys right now. But
you think the Lions are?
Yes.
And we'll see the Cowboys tonight, by the way, Monday Night Football against the Chargers. That's a weird matchup for both of those teams,
isn't it?
I don't even know. I think the spread's 1.5 or something now. It opened at 1. Yep. I think Chargers were favored by 1, and it swung the other way.
Yep.
Which you'd figure because everybody's going to bet the Cowboys. Because that's what happens. I don't know why. And I
don't know why.
I can't put money on Staley. I just can't do it. I can't watch a close game at the end rooting for Staley.
Yeah, that's a rough. Just turn away. You just turn away and don't look at the TV. Yeah. But it was weird because I was like, why are the Cowboys getting money on this one?
That's exactly what I thought.
I don't know. I mean, the last time we saw them play, they got their heads kicked in, and I guess maybe that's why. But I just have not been that impressed with them. And again, the Chargers, who knows what the hell you're going to get from that team. I mean,
great offense.
I have no idea. You're going to get great offense and head-scratching coaching decisions. So it'll be entertaining. I would imagine one way or the other. It'll be entertaining tonight. We'll have something to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we'll have some fiasco at the end of the game because we got McCarthy and Staley. We could end up with some really funny, nonsensical things happening at the end of the game. How about them? By the way, the Detroit Lions have the number 4 offense in all of football. They're at 28 points a game. That's great. 28.8 is Buffalo, 30.7 is the Niners, 37.2 is Miami. Do you have Miami better than Kansas City right now?
Oh, no, I don't. I mean, the one team they played that's really good, they got their heads kicked in. I mean, absolutely destroyed. I was going to look real quick to see if they have some sort of offensive efficiency and just see
who's that for who
the Lions.
For the Lions. Well, I can give you whatever stat you're looking. I'm looking at the team ranks here, but the reason I asked you about Kansas City and Miami is after Buffalo last night. I mean, after that Washington game where they 4 interceptions or something and 6 sacks or whatever the hell they did to Sam Howell. I thought. Yeah, this team is elite, maybe the best, even with a loss already. They're going to figure things out. Josh Allen was working at a high level. They looked awful yesterday. But they were terrible last night.
Yeah, they were not good.
And the Giants are a bad team.
Detroit 5th.
In what?
Per play.
Yards per play? Yeah.
Yeah, yards per play in the league.
There you go.
Miami, Buffalo, the Niners, Chargers, Detroit, and then Kansas City. And Minnesota's right behind them. Minnesota can still move the ball. They just can't stop anybody.
Well, yeah, they throw it 50 times. Like yesterday with 30 attempts, I think was the fewest Kirk Cousins has had all year because they can't run the ball. So they just heave it, and they're always in shootouts because they get no stops. We'll talk about this slate of games and this Niner loss with Brent Jones, who's going to join us for his weekly conversation when we come on back. 4:50, Matt Mayoko, and again, 5:30, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, is going to join us for his first of many weekly conversations throughout football season. Make sure you stay tuned. Till 6 o'clock. We still got that cue to call. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a couple of tickets to the WBC Live Championship Boxing over at the Cow Palace. And Brent Jones joins us next on the Sports Leader.
broke my back. Spinal.
The 49ers win streak comes to an end. They lose 19-17 to the Cleveland Browns at the Factory of Sadness. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line with me for another week of your questions. Steve, did I see that, by the way, the extended date for the tax filing deadline has been extended yet again?
Yes, it has. That's what I was going to call about. Originally, I was going to talk about today's tax day. It's October 16th. But just today, the IRS announced that they were extending that to November 16th. And, Adam, the big deal here is not only is it November 16th to file the return, you also have till November 16th to pay the taxes. That's a big deal.
Major deal to have that much time.
Absolutely. So the bottom line is, I know there must be a lot of people that haven't filed their returns yet. So if that's the case, contact us. Or if you're holding off because you didn't have the money to pay them, you want to contact us for that too. And whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand and say, well, you're still not going to have the money in a month. Whether you have it or not, let us do the return for you. And even if the return is done, if you don't have the money to pay it, let's make a deal to go ahead and keep you away from some IRS agent who could do a lot of things to you that you really would prefer not to have done.
Steve, thanks so much. That's why you contact Steve Moskowitz. Let him take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
All right, time to go over the carnage with our favorite tight end, number 84, Brent Jones. Hello, Brent.
Tom, happy Carnage Monday.
It reminds me back in the day when you used to come on and the Niners were terrible, about 13, 14 years ago. And we used to play Sunday Bloody Sunday every Monday. Sunday Bloody Sunday.
It was very appropriate. We could have brought it back.
No, it's one Sunday. I'm just curious how you look at it. Again, my whole overarching theme was not that big a deal. They ran into a good defense. It was a great spot for the Browns, motivationally speaking. Get your tail kicked, get your heads kicked in, get a week off. You don't have your quarterback, you don't have your running back. No one's giving you much of a shot. And the Niners come in there riding high after crushing the Cowboys. It had that setup. I didn't know that they'd have enough to get it done, but things like that happen, and their defense is pretty good too.
I think you're right. I was trying to be really upset, but I was just semi-frustrated yesterday because these are going to happen once or twice a season.
Yep.
And at the very end, 11 plays in the last minute 30, moving down the field, and I thought, this is a sign of a good team where they've been sloppy all day, physically as well as mentally. We just were sloppy. The Browns were ready to play. This was their Super Bowl, and we were not ready to play. And like you said, there's a lot of variables. The Cowboy game last week, traveled to East Coast, early morning East Coast game, and then the weather. In the end, the rain, I think, ended up being the deciding factor. But a 40-yard field goal is a chip shot in this league. You've got to make that. And I felt bad for Jake, but hey, that's why they pay you the big bucks. You've got to make that. And not a great look. He would have been a stud, and everybody would have loved it, and we would have forgotten how badly we played. But because he missed it, we're sitting here talking about it. So there were a lot of little nuanced things during the game that happened that it seems like they all happened this week. So,
let me ask you this. So could it be good? Because I threw this out. I said I thought it was good for them early in the season to not get this game and not win this game, because sometimes when you don't deserve to win a game and you manage to win it anyway, you think you're bulletproof at that point. Like, that we're fine. We're good to go. We'll get ourselves out of any jam. But when you lose that game, it's like a slap in the face. Like, you know what? We are good, but if we don't show up every Sunday, anybody can beat us because it's the NFL. They're getting paid too. And if we don't play as well as we can play, then these kind of things can happen. So the goal isn't to be undefeated. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. So I just thought it was probably, in my mind, better that they lost that game. It's a little bit of a slap in the face instead of saying, yeah, we played bad, but we won. What's the big deal?
I don't think it was bad long term. Of course, you'd love to win every game. And I'm sure somewhere some 80-year-old Dolphins guys are drinking champagne. They always show that.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, Cubs.
I'm here, dude. I'm here laughing. I'm laughing too.
I know. I got you. You know what? The other thing is, I hadn't seen the Browns play a lot, and I was kind of impressed with not only their defense but how hard some of the guys on offense played. And I never even heard of P.J. Walker. I've heard of J.J. Walker. Don't know Mike. But I'd never even heard of him. And that's hard for you to throw somebody at quarterback that I hadn't heard of, and maybe I haven't paid attention. But I thought their running backs ran really hard. We didn't play great run defense. Amari Cooper hurt us a couple times. And, no Dre Greenlaw, of course, Debo going out early, and then CMC. It just set up poorly for us, but we still had a chance to win in the end. And it's just, there are a lot of – you guys know this. There was a lot of praise, a lot of hype after the Cowboys beatdown last week.
Yep.
And it's nice to get guys' egos in check because you can't just steamroll into any place, throw out the SF on the field, and have teams lay down. And the Browns played really good, solid football. And, we had everything go wrong and still had a 40-yard chip shot at the end to win, and we didn't. So you just take away what you did, maybe knock this down a level, make sure you're prepared for every game, every environment, every situation, and you know what? Stash it away and grow from it.
What's funny is we're talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. We took calls yesterday on the postgame show, and we took calls, Tom and I did, for last half hour or so. Nobody seems to be really irate. Like, there's things that people are like, we got to clean this up, we got to brush this up. But I think that's a tell of what people feel this team is capable of and the reality of what that game was yesterday. It was a tough game to win, and it's the NFL, and you've got a quality team now. McCaffrey's more hurt than we think, and we'll see what happens after the MRI. But good news on Debo and Trent Williams. But, the running back spot, they've been able to fill that with a bunch of different guys over the last few years. Let me ask you this question, though, Brent, because I think you're a fun guy to ask for this. Which call in the game drove you the craziest? Which frustrated you the most? I'll give you 3 of them here. You tell me which one. Rank them worst to maybe not quite as bad. We'll go first. The P.J. Walker fumble. Go ahead.
No, give me the 3.
Okay, I'll give you the 3.
Rank them.
The P.J. Walker fumble or incomplete pass before the half. They rule it an incomplete, the intentional grounding. But the most frustrating part is they blow it dead, like instantaneous. The Tashawn Gibson unsportsmanlike, or the holding call defensive right after that, the next play on who was that right after? Was it Mooney Ward? I think I called for that.
I think so.
I think it was.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go in level of frustration because the holding call just threw at my hands. I'm like, you got to be kidding, because this reflects back to, I thought that was one of the worst officiating crews that we'd come across. I thought from some of the things that they called and some of the things that they missed, I thought, do these guys even know what they're doing? Even just marking the ball was a struggle.
Even for PJ it was. Yeah, they were messing up left and right.
Like, what the heck? I was going to say the fumble, but I'm going to say that because going back to my previous point, the officials called it incomplete on the field, which I don't know how they could call that incomplete and blow the whistle right away, other than these guys didn't know what they were doing. But going back and looking at it, that certainly was a fumble. An underhand almost, it wasn't his hand moving forward. They don't want your underhand to be moving forward. The ball was slipping out, and he was trying to bat it and make it look like he was throwing it. He wasn't upright throwing the ball like you would typically in a motion. So I thought that was weak. I thought it could have been overturned, but the Tashawn Gibson thing got me riled up after the replay, because when it was bang bang, I thought, he must have got his helmet in there. Man, that was a great play, great, right on the shoulder, bang bang. What is he supposed to do? Wait for the guy to drop the ball and then hit him? Like, come on, this is football, and it's gotten so outrageous now that we're trying to legislate the physicality of the game. Of course, we use player safety as an excuse for everything, but it's dang football. Like, it's not supposed to be safe. That's just the way it is. And so that one got me the most riled up. But yeah, any of those calls go our way, and we're probably talking about a different outcome right now.
What did you make of Purdy's inaccuracy? He struggled. That's really the only game since he's been playing that he struggled. I don't know if it was the weather had something to do with it. I'm sure the defense had a large part. But he was behind guys. He was high. He was long. I don't know if he was rattled or it was just one of those games that it happens.
I think personally, I rewound a handful of plays because I thought I saw early on. I thought I saw the ball kind of sliding out of his hand.
Yeah.
It did literally one time, but I just meant with his throws. I don't know if he was getting a good grip. There was a handful of times where maybe the refs didn't dry the ball off enough, and it's not an excuse. You got to play with that. You guys remember the old story about Troy Aikman used to just absolutely panic if he was going to play in the rain because he was convinced he couldn't throw a wet ball. I don't certainly don't think that's Brock's issue, but there were a few times yesterday where I thought the ball sailed on him, and I think that there were some times where he was getting pressure. Our offensive line, that was probably not their best game of the year, and he was just off for whatever reason. And we had a few balls that guys catch. Ayuk had one or two that would have maybe changed the game, and it was across the board. But if you want to get me fired up, it would be the old people saying, "Oh, I told you so" on Brock Purdy. Like it's like, like don't even go there. That I don't fight because I'm too old now, but I'll fight over the Brock Purdy thing. He's not my son, but I'll fight like he is because the kid's just been a freaking stud. And yeah, he had an off game for sure, but you look around the league and you look at the quarterbacks that are esteemed and highly thought of, and they're an awful lot of them playing like crap right now, and in more than one game. So don't give me the Brock Purdy thing. Yeah, we told you so, because I'm ready. I better start practicing some punches or something, dancing around. Get
in the gym.
Like there you go. I got to get away from the weights. There's got to be a punching bag down there somewhere that I can work on, because if I have to hear that, I'm going to lose it, because you haven't paid attention. Just everyone was waiting for the kid to have one-off game so they could jump on him.
Well, it's funny, Brent, and I'll do the obligatory because you have to. I'm not saying he's Joe Montana, but I'll make this comparison. Even the greatest of all time, they have bad games. We want to romanticize like the greats and think, oh, these guys are great all the time. I'm sure you can remember plenty of games that Joe didn't play all that well. It's just it didn't last. It wasn't 2 games in a row. It was like one game and then you're done with it. But I mean, everyone. Here's the amazing part. Not that he played poorly, that he hasn't played poorly for damn near a full season of regular season games. I mean that is the real stunner. That this is like the first game he's had where people have a chance to say, "Oh well, we'll see." It's like, okay, I'll tell you what. If he plays like that 1 out of every 15, 16 games, I think the Niners are going to be in great shape.
I completely agree. Let's just make sure it's not in a playoff game. But you're right, Tom, and that's the thing. Like in today's day and age, we want to make comparisons, and we want to say this guy's the all-time greatest wide receiver, or this guy's the biggest play running back, or this guy's the next Joe Montana, and it's like they've played 1 year or 3 years or 4 years. Nobody on this current team has won a Super Bowl. They've lost one. A few of them have. Nobody's won one. So I just think society now is just quick to anoint people as this or that or the other thing. Does he have some characteristics of Joe Montana? Damn right he does. And I'll stand by it. I don't care what people say. Does that mean he's Joe Montana? No. Does that mean he's won Super Bowls and won playoff games and done all these things? No. But does he resemble him in some ways? Processing, elusiveness, accuracy? Yes. So resembling isn't making him Joe. But
exactly.
But has he been pretty dang good? Yes, he has. Is he the best that we've had in the last 15 or 20 years? He's certainly making a case for himself. And so, I'm not going to say it yet. He's hasn't got one full year practically under his belt. So, but
you got to win playoff games. You got to win Super Bowls. You got to have years under your belt. Hell, I mean, I'm not sure Tom Brady's the greatest of all time. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them that could possibly make that claim. But it took him 15 years to even get that. People start talking about him like that. So, I mean, look, it takes a lot of wins under your belt. And again, I'm just thinking it's more amazing to me, Brent, that he's only had one game like this. I mean, think about this. This is a guy who was drafted last pick in the draft, was third string, practice squad. All of a sudden he's playing because of 2 injuries, and he comes in and just bang, 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 bang. I mean, that's I don't care what kind of weapons you had. As I said earlier, Brent, I don't remember people dinging Joe like, Well, yeah, he's got Roger Craig and Jerry Rice and John Taylor, Brent Jones. I mean, come on. Of course he's going to. I mean, anybody could do that.
He was a system guy, Tom. Come on.
He was. Well, he had you.
And you know what? And the system set up so good, the next guy rolled in and got into the Hall of Fame.
It was that easy.
Jeez Louise. It's just, Bill Walsh is the genius. It's amazing. Players don't even matter. It's the system.
Just interchangeable. Get him in there, plug him in, and you're good to go. What do you think
whatever happened to Jim Druckenmiller? If he would have stayed healthy, he would be in the Hall of Fame.
He's got a howitzer. I know that.
Howitzer. Just ask the Druck. Let me refer to myself in the third person. The Druck has a howitzer.
I got a howitzer. Nearly killed her.
Thanks,
Anyway, we're talking to Brent Jones here on the Sports Leader. We do it every single Monday after the Niners game. What do you think the loss of CMC, if he were to miss like a game or two, what kind of effect would that have on the Niners?
So, I don't like it, but I actually think, the oblique strain is something that can haunt you and can come back all season. And so you got to, and I don't even know the official diagnosis, but I've been hearing some rumblings of 2 to 4 weeks. We've got the Vikings next Monday night. We got another game, and then we got a bye. If it was me, I would rest him through the bye and get him back for the game after the bye. And I'm not a big resting guy. I'm an old school shoot it up and get out there guy. But when it's this type of injury, it can get worse, and it can hamper you all season if you don't deal with it and knock it out right away. So that's my opinion. I don't know what they're going to come back with. But that's one of those scary ones where, you move one way or another and you can strain it again, and it's not good. It's painful.
Yeah, that's when you want to make sure it doesn't linger throughout the season, because they've been using him a lot. And as you said, they get the bye week in a couple weeks. They did hold Brendan Ayuk out for a game. Deebo Samuel is day-to-day with the shoulder injury. Ayuk had the injury to the shoulder back in week 2 against the Rams. I want to ask you, Brent, because a lot of people on the text line today and on Twitter last night were saying they should have done a better job at getting Kittle involved. They should have ran the football more. And I thought, those are two sort of counter things, because when you're running, Kittle's blocking, and I don't know how you get Kittle involved when Brock is under duress damn near every single snap. I mean, the O-line, maybe the worst game they've played as a unit. Yeah. As a tight end, can you explain that to us, or to anybody who thinks, you got to get a guy involved? It doesn't seem that simple, and for a tight end specifically, you have other obligations, especially when there's a great pass rush.
You do, and you nailed it, Coach. There's some games where you just sacrifice yourself. And if it's a heavy pass rush team, and we were having trouble yesterday, and you look, Trent was out for a bit, and we were having some leakage across the board, that's the time where, you're going to get more snaps and stay in pass block or chip and help out. And sometimes even just a little chip can throw you off on the timing of a route. And so when it was all said and done, I looked and I thought, what? George had 2 targets? Like, what the heck? How can we do that in one catch? But, nobody had, real stats. We weren't getting downfield. Ayuk had the most shots. Juwan made a couple of nice catches. But after that, we were just – I think we were trying to survive the pass rush. I do want to say I thought Jordan Mason played pretty well. He ran the ball well yesterday in the absence of McCaffrey, and had a few nice blocks as well. It'll be interesting to see if he gets the call or Elijah gets back and get ready. I know that he just had one practice last week, so he'll have a full week under his belt this week. But, both of those guys, I certainly have confidence in Elijah because I've seen it, and he's been a champion. Mason's been playing and has run hard and seemingly done well in pass pro, which is always the key. So it gives us an opportunity with both of those guys to, feel a lot better about resting McCaffrey if need be. But we got to come to play. In the end, we didn't come to play yesterday across the board, and it was prevalent. You could see it offensively, defensively, special teams, and subsequently the kicking game too. So we just got to be ready. It's probably a good wake-up call. I'm not super angry, but I was a little mad last night or yesterday afternoon after the game. That's for sure.
We talk about this a lot, and since you played, you would be able to answer this. Talk about motivation, and that might not be the exact right word, but I think sometimes when, like I was talking last week, Brent, about this situation being good for the Browns because of the bye week, because they got their heads kicked in the week before, because they were missing players, so they knew they had to play their best to even stay in the game. Whereas the Niners, like, I think you want to win every game, and I think you think you're ready for every game, but when everybody's telling you how great you are and you just beat the Cowboys, as you said earlier on, everybody's like, oh, these guys are incredible, best team in the NFL. Even though you feel like you're preparing the same, can that have an effect where maybe you're not as back up against the wall? We have to play. Like, I think they felt that against the Cowboys. I don't know that they felt that against the Browns. I could be wrong, and maybe it doesn't even exist, but you can speak to it because you were on really good teams. Were there times where you thought you were ready and you just afterwards you go, damn, we weren't nearly as ready as we thought we were?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's different mentalities kind of on each side of the ball. I think the fact that Deshaun Watson was going to be out, it probably hurt us. I'd rather have the guys ready to play against him. And, obviously in years past, he'd been a premier quarterback instead of P.J. Walker. I thought guys probably just thought, we're going to pick him all day long and we're going to sack him and this, that, and the other thing. And they had a few interceptions, but in the end, he carried himself pretty well. I mean, the Browns had 120 more yards than us offensively. He thought there's zero chance that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So it's hey, our offense is unstoppable. That's great. They have a little pass rush, but they can't cover us. And CMC's going to go off, and Debo's going to have a big game. And all of a sudden, guys get banged up, and then Trent's out for a bit, not 100%, and things come crashing down. I also think, Tom, and I mean, it's, I'm sure they've done a study on this, but playing a game at whatever it is, 9 or 10 a.m. body clock time, traveling to the East Coast, cold, wet, rainy, it's not the perfect condition. And some guys, it kind of hits them in the face on game day when they come out of the locker room, and some guys are already mentally prepared. They're already going through it. Hey, I'm going to have to, put in longer cleats. I'm going to have to, make sure this stays dry. I'm going to have to make sure, I watch my footing on these routes. There's just so many different things that you mentally approach the game with, and sometimes you just get smacked in the face and said, hey, you know what? We weren't ready. We thought we were prepared. We did everything we did the following week, but maybe not with the same intensity, not with the same focus, not with the same, hey, we've got to play smart. I mean, we hadn't even talked about the penalties yesterday, which seemed like we had a million for whatever, 110 yards.
105, 12 for 105, which was less than them. We beat them in the penalty game. So that's a win.
That's crazy.
That's a win for us.
Yeah, holy cow. You know what, Copes? I didn't even – yeah, I always just count ours. I didn't even look at theirs. But it felt like, when it's your team and you're watching and you're rooting for it, feels like every penalty goes against you. And obviously that wasn't the case. But it's just complete sloppiness. And my guess is the coaching staff, they would say, hey, we should have done this. And the thing that's most frustrating to me is we got the ball, we marched down the field. I'm like, we're going to smoke these guys. They're the Cleveland Browns. They're historically mediocre. And I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. Like, okay, what other games am I going to want to watch when this is a blowout? And then it's like none of that materialized. And I was like, what? How is this happening? And it just felt like we couldn't get our arms around, getting on top of these guys and just blowing them out.
It's funny you say that because I told Copes, I go, you know what? As soon as they scored that first touchdown, I thought, of course you want to score, but that might not be the best thing for them because it came so easily, and I think they thought they were going to win anyway. I think maybe they thought the same thing you did. Like they're going, what other games can we watch at halftime?
Yeah,
we're going
right.
to kill these guys. We're out of here.
Maybe KNBR should Brock throw the interception on the opening drive next week instead. Yeah.
I mean, we were playing against air on the opening drive.
Right, yeah.
Like, wow, this is just this is going to be a beatdown. Like, man, don't give me this. The Browns defense is good, and then bam, all of a sudden they were.
Maybe Schwartz rope-a-doped if he told him to. He told the Lions, like, just sit on your heels, guys. Let them score.
Yeah,
they always score opening drive anyway. Just let them do it. Don't get exhausted. We'll get them late. We'll deal with it later.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, before we let you go, I got to know, have you played Dana in fantasy football this year?
Oh, great question. So I've had to rebuild my team.
Dana's his wife, by the way, so it's always fun hearing about the battles between him and his wife in fantasy.
She gets really frustrated, like when her team's not playing well. So we got into it. We were with friends like last week, and we were talking about something. She's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not helping you do that. You're going to do that on your own." And it was something that I didn't want to do. I'm like, "What?" I said, "Okay, then I'm not helping you with your fantasy lineup." And she just like stood at attention and was like, "Okay, I'll help you. I'll help you." So, like when we don't play each other, she'll like debate. Like, should I start Tutu Atwell? Or I'm like, honey, you know what? These are like the worst guys. They're both scheduled to score 7 points. How do I know who's going to score? It's all like luck of the draw. She thinks there's a right answer. Like, there's a right answer, and I know you know it.
I know you know.
Why aren't you telling me? Is it Atwell or is it is it Curtis Samuel? Who do I start? Huh?
Exactly. And you know, I'd always go with Curtis Samuel because somehow he has 9 lives. But
thank you.
Exactly that. But no, I haven't played her straight up. But you know what? Maybe we'll talk about it. We'll broadcast it on the air.
Yes, we need a recap when that happens. Those are always tremendous battles.
Yes, and she's very serious, and it's like, yeah, I want to win, and I'm like, it's great, but it doesn't wreck my day. No, she'll be fired up, which is awesome.
All right, man. Well, have a great week. Tell the fam I said hi, and we'll look forward to talking to you next Monday.
Thanks, Tommy. You do the same. Copes, great talking to you. Let's get a. Oh, am I on next Monday?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. That's a good question.
We are not, because Tuesday we'll do it, Brent, because we actually have the game on Monday. Well, Tom is actually off Monday. We got a pregame segment too.
Nice. Okay. I'm ahead of the game.
We'll go Victory Tuesday.
Well
Victory
done.
Tuesday next week.
Victory Tuesday.
Okay, Victory Tuesday. No bad attitude Tuesday.
Yeah, and they're better than Loser Monday, like we're living right now, you know?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
All right, Brent, we'll catch you next week,
Brent.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, man.
Great stuff there from Brent Jones, number 84, and good insight there on what the Niners were dealing with. Even Brent, who loves the team as much as anybody, I mean, and wears his emotion on his sleeve, wasn't too upset about that loss, and sort of understandably so. We got plenty more to come. How about this? Every week we pick the team or the guy or the player who, it's not just stepped in it, it's the Munson. The Munson Award of the week. You had the world in the palm of your hands, and you just blew it. It's a figure of speech, the Munson. We'll pick our Munson of the week next on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning, and Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund. They both reacted to the 49ers' surprise loss to the Cleveland Browns. Both podcasts are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Stanford was down 29-0 at halftime. Joshua Carty from 31 yards to win it in overtime. Snap, kick, on the way. It's good! Stanford has pushed the boulder up the hill, over the mountain, and come away with an incredible season-defining victory.
Missed it! And the Huskies survive!
Williams drops, flips it to the outside. Williams on the football, ball's loose, and it's scooped up. Watts into the end zone. All night, Xavier Watts. My goodness.
Great Googa Mugga. That's all we were missing there. Fun weekend of college football, and it'll be all a part of our Munson. We love our Munson Award, given to somebody who just absolutely blew it over the weekend. We'll get to that in just a sec. But, Tom, the game of the weekend, the Saturday game, Oregon-Washington, we talked a lot about this one going into the weekend, and it did not disappoint. An absolute blast of a game. Ended with excitement, and it ended with some controversy and some questions around how the game was managed at the end by Dan Lanning. But your thoughts, just your reaction to that game, because it was a blast.
Great game. Great game. The type of game the Pac-12 hasn't had in forever.
Like SC Stanford years ago. Like, remember that one?
Well, they may have had good games, but they weren't games that were two top 10 opponents. Like, you may have had a game that was really good, like an upset, but one of them was, like, not ranked. Or what this one, like, expectations were going to be good. It had playoff implications, and it was awesome. Both those teams are really good. Wouldn't surprise me if they met in Vegas later on this year. That's how good. I think they're both better than USC. Will they beat USC? Not sure, but I think they're both better than USC. I mean, just an outstanding game. I mean, Oregon, yeah, were they really aggressive? Yes, super aggressive. But with almost 2 minutes left, yeah, I don't know if Dan Lanning felt the way I felt. Like, I felt no matter where Penix gets the ball, they're scoring. You give them the ball back with almost two, they're going to score. So you might as well try to shut the game down and just win it right there. I had no problem with that. None. Because the type of game it was, high scoring, high octane offenses, yeah. And I know they'd shut them down a few times in the second half, but still, if I have a chance, and I think it was only, 3 yards they needed, if I'm not mistaken, I go for that every day of the week. Especially with that offense. I got Bo Nix. I got a potent offense of my own.
That's not what the chart said. Yeah.
Yeah, well, in that situation, I don't even care what the chart said. I'm going for it because I don't want to give that dude the ball back. I don't.
What happened to ain't finished? We're not done yet at halftime against Colorado. Then he was like, you know what, just take it. Just take it from us. What was that about?
In fact, if I am going to give the ball back to him, what happened was actually preferable. They scored quickly. They actually got the ball back and had a chance to tie it with a field goal, and then they missed the field goal. So, I mean, just a tremendous game. Tremendous game. Two teams, I hope one of those make it to the playoffs. I hope it doesn't come down to, one beating the other and then something happens, because I do believe those two teams can compete with anybody in college football. In years past, it's always been the other teams are just too physical for them. Like the Pac-12 can't stand up to the big, like an Auburn team. Back in the day, or a Georgia team, or a Bama team. Remember when Bama played Washington in the playoffs? They just got mauled. Auburn got beat by, or Oregon got beat by Auburn. They didn't get mauled, but they got beat. And they always had trouble with the Lions because they just weren't physical enough. I think Oregon is physical enough. Would they beat them? Not sure. But I haven't seen anything from any team out there that suggests the Pac-12 wouldn't stand a chance or doesn't belong in that conversation. And that was as much fun as I've had watching a college football game in a while. That was right up there. I don't know what the best ones are this year. I'd have to think about it for a second, but nothing's better than that. That was as good as it's going to get for a college football fan. And then SC happened.
Then SC happened.
I knew that would happen. I knew it. I just, going into that, what did I say last week? USC more athletic.
The defense sucks,
They
dude.
get all the hype, and here comes Notre Dame. not as athletic, and they beat him. Actually, Notre Dame only had like 300 yards offense. Their defense actually played pretty good.
And it was close for a while early on,
offense
and then they
sucked.
just kicked the crap out of him. Like
Caleb
second half
Williams
opened
was
up.
brutal.
Terrible.
Well, I mean, look, when you ask him to do everything, like they just ask him, like, do everything. Sometimes you can't do everything. When you can't do everything, you're in trouble. They couldn't do everything. And he threw some uncharacteristic picks. But, yeah, that just... I'll be curious to see what type of underdog they are when they play Oregon, because they play at Oregon. They do get Washington at home. Now, I saw they're 6.5, 7-point favorites against Utah this week. I don't know if Rising's back. It's been going on about a month now. I think he might be back this week. Nope. Is he going to be back? Nope.
I can't believe they're still good.
This week?
We're waiting for at this point. It's like just stay out. Like,
yeah,
at this point, what difference does it make? It's too late now. Like, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So, that was a little bit. And I got to tell you a shout out to, how about my Wildcats? Dude. Loose and just beat the crap out of Washington State. That's impressive.
Stay hot.
Stay hot.
Stay hot, Cats.
Well, even the when they lost to SC, we're
counting that as a win.
Streak.
That's a hot win. It's a hot loss.
On the roll. Keep on the roll, baby. I know you lost one, but stay on that roll. But, yeah, just to answer your question, that was a fun game. That was a really fun game to watch.
That was a blast. Okay, we do this every week. We pick our, in honor of Roy Munson, we pick our Munson Award of the week. And this week we got to go out just to the farm, dude. Just down a little bit here, down the peninsula in the Bay Area. Friday night, you said you weren't going to watch it. Stanford and Colorado. 29-0. Colorado leads at the half. That's why they're this week's Munson.
Oh, no.
It's gotta be Colorado. After 29-0, they lead at half. They lose 46-43 to the Nerds, dude. They lose at Stanford. They allow 46 second-half points, which, by the way, is alarming by any measure. Stanford gives them 29 in the first half and then just absolutely lock them down. Josh Carty, who Tim and I get a lot of experience with from last year. He was like their best player last year at kicker. He's going to go pro for sure. This kid, I think he won a game last year, Tim. Didn't he kick, I think he was 6 for 6 in a game. They won 18-something. Or maybe they lost 18-something, and he scored every point for him. But for all the trash talk, not trash talk, but for all the news and the storylines, and the thing that cracked me up about this, dude, they lose this on Friday night. Didn't the Phillies win did they win the series on Thursday night to clinch the spot in the LCS, or was that Friday? Bottom line was, whenever they won, the Phillies had been walking around leading up to that victory that day or the day before. I just can't remember the date. They were all rocking Colorado gear. Like, everybody's been buying the Colorado T-shirts and the sweatshirts and the sunglasses. Colorado, they're 4-3. They get rolled by Stanford. Stanford lost it. They lose to Sac State at home.
Yes.
With respect to Sac State.
With respect.
Come on. I mean, they're a Pac-12 team. You just feel John Elway play. You know what I mean?
All due respect. Now, but we do have, this is exclusive footage that we've uncovered. Dion talked about the game in the press conference after the game, but we've uncovered audio inside before he went to the podium, inside the locker room, him speaking to the Colorado Buffaloes after the game.
When you were a baby in your crib, your father looked down at you. He had but one hope. Someday my son will grow to be a man. Well, look at you now. You just got your asses whipped by a bunch of goddamn nerds. Nerds!
It's pretty good. Well executed.
Oh, man.
That's exclusive.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's a KNBR exclusive, by the way. You're not going to get that anywhere else.
You guys texted me, because I didn't watch it. I turned it on. I go, 29-0. I forget what I was watching, but I was like, well, I'm not going to turn in now. And then you guys were like blowing up the text thread. I was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
I turned it on. I was like, what?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me. Unbelievable. By the way, did you see what happened in the Boise Colorado State game?
No, I did not see Boise Colorado State.
I think it was 30-13 or 30-20 or 30-14. Maybe it's 30-14 at the time. No, let me add this up real quick. It was Anyway, they scored. I think it was 31. Maybe it was 30-10. No. Anyway, I'm getting the story messed
Maybe it was
up.
31-10. Yeah.
I will get to the gist of the story.
All right.
They scored 3 touchdowns in like 3 minutes.
I did see that note. I saw you right. Yeah, I did see that. 31-30 was the final, right?
30.
I saw that, yeah.
They scored a touchdown, recovered an onside kick, got it, and then got the ball back after a 3-and-out. And they scored from 77 yards out with 16 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
They got it to the 50 or the 40.
So here it is. I've got the details for you. I got it for you real quick here. They're trailing by 20 with about 6 minutes left.
That's what it was, 30-10. Okay.
They threw a 12-yard touchdown pass with 4:01 to go. Then they toss a touchdown pass, 12-yard touchdown pass, and then with 4:01 to go, they toss a 2-yard touchdown pass, and then there's a minute 53 left. They force a 3-and-out. They get a 40-yard punt that pins him inside the 12. 33 seconds to go. He throws an 11-yard pass. And then a 44-yarder, and then what? They take off and they score as time expires.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Quarterback finishes 32 of 54, 359. They scored 3 touchdowns in 6.5 minutes. Was that it?
Yep.
To win 30. They scored, 6-12. They're down 20. And they win the game. So, yeah, whole bunch of Munsons out there. We won't put it on Jake Moody. He had the world in the palm of his hand, a chance to be a hero, but I don't want to shoot his confidence. We need him later in the year. So that's going to be your Munson for this week and a little college football recap. When we come on back, how about more sound? Your sound soiree. Bob Myers is checking in on the Warriors, and we'll do that later with Steve Kerr at 5:30. We got a bunch from the world of football across the weekend. Your sound soiree is next. Then Matt Mayoko and Steve Kerr at 5:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, it's the reason why we love watching our games. Unpredictability. You never know what you're going to get. It's the best reality show on television. What you don't need is unpredictability in your Wi-Fi. There you need extreme predictability. You got to have it. You want to know that when that game-winning shot goes up, it's not going to freeze. When the guy's rounding the bases, extra innings, scoring, game-winning run, it didn't freeze. It's got to be seamless. And it will be with Xfinity 10G Network. With Xfinity 10G Network, you get the reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from football to football and everything in between. Catch it all on the network made for streaming. Looking for more entertainment? Of course. The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into the sports that you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. You love sports? You love high def? You love seamless streaming? Oh, you will love Xfinity.
This hour of KNBR is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com.
This is Tolbert & Co's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Co's with you Monday afternoon, October 16th. Following a Niner loss here, 19-17, first time this season that has happened. They're off until next Monday, where they'll be on Monday Night Football at Minnesota. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about all that at 4:50 here in about 10 minutes, and then switch to a little basketball at 5:30. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins us every week throughout the season, and he'll do so at 5:30. Your Sound Soiree is going to start with Warrior basketball. How about this? Bob Myers. Remember we talked about him taking the job as an analyst for ESPN, and we thought, boy, this is going to be a little bit funky. How's this going to work out? We heard sound from Clay last week in the Sound Soiree where he said he wasn't too worried about the contract situation, right? He said he wants to be a Warrior for life, and some really good comments, I thought. We said it's a little different than the tone he had last year. I said, also, you come out and you have a huge season, that tone can change a little bit, right? Here's Bob Myers. He was on ESPN's NBA Countdown, where he's an analyst now, and he talked about the Klay Thompson contract extension talks. Here it is.
What is the path forward for Klay Thompson in Golden State?
Well, this is why I left, first of all. Look, a lot of times people will say it's just business, but this is not a just business situation. This guy, there's going to be a statue of this player outside of Chase Center. He was instrumental in bringing 4 championships. He's beloved inside the organization, the fan base. So it's not so simple as it's money and years. This is why it was hard for me. Like, you get relationships with these people, especially if you've succeeded with them. And that core has been together for 12 years. And that's just so rare now. It just doesn't happen. And so this is a delicate negotiation. From what I know and see, he wants to stay. They want him to stay. Doesn't mean it'll happen. But it is a test. It's certainly a test, like Woj said. And this is probably the first real test.
Look at that, Tom. This is his I guess, scope on that is different, right? I try to listen to that stuff a little closer.
Yeah. No, it sounds about right. What he's saying is this one isn't just about money because of the history the organization and Klay have together. So you might have to pay him a little bit more than you would a player of his stature who didn't play for your organization for 12 years or didn't help you win 4 championships. Like, that might be worth some extra coin. How much? That's what you got to figure out. I mean, if you want to keep him, like, if another team offers him more than you think is not reasonable, that's not the word I'm looking for, but if it goes over what his value is, let's say. Like, if you have his value pegged at something, but now somebody is willing to give him more than that, do you stick with that, or do you say, you know what, we also got to factor in the championship tax, and we got to factor in that he's been here, his whole career has been here, tax, that the fans love him, tax. Like, how much extra does that cost you? Because with a player like that, you can't just say, all right, we have him valued at $24 a year. That's all he's getting. We're not giving him more than he's valued at. We just can't. We're going to lose too much value. We got other areas we need to address. No, with a player like that, you got to go over. I mean, you have to. And I think you want to because of the relationship you have. Now it's trying to find that sweet spot in terms of years and dollars. Like Draymond took less money per year, but he got an extra year.
He got the 4th year, which, you know.
Exactly. So he'll get the money, like, in total. It's just going to take him an extra year to get there.
$496 or something like that. Is that what he got?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right around there. So, and you know, it's just a give and take. But, you know, that's where, if the players can still play, like, you don't want to give guys money that just can't play anymore or aren't nearly as good as what they're asking for. That you can't do, because then that's when you start heading downhill, and it's hard to recover from that. But if he's still playing good basketball, yeah. Do you give him a little bit more? Yeah. Maybe to give him an extra year? Yeah. Like you did Draymond. I mean, look at the valuation of this team now, and look at the arena in which they play in. That, in large part, is due to 3 guys. I mean, not just 3 guys. I mean, there's other guys too. Iguodala, KD. I mean, I Bogut. I mean, yeah. Thank you, McCaw. But those 3 guys.
Yeah.
So
it's the house they built.
Yeah, they're worth it. They're worth. So it'll be. But again, a lot's going to have to do with how he plays this year, right?
Right.
I mean, you can't just go out there and not play all that well and then ask for the money. You got to play well.
40 seems like a lot.
We'll
You're
see.
right. But again, as we pointed out yesterday, he had the best month of his career offensively and kept them afloat and helped get them into the playoffs. Like, they don't do that last year without Klay Thompson, and I think sometimes that's a little bit overlooked. More here from the world of college football. Desmond Howard, former Heisman Trophy winner. He's on College Game Day, and he's giving his analysis of Michael Penix Jr., or as Harmony called him, Michael Penix. Michael Penix Jr., Oregon and Washington. Here's what Desmond Howard had to say about it.
They have a tremendous amount of trust from Michael, what he's been doing on the field. He's built relationships with the players. I tell you what, he's dealt with a lot of adversity to get here. He's grateful to be Washington's quarterback, and they know that every time he takes the field, he's going to bring that big Penix energy. He's going to bring that big Penix energy. He's going to bring that big Penix energy. Yeah. That's right, Harry. Let's go, baby.
I've been pronouncing his name wrong.
No, I think you got it right. That's the
Love
game.
that, baby.
Okay.
What? Like, what is that?
Desmond Howard's like a respected analyst, too.
Not anymore, he's not.
That big Penix energy. He turned it in. First he just said it, then he turned it into a chant. I was like, good on you, man. Not a whole lot of people caught on to the chant, by the way. Did you notice that? Like, if by the 3rd time you got 2 people, it's time, call it quits, man.
Yo, he thought he was funny, though.
Yeah, well, he got it. Was that his laugh?
He cracked himself up.
Well, it's like me. People go, you laugh at all your own jokes. I go, well, yeah. I wouldn't tell it to you if I didn't think it was funny myself. You know, I gotta laugh. Gotta laugh so somebody does.
What if no one is?
Don't feel bad about it at all. Well, you heard my Madam PJ Walker jokes. I'm familiar with that. See, that one works. See, now Derek swats it away again. Dude, the more times I bring it up, the funnier it gets. I was 0 for 5 on the pregame show yesterday.
Were you 0 for 5?
7:07 a.m. I dropped it for the first time. Dennis Brown and John wouldn't even look at me. Matt Mayoko, I threw it at him too, and he kind of shut me down. But
yeah, it's kind of too early for that one. You got to think a little bit for that one.
He made an eerie joke to us at 7. I was like, all right, bro. In Cleveland, he goes, the weather, it's eerie. I was like, all right, bro. Madam PJ Walker's at least, it's not relevant. But Julian Edelman, former Patriot. Don't you dare. The Bay Area zone. He was on Fox's pregame show, and he's talking about why he thinks Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the NFL. Here's Julian Edelman.
I would go with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, and it's because he was born into this to be a coach. I mean, he was around his dad, Mike Shanahan, those Denver teams that were awesome, had great run attacks. He's evolved it with all these motions and coming up and evolving the system. He loves football. That's what makes him great. And it brings me back to 2018. I tore my ACL, and I'm sitting there in a pisser in the bathroom at the Super Bowl, and this guy starts talking to me about a whip route that I ran in the Super Bowl the year before. I'm like, what is this guy doing? I'm full out and everything. I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? So I go to wash my hands. The guy comes up to me, goes, you don't know who I am? I go, we had a couple drinks. We all had a little drinks. He goes, you don't know who I am? I go, I'm good, dude. I'm washing my hands. Kyle Shanahan. This guy loves football so much. We're bare knuckle Barry. We are bare knuckle Barry, and he's trying to talk about whip routes with me. And that's what makes him a great coach. The guy loves coaching. Bare knuckle Barry.
Not the whip routes and whip outs.
Whip routes and whip outs.
Listen for the win.
What are we doing?
That's where I was going to. I said whip outs or more whip routes, more like whip outs. Yeah. White knuckle Barry. Never heard that one before. What the hell does that mean? I never even heard. I was trying to what does that mean, dude? That's from here too. I'm like, damn, am I missing out on some lingo? He's like close to my age. I don't know, man. Anyway, Edelman's a character. I said to Derek, we got to try to get him on, man. Yeah. That guy's a riot. Julian Edelman. He went on with Gary Radnich years ago, which was pretty cool, dude, being from Redwood City. So there you go. There's your sound soiree. Pretty funny stuff there from Julian Edelman. Matt Mayoko was on hand for the Niners' loss to the Browns yesterday out in Cleveland. We'll talk to him. I want to ask about that rule you were talking about where they reviewed it, the fumble by P.J. Walker that wasn't a fumble. It was an incomplete. If they do call it a review for the other team, what do you do with it? If nobody... I'm interested in that. Also, with the weather, how severe was that for Brock Purdy and what his feeling was after the game? First time they were in the locker room following a loss this year. Matt Mayoko next, and then at 5:30, head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us live only here on the Sports Leader. The 49ers win streak comes to an end. They lose 19-17 to the Cleveland Browns at the Factory of Sadness. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.